Han Feng wasn't proud of Yi Yanji's disheveled face, it was just his disheveled face. To Yi Yanji, he didn't suffer too much harm at all. "Boy, you angered me." Yi Yanji was furious. He thought it was just a little Wu Zun who could be easily dealt with, but he never thought that Han Feng would have such a means. Yi Yanji no longer dared to treat Han Feng as a martial master with a strange holy body comparable to a middle to high-grade holy body, a super low-level holy level martial skill with the power of a general middle-level holy level martial skill, and a strange true essence. Its various degrees of difficulty, combined, are no less than a martial emperor, not an ordinary martial emperor. Spreading his arms, Yi Yanji's arms suddenly turned into two huge wings with jet black feathers. Each feather was as sharp as a blade, shining with a cold light. At this moment, Yi Yanji undoubtedly cast the Dapeng Eucharist. At the same time, Yi Yanji was surrounded by terrifying thunder. These thunders were poured into the wings. The sharp blade-like feathers were endowed with the terrifying and destructive power of thunder. Body. The two holy bodies were fully unfolded, and Yi Yanji obviously didn't intend to keep his hand anymore, and was going to use his strongest force to kill Han Feng. However, at this moment, Han Feng descended like a sun emperor, and a round of dazzling golden flames bloomed from behind Han Feng. Seeing that Yi Yanji had used all his strength, how could Han Feng be negligent? The current self is no longer the true god of the seven tribulations. This is the first time that Han Feng has really displayed it since he possessed the great Rion physique. The dazzling golden sun mark appeared on Han Feng's forehead, and the pupils in Han Feng's eyes also turned into gold at this moment, and flames like a sea of fire flashed in the golden pupils. Han Feng's entire body was engulfed by golden flames, as if the god of war had descended. With the expansion of the great sun flame body, Han Feng felt a huge force pouring into his body. Almost in the blink of an eye, Han Feng realized that his strength in all aspects had grown to an astonishing level, especially his physical fitness had grown terribly. Golden. Yi Yanji was about to launch an attack when he saw the golden sun mark on Han Feng's forehead, and he froze for a moment. The Yi family wanted to replace the Han family, so naturally they had already studied the Han family's great sun flame physique, so they didn't know what the golden sun will imprint represented. This means that the great Rion physique has reached the ultimate stage, comparable to a divine physique. Judging by the brilliance of its golden color, it seems to be comparable to the existence of a top-grade divine body. Yi Yanji's heart was full of turmoil. How could he have such a terrifying innate physique? During Yi Yanji's sluggish moment, Han Feng made the first move. It is still the Nine Flame Boundless Claw, but its power is far from comparable to before. Exercising the great sun flame body, Han Feng's every move carried great power. Han Feng clearly felt that the power of the divine body that he could display was probably only at the level of a low-grade divine body. But for Han Feng, who is still a martial artist, just the effect of a low-grade divine body is enough to unleash unparalleled power. In Yi Yanji's senses, the whole world seemed to be pitch black, only a giant claw that lifted the sky broke through the sky, and it was powerful. Dapeng Thunderbolt. Yi Yanji immediately came back to his senses, knowing that now was not the time to be shocked. The wings fluttered, and the pitch-black feathers floated, surrounded by thunder, and shot away in unison in the next moment. The sharpness of each feather is enough to break through the defense of the martial king level, and the destructive power given by the thunder is enough to severely damage an ordinary martial lord. The combination of many feathers is extremely terrifying. If an ordinary martial artist is careless, he may be seriously injured or even die tragically under such an attack. The sound of thunder breaking through the air and the roar of flames can be heard throughout the entire ground floor space. Whether it's Yi Yanji or Han Feng, they are all showing infinite combat power at this moment, which is amazing. Boom. Rumble. The bottom space began to vibrate, and gradually became unsupportable under the constant confrontation between the two, and it might collapse at any time. Han Feng noticed this situation and couldn't help slowing down his attack. If the underground space really collapsed, the eldest brother and those great martial artists would be buried alive immediately. This is not what Han Feng wants to see. However, Yi Yanji no longer had such worries. Han Hu, those great martial artists, and even Chi Lai are just pawns. There are still many such pawns, and it doesn't hurt to lose a few. All of a sudden, Han Feng was full of scruples and fell into a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, boy, you make a move, try your best, why are you backing down? Yi Yanji sneered loudly. Han Hu and the others knew that they would be buried alive when the space collapsed, but they didn't care about their own lives because of the slave heart seal. Seeing that Han Feng was at a disadvantage, they all applauded Yi Yanji. Suddenly, Han Feng took out a piece of talisman paper and threw it at Yi Yanji. Yi Yanji was complacent, and he didn't take Han Feng's action seriously. It wasn't until the talisman approached that Yi Yanji felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. It was an unspeakable crisis. Not good. Yi Yan's expression changed, and he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The sky-shattering talisman suddenly turned into a terrifying attack, the sky-shattering palm. The Fantian palm carried by the talisman paper has only 1 or 2 parts of the power of the Valkyrie's Fantian palm, but this power is enough to deal with Yi Yanji. Dapeng Thunderbolt. Yi Yanji had no time to dodge, so he hastily used holy-level martial arts to resist. In a hurry, even Dapeng Thunderbolt's 5-level might was not displayed. The heaven-shattering palm shattered and smashed into Yi Yanji's body like a broken bamboo. Terrifying fluctuations erupted completely in the bottom space. Suddenly, the underlying space could no longer withstand such constant impacts, and it collapsed with a bang. How could Han Feng care about Yi Yanji? In fact, the moment Han Feng threw the sky-shaking talisman, Han Feng had already turned around to mention Han Hu and the others. Han Hu and several great martial artists were held in Han Feng's hands, struggling violently, not caring about what would happen to them if they were left behind, they just wanted to stop Han Feng. Impatient with Han Feng, he simply knocked Han Hu and several great martial artists unconscious. As for Chi Lai, since Han Feng had not sealed his power, Han Feng was not at all worried that Chi Lai would be buried underground with his cultivation at the peak of the martial king. Go straight all the way, and soon came to Sherman. This time, Han Feng didn't care about the switch, and just slammed it with the holy flame Bang Tian fist. With the collapse of the space, the stone gate has long been unstable. Han Feng's punch carried an unstoppable force, and drove straight in, smashing the stone gate with a bang. Han Feng escaped, turned his head to look behind him, and saw that the rocks were shattered, and with the rocks as the center, a large area around them also began to collapse, rumbling, and filled with smoke and dust. A distressed figure flew out from the collapsed ground, it was Chi Lai. Chi Lai knew that Han Feng's strength was not something he could contend with, but because of the slave heart seal, his face stern and he launched a sneak attack. Although Han Feng doesn't take Chi Lai's power seriously, it doesn't mean that Han Feng is not vigilant. After all, Han Feng knows that Chi Lai is very likely to make a move after being hit by the slave heart seal, and it turns out that he is so. Before Chi Lai got close to Han Feng, the terrifying coercion emanating from Han Feng's great sun flame body had already ruthlessly oppressed him away. Puff. Chi Lai vomited blood and fell from the sky. The second update. Enemy. Chi Lai's mere power at the level of the martial king could not cause any harm to Han Feng at all, but was easily and severely injured by Han Feng. After severely injuring Chi Lai, causing Chi Lai to lose his strength to fight again, Han Feng's eyes fell on the collapsed ground. Novels.om. Even if Yi Yan was injured by a sky-shattering talisman, Yi Yanji, a half-step martial saint, would never be buried in the ground. The power of the soul surged out, searching everything in the surrounding area, carefully. Suddenly, the ground shook, and immediately there was a rumbling sound, and a figure burst out from the ground, attacking Han Feng fiercely with a powerful force. Damn boy, go to hell. Yi Yanji felt humiliated and furious after being severely injured by a 6-year-old boy. Han Feng's figure flickered, he retreated rapidly, and a sky-shaking talisman appeared in his hand again. What? Yi Yanji's pupils shrank, and the body that shot towards Han Feng was abruptly stopped by himself. Because he forced himself to stop, or stopped suddenly, Yi Yanji's blood surged up, and he almost spewed out. The power of the sky-shattering talisman has been fully experienced before. If he hadn't avoided an important part at a critical moment, he might have been severely injured by the sky-shaking talisman and buried in the ground. Even so, he was still seriously injured, and the consequences of being hit by the sky-shattering talisman can be imagined. Humph, your talisman paper is indeed powerful, it should have sealed the move of the Valkyrie. It's a pity that this move was not performed by you yourself, and it is not controllable. The distance is short, and this seed is indeed very likely to be hit by you, but so it's a long distance, don't even think about hitting this seat. Yi Yanji flew back a distance, and felt that the distance was basically enough for him to dodge the attack of the sky-shattering talisman calmly, so he began to mock Han Feng, hoping that Han Feng would be attacked by him. Excited to use up the sky-shattering talisman immediately. As long as Han Feng doesn't have the sky-shattering talisman, he won't let him rub it. If Han Feng is really only 6 years old, he might be fooled if his heart is not perfect, but it is a pity that Han Feng is not really 6 years old. The real age is probably still above Yi Yanji. Seeing that Han Feng was not fooled, Yi Yanji gritted his teeth and had to change his method. Without using such a powerful move as Dapeng Thunderbolt, the stronger the move, the greater the consumption. What Yi Yanji used was only a spirit-level martial skill, Broken Star Fist. At this moment, Yi Yanji had already unfolded the Dapeng Holy Physique and the Wanlei Holy Physique, making it easier to activate the Broken Star Fist. The shadows of fists all over the sky blasted towards Han Feng vigorously with the aura of shattered stars. Since Han Feng, who can't be stimulated, uses up the sky-shaking talisman, then use powerful force to force Han Feng. As long as he is forced into a desperate situation, why worry about Han Feng not having to drop the sky-shattering talisman? Without the sky-shattering talisman, Yi Yanji was confident that he was much better than Han Feng. Facing the attacks all over the sky, Han Feng frowned slightly, really feeling troubled. It seems that this is the only way. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng mobilized the Ziji Xuanhuan in his body. A trace of purple urgent fire emerged from Han Feng's palm, and Han Feng's complexion gradually turned pale. Ziji Xuanhuan is as high as rank 9, and now Han Feng has only mobilized a little bit of it, and it is too difficult for the body that is only Wu Zun's cultivation. At the same time, as soon as a trace of purple mysterious fire came out, the whole world shook and rumbled instantly. A terrible crisis swept out from the center of Han Feng's palm. The sky was shocked. At the moment when the traces of purple fire burst out, Yi Yanji's pupils also shrank, and his scalp went numb for a moment, as if a wild beast had reappeared, roaring up to the sky. Boom! Chi. With the appearance of the Ziji Xuanhuan, the temperature of the entire space increased rapidly, and the space was somewhat unable to withstand such a temperature, and it was on the verge of bursting. Don't underestimate this strand of purple profound fire. If it is hit by this strand of purple profound fire, the lower rank warriors here will probably be turned into flying ash in an instant. Of course, the premise is that the Ziji Xuanhuan can really hit the Valkyrie. With Han Feng's current martial arts cultivation base, it is very unlikely that he can hit a martial god, but Han Feng's opponent is only a half-step martial saint, not even a demigod. The gap between Yi Yanji and martial god is like the difference between clouds and mud, a stream and the sea. All of a sudden, Han Feng threw out the traces of Ziji Xuanhuan. This strand of purple profound fire looked as faint as candlelight, and compared to the power of the broken star fist, it was too insignificant. However, when the strands of purple fire collided with the broken star fist, it easily swallowed the broken star fist. After absorbing the power of the broken star fist, Ziji Xuanhua's power instantly soared. Don't forget that Ziji Xuanhua also has the special effect of absorbing the opponent's power for its own use. Even if it is just a trace, the quality is ridiculously high. It is easy to absorb the true essence attack of a half-step martial artist. Absorbed a broken star fist attack, followed by a second. Almost in the blink of an eye, a trace of purple mysterious fire unexpectedly surged to a frenzy, devouring Yi Yanji frantically. Yi Yanji felt extremely dangerous, and kept retreating. This? What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel so horrible? Yi Yanji retreated, frightened. It's too evil. I'm afraid this kid is not something I can handle. Let's escape first. Since we already know that there is such a kid in the Han family, we must let the martial god Supreme Elder kill this kid in advance. In view of the fact that Han Feng had too many methods, he had the heaven-shaking talisman and this terrifying flame, Yi Yanji decided to retreat, and handed over Han Feng to the more powerful demigods and even martial gods of the Yi family to deal with. Want to escape? Han Feng immediately understood Yi Yanji's thoughts. How could he make Yi Yanji happy? Right now, his cultivation has not yet returned to its true heyday, and he is by no means invincible in the martial Dao continent, and it is not the time to expose himself. Spreading his palms, 7 divine needles appeared in Han Feng's hands, which were the 7-star pear blossom needles. Due to the different rules of the world, the 7-star pear blossom needle was in a sealed state when it came to the martial Dao continent. Only 6 years have passed, and the 7-star pear blossom needle has continuously adapted to the rules of the world of the martial Dao continent, and now it can use some power. This is also because the level of the 7-star pear blossom needle is not too high, and it may take a few years for the 9 tribulations artifacts like the Taishan divine sword to be able to mobilize some power. At present, the only thing Han Feng can use is the 7-star pear blossom needle. Even if it is only a small part of the power of the 7-star pear blossom needle, it is enough to deal with a mere half-step martial saint. The 7 magic needles haven't burst human chrysanthemums for many years, and they have long been hungry, thirsty, and unbearable. At this moment, Han Feng gave an order, and flew over excitedly with a swish, and he couldn't even wait to hide his body. The whirring sound of piercing through the air was extremely ear-piercing. Yi Yanji couldn't hold back and looked back, and when he saw it, his face immediately turned pale with fright. 7 strange silver needles that shone with cold light shot at him very quickly. Yi Yanji wanted to hide, but found that he had been locked. After a while, an earth-shattering scream resounded through the sky. Yi Yanji's face was distorted in pain, and his eyes protruded. Han Feng sighed secretly. The power he could only use was too little. Otherwise it would not only cause Yi Yanji pain, but also directly understand Yi Yanji's life while suffering. Then I thought, maybe it's more unbearable to suffer without life. If you're dead, you're going to be tortured even if you're alive. The attack of the 7-star pear blossom needle inevitably made Yi Yanji's speed drop a bit, and he was finally swallowed by the Ziji Xuanhua behind like a frenzy. Before he could even make a scream, Yi Yanji died completely. Foundation. Han Feng didn't expect Yi Yanji's death to be so straightforward, without even the last crazy move. Han Feng thought that Yi Yanji would use the slave heart seal to order his slaves to go crazy at the last moment, for example, to come to each city. Bring the massacre. Although there are many families in the Great Sun Holy Land that are hostile to the Han family, for many warriors outside, the ruler of the Great Sun Holy Land is still the Han family. Many cities were in disorder, and the Han family was the first to be affected and questioned. Han Feng didn't know. It's not that Yi Yanji didn't have this idea, but he just put it down after turning around a few times. First of all, among the slaves controlled by Yi Yanji with the slave heart seal, there are some loyal to the Han family, but there are also many neutral ones, such as Chi Lai. There are even some who are loyal to the Yi family, or have long thought of turning against the Han family. Using the slave heart seal on these people is just because Yi Yanji is afraid that these people will rebel at the last moment. If these people are crazy about killing people, it will certainly damage the reputation of the Han family, but some dark forces belonging to the Yi family will also be uncovered, and the gain outweighs the loss. Yi Yanji has the slave heart seal, but he can't convey a clear purpose to a target from too far away. If you want to pass it on, it is estimated that all those who have won the slave heart seal will get it. Only when the distance is extremely close can Yi Yanji be able to convey orders to only one person while the others do not know. Han Feng didn't know these thoughts in Yi Yanji's mind, but it didn't prevent him from searching Yi Yanji's soul. The Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda captured Yi Yanji's soul. Xiaopeng made a move to condense what Han Feng wanted in Yi Yanji's soul, and Han Feng immediately knew everything. So that's how it is. This guy encountered an ancient secret realm a few years ago and obtained an ancient inheritance. Han Feng finally understood why Yi Yanji had the slave heart seal and why he was able to improve so much in a short period of time. In ancient times, there were countless martial gods in the martial Dao continent. Basically, only those who became martial gods could be regarded as a qualified strongman. Under the martial gods, they were collectively called mortals. How could there be so many levels like now? At that time, there were as many legendary warriors as dogs, and ordinary warriors walked everywhere. Even if it surpasses the existence of the legendary Valkyrie, it is immeasurable. According to legend, it is not uncommon for ancient times to be stronger than the legendary Valkyrie. Han Feng guessed. Maybe there was no god-emperor in that era, and even if there was a god-king realm, it is probably relatively weak, but there are definitely a lot of ancient gods. The slave heart seal is one of the benefits that Yi Yanji obtained from the ancient inheritance. The slave heart seal seems to be very remarkable in the martial Dao continent now, but in ancient times, there were too many ways to control slaves like the slave heart seal. The seal of the slave heart is not profound. According to the ancient inheritance that Yi Yanji got, there are ways to resist and remove the seal of the slave heart. And Yi Yanji didn't cultivate the slave heart seal to the highest level of God, otherwise, even if they are separated by millions of miles, as long as they are on the same plane, the caster can clearly convey his thoughts to the person he wants to convey. In addition to the slave heart seal, the second benefit Yi Yanji got was the technique of Purine. This technique of Purine is an extremely profound skill, and it is used to supplement virgins, and the more special the constitution of the virgins, the greater the benefits they will get. Relying on such profound skills, Yi Yanji equaled Han Su in a short period of time, and even almost surpassed him. There are still many good things in the ancient inheritance that Yi Yanji got, but what really caught Han Feng's eye was the puppet technique, and the sorcery to steal other people's blood and divine body. This puppet technique is not advanced, but in the eyes of Yi Yanji and others, it is unfathomable. Therefore, after several years of obtaining this puppet technique, Yi Yanji did not research anything, and finally threw it aside. Han Feng's soul is powerful, and this is not considered an advanced puppet technique, so Han Feng can naturally study it. Han Feng still remembered the Hercules King puppet in his storage space. It is said that this puppet was comparable to the existence of the god of heaven in its heyday. This puppet technique cannot refine puppets at the level of the ancient gods, but it can be used to restore the puppet of the King Hercules. Impossible. Han Feng's goal is to let the Hercules King puppet have the combat power to break the limit of the true god. In this way, his own safety can be regarded as greatly increased, whether it is in this martial Dao continent or in the outside world. The last sorcery is called the technique of seizing the foundation. As the name suggests, it is to seize the foundation of others. It seems that this ancient strong man relied on this sorcery to dominate, and in the end he was besieged by many strong men and fell because of this technique of seizing the foundation. This technique of seizing the foundation can take other people's blood and divine body to continuously improve one's own blood and divine body. As long as you keep capturing it, it is absolutely not impossible to have the best chaotic God-grade blood or the best chaotic God in the future. Perhaps it is also possible to achieve the blood of the law or the body of the law. It can't be said that it is not powerful. If we talk about the harvest this time, the most important thing is the technique of winning the foundation. Han Feng is full of joy. He did not expect such a harvest. The rules of the martial Dao continent and the real heavenly Dao world are different, but the martial Dao continent is also created by the gods and strong men in the heavenly Dao world, and it exists in the heavenly Dao world. So as long as you thoroughly study the technique of seizing the foundation, and then study it according to the rules of the world of heaven after returning to the world of heaven, it may not be impossible to develop a new technique of seizing the foundation. For a long time, Han Feng relied on Xuanhuan battle body and Jingxian body, but strictly speaking, these two divine bodies belong to the level of divine skills, not divine bodies. Han Feng longed to have his own divine body and blood. This technique of seizing the foundation gave Han Feng this hope. It's decided. In the next days in martial Dao continent, we must thoroughly understand this technique of seizing the foundation. Afterwards, Han Feng carefully browsed the technique of seizing the foundation. The technique of seizing the foundation, to seize the foundation of others, first of all has a limitation, that is, the foundation of others must be higher than one's own. Otherwise it will be useless to improve one's own foundation. But you can't be too much higher than yourself, otherwise you will not only fail, but also let your foundation collapse. Yi Yanji is a double mid-level holy physique, and there are too few people in the Yi family who exceed the mid-level holy physique, and each of them occupies an important position. Yi Yanji, naturally, cannot extend his evil hand to them. However, there are almost no strong outsiders who are above the middle-grade holy body. If there are, they have grown up long ago, and they are not something that Yi Yanji can compete with at present. Therefore, Yi Yanji has never used this technique of seizing the foundation since he obtained it. After sorting out the ancient inheritance that Yi Yanji had obtained, Han Feng began to search who had been planted by Yi Yanji, who was forced and who was voluntary. Soon, Han Feng learned everything and left the soul search space. Outside, Han Hu and others were affected by the appearance of Ziji Xuanhuan and fainted. At this moment, everyone woke up faintly. Yi Yanji has already fallen, so Han Hu and others will naturally not be affected by the slave heart seal, and their personalities will return to their original state. But this does not mean that they have lost their memory. In fact, they remember clearly the scene after they got the slave heart seal. Han Hu's face was manic. What did he do? He even shot at his third brother. "Brother, am I okay?" Han Feng saw Han Hu's self-blame and annoyance, and couldn't help but comfort him. The second update. Even if Han Feng comforted him, Han Hu still couldn't forgive himself. But Han Hu was also full of rejoicing, glad that he did not cause Han Feng any harm. Half a day later, Han Hu finally suppressed his self-blame in his heart, and secretly vowed that things like today would never happen again in the future. Afterwards, Han Hu finally recalled the strength that Han Feng had shown, and was greatly surprised. "Third brother, to be honest, what kind of physique do you have?" The ghost believed that it was only the innate top-grade spirit body. The 6-year-old Wu Zun, is that what the innate top-grade spirit body can do? Han Hu has long been an adult, and has already noticed that Han Feng's physique is not simple from various clues. He even asked his father and mother specifically, but he didn't get any information from his parents. However, the special treatment of Han Feng by the top family members still made Han Hu secretly speculate. Thinking that his father's Shanxia Saint physique was not treated like this, Han Hu guessed that Han Feng's aptitude probably surpassed his father's, and it might be the Xiantian middle-grade Saint physique or the Xiantian top-grade Saint physique. But looking back at the terrifying strength that Han Feng showed before, is it really just the innate holy body? Faintly, Han Hu had a more terrifying guess in his mind, and it was because the result of the guess was too terrible that Han Hu was unwilling to believe it. Ever since Han Feng showed his strength, he knew that his physique could no longer be concealed, so he didn't lie immediately, and raised his true innate physique to Han Hu. Han Hu was stunned. It was one thing to guess, but another thing to be confirmed. What's more, the fact that the congenital supernatural body is much more terrifying than what I guessed. You boy. Han Hu sighed endlessly, happy for Han Feng, and a little bit disappointed with himself. It seems that as an elder brother, not only will he not be able to protect his younger brother in the future, but he will even be protected by his younger brother. The two brothers chatted for a long time, but the great martial artist on one side was trembling, and none of them dared to leave. Chi Lai, the peak martial king, walked over with a wry smile after recovering his original personality, waiting for Han Feng's decision. Han Feng noticed Chi Lai, so he ended the call with Han Hu, and said lightly, I will report your behavior to the family one by one. As for the family's decision, it depends on your previous behavior. The implication is that actions under the control of Nu Shinin can be forgiven, but there will also be punishments. As for whether the punishment is severe or tolerant, it depends on Chaili's daily behavior. If he is a qualified city lord and treats the citizens well, then the punishment will undoubtedly be weakened a lot. But if he was a brutal city lord, the punishment might be much more severe. Chi Lai was originally a neutral city lord, and he didn't care too much about which family ruled the Great Sun Holy Land. With this in mind, the punishment would not be too severe, but it would not be too light. And those city lords who were biased towards the Yi family before they were planted with the slave heart seal, there is only one consequence, that is, they will be killed. We must kill these city lords before the Yi family reacts, and replace them with martial arts experts who are close to the Han family. Chi Lai was full of surprises. He thought that if he tied Han Hu to Yi Yanji's work, he would end up dead, but he didn't expect that there was still a chance of life. Even if it is to be punished, it is better to live than to die. Only by being alive can he pursue his wife again and redeem the wrong things he has done these years. I only hope that his wife can forgive him and is willing to give him a chance. But at this moment, Han Feng sneered, as for your son, the city lord, you have to be prepared. Chi Lai's heart skipped a beat, his face was filled with bitterness and regret. He shouldn't elevate the status of a bastard because he deliberately opposed his wife, causing the bastard to be spoiled so much that he developed his current temperament. Because of the slave heart seal, Chi Lai turned a blind eye to Chai Quan's way of abducting Huaining at first, but now that he wakes up, he doesn't know that Huaining from his wife's natal family must have friendship with this genius of the Han family in front of him. Needless to say, his son's purpose must have failed, and he also offended the genius in front of him. Wanting to plead for his son, he finally opened his mouth, but Chi Lai didn't say anything, and he didn't have the face to say it. Chai Quan committed suicide, what else could he do? Not to mention, he is also responsible for this. Han Feng's eyes left Chi Lai and landed on these great martial artists. Immediately, these great martial masters were extremely nervous and broke out in cold sweat. Even the half-step martial master among them couldn't stop shaking. Just listen to Han Feng said lightly, Master Chai, these people are all your subordinates, how to deal with these people is up to you. The expectant gazes of several great martial artists immediately shifted to Chi Lai. Chi Lai, who has the peak martial arts cultivation base, also feels very uncomfortable being stared at by so many expectant eyes. Sighing, Chi Lai pleaded, My lord, these people can't be regarded as good people in ordinary times, but they are definitely not bad people, and their crimes are not worthy of death. When Chi Lai said this, he immediately received countless thanks. Han Feng shrugged his shoulders, since you said that, I will spare their lives. I just hope you are not lying. Han Feng has decided to let Han Meng secretly investigate these people after Han Meng wakes up. Seniors, there is no doubt that they will be killed. Chi Lai's heart tightened, and he roughly guessed what Han Feng was thinking, but he was also relieved, because these great martial artists did not make any serious mistakes. What kind of city lord there is, and what kind of subordinates there are. Chi Lai can't be considered a good person in his life, but he is also a qualified city lord. His subordinates may not be good people, but they are definitely not evil people. Han Feng observed Chi Lai, and found that there was no guilt flashing in Chi Lai's expression and eyes, and he believed it in his heart immediately. After that, Han Feng walked towards Han Meng. While rescuing Han Hu and others, Han Feng naturally will not forget Han Meng. From Yi Yanji's memory, Han Feng naturally knew how to wake Han Meng up. After a while, Han Meng woke up, his expression was still in a daze, and he couldn't react. Han Hu immediately stepped forward and told the general things. Han Meng's memory gradually came to life, and his face immediately turned green. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help laughing. He must have recalled the happy night with Miss Tianxiang. Han Feng smiled like this, and when he learned about Miss Tianxiang from Han Meng, Han Hu's face became distorted. In my memory, I seem to have been prostituted by Miss Yang Tian. Ha ha ha, big brother, senior Han Meng, how can you say that it was a night of spring festival? As for that. Han Feng didn't have the slightest sympathy, but gloated at his misfortune. This was really too much hatred, and immediately attracted two gnashing eyes. Wait. Han Feng solved all of this? Until then, Han Meng suddenly realized. The first update. Good card, the second update will be very late, everyone can go to bed first. In fact, Han Meng's memory only stays at the moment when he ended up with Miss Tianxiang. Asterisk. On the way from Qingqing to here, Han Meng was dizzy, so naturally he didn't have the impression of fighting Yi Yanji after Han Feng arrived. Although everything after that was said by Han Hu, Han Meng was still in a state of confusion at the time, and the first thing he remembered was naturally the things he had a deep impression on. After the more impressive memories were over, Han Meng remembered everything Han Hu said in his head, which caused Han Meng to suddenly shift from the shame of being prostituted to the matter of Han Feng solving everything. Because he was too shocked to believe it, Han Meng roared out involuntarily. Hee hee. This time, it was Han Hu who gloated and smiled at Han Meng's sluggish expression. There is a blessing to share, you can't just shock yourself, you have to make others stunned for a while. However, Han Meng didn't see it with his own eyes after all, so he didn't feel as deeply as Han Hu did. He soon came back to his senses, and kept asking. Han Hu was full of pride at this moment. Look, this is his third brother, so he answered impatiently. Hearing Han Hu's somewhat exaggerated description, Han Feng couldn't help touching his nose, and then said, don't talk for now. Don't forget that there is a Tianxiang girl in Qingqing. This person is Yi Yanji's confidant, she must know less things. When Miss Tianxiang was mentioned, the two of them had complicated expressions. For the two of them, being prostituted was really the first time. In other words, the two never thought that they would also be prostituted one day. As a big man, this is simply too embarrassing. But they also knew that Miss Tianxiang was an extremely important person, and since Yi Yanji was dead, many things could only be learned from Miss Tianxiang. For example, with so many cities under the command of the Great Sun Holy Land, how many city lords have secretly joined the Yi family? Who are these city owners? Go, let's return quickly. When Yi Yan dies, Miss Tianxiang probably sensed something and ran away early. Both Han Hu and Han Meng became anxious. A group of people immediately rushed towards Zither City at the fastest speed. Han Hu and Han Meng didn't know that Han Feng had already obtained what he wanted to know from Yi Yanji's soul memory, and Miss Xiang Xiang was actually useless that day. The reason why I reminded the two of them was that Han Feng couldn't stop his elder brother's exaggerated description. Zither City Lord's Mansion. When Han Feng and his party arrived, they clearly noticed the strange atmosphere. It seems that a lot of things happened in the City Lord's mansion before. Han Hu looked around cautiously. Let's go, I've spotted the second brother's aura. Han Feng didn't slow down, and jumped in a certain direction. Han Hu and others followed closely behind. When they came to a hall of the City Lord's mansion, Han Hu and the others stared dumbfounded at Han Wu sitting comfortably on the red wooden chair, chatting happily with a woman. Beside Han Wu, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man stood with his hands tied. He looked so ordinary, but Han Hu felt a strong sense of threat from this man. This is a strong man who is not inferior to himself, and may even be stronger than himself. On the other side, Miss Tianxiang and Chai Quan fell to the ground. Tied up with rope, both were swearing constantly. This is... Han Hu looked at Han Wu, then at Miss Tianxiang, not understanding. It was only then that Han Feng remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to tell Han Hu that he had received a dragon, mackerel, and horse king who was at the peak of Wu Wang. When Han Wu saw Han Feng and Han Hu, his eyes lit up, and he rushed towards Han Hu the next moment. Han Wu's practice is basically taught by Han Hu. It can be said that Han Wu transferred part of his feelings for his father to Han Hu. Seeing Han Hu return safely at this time, he was extremely excited. From Han Wu's mouth, Han Hu quickly learned everything. It turned out that at the moment Yi Yanji fell, Miss Tianxiang realized something was wrong through the slave heart seal, and she was about to leave Qingqing immediately. It's a pity that Han Wu and King Long Yuma have been waiting for a long time. As soon as Miss Tianxiang was about to escape, she was caught by King Long Yuma. Miss Tianxiang is only a half-step Wu Wang, she has no power to resist in front of Wu Wang's peak strength, Long Yuma Wang, so she was arrested just like that. As for Chai Quan, it was Han Wu who deliberately arrested him in order to avenge his beloved woman. The woman next to Han Wu, is she whining? Knowing everything, Han Hu opened his mouth, took a look at Han Feng and then closed it helplessly. In view of Han Feng's perverted strength, it seems that it is nothing to subdue a dragon shark king. Third brother, everything is settled? Is that person dead? Seeing that Han Hu was fine, Han Wu immediately asked about the result of Han Feng's matter. Han Feng nodded, that person has been dealt with, we will talk about specific matters later, let's talk about the current matter now. As he spoke, Han Feng's eyes fell on Miss Tianxiang and Chai Quan. The moment Han Hu appeared, Miss Tianxiang's complexion was not good. Hearing what Han Feng said, she collapsed in despair. Chai Quan turned to his father for help. Father, save me, I am the future lord of Zither City, how can I die here? Chai Quan roared anxiously. Chai Lai sighed and turned his head with a look of resentment. Anyway, after getting along for so many years, how could Chai Lai have no feelings for Chai Quan, and his feelings for Chai Quan are almost second only to his own daughter Chai Yingfei. But Chai Lai knew that Chai Quan was bound to die. After all, it was Chai Quan who brought Yi Yanji to Qingqing. From the perspective of the Han family, Chai Quan probably belonged to Yi Yanji long ago. Chai Quan stared blankly at his father, what does this mean? But at this moment, Han Feng sensed two auras approaching, one of which was extremely familiar, it was Chai Lai's wife, Shi Wanji. Then the identity of the other person is self-evident, it must be Chai Yingfei. When Chai Lai saw his wife appear, his body shook, and he looked at his wife with guilt. Let's go. Han Feng said immediately, leaving space for Chai Lai, his wife and their daughters, and King Long Yuma immediately left with Miss Tianxiang and Chai Quan. Outside the main hall, Han Meng had already started to question Miss Tianxiang, and Chai Quan had been completely dumbfounded since he knew that his father did not intend to save him. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Han Feng had the idea of leaving. Brother, this is the news I got. Han Feng pointed to Han Hu's forehead, and poured all the information from Yi Yanji's soul memory into Han Hu's head. A large amount of information poured in, making Han Hu dizzy for a while, and when he woke up, Han Hu took a deep breath. This amount of information is really too much, and its value is unimaginable. Bringing these news back, there is no reason why many dark forces of the Yi family will be reduced. The benefits to the Han family are self-evident, and at the same time, it can greatly damage the Yi family. Han Hu looked at Han Feng in disbelief. How did he get this information? Han Feng smiled slightly, but he didn't say how he did it. Seeing this, Han Hu stopped asking. With the information given by Han Feng, Miss Tianxiang was immediately worthless, and Han Meng dealt with Miss Tianxiang neatly. Chi Quan was frightened and dumbfounded. Maybe he knew that after Miss Tianxiang was killed, it would be his turn next. Chi Quan's body trembled and his face was full of panic. Han Meng's method of interrogating Chi Quan is not clever. As long as he is a warrior with a firm heart in martial arts, he can bear it. However, Chi Quan's heart for martial arts was not firm, and he had been a young master for so many years without suffering, so he naturally couldn't bear Han Feng's methods. In addition, the death of Miss Tianxiang frightened Chi Quan, causing his mind to collapse, so Chi Quan quickly confessed everything, and only then did Han Feng and others know that Chi Quan had climbed up to Yi Yanji on his own initiative. After knowing that Yi Yanji had the seal of slave heart, it was Chi Quan who took the initiative to mention Chai Lai and asked Yi Yanji to plant the seal of slave heart on his father. Although Chi Quan is a playboy, he is not an idiot. If he couldn't see it when he was young, Chi Quan can see some clues when he grows up. Chi Quan knew clearly that his father's doting on him was just to make Wanji angry. Once the two husband and wife reconciled, his position would become awkward. Knowing the whole story, everyone sighed. This Chi Quan really deserved to die, and he was not wronged at all. But at this moment, Chai Lai and his wife didn't know what they were talking about. After coming out of the hall, whether it was Chai Lai or Shi Wanji, they looked at each other very differently than before. Chi Quan's explanation happened to be heard by Chai Lai. Chai Lai never expected that it was Chi Quan who initiated the imprint of slave heart on him. At that moment, Chai Lai pointed at Chi Quan angrily and couldn't speak, and his heart was full of annoyance. Chi Quan didn't have a reason for doing this. No matter what, after Chi Quan explained everything, he was still solved by Han Meng. My lords, let me show you a joke. Chai Lai glanced at Chi Quan's body, closed his eyes with heartache, opened them with a forced smile, and invited Han Feng and others. Chai can back to normal. Thanks to the adults, I hope that the adults can stay for a few days, and Rong Chai will repay them well. Han Hu shook his head and refused. No need, we still need to tell the family about the situation, so let's leave for now. That's it, then Chai will send a few of them respectfully. If there is an order in the future, Chai will definitely use the strength of the whole city to support the Han family. This is what Chai Lai told Han Feng and the others about his attitude. If it was said that Chai Lai just remained neutral in the past and didn't care who ruled the Great Sun Holy Land, then now Chai Lai is clearly on the side of the Han family. Yi Yanji's behavior completely made Chai Lai hate the Yi family. Although Chi Quan was killed by Han Meng, Chai Lai couldn't blame the Han family. Anyway, without Han Feng, their family would be Yi Yanji's slaves and lose their personality. Han Feng and the Han family cannot be blamed, so Chai Lai can only vent his resentment on the Yi family. Everyone in Han Feng left Zither City. Before parting, only Han Wu was reluctant to part, his eyes fixed on Shi whining greedily. Han Hu laughed when he saw it. You kid, you already know you like someone at such a young age. You are still too young now, let's concentrate on martial arts first. Presumably that little girl thinks the same way now. It's okay to pursue it after a few decades, when your martial arts cultivation base has fully grown. Han Wu could only nod regretfully. Not long after leaving Zither City, Han Feng proposed to part. What? You kid is going to travel alone? Han Wu was stunned, even he didn't have the qualifications yet. However, Han Hu knows that Han Feng's strength is enough to travel in the martial Dao continent. Comparable to the combat power of a martial saint, it cannot be said to be weak in the entire martial Dao continent. As long as you don't provoke the large forces in the Holy Land, you can go all over the world. Thinking of this, Han Hu didn't refuse, but told him, don't travel for too long, and be careful in your actions, don't let your family worry. If you offend any powerful force, go back to the Han family immediately, and the Han family will protect you. Even the ruling forces in the Holy Land have to be cautious. Brother, don't worry, younger brother must be extremely cautious. Han Feng replied solemnly. After a while, Han Feng separated from Han Hu and the three, and even Han Feng, the king of dragons and horses, did not take them away. Han Feng fulfilled his promise and gave the Dragon King Ma King a elixir. The level of this elixir is not high, it is just a low-grade divine elixir, and it is also the lowest level among the low-grade elixir. It is barely used to improve the cultivation of a true god. However, even if it is only a low-grade pill, the king of dragons, sharks and horses will explode if he swallows it in one gulp. This is due to the difference in the practice of the two worlds. This pill will not even have a tenth of the effect on the martial Dao continent. Case. Han Feng specially reminded the Dragon Yuma king that he must dilute it before taking it, so as to break the limit of the Dragon Yuma clan and break through the level of Wuzuan is just around the corner. Long Yuma King Jing nodded. When the divine pill fell into the hands of Long Yuma King had already felt the vast power contained in this divine pill. To be honest, King Long Yuma was still a little bit reluctant, but thought that his group could not be led without anyone, so he had to part with Han Feng with this regret. Han Feng's trip took place over a year. In the area ruled by the Great Sun Holy Land, Han Feng has almost traveled all over the monster mountain ranges that are not bad, but there are very few of these mountain ranges that can compare with the three monster mountains, so Han Feng did not leave Skylark and other beasts to dominate there. It is useless to dominate, these monsters in the mountains do not have much say in the group of monsters in the martial Dao continent. It seems that we still need to go to Lei Mountain, Winged Dragon Mountain, and Yaonyo Mountain to subdue the three major monsters, Lei Golden Goat, Pterosaur Beast, and Savage Yaonyo. These three monsters are almost the leader of the monster clan in the martial Dao continent. Subduing these three monsters is almost equivalent to subduing all the monsters in the martial Dao continent. At that time it will be much easier to search for Tan Ning Gang. Naturally, the premise is that the monster that Tan Ning just reincarnated is in the martial Dao continent. Lei Mountain, Winged Dragon Mountain, and Yaonyo Mountain are not within the martial Dao continent governed by the Great Sun Holy Land, and Han Feng immediately prepared to leave the Great Sun Holy Land. During this period of time, there was chaos within the area governed by the Great Sun Holy Land, and it was time to leave to avoid being affected. The reason for the confusion is that the information that Han Feng passed on to Han Hu played a role. This year, many city lords fell from their horses and were secretly attacked and killed by the Han family. These city lords are all on the side of the Han family on the surface, but in fact they have already taken refuge in the powerful Yi family. The Han family does not need these traitors. As for those who publicly sided with the Yi family, the Han family did not move, and it was not the time to tear themselves apart with the Yi family. After Han Feng left the Great Sun Holy Land, none of the chaos involved Han Feng. This walk is 9 years. In addition to the previous year, it has been 10 years since Han Feng left the Han family. The first update. Yaonyo Mountain, the top of the mountain. And a figure sat cross-legged here, and the moonlight poured down from the sky and fell on this person, emitting a faint silver light. An invisible momentum swept out from the center of this person, and the entire mountain was enveloped by a vast force. No one dared to approach, including the former owner of Yaonyo Mountain, Manhuan Yaonyo. Because of the existence of this person, this mountain has almost become the sacred mountain of Yaonyo Mountain. Except for the current owner of Yanyo Mountain, Vermilion Skylark, any monsters who dare to break in without any reason will be killed. The figure's eyes were closed tightly, and a handprint suddenly formed on both hands. The next moment, a purple flame the size of a basketball was in front of the figure. As soon as the purple flame came out, the space trembled slightly, and a grand aura that seemed to destroy the world gushed out like a gust of wind. Being able to cast such a large group of Ziji Xuanhuan at one time is much better than 10 years ago. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. The traces of Ziji Xuanhuan at the beginning were already incredibly powerful, not to mention the purple Xuanhuan that has soared to a mass now. After 10 years, with the deepening of Han Feng's cultivation, more and more Ziji Xuanhuan can be released at one time. Because the amount released is still not comparable to that of the heyday, it is equivalent to casting a 4th-grade divine fire. This kind of divine fire, as long as the number is enough, it is not too difficult to burn a lower-ranked legendary warrior. In 10 years, Han Feng's divine soul has awakened to the level of the 3rd rank and close to the 4th rank, so Han Feng discovered that the martial god level of the martial Dao continent is equivalent to the 1st level true god. The lower rank martial god is equivalent to the true god of the 1st tribulation, the middle rank martial god is equivalent to the true god of the 2nd tribulation, and the upper rank martial god is equivalent to the true god of the 3rd tribulation. By analogy, the legendary martial god is also the middle level true god. Among them, the lower-level legendary martial gods to the upper-level legendary martial gods should correspond to the true gods of the 4 tribulations and the true gods of the 6th tribulation respectively. The existence of transcending the legendary Valkyrie is obviously equivalent to a high-level true god. As for whether there are god-level powerhouses in the martial Dao continent equivalent to the level of the ancient gods, Han Feng compares it with the land of reincarnation. Probably not, otherwise the danger of the land of reincarnation will increase several grades. Can they break into the passage of reincarnation? It is also unknown. In addition to the recovery of Ziji Xuanhuan and divine soul, the god's domain unique knowledge that Han Feng mastered before has almost adapted to the rules of the heavenly Dao of the martial Dao continent, and has changed to conform to the rules of the martial Dao continent. Of course, a level like the Ziyun Divine Arm can't be used yet. With Han Feng's current cultivation in the martial Dao continent, it is estimated that he will be sucked dry before the trick is released. Powerful artifacts such as the Taishan Divine Sword can now exert their power in the martial Dao continent. Generally speaking, Han Feng has gradually moved closer to his previous life, and his overall strength has risen to an unbelievable level for many warriors in the martial Dao continent. But Han Feng knew that this was not enough. Not enough to dominate the martial Dao continent. Let's just talk about that mountain, but there is an existence beyond the legendary martial god, which is equivalent to a high-level true god. The current strength is not enough to resist. Putting away the Ziji Xuanhuan, Han Feng closed his eyes again and resumed his meditation. In the early morning of the next day, as the first ray of sunlight hit the cliff and shone on Han Feng, a terrifying flame suddenly rose from under the cliff. The flame spread out and turned into 2 wide wings. The one who flew over was the current lord of Yanyo Mountain, the Vermilion Skylark. Vermilion Skylark's wings spread out, reaching a distance of 1,000 feet. However, when Vermilion Skylark kept approaching the top of the cliff, its body size decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally shrank to a width of several meters. This is already the limit of Vermilion Skylark's shrinkage. Boss, there is no sign of Tan Ning Gang in the news of the return of monsters from various mountain ranges. No? It seems that Tan Ning Gang was reincarnated in the Demon Dao continent or the Demon Dao continent. Han Feng opened his eyes with regret. If Tan Ning had just been reincarnated in the Demon Dao continent, he would have risen in the past 10 years or so. It is impossible for him to be without a trace, so he could only be reincarnated in another continent. It's such a pity. If he was reincarnated in the martial Dao continent, with our current power, it would be too easy to kill him. Vermilion Skylark tisk, tisk regretfully. Han Feng also expressed his pity, there's no other way, it's like this. By the way, what about the other news I want you to investigate? Commanding all the monster races in the Martial Dao continent, Han Feng wants to get information now, and it is extremely easy. Over the years, Lei Mountain, Winged Dragon Mountain and Yaonyo Mountain have already changed owners. Fian Six-Tailed Cat became the master of Lei Mountain. Aoyan Tunchenlang became the master of Winged Dragon Mountain. Phantom Thunder Leopard also occupied a place no less than 3 Demon Mountain. It can be said that 10% of the monster races in the Martial Dao continent are respected by the Vermilion Skylark and 5 Beasts. As the boss of the 5 Beasts, Han Feng is admired by many monster clans and is called the Monster Master, which means the master of the monster clan. It's not that no powerful monsters have resisted. For example, the Lord of Yaonyo Mountain once provoked Han Feng, but was defeated by Han Feng. So far, no monster dared to challenge Han Feng. Han Feng alone has the power to match or even defeat the wild monster bull, plus 5 monster beasts that are stronger than the lower-ranked martial gods. Only a fool will resist. In order to try his best to conceal the existence of himself and the 5 beasts, Han Feng did not change the names of these mountain ranges, so the human race in the Martial Dao continent thought that the monster race in the Martial Dao continent was honored by the 3 monsters, the Thunder Wing and the Golden Goat. In doing so, there is naturally Han Feng's own purpose. Accepting the information from Vermilion Skylark, Han Feng muttered to himself, is there still Hongyuan Holy Land in Tianming City, the Holy Land of Purple Illusion? In addition to searching for Tanningong, Taishang Junjin and Xuanhuan were also on the list. According to the information from Vermilion Skylark, the 3rd son of the main city owner under the command of Purple Magic Holy Land is very likely to be Xuanhuan. And a certain genius among the first-class forces in Hongyuan Holy Land is very suitable for Taishang Junjin. Both of these two had demonstrated extraordinary strength at a young age, and had even killed warriors. It is said that both of them were under 20. It is too difficult for a native of the martial arts continent to have the ability to kill a martial god before the age of 20. Apart from Xuanhuan and Taishang Junjin, Han Feng can't think of anyone else. Because of this, Han Feng decided to meet the 2 men. He and his senior brother need to unite, and Taishang Junjin needs to resolve their grievances. Yunk, you are sitting in Yaonyo Mountain, I want to go out for a while. By the way, it's time to go back to the Han family. After all, it's my reincarnated family. If the family is in trouble, I will also help out. Yunk said seriously, don't worry, boss, with me sitting in Yaonyo Mountain, there will be no chaos in Yaonyo Mountain. Han Feng jumped up, landed on the back of Skylark, and descended from the top of the mountain with Vermilion Skylark. With the flying of Vermilion Skylark, Yaonyo Mountain came into Han Feng's sight, surrounded by white clouds, like a fairyland. Inexplicably, Han Feng thought of another special energy, contained in his body. This energy was suddenly discovered by Han Feng after he became the Demon Lord. This energy is illusory, and he can vaguely feel a breath of heaven and earth. If you guessed right, it is part of the luck that belongs to the Martial Dao continent. After becoming the master of the monster clan in the Martial Dao continent, the part of luck belonging to the monster clan fell on him. And the next thing to do is to become the master of the human race and condense more luck on himself. The second update. If you rule the Martial Dao continent, and then command the Monster Dao continent and the Demon Dao continent, how much luck will be condensed? Leaving the small world of martial arts, how much cultivation can I increase after returning to the big world? Thinking of this, Han Feng felt hot in his heart. Vermilion Skylark descended slowly from the top of the mountain, restraining its own flames. Even so, when Vermilion Skylark landed, it was still like a dazzling and fiery little sun, and all the monsters on Yaonyo Mountain felt as if they were falling into a sea of flames. If Vermilion Skylark spreads its wings with all its strength on Yaonyo Mountain, it is afraid that more than half of the monsters will be directly burned to ashes. 2/3 of Yanyo Mountain will be engulfed by a sea of flames. Even though Vermilion Skylark just spread out its thousands of feet of fire wings when it flew up, that is not the limit of Vermilion Skylark, and the bigger the change in the battle of monsters, the better. With Vermilion Skylark's current strength, if he really wants to spread his wings to the limit, he will go beyond 10 feet. After coming to the Martial Dao continent for so many years, Vermilion Skylark has gradually adapted to the rules of the Martial Dao continent. Although it can't be used in the city yet, there are still 70 to 80% of them. A true god of the 8 tribulations, 70% to 80% of the power is enough to easily defeat the true god of the 7 tribulations. In other words, Vermilion Skylark's power is in the Martial Dao continent, and only those who surpass the legendary martial god can resist or suppress it. My lord, you are. As Vermilion Skylark descended, a burly man was surprised to find that the demon lord, who hadn't been down the mountain for several years, had actually appeared. This burly man has a vast aura, is vast and broad, and his eyes are strangely green. He is the former owner of Yanyo Mountain Wild Yanyo. A master at the peak level of a lower-ranked Valkyrie is only half a step away from an intermediate-ranked Valkyrie. I have something to leave, and then you will do your best to assist Yunk. Han Feng said lightly. Yes. Yanyo looked respectful and didn't ask Han Feng what's important. This is not what he should ask. Ever since he was defeated by Han Feng, Yanyo has been extremely obedient, and he is the one who respects Han Feng the most among the 3 major martial god-level monsters. The next moment, Han Feng unfolded the Xuanhuan transformation, and a dragon whistle resounded through the sky, shaking the earth and the void. Xuanhuan Bian has 8 levels, 2 wings, 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings, 12 wings, 14 wings, and 16 wings. Even if the last level is only in the state of conception, there are 7 levels of Xuanhuan transformation. Han Feng once cultivated to the 6-wing level, which is still an advanced stage in the 6-wing level. Right now, Han Feng is naturally unable to display his 6 wings, so he only displays his 2 wings. However, even if it's just the 2nd wings, it's still a true master of God's domain. Martial Dao Continent's God's domain unique knowledge is not as rampant as Ziyun God's realm. When the God's domain's unique knowledge is displayed, the mysterious dragon releases a vast and boundless terrifying power all over the body, and the whole world seems to be a master descending. In a moment, Xuanhuan had been flying 10,000 zhang in the sky, before it turned into a small dot, and completely disappeared from the sight of the demon cow. Demon Master has become stronger. After Han Feng disappeared from Yanyo's sight, Yanyo sighed with emotion. I still remember that although Lord Demon Master defeated him a few years ago, he improved his combat power through many means, and his own cultivation was only at the level between Wudi and Wuxing. A year ago, I met Lord Demon Lord by chance, and the aura that Lord Demon Lord inadvertently emanated made me feel depressed. But now, he released the momentum at will, and he almost knelt down under the pressure. It seems that Lord Demon Lord has advanced to the rank of Martial God. At the beginning, only the level of Martial Emperor was able to defeat me. God knows how terrifying the combat power of Lord Demon Lord is now. Yanyo burst into pride. Transformed into a mysterious dragon, Han Feng can fly 10,000 zhang away in just one breath. Clouds and mist shrouded Xuanhuan's huge body. Occasionally, Emperor Wu or even a strong martial sage noticed the looming giant in the clouds, and they all turned pale with astonishment and fear. It wasn't until Xuanhuan's body went away that these strong men breathed a sigh of relief. The goal of Han Feng this time is Tianming City in the Purple Illusion Holy Land. Speaking of which, the Purple Illusion Holy Land is right next to the Great Sun Holy Land, located in the east of the Great Sun Holy Land. And Tianming City is located in the extreme west of the Purple Illusion Holy Land. In other words, Tianming City is very close to the Great Sun Holy Land. Perhaps not long after leaving Tianming City, it will be able to reach the commanding range of the Great Sun Holy Land in the Martial Dao continent. Han Feng landed in a mountain range in Xuanhuan Holy Land, where the demonic aura filled the sky, and it was a place where monsters lived no less than the three monster mountains Linglang Mountain. The phantom Leibao Xiaolei occupies this place. The former overlord of Linglang Mountain was a demigod monster named Tianyue Linglang. Both being at the demigod level, the bloodline of the Tianyue Ling Wolf is stronger than that of the Xuanhu three beasts. The Tianyue Ling Wolf alone is enough to fight against the Xuanhu three beasts of the three monster mountain. That's why Linglang Mountain is comparable to Three Demon Mountain. Boss, something is wrong. The Han family is in trouble. Han Feng landed on Linglang Mountain, originally to get a more detailed report from the mouth of the phantom Leibao. Information. A few years ago, Han Feng's father, Han Su, was successfully promoted to martial saint and became the new head of the Han family. The old head abdicated to become a member of the elders. In the next few years, the Han family and the Yi family were completely torn apart. There were many wars, and there was a lot of turmoil in the Great Sun Holy Land. I don't know how many forces were involved in it. If it weren't for Yi Yan's incident, the Yi family might be able to overwhelm the Han family with many hidden hands. It's a pity that the Han family had long been prepared for these dark hands of the Yi family, and those who could strike were killed early. In this way, the Yi family would have no chance. Even if the Han family has declined a bit from its peak period, its background is far superior to that of the Yi family. Over the past few years, the Yi family has gradually fallen into a disadvantage, causing many families following the Yi family to rebel immediately, which dealt a heavy blow to the Yi family and caused heavy losses to the Yi family. However, for some unknown reason, the Yi family hooked up with the Zi family of Mingyue Holy Land. Mingyue Holy Land is the third most terrifying existence in the top 10 Holy Lands, and the Zi family is one of the first-class families in Mingyue Holy Land. As a first-class family in Mingyue Holy Land, the number of martial gods owned by the Zi family is still higher than that of the Han family. With the addition of the Zi family, the Han family was in turmoil and precarious for a moment. Many families that originally fell to the Han family betrayed the Han family again, just like they betrayed the Yi family before. It turns out that there is a middle-ranked martial god in the Zi family who has advanced to an upper-ranked martial god. Han Feng already understood. There are 10 holy lands in total. Except for the first 3 holy lands that have legendary Valkyrie, the highest of the remaining 7 holy lands is the higher rank Valkyrie. A high-level martial god was born in the Zi family, and he has the ability to get out of the Mingyue Holy Land and establish a holy land by relying on his own family. But in order to establish a holy place, besides the power of the family itself, there are many other aspects to consider and use, such as occupying part of the ruling range of other holy places. There is no doubt that this will be an enemy of many holy places, and the process is too difficult. In this case, it is better to seize a holy place, so that it is enough to fight against only one holy place, and the danger and difficulty are greatly reduced. Among the 10 holy lands, only the Great Sun Holy Land does not have a high-ranking martial god, so it has become the target of the Zi family of the Bright Moon Holy Land. Looks like I'm going to Tianming City later. Thinking in Han Feng's heart, he has turned into a black dragon again and headed straight for the Great Sun Holy Land. The first update. Valkyrie. The Han family was full of people in the sky, and there was a continuous stream of violent shouts. In the sky and on the ground, there was even more fighting, bloody. Han Su's true energy was released from all over his body, and the sun's flaming body shone with brilliant sun brilliance. All enemies who were swept away by the sun-like flame screamed again, and turned into ashes. Han Su, who was promoted to a martial saint, showed his might and killed all the enemies who would commit crimes in the future. As a martial saint in the early days, Han Su's great Rian physique has been promoted to the ultimate stage, comparable to a divine physique. Being possessed by a divine body, and Han Su has mastered many holy-level martial arts, these martial arts are quite extraordinary in the same level. All these things lead to Han Su's real combat power is extremely amazing. In the middle stages of ordinary martial arts, it is difficult to sustain a move in Han Su's hands, and only in the late stage of ordinary martial arts, they can barely have the strength to fight. The intruders were either from the Yi family or from the Zi family. Naturally, they were not ordinary martial saints, but they also retreated steadily in the face of Han Su's dominance. Wuxing is like this, let alone those Wuzun Wudi, they can't even get close. As for the battle of the demigods, it's on the other side. And the highest altitude is a battle between the two warriors. It is true that the overall strength of the Zi family is stronger than that of the Han family, but it is impossible for the Zi family to bring all the martial gods from the Mingyue Holy Land to the Great Sun Holy Land. The Zi family also has enemies in the Mingyue Holy Land. Needless to say, the foundations of the Holy Land will be destroyed. It is because the Zi family came here, except for the upper-rank martial god, there is only one middle-rank martial god. Fortunately, with the addition of the martial gods of the Yi family and the martial gods who took refuge in the Yi family, the number of martial gods on both sides is basically equal, and there are also non-Han martial gods who are close to the Han family in the Great Sun Holy Land. However, the numbers were about the same, and the faces of the martial gods of the Han family did not improve at all. The other side only has a high-level martial god, which is enough to match all the martial gods on their side. The Zi family's high-ranking martial god punched out, like a mountain pressing down on the top, mighty and mighty. Scarlet Flame God Fist. Swallow the sky with fire. Burning the sky. Magic Flame Strike. Headed by the elder Han's parents. The power of many martial gods gathered together and blasted out with great momentum. However, the power of the upper-ranked martial god of the Zi family is even better, and every punch he throws has the potential to swallow mountains and rivers with anger. With a few punches, the attack of the long-browed old man and others was defeated. Damn it! Using the great sun flame body. The old man with long eyebrows shouted angrily, and the next moment there were a few more small suns in the sky. The four elders with long eyebrows had dazzling purple sun marks on their foreheads. The rest of the martial gods who helped the Han family also displayed their own sacred bodies. Suddenly, the vast power of the sky billowed out, running through the sky like a long river. The energies are like waves, but the Zi family's high-ranking martial god has a look of disdain, a mere holy body, dare to be presumptuous in front of me. The next moment, Zi family's high-ranking martial god was surrounded by purple light, condensed on his right arm, and the right arm of Zi's high-ranking martial god turned into a huge sword. The giant knife is surrounded by purple air, condensed on the tip of the sword, and the purple light overflows. This is the Zi family's inherited physique, the purple star sword body. The purple star sword body is divided into 7 stars, from the lowest 1 star to the highest 7 stars, and the highest 7 stars are equivalent to the existence of the god body level. The Zi family's high-ranking martial god has practiced for many years, and he has already tempered the Zixing sword body to the extreme, otherwise he would not have advanced to the high-ranking martial god. The 7-star purple star sword body, which is equivalent to the level of the god body, is enough to disdain the old man with long eyebrows and others. He was already stronger than the old man with long eyebrows and others, and he was also a divine body. The gap between the two sides not only did not narrow, but gradually increased. 7 stars cut the sky. The giant sword transformed into the right arm of the upper-ranked martial god of the Zi family suddenly clicked 7 times in the void, and 7 purple knives appeared in the void in an instant, and they slashed at the long-browed old man and others with fierce force. The old man with long eyebrows and others tried their best to resist, but the gap between the two sides would not be narrowed because of the old man with long eyebrows and others. The Han family really has no one left. They obviously have the great sun flame body with great potential, but they can't exert all the power of the great sun flame body at all, and they can't even refine the great sun flame body to the limit. The high-ranking martial god of the Z family is both jealous and proud. It is said that the limit of the great Rian physique can break through the level of the divine physique, so what? It is not being crushed by his mere purple star sword physique. The long-browed old man and the others were extremely aggrieved. The Zixing sword body has been tempered to the limit, which is equivalent to a low-grade god body, far inferior to the great sun flame body. Ultimately, the limit of the great Rian physique is comparable to the ultimate divine physique. If one can break through the ultimate Rian physique, then one can break through the limit of the divine physique and step into the super divine physique level, which is not comparable to the mere purple star sword physique. But now, the old man with long eyebrows felt grief and indignation. The younger generation was unworthy and incompetent. Seeing the Z family's high-ranking martial god pressing down on the long-browed old man and others to fight, the Yi family's martial gods showed cheerful smiles. The Z family has promised them that after the matter is completed, half of the Great Sun Holy Land will belong to them. Not good. Han Su was always watching the battle of the Supreme Elders, and his face was gloomy when he saw that his martial god was at a disadvantage. Even if he kills all directions at the level of martial saints, the outcome of this battle will ultimately depend on the contest between the martial gods. If this continues, Han Su was full of anxiety. All the children of the Han family saw that something was wrong, and this aroused their fighting spirit. Even if they died, they would have to take some backs. After 10 years of practice, Han Hu has already stepped into the late stage of King Wu. At this moment, he roared, and the purple sun wheel appeared behind him, and his combat power soared. Han Wu has also stepped into the level of Wu Wan now, and his true energy pours out, killing the people from the Yi family who invaded the Han family. If that kid Han Feng is here. Han Wu hated him very much. If that kid was there, how could these people be arrogant here? The 6-year-old Han Feng already possesses the cultivation base of Wu Zun, and his combat power is comparable to that of a Wu Xing. 10 years later, Han Wu believed that Han Feng had at least a martial saint cultivation level, and God knows how much his real combat power could reach. It doesn't matter if you're gone, if the martial god of the Yi family discovers that kid's talent, he will definitely kill him. Now that the kid hasn't returned for 10 years, he will never attract too much attention from the Yi family. The boy will surely avenge me and my family. A flash of happiness flashed in Han Wu's heart. Afterwards, Han Wu's attack became more ruthless. Han Wu has already seen that if the development continues like this, the Han family may be expelled today. That being the case, you can kill as many as you can before you die, and you can't lose money. The fighting on the ground became more and more intense. A large number of servants of the Han family disciples were beheaded, and the Yi family disciples also suffered heavy losses. The battle in the void was close to breaking out. Facing the high-ranking martial gods of the Z family who possessed divine bodies, these martial gods of the Han family and the martial gods who helped the Han family retreated in a row. The spiritual power of the high-ranking martial god of the Z family enveloped the entire Han family, and finally found the elder of the Han family who was in retreat in a secret room. The old man with long eyebrows and others were blown away with one punch, and the Z family's high-ranking martial god condensed his true energy on his fist, and blasted out with all his strength, viciously blasting towards the secret room. No. The eyes of the long-browed old man and the other martial gods were about to burst. Rumble. With one punch, most of the Han family was destroyed, the ground collapsed, and the houses collapsed. The nearby fighting children were involved, and they were reduced to ashes, without even making a scream. Yi family martial god's complexion was not good anymore. Not only the Han family disciples were involved, but also their Yi family disciples. The second update. Martial arts. The Han family was full of people in the sky, and there was a continuous stream of violent shouts. In the sky and on the ground, there was even more fighting, bloody. Han Su's true energy was released from all over his body, and the sun's flaming body shone with brilliant sun brilliance. All enemies who were swept away by the sun-like flame, screamed again, and turned into ashes. Han Su, who was promoted to a martial saint, showed his might and killed all the enemies who would commit crimes in the future. As a martial saint in the early days, Han Su's great Rian physique has been promoted to the ultimate stage, comparable to a divine physique. Being possessed by a divine body, and Han Su has mastered many holy level martial arts, these martial arts are quite extraordinary in the same level. All these things lead to Han Su's real combat power is extremely amazing. In the middle stages of ordinary martial arts, it is difficult to sustain a move in Han Su's hands, and only in the late stage of ordinary martial arts, they can barely have the strength to fight. The intruders were either from the Yi family or from the Z family. Naturally, they were not ordinary martial saints, but they also retreated steadily in the face of Han Su's dominance. Wuxing is like this, let alone those Wuzun Wudi, they can't even get close. As for the battle of the demigods, it's on the other side. And the highest altitude is a battle between the two warriors. It is true that the overall strength of the Z family is stronger than that of the Han family, but it is impossible for the Z family to bring all the martial gods from the Mingyue Holy Land to the Great Sun Holy Land. The Z family also has enemies in the Mingyue Holy Land. Needless to say, the foundations of the Holy Land will be destroyed. It is because the Z family came here, except for the upper-rank martial god, there is only one middle-rank martial god. Fortunately, with the addition of the martial gods of the Yi family and the martial gods who took refuge in the Yi family, the number of martial gods on both sides is basically equal, and there are also non-Han martial gods who are close to the Han family in the Great Sun Holy Land. However, the numbers were about the same, and the faces of the martial gods of the Han family did not improve at all. The other side only has a high-level martial god, which is enough to match all the martial gods on their side. The Z family's high-ranking martial god punched out, like a mountain pressing down on the top, mighty and mighty. Scarlet Flame God Fist. Swallow the sky with fire. Burning the sky. Magic Flame Strike. Led by the Elder Han's elder sister, many martial gods gathered their strength and blasted out with majestic momentum. However, the power of the upper-ranked martial god of the Z family is even better, and every punch he throws has the potential to swallow mountains and rivers with anger. With a few punches, the attack of the long-browed old man and others was defeated. Damn it! Using the great sun flame body. The old man with long eyebrows shouted angrily, and the next moment there were a few more small suns in the sky. The four elders with long eyebrows had dazzling purple sun marks on their foreheads. The rest of the martial gods who helped the Han family also displayed their own sacred bodies. Suddenly, the vast power of the sky billowed out, running through the sky like a long river. The energies are like waves, but the Z family's high-ranking martial god has a look of disdain, a mere holy body, dare to be presumptuous in front of me. The next moment, Z family's high-ranking martial god was surrounded by purple light, condensed on his right arm, and the right arm of Z's high-ranking martial god turned into a huge sword. The giant knife is surrounded by purple air, condensed on the tip of the sword, and the purple light overflows. This is the Z family's inherited physique, the purple star sword body. The purple star sword body is divided into 7 stars, from the lowest 1 star to the highest 7 stars, and the highest 7 stars are equivalent to the existence of the god body level. The Z family's high-ranking martial god has practiced for many years, and he has already tempered the Zixing sword body to the extreme, otherwise he would not have advanced to the high-ranking martial god. The 7-star purple star sword body, which is equivalent to the level of the god body, is enough to disdain the old man with long eyebrows and others. He was already stronger than the old man with long eyebrows and others, and he was also a divine body. The gap between the two sides not only did not narrow, but gradually increased. 7 stars cut the sky. The giant sword transformed into the right arm of the upper-ranked martial god of the Z family suddenly clicked 7 times in the void, and 7 purple knives appeared in the void in an instant, and they slashed at the long-browed old man and others with fierce force. The old man with long eyebrows and others tried their best to resist, but the gap between the two sides would not be narrowed because of the old man with long eyebrows and others. The Han family really has no one left. They obviously have the great sun flame body with great potential, but they can't exert all the power of the great sun flame body at all, and they can't even refine the great sun flame body to the limit. The high-ranking martial god of the Z family is both jealous and proud. It is said that the limit of the great Rion physique can break through the level of the divine physique, so what? It is not being crushed by his mere purple star sword physique. The long-browed old man and the others were extremely aggrieved. The Zixing sword body has been tempered to the limit, which is equivalent to a low-grade god body, far inferior to the great sun flame body. Ultimately, the limit of the great Rion physique is comparable to the ultimate divine physique. If one can break through the ultimate Rion physique, then one can break through the limit of the divine physique and step into the super divine physique level, which is not comparable to the mere purple star sword physique. But now, the old man with long eyebrows felt grief and indignation. The younger generation was unworthy and incompetent. Seeing the Z family's high-ranking martial god pressing down on the long-browed old man and others to fight, the Yi family's martial gods showed cheerful smiles. The Z family has promised them that after the matter is completed, half of the Great Sun Holy Land will belong to them. Not good. Han Su was always watching the battle of the Supreme Elders, and his face was gloomy when he saw that his martial god was at a disadvantage. Even if he kills all directions at the level of martial saints, the outcome of this battle will ultimately depend on the contest between the martial gods. If this continues, Han Su was full of anxiety. All the children of the Han family saw that something was wrong, and this aroused their fighting spirit. Even if they died, they would have to take some backs. After 10 years of practice, Han Hu has already stepped into the late stage of King Wu. At this moment, he roared, and the purple sun wheel appeared behind him, and his combat power soared. Han Wu has also stepped into the level of Wu Wan now, and his true energy pours out, killing the people from the Yi family who invaded the Han family. If that kid Han Feng is here. Han Wu hated him very much. If that kid was there, how could these people be arrogant here? The 6-year-old Han Feng already possesses the cultivation base of Wu Zun, and his combat power is comparable to that of a Wu Xing. 10 years have passed, and Han Wu believes that Han Feng has at least the cultivation of a martial saint, and God knows how much his real combat power can reach. Even if he is not as good as a martial god, he will definitely not be inferior to a demigod. It doesn't matter if you're gone, if the martial god of the Yi family discovers that kid's talent, he will definitely kill him. Now that the kid hasn't returned for 10 years, he will never attract too much attention from the Yi family. The boy will surely avenge me and my family. A flash of happiness flashed in Han Wu's heart. Afterwards, Han Wu's attack became more ruthless. Han Wu has already seen that if the development continues like this, the Han family may be expelled today. That being the case, you can kill as many as you can before you die, and you can't lose money. The fighting on the ground became more and more intense. A large number of servants of the Han family disciples were beheaded, and the Yi family disciples also suffered heavy losses. The battle in the void was close to breaking out. Facing the high-ranking martial gods of the Z family who possessed divine bodies, these martial gods of the Han family and the martial gods who helped the Han family retreated in a row. The spiritual power of the Z family's upper-ranked martial god enveloped the entire Han family, and finally found the elder of the Han family who was in retreat in a secret room. The old man with long eyebrows and others were blown away with one punch, and the Z family's high-ranking martial god condensed his true energy on his fist, and blasted out with all his strength, viciously blasting towards the secret room. No! The eyes of the long-browed old man and the other martial gods were about to burst. Rumble! With one punch, most of the Han family was destroyed, the ground collapsed, and the houses collapsed. The nearby fighting children were involved, and they were reduced to ashes, without even making a scream. Yi family martial god's complexion was not good anymore. Not only the Han family disciples were involved, but also their Yi family disciples. The second update. Martial arts. Ha ha ha, want to break through? Dream. The Z family's upper-ranked martial god laughed. If he didn't dodge this punch, he would definitely be seriously injured. And once he hides, the breakthrough opportunity he finally found will be lost, and it may not be possible to break through again in the future. The Han family is in danger now. Why hasn't the only elder Taisheng who can resist the Z family's high-ranking martial gods appear for so long? It is because the elder Taisheng has touched the edge of the breakthrough, and the gap between the high-ranking martial gods is only as thin as a layer of paper. As long as he breaks through the upper-rank martial god, the crisis of the Han family will be solved by itself. It's a pity that the high-ranking martial god of the Z family had already sensed the strangeness, and immediately punched the place where the elder of the Han family was retreating. Puff puff. Han Su was fighting the enemy when suddenly a frenzy hit, and Han Su was blown away by surprise. How terrifying is the punch of a high-level martial god, just the aftermath, which cannot be resisted by ordinary martial saints. Han Hu and Han Wu are farther away from the place where the upper-rank martial gods bombarded, so the impact can be compared. However, the strength of the two is only the martial king, so they are still vomiting blood. With just one blow, the battle on the ground was forcibly interrupted, and both the disciples of the Han family and the disciples of the Yi family were seriously injured. The martial god of the Yi family's face was livid, but he didn't dare to do anything. Big brother, the old man with long eyebrows and others cried out. In the rumbling smoke and dust, a figure was looming, looking a little embarrassed, and coughing sounds were heard from time to time. The smoke gradually dissipated, and an old man with white hair and a childlike face appeared in everyone's sight. Naturally, the old man's complexion was a little pale at this time. The high-ranking martial god of the Z family said coldly, Han Luan, this old man has really admired you for a long time. Since the great sun venerable of your Han family fell, you are the first one who has cultivated the great sun flame body to the state of the gods before becoming a martial god. If you wait for you to be promoted to a high-ranking warrior god, I'm afraid your great sun flame will experience it. It is not impossible for you to become a legendary warrior at that time if you refine it to the level of a middle-grade divine body. Unfortunately, if you want to blame it, it's because you were born too late. If you can be of the same age as the old man, maybe you are not a legendary martial god, but also a pinnacle of an upper-ranked martial god. How dare my Z family dare to think about your Han family? By the way, I heard that a genius who was promoted to the divine body before the second martial god appeared in your Han family. Today, not only you, but that genius is also going to die. The Z family's high-ranking martial god looked cold. Everyone in the Han family can let go today, but these two people can't. The Z family's high-ranking martial gods are well aware of the horror of these martial gods who have been promoted to the divine body before. Han Luan is at the demigod level, so Han Su, who was promoted to a god body at the martial saint level, is even more terrifying than Han Luan. The martial saint level has been promoted to the god body, and he will almost be a proper legendary martial god in the future. Let go of such a genius, and the Z family will have trouble sleeping and eating all day long. Han Luan's hoarse voice resounded in the air. Zilong Chen, is it true that today we really want to kill our Han family? Brother, are you all right? The old man with long eyebrows and others were pleasantly surprised. They thought it was impossible for Han Luan, who was in retreat, to escape Zilong Chen's sudden attack. Han Luan waved his hand, no problem. However, there was a wry smile in his heart. The breakthrough opportunity this time had disappeared. God knows how long it will take next time, maybe it will fall here today. Humph, among the top 10 holy lands, only your great son Holy Land has no high-ranking martial god. Your Han family is no longer qualified to control the Holy Land. The great son Holy Land should belong to my Z family. If your Han family is willing to take the initiative to swear to heaven, our Z family is the main one, and our Z family can leave some blood for your Han family. Everyone in the Han family, as long as they are still holding their breath, will all look at them with hatred. Let them regard the Z family as the master? For generations? Dream. Even if they are driven to death, without leaving a trace of blood, they will not surrender. Han Luan's momentum surged, and the flames all over his body gradually rose. It seems that your excellency really wants to kill our Han family. If that's the case, then come. Even if the old man dies, he will drag you to die with him. The imprint of the golden sun wheel appeared, and the momentum of the Korean wheel became stronger, and the terrifying power continued to bombard the surroundings like a wave. The martial gods of the Yi family were horrified to find out that the opponent was only an intermediate-ranked martial god, but the pressure brought to them was no longer comparable to that of an intermediate-ranked martial god. Han Luan was already at the critical moment of a breakthrough, and the breakthrough was defeated, but it was not without effect. In terms of background, it is more than a step stronger than the peak of the middle-level martial arts, second only to the upper-level martial arts. Yes, without Zilong Chen, Han Luan could save the situation by himself. Zilong Chen's expression froze slightly. As expected of Han Luan, you can achieve such an achievement even if you fail to break through. If it wasn't for the old man's 7-star purple star sword body at the level of the gods, he might not be able to suppress you. Zilong Chen let out a low shout, and the void trembled. The next moment, Zilong Chen has already made a move. The monster sword energy poured down like a torrential rain, extremely terrifying. Every sword energy has the ability to strangle Emperor Wudi and Martial Saint. De Sun Shin Fist. Han Luan's voice came out suddenly, and the sun behind him was shining brightly. These brilliance condensed into a fist, like a surging river, running through the sky and rushing away. Boom! The monster sword energy and the great sun god fist are like comets hitting a long river, setting off turbulent waves. Rolling terrifying energy raged in the void. At this moment, there is no one who dares to stand in the void except the Valkyrie, and even among the Valkyrie, as long as they are not mid-level Valkyrie, they will feel unspeakable oppression. There are means, but it's not enough. Zilong Chen grinned grimly. Tao Tao sword energy gathered on the giant sword on his right arm, and then Zilong Chen himself turned into a huge sword in the sky. A phantom of 1,000-foot purple giant sword appeared behind Zilong Chen, and a vast coercion descended, oppressing all beings. Die. Super God 7-star slash. In this attack, Zilong Chen did his best, not only included Han Luan, but also included the entire Han family in the attack range. All the children of the Han family felt a deep chill at this moment, as if locked by thousands of sharp swords, and the sword aura-like death made many children of the Han family look desperate. However, this also aroused the fierceness of the children of the Han family. They didn't believe it, and they couldn't resist it with all their strength. Han Luan smiled wryly. This is the power of an upper-ranked warrior. No matter how powerful he is among the middle-ranked warriors, he is still powerless against an equally powerful upper-ranked warrior at the same level. A look of determination flashed across his eyes, and Han Luan's anger soared to the sky. If this is destined to be his last blow, then come on. The fire of the sun ignited surgingly, and Han Luan concentrated all his strength on his right fist, even burning his own potential and life. With the burning of life, Han Luan seemed to have truly turned into a sun, and the fiery power swept across the world. The next moment, the great sun divine fist slammed out heavily. The first update. Valkyrie, 2 more. The Han family was full of people in the sky, and there was a continuous stream of violent shouts. In the sky and on the ground, there was even more fighting, bloody. Han Su's true energy was released from all over his body, and the sun's flaming body shone with brilliant sun brilliance. All enemies who were swept away by the sun-like flame screamed again and turned into ashes. Han Su, who was promoted to a martial saint, showed his might and killed all the enemies who would commit crimes in the future. As a martial saint in the early days, Han Su's great Rion physique has been promoted to the ultimate stage, comparable to a divine physique. Being possessed by a divine body, and Han Su has mastered many holy-level martial arts, these martial arts are quite extraordinary in the same level. All these things lead to Han Su's real combat power is extremely amazing. In the middle stages of ordinary martial arts, it is difficult to sustain a move in Han Su's hands, and only in the late stage of ordinary martial arts, they can barely have the strength to fight. The intruders were either from the Yi family or from the Z family. Naturally, they were not ordinary martial saints, but they also retreated steadily in the face of Han Su's dominance. Wuxing is like this, let alone those Wuzun Wudi, they can't even get close. As for the battle of the demigods, it's on the other side. And the highest altitude is a battle between the two warriors. It is true that the overall strength of the Z family is stronger than that of the Han family, but it is impossible for the Z family to bring all the martial gods from the Mingyue Holy Land to the Great Sun Holy Land. The Z family also has enemies in the Mingyue Holy Land. Needless to say, the foundations of the Holy Land will be destroyed. It is because the Z family came here, except for the upper-rank martial god, there is only one middle-rank martial god. Fortunately, with the addition of the martial gods of the Yi family and the martial gods who took refuge in the Yi family, the number of martial gods on both sides is basically equal, and there are also non-Han martial gods who are close to the Han family in the Great Sun Holy Land. However, the numbers were about the same, and the faces of the martial gods of the Han family did not improve at all. The other side only has a high-level martial god, which is enough to match all the martial gods on their side. The Z family's high-ranking martial god punched out, like a mountain pressing down on the top, mighty and mighty. Scarlet Flame God Fist. Swallow the sky with fire. Burning the sky. Magic Flame Strike. Headed by the elder Han's parents. The power of many martial gods gathered together and blasted out with great momentum. However, the power of the upper-ranked martial god of the Z family is even better, and every punch he throws has the potential to swallow mountains and rivers with anger. With a few punches, the attack of the long-browed old man and others was defeated. Damn it! Using the great sun flame body. The old man with long eyebrows shouted angrily, and the next moment there were a few more small suns in the sky. The 4 elders with long eyebrows had dazzling purple sun marks on their foreheads. The rest of the martial gods who helped the Han family also displayed their own sacred bodies. Suddenly, the vast power of the sky billowed out, running through the sky like a long river. The energies are like waves, but the Z family's high-ranking martial god has a look of disdain, a mere holy body, dare to be presumptuous in front of me. The next moment, Z family's high-ranking martial god was surrounded by purple light, condensed on his right arm, and the right arm of Z's high-ranking martial god turned into a huge sword. The giant knife is surrounded by purple air, condensed on the tip of the sword, and the purple light overflows. This is the purple star sword body, the inheritance physique of the Z family. The purple star sword body is divided into 7 stars, from the lowest 1 star to the highest 7 stars, and the highest 7 stars are equivalent to the existence of the god body level. The Z family's high-ranking martial god has practiced for many years, and he has already tempered the Zixing sword body to the extreme, otherwise he would not have advanced to the high-ranking martial god. The 7-star purple star sword body, which is equivalent to the level of the god body, is enough to disdain the old man with long eyebrows and others. He was already stronger than the old man with long eyebrows and others, and he was also a divine body. The gap between the two sides not only did not narrow, but gradually increased. 7 stars cut the sky. The giant sword transformed into the right arm of the upper-ranked martial god of the Z family suddenly clicked 7 times in the void, and 7 purple knives appeared in the void in an instant, and they slashed at the long-browed old man and others with fierce force. The old man with long eyebrows and others tried their best to resist, but the gap between the two sides would not be narrowed because of the old man with long eyebrows and others. The Han family really has no one left. They obviously have the great sun flame body with great potential, but they can't exert all the power of the great sun flame body at all, and they can't even refine the great sun flame body to the limit. The high-ranking martial god of the Z family is both jealous and proud. It is said that the limit of the great Rion physique can break through the level of the divine physique, so what? It is not being crushed by his mere purple star sword physique. The long-browed old man and the others were extremely aggrieved. The Zixing sword body has been tempered to the limit, which is equivalent to a low-grade god body, far inferior to the great sun flame body. Ultimately, the limit of the great Rion physique is comparable to the ultimate divine physique. If one can break through the ultimate Rion physique, then one can break through the limit of the divine physique and step into the super divine physique level, which is not comparable to the mere purple star sword physique. But now, the old man with long eyebrows felt grief and indignation. The younger generation was unworthy and incompetent. Seeing the Z family's high-ranking martial god pressing down on the long-browed old man and others to fight, the Yi family's martial gods showed cheerful smiles. The Z family has promised them that after the matter is completed, half of the Great Sun Holy Land will belong to them. Not good. Han Su was always watching the battle of the Supreme Elders, and his face was gloomy when he saw that his martial god was at a disadvantage. Even if he kills all directions at the level of martial saints, the outcome of this battle will ultimately depend on the contest between the martial gods. If this continues, Han Su was full of anxiety. All the children of the Han family saw that something was wrong, and this aroused their fighting spirit. Even if they died, they would have to take some backs. After 10 years of practice, Han Hu has already stepped into the late stage of King Wu. At this moment, he roared, and the purple sun wheel appeared behind him, and his combat power soared. Han Wu has also stepped into the level of Wu Wang now, and his true energy pours out, killing the people from the Yi family who invaded the Han family. If that kid Han Feng is here. Han Wu hated him very much. If that kid was there, how could these people be arrogant here? The 6-year-old Han Feng already possesses the cultivation base of Wu Zun, and his combat power is comparable to that of a Wu Xing. 10 years later, Han Wu believed that Han Feng had at least a martial saint cultivation level, and God knows how much his real combat power could reach. It doesn't matter if you're gone, if the martial god of the Yi family discovers that kid's talent, he will definitely kill him. Now that the kid hasn't returned for 10 years, he will never attract too much attention from the Yi family. The boy will surely avenge me and my family. A flash of happiness flashed in Han Wu's heart. Afterwards, Han Wu's attack became more ruthless. Han Wu has already seen that if the development continues like this, the Han family may be expelled today. That being the case, you can kill as many as you can before you die, and you can't lose money. The fighting on the ground became more and more intense. A large number of servants of the Han family disciples were beheaded, and the Yi family disciples also suffered heavy losses. The battle in the void was close to breaking out. Facing the high-ranking martial gods of the Z family who possessed divine bodies, these martial gods of the Han family and the martial gods who helped the Han family retreated in a row. The spiritual power of the high-ranking martial god of the Z family enveloped the entire Han family, and finally found the elder of the Han family who was in retreat in a secret room. The old man with long eyebrows and others were blown away with one punch, and the Z family's high-ranking martial god condensed his true energy on his fist, and blasted out with all his strength, viciously blasting towards the secret room. No! The eyes of the long-browed old man and the other martial gods were about to burst. Rumble! With one punch, most of the Han family was destroyed, the ground collapsed, and the houses collapsed. The nearby fighting children were involved, and they were reduced to ashes, without even making a scream. Yi family martial god's complexion was not good anymore. Not only the Han family disciples were involved, but also their Yi family disciples. The second update. Valkyrie, one more. Ha ha ha, want to break through? Dream. The Z family's upper-ranked martial god laughed. If he didn't dodge this punch, he would definitely be seriously injured. And once he hides, the breakthrough opportunity he finally found will be lost, and it may not be possible to break through again in the future. The Han family is in danger now. Why hasn't the only elder Taishang who can resist the Z family's high-ranking martial gods appear for so long? It is because the elder Taishang has touched the edge of the breakthrough, and the gap between the high-ranking martial gods is only as thin as a layer of paper. As long as he breaks through the upper-rank martial god, the crisis of the Han family will be solved by itself. It's a pity that the high-ranking martial god of the Z family had already sensed the strangeness, and immediately punched the place where the elder of the Han family was retreating. Puff puff. Han Su was fighting the enemy when suddenly a frenzy hit, and Han Su was blown away by surprise. How terrifying is the punch of a high-level martial god, just the aftermath, which cannot be resisted by ordinary martial saints. Han Hu and Han Wu are farther away from the place where the upper-rank martial gods bombarded, and the impact can be said to be relatively small. However, the strength of the two is only the martial king, so they are still vomiting blood. With just one blow, the battle on the ground was forcibly interrupted, and both the disciples of the Han family and the disciples of the Yi family were seriously injured. The martial god of the Yi family's face was livid, but he dared not say anything. Big brother, the old man with long eyebrows and others cried out. In the rumbling smoke and dust, a figure was looming, looking a little embarrassed, and coughing sounds were heard from time to time. The smoke gradually dissipated, and an old man with white hair and a childlike face appeared in everyone's sight. Naturally, the old man's complexion was a little pale at this time. The high-ranking martial god of the Z family said coldly, Han Luan, this old man has really admired you for a long time. Since the great sun venerable of your Han family fell, you are the first one who has cultivated the great sun flame body to the state of the gods before becoming a martial god. If you wait for you to be promoted to a high-ranking warrior god, I'm afraid your great sun flame will experience it. It is not impossible for you to become a legendary martial god if you refine it to the level of a middle-grade divine body. Unfortunately, if you want to blame it, you are born too late. If you can be of the same age as the old man, maybe you are not a legendary martial god, but also a pinnacle of an upper-ranked martial god. How dare my Z family dare to think about your Han family? By the way, I heard that there is another genius in your Han family who was promoted to the divine body before the second martial god. Today, not only you, but that genius is also going to die. The Z family's upper-ranked martial god looked cold. Everyone in the Han family can let go today, but these two people can't. The Z family's high-ranking martial gods are well aware of the horror of these martial gods who have been promoted to the divine body before. Han Luan is at the demigod level, so Han Su, I heard that he was promoted to a god body at the martial saint level, which is even more terrifying than Han Luan. The martial saint level has been promoted to the god body, and he will almost be a proper legendary martial god in the future. Let go of such a genius, and the Z family will have trouble sleeping and eating all day long. Han Luan's hoarse voice resounded in the air. Zilong Chen, is it true that today we really want to kill our Han family? Brother, are you all right? The old man with long eyebrows and others were pleasantly surprised. They thought it was impossible for Han Luan, who was in retreat, to escape Zilong Chen's sudden attack. Han Luan waved his hand, no problem. However, there was a wry smile in his heart. This time the breakthrough opportunity has disappeared, and God knows how long it will take for the next one. Maybe today he will fall here. Humph, among the top 10 holy lands, only your great son Holy Land has no high-ranking martial god. Your Han family is no longer qualified to control the Holy Land. The great son Holy Land should belong to my Z family. If your Han family is willing to take the initiative to swear to heaven, our Z family is the main one, and our Z family can leave some blood for your Han family. Everyone in the Han family, as long as they are still holding their breath, will all look at them with hatred. Let them regard the Z family as the master? For generations? Dream. Even if they are driven to death, without leaving a trace of blood, they will not surrender. Han Luan's momentum surged, and the flames all over his body gradually rose. It seems that your excellency really wants to kill our Han family. If that's the case, then come. Even if the old man dies, he will drag you to die with him. The imprint of the golden sun wheel appeared, and the momentum of the Korean wheel became stronger, and the terrifying power continued to bombard the surroundings like a wave. The martial gods of the Yi family were horrified to find out that the opponent was only an intermediate-ranked martial god, but the pressure brought to them was no longer comparable to that of an intermediate-ranked martial god. Han Luan was already at the critical moment of a breakthrough, and the breakthrough was defeated, but it was not without effect. In terms of background, it is more than a step stronger than the peak of the middle-level martial arts, second only to the upper-level martial arts. It can be said that without Zilong Chen, Han Luan could save the situation by himself. Zilong Chen's expression froze slightly. As expected of Han Luan, you can achieve such an achievement even if you fail to break through. If it wasn't for the old man's 7-star purple star sword body at the level of the gods, he might not be able to suppress you. Zilong Chen let out a low shout, and the void trembled. The next moment, Zilong Chen has already made a move. The monster sword energy poured down like a torrential rain, extremely terrifying. Every sword energy has the ability to strangle Emperor Wudi and Martial Saint. De Sun Shin Fist. Han Luan's voice came out suddenly, and the sun behind him was shining brightly. These brilliance condensed into a fist, like a surging river, running through the sky and rushing away. Boom! The monster sword energy and the great sun god fist are like comets hitting a long river, setting off turbulent waves. Rolling terrifying energy raged in the void. At this moment, there is no one who dares to stand in the void except the Valkyrie, and even among the Valkyrie, as long as they are not mid-level Valkyrie, they will feel unspeakable oppression. There are tricks, but it's not enough. Zilong Chen grinned grimly, and Taodao's sword energy gathered on the giant sword on his right arm, and then Zilong Chen himself turned into a giant sword in the sky. A phantom of 1,000-foot purple giant sword appeared behind Zilong Chen, and a vast coercion descended, oppressing all beings. Die. Super God 7-star slash. In this attack, Zilong Chen did his best, not only included Han Luan, but also included the entire Han family in the attack range. All the children of the Han family felt a deep chill at this moment, as if locked by thousands of sharp swords, and the sword aura like death made many children of the Han family look desperate. However, this also aroused the fierceness of the children of the Han family. They didn't believe it, and they couldn't resist it with all their strength. Han Luan smiled wryly. This is the power of an upper-ranked warrior. No matter how powerful he is among the middle-ranked warriors, he is still powerless against an equally powerful upper-ranked warrior at the same level. A look of determination flashed across his eyes, and Han Luan's anger soared to the sky. If this is destined to be his last blow, then come on. The fire of the sun ignited surgingly, and Han Luan concentrated all his strength on his right fist, even burning his own potential and life. With the burning of life, Han Luan seemed to have truly turned into a sun, and the fiery power swept across the world. The next moment, the great sun divine fist slammed out heavily. The first update. Valkyrie, yesterday. The shocking collision seemed to tear the sky apart. At the moment when the two sides attacked and collided, a dazzling light shone on the sky, and everyone couldn't open their eyes, as if the real sun had descended here, illuminating the whole world. This light can be clearly seen even thousands of miles away from the great Sun Holy Land. At the same time, streams of sword energy blasted towards the surroundings like a whirlwind. The sword energy pierced the void, almost piercing through the space, and the space above the Han family became unstable, and space cracks began to appear continuously. The openings of these space cracks are not big, but they are numerous, densely packed, which makes people feel shocked. There was also sword energy falling like a torrential rain, and the screams were endless. In the screams, there were both members of the Han family and members of the Yi family. The martial gods of the Yi family looked extremely anxious. This Zilongchen Mafei had a problem with his head. No matter how many times he attacked, they also involved the strong men of the Yi family. Even if not many people are involved, it is still a big loss. All of a sudden, Yi family's middle-ranked martial god was startled. Could it be that Zilongchen did it consciously? The purpose is to suppress their Yi family? For a moment, the face of Yi family's high-ranking martial god was uncertain. The rumbling sound in the void was still shaking, and two figures shot out from two opposing directions. Everyone's gazes were focused away, only to see Zilongchen was in ragged clothes, with burns all over his body, looking in a panic. The martial gods of the Yi family gasped. This Han Luan was so powerful that he forced the mighty high-ranking martial gods to this level. You must know that when you reach the realm of Valkyrie, the challenges become more and more difficult as you level up. In today's mainland, there are not many god-level martial arts handed down, and there is not much difference in everyone's mastery. Therefore, to fight at a higher level depends on the physical level of both sides. Han Luan is a low-grade divine body, and Zilongchen is also a low-grade divine body. With the same low-grade divine body, Han Luan has no advantage at all. In such a case, Zilongchen Tang, a high-ranking martial god, should completely crush Han Luan. Everyone's eyes turned to Han Luan, and they were surprised again. The previous Han Luan had a childlike face and soft silver hair, which seemed to be shining with a faint silver light. But now Han Luan, although still silver-haired, looked dull and messy. Looking at his face again, he still has a childlike face, as if he has aged for decades, and the lines and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are revealed. Zilongchen looked ferocious. Damn it, you burned your vitality. With so much vitality burned, even if you can escape alive today, there is no possibility of advancing to the upper rank of Valkyrie. The martial god of the Yi family understood clearly that it had burned their vitality. No wonder they were able to narrow the gap and make Zilongchen so embarrassed. A trace of disappointment flashed in Han Luan's eyes, and his vitality was burned, but that was all, and he didn't even seriously injure the opponent. Disappointment was disappointment, but Han Luan did not regret it. If he hadn't burned his vitality, he would have been severely injured by now and lost the power to fight again. And that monstrous sword energy will kill most of the strong members of the Han family, including martial saints and demigods. But now, at most they lost some disciples under King Wu, and almost all the disciples above King Wu were fine. Zilongchen quickly calmed down. Is it necessary to protect the members of the Han family by burning your vitality? Unfortunately, after you die, the members of the Han family will still be beheaded by the old man. I want to see how many times you can burn. Taodao's sword energy was like a long river, and once again condensed behind Zilongchen, turning into a huge purple sword. Regardless of his own consumption, Han Luan stood proudly, and the sun wheel appeared behind him. The old man with long eyebrows and the others saw their eyes reddened and gritted their teeth, but because they were too weak, they didn't dare to intervene at will, so as not to drag Han Luan down. And in the previous battle, several Valkyrie had been injured long ago, and they didn't dare to easily intervene in the battle. The Han family, this old man will be destroyed today. Zilong Chen's roar spread throughout the great Sun-Holy land. "Dare you, thief!" But at this moment, there was a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and the sound of violent shouts that resounded through the sky suddenly rumbled, and the void shook. This sound seemed to come from the distant sky, like an ancient beast emerging. The roaring voice carried terrifying soul oppression, pressing down on Zilong Chen like Mount Tai. Puff. Zilong Chen's expression was horrified. He couldn't believe it. Just a single sound from the other party caused the true energy in his body to be completely disordered, and he ran around. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Zilong Chen was on the verge of falling. His head seemed to be hit hard, and the spiritual world set off a turbulent wave. Who? Z family's second martial god, as well as Yi family and the martial god who helped Yi family shouted in unison, with confused expressions on their faces. At this time, where did the spoiler come from? This person. Could it be that he came to help the Han family? Then, in the shocking eyes of everyone, a huge black dragon that meandered in the clouds showed its own figure, came out shockingly, and the dragon's roar soared into the sky. Han Luan was full of surprises, never expecting that a helper would come to help in the desperate situation. After being pleasantly surprised, Han Luan had doubts in his heart. Who was the other party? Why help them, the Han family? It seems that their Han family doesn't know such a giant dragon. In the martial Dao continent, there are still monsters above the lower ranks of martial gods? Han Luan was about to clasp his fists to ask, when he saw Xuanlong's huge body disappear, and a young boy about 10 years old reappeared in everyone's sight. Wind. Third brother. The old man with long eyebrows, Han Su, Lin Ro, Han Hu, and Han Wu all screamed. Although they haven't seen each other for 10 years, Han Su and others recognized Han Feng at a glance. What, the situation? Han Luan was stunned, but vaguely understood that this young and powerful young man was probably a member of the Han family. Han Luan has been in seclusion for too long, and he doesn't know Han Feng at all. Even Han Su, the old man with long eyebrows, sent a voice transmission to Han Luan to let Han Luan know that there is such a number one person. In fact, Han Luan has not met Han Su until now. Elder Changmei, father, mother, eldest brother, and second brother. Han Feng nodded to the people he knew. The old man with long eyebrows came back to his senses, and immediately sent a voice transmission to Han Luan. After a while, Han Luan understood everything, and then he was ecstatic, laughing out loud, and his voice shook the void. On the contrary, the Yi family's face was miserable. The Han family, why did such a terrifying genius suddenly appear? There was no such news beforehand. Damn Junior. At this time, Zilong Chen had already recovered, and his spiritual world gradually calmed down. Han Feng was too young, and because of his powerful soul, Zilong Chen couldn't see through Han Feng's realm, and subconsciously thought that he was hit hard by the opponent's move because he didn't pay attention. Even though Zilong Chen was beaten to death, he did not believe that a mere junior would be stronger than himself. Han Feng's face turned cold, his pupils were dark, and he stared at Zilong Chen instantly. Zilong Chen stopped cursing, and felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet. What kind of ice is that? It contains endless coldness, and it seems to contain a storm, which makes people tremble with fear. You are the high-level martial god of the Z family? If you dare to trouble my Han family, then go to hell. Han Feng didn't give the high-level martial god of the Z family a chance to speak, and blasted him with his Xinyan fist. Thanks to years of dedication by the monster clan in the martial Dao continent, Han Feng has already cultivated the Xingyan Bang Tian fist to the level of the Xingyan fighting fist, and has cultivated to the peak of the first level of the Xingyan fighting fist. The terrifying power surged like a tsunami, and everyone was shocked. What kind of magical skill is this? Could it be a third-level god-level martial skill? No, even a third-level god-level martial skill doesn't have such power. You mere junior, Don't you think that you can compete against this old man by finding a powerful magic skill by chance? I have cultivated advanced martial arts for thousands of years. How can you, a little boy, be able to compete? Zilongchen finally found a way for himself to be traumatized before. The excuse and reason must be due to the god-level martial skill. If he obtains such a god-level martial skill, his strength will also skyrocket. A deep greed flashed in Zilongchen's eyes. The god-level martial skill he mastered is only a mere second-level martial skill. If he masters this seemingly third-level god-level martial skill, it is actually more powerful than the third-level divine skill and lower than the fourth-level legendary martial skill. His powerful move might be able to compete with the legendary Valkyrie. Be careful. Han Luan and the others changed their expressions. Like Zilongchen, Han Luan and the others also thought that Han Feng had injured Zilongchen when Zilongchen was caught off guard by using powerful god-level martial arts. Zilongchen Tang is a high-ranking martial god. No matter how talented Han Feng is, how can he be Zilongchen's opponent when he is less than 20 years old? Han Luan and the others wanted to help, but Han Feng's Xuanhuan fighting fist had already collided with Zilongchen's huge purple sword that turned the virtual into reality. A majestic force smashed Zilongchen's purple giant sword attack in one fell swoop. What? This time, Zilongchen was really horrified. Just relying on martial arts, even god-level martial arts, can't do it. The gap between the two sides is there. The moment Han Feng made a move without reservation, his cultivation level was exposed to everyone's eyes. He was clearly a mid-level martial god. This greatly exceeded the expectations of Han Luan and the others. According to their original thinking, Han Feng was a demigod if he died. They have never heard of mid-level warriors who are less than 20. It was so shocking that they forgot to make a move. Xuanhuan Zhanchuan continued to charge forward, Zilongchen retreated rapidly, and at the same time blasted out his true energy, trying to resist Han Feng's attack in vain. Zilongchen didn't feel the fear of Han Feng until he came into contact with Han Feng's Xuanhuan fist in person. The strength of the opponent obviously looks average, not even the peak of the middle-level martial arts, but there is an extraordinary power inside. It was this extraordinary power that made his attack extremely weak, and he was crushed like a broken man. No. Zilongchen's eyes widened, and he let out a roar of unwillingness, and was completely swallowed by Xuanhuan's fist in the next moment. The roar stopped abruptly, and the whole world fell into silence in an instant. Everyone's eyes fell on Han Feng in disbelief. This guy was able to kill Zilongchen with one punch. That is a high-ranking martial god. The second update. Han Feng has long discovered that perhaps the way of cultivation in this continent is different. Even after reaching the realm of a warrior, the power in the warrior's body is still the real essence, and there is no essential change. And Han Feng practiced the 9 flames and different fires Ju, although due to the limitation of the heavenly law of the martial Tao continent, what exists in his body is also the real energy instead of the Xuanhuan, but the 9 flames and different fire Ju still allows the real energy in Han Feng's body and the martial god of the martial arts continent to be true. Yuan is fundamentally different. It wasn't the traditional true energy of the martial Tao continent, nor was it divine energy. Even Han Feng himself didn't know what to call the energy in his body. It's just that Han Feng knows that the superficial true energy in his body is around the middle and late stage of the middle-level martial arts, but it is actually comparable to the second and third-rank divine energy. Such an essential change naturally made Han Feng's true energy attack power far exceed that of the mid to late stage martial gods. Coupled with the level of Xuanhuan's fighting fist far surpassing Zilongchen's second-level god-level martial arts, killing Zilongchen in seconds became a matter of course. God-level martial arts in martial Tao continent are divided into 9 levels. The first level is very common. Every holy land has such martial skills, but there are very few second-level martial arts, and there are very few warriors who can practice the second-level god-level martial arts to perfection. The third level is even rarer. Maybe there will be one in the top 3 holy places, but whether there is a martial god to cultivate it to the perfect state is another matter. From the first to the third level of god-level martial arts, in Han Feng's view, they are the best skills in the elementary gods. The peak of the first level of Xuanhuan's combat body has already surpassed the elementary school of God's domain, almost between the elementary school of God's domain and the intermediate level of God's domain, and its power is far beyond the second level, so it can naturally overwhelm Zilong Chen. As long as Zilong Chen is stronger and breaks through to the mid to late stage or even the peak of the upper level martial god, Han Feng needs to use the Xuanhuan battle body or the Great Sun Flame body to achieve instant kills, or use a stronger mid-level god's domain unique skill. In terms of the level of the martial Dao continent, it is a legendary god-level martial skill. Han Feng's equanimity, in the eyes of the Yi family, is as terrifying as a demon. Especially his other middle-ranked martial god was almost crazy. In any case, he never expected that this attack on the Han family would end up like this. That's a high-level martial god, so he was instantly killed. And the other party didn't even use the famous Great Sun Flame physique of the Han family. What if they used the Great Sun Flame physique? How terrible would that be? Thinking of this, the middle-ranked martial god of the Z family shuddered, turned around and mobilized the true energy in his whole body, turned into a rainbow light and fled away. Where to escape? Han Feng snorted coldly, and with a slap of his palm in the void, an invisible force pressed towards the Z middle-ranked martial god. The squeeze of space caused the Valkyrie to let out a scream, and it turned into blood mist with a bang under the terrified eyes of countless people. This miserable end made Yi family's martial gods all pale. And those martial gods who helped the Yi family collapsed one by one. These martial gods wanted to beg for mercy, but Han Feng didn't give them a chance. He used a move against Z middle-ranked martial gods, and directly used his own power to push the space to oppress these martial gods. These martial gods are only low-rank martial gods, and they are even more unbearable to resist. Yi family's middle-ranked martial god yelled frantically, "Don't run away, we will attack with all our strength." At such a moment, running away is to hand over your back to the enemy, and you are looking for death. Only by condensing into one force can they not be broken one by one. The martial gods woke up one after another, and at the next moment they each displayed their divine bodies, and all kinds of tricks came fiercely like a flood of beasts. Han Feng can kill Zilong Chen with one punch, let alone this group of warriors. It was still a move of Xuanhuan War Fist, which blasted into the Valkyrie like a bamboo, and swept all the Valkyrie into it. In a moment, the void was clean, the might of the Valkyrie dissipated, and there was no shadow of the Valkyrie. Han Luan swallowed a mouthful of spit, and swept towards Han Feng Gujing's face without waves. His heart trembled with hatred. Even though he knew that Han Feng was a descendant of their Han family, Han Luan couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. If Han Luan is like this, the rest of the martial saints and even demigods of the Han family are also like this. The only ones who can really treat Han Feng naturally are the couple Han Su and his wife Han Hu and Han Wu. As for the rest of the younger generation, they all focused their reverent eyes on Han Feng. It can be expected that Han Feng will be the target of their worship in the future. Perhaps Han Feng's status in their hearts is no less than that of the ancestor of the Han family, Venerable Dari. Venerable Dari is too far away from them after all, he has passed away long ago. Han Feng is a living person. Good, good, good. The long-browed old man sighed in admiration. Back then, the long-browed old man had already expected Han Feng's extraordinary future, but he was surprised to reach such a state so quickly. After the surprise, it was a deep surprise. The power displayed by Han Feng is almost unafraid of the major holy places. Their Han family is finally about to return to their former glory. Ha ha ha, our Han family has survived the crisis this time, we must celebrate it. Han Luan suddenly laughed. This proposal was unanimously approved by the senior members of the Han family, and the long-browed old man also extended an invitation to the martial gods who assisted the Han family. These martial gods readily agreed, and felt that the decision to help the Han family was too correct. The martial gods looked at Han Feng eagerly. Apparently most of the reason for agreeing was to make friends with Han Feng. There are even very few who have begun to think about whether their family has a girl of the right age to marry. Han Feng coughed lightly. Elders, the Han family is seriously damaged right now. Let's wait until everything recovers to celebrate. Han Luan paused for a moment, glanced down, and sighed. What I'm talking about is, let's recover first. It is estimated that not many of these juniors have the intention to really celebrate. This time the Yi family attacked, many people died in the Han family, the grief has not passed, how can they celebrate happily? A month later. The Han family has basically recovered, and all the damaged places have been rebuilt one by one. As the head of the Han family, Han Su took time off from his busy schedule at this time, and the family reunited for a reunion dinner. The place for the reunion dinner is where Lin Ro usually lives. It can be said that the number of times the four of them eat together is too rare, and all four of them cherish this hard-won opportunity. At this point in cultivation, the four of them no longer need to eat to maintain energy in their bodies. In the big world, Han Feng's parents did not reunite until he was in his teens, and he didn't spend many days with his parents after that. The number of meals the family had was worse than that of the family after the reincarnation of this martial arts small world. Over the past few years, Han Feng has already put the Xiaoshe family in his heart. It seems that you have already made a decision. Xiaopeng said lightly. Well, after capturing Qi Luck, I don't intend to capture any plain heart, no matter if I have the ability or not. Even if someone else steals the heart of the plain, I will stop it. Han Feng's expression froze, and he replied via voice transmission. Without the heart of the plain, the small world will collapse, and it is self-evident what the consequences will be for the original residents of the small world. Let Han Feng sit and watch the death of Han Su and others. Han Feng can't do it. The first update. Suddenly changing from the familiar world to another world, the worldview is estimated to undergo a huge change. In addition, the small world in the Xuanhuan temple is in a wild state, and its scope is not large. The parents and others of the Great Jin Kingdom, as well as other powerful people in the mainland, had no choice but to enter the small world of the Xuanhuan temple, because if they did not enter, they would die, so even if the small world was in a barren state, they recognized it. Even if the martial arts in the small world of martial arts declined, it was much better than the wild state of the small world of Xuanhuan temple. Moreover, although the small world of Xuanhuan temple is small, there are not many people entering it, and it will not be crowded. But if all warriors from the small world of martial arts enter, then it is not necessarily so. The small world of martial arts is not small, maybe not as huge as the Ziyun God realm, but it is still equivalent to 1/3 of the Ziyun God realm. And the last point, when parents from two worlds meet, it always feels so weird. Of course, it is also possible to temporarily squeeze the fighters from the small world of martial arts into the small world of the Xuanhuan temple, and then let the fighters from the small world of martial arts come to the big world through the temple of Xuanhuan after returning to the big world. But the rules of the small world and the big world are different. At that time, not only the strength of the warriors in the martial Dao continent will plummet, but I am afraid that there will be no possibility of further progress in the future. In other words, they will become weak in the big world. And the weak will only become cannon fodder. The way of heaven in the big world can tolerate the small world, but the way of heaven in the small world cannot affect the big world. Han Feng and others were reincarnated in the small world, and they could gradually adapt to recovering their previous life's power, but if warriors from the small world suddenly came to the big world, they would not be able to. These various reasons made Han Feng give up his heart to seize the plain. That's fine, anyway, if you get the heart of the plane, you will also be taken away by the higher-ups of the Qianquan sect. Fatty didn't care about that. Having made the decision, Han Feng felt much relieved, and talked with his parents and brothers in this life. With Han Wu making jokes about Baisak, the atmosphere was always lively. In a month's time, those who should be sad are also sad, so the second day and the whole day after that are celebrated. Among them, it took too much time to entertain guests. The news that Han Feng killed the upper-ranked martial god with one punch spread out. It can be said that the mainland was shocked. Han Feng's reputation has spread to all the holy places in just 1 month, and even Xuanhuan has heard of it. Many strong men brought outstanding female disciples of their families to the banquet, hoping that Han Feng would value the female disciples of his family, and it would be good to be a concubine instead of becoming a first wife. Ha ha ha, third brother, your good fortune has come. Seeing so many women's eager gazes, Han Wu couldn't help gloating. Han Feng's face darkened, his eyes swept over these women, his scalp felt numb for a while, his eyes seemed to swallow him up. Lin Ro, the mother, also made trouble. She pursed her lips and smiled, "Saner, why don't you take everything? 3,000 beauties in the harem are also a beautiful thing." Han Feng had no choice but to run away, making Han Wu and others laugh again. In order to escape, and to meet Xuanhuan, Han Feng simply left the Han family and went to Tianming City, the holy land of purple illusion. Tianming City is a main city, and its lord is a peak martial saint who is only one step away from a demigod. According to the information obtained from many monsters in the martial Dao continent, the origin of this city lord seems to be a bit complicated. In terms of longevity, human beings are inferior to monsters. Some monsters with extremely long lifespan, even if they are not strong, know a lot of secrets. Among the monsters in the martial Dao continent, there is such an old antique, about the strength of a 10th order holy beast and demigod. This old antique gave Han Feng information about the lord of Tianming City. The martial Dao continent has been in decline for a long time. Many great powers in ancient times have been forgotten by later generations, but there is only one great power that future generations will never dare to forget. This great god is the god of creation. It is said that the 3 realms were created by this great god. No one knows how powerful this great god is. Today's legendary Valkyrie is probably like an ant in the eyes of the other party. These words of praise for the god of creation were naturally spoken by that old antique. However, Han Feng knew that the god of creation was a master of the god-emperor realm, and in these 3 realms, he was indeed an invincible existence. However, it is not necessarily the case in the outside world. There are low-level, middle-level, and high-level god-emperors, and there are masters above. But no matter what, it is also an immortal god-emperor. With such power, if something is revealed from the fingers, it will cause the strong to fight wildly. It is said that the ancestors of the city lord of Tianming City seem to have received an inheritance from the god of creation. Of course, this is just a rumor, not many people in the martial Dao continent take it seriously. If they really got the inheritance of the god of creation, the clan of the city lords of Tianming City would not fall to this point, not to mention the martial gods, not even the demigods. Even if the rumors are true, the inheritance of the god of creation may have been lost long ago. Han Feng came to the city lord's mansion and was stopped by the guards of the city lord's mansion. Who is coming? Han Feng wasn't annoyed when he was stopped, and said with a light smile, "I'm a friend of the 3rd son of your mansion, so I'm here to find the 3rd son." A friend of the 3rd young master? The guards looked at each other, and immediately clasped their fists together and said, "Since that's the case, let Xuanhuan go and report, I don't know your name. You just need to tell the 3rd son that the old man is visiting, and then tell him the 4 characters of Wanyan Jialong." Han Feng didn't say his name. The guard saw that Han Feng didn't want to introduce himself, and he didn't care. He just went to the third young master and asked if he was an old friend of the third young master. The martial arts training ground of the city lord's mansion. Xuanhuan practiced martial arts here. Anyone who came here would find that the martial arts Xuanhuan practiced looked ordinary but contained great power. With a strong mind and soul vigilance, Xuanhuan didn't worry about being discovered at all. Huh? Xuanhuan was fascinated, and Xuanhuan noticed someone coming. Third young master, someone outside the house claims to be your old friend and wants to see you? The guard's eyes were burning, and he admired his young master from the bottom of his heart. In the past month, a man named Han Feng has suddenly risen and become famous in the mainland, but in the eyes of the guards, his third young master may not be inferior to him. The martial gods, who are less than 20, aren't their three young masters also? It's a pity that the city lord had already issued an order, otherwise he would have spread the news and enjoyed the treatment of the Han family now. Old friends? Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows. What old friends does he have? Could it be? The guard said at this time, the man called Beiji told the young master 4 words, Wanyan Jialong. Xuanhuan's body shook, and sure enough. The second update. It's okay if it's junior brother Han, but if it's Taishang Junjin. Xuanhuan felt nervous and smiled. Even if it's the Taishang Junjin, who reincarnated as a human being at the same time, everyone is at the same level, and who can be much better than whom? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan strode out. Outside the city lord's mansion, Xuanhuan finally met Han Feng. Han Feng smiled slightly. I've met, senior brother. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Haha, it's really a junior, that's great. Xuanhuan couldn't help but be overjoyed to meet Han Feng again in the small world, especially when he thought of his current situation. With such a helper to join, the chances of winning are even greater. Walk, go, talk to me. Xuanhuan suddenly realized that this is not a good place to talk, and pulled Han Feng into the city lord's mansion immediately. Only the guards were left with blank faces. When did the third young master have a junior? In the city lord's mansion, the houses are arranged in a patchwork order. Xuanhuan lives in the east of the city lord's mansion. Junior brother, your name has spread throughout the continent in the past month. As soon as he sat down, Xuanhuan congratulated him. Han Feng chuckled, if senior brother is willing, I'm afraid it will be the same now, isn't senior martial arts god? Han Feng's soul swept away, and he was indeed a martial god, and he was still a mid-level martial god like himself. However, Han Feng found that Xuanhuan was only at the early stage of the middle-level martial arts, and was no closer to the late-stage middle-level martial arts than himself. It seems that the foundation of the Santos family is too weak, causing the brothers to fall behind. Xuanhuan sighed, it's not that senior brother doesn't want to, but it's not the time yet. I really didn't expect my junior brother to come to find Brother Wei now. It's really a timely help. Brother Wei needs your help. Oh, what's the matter? Han Feng was startled. Help me eradicate the Jiang family in the Purple Illusion Holy Land. Xuanhuan said word by word. His face was stern. Jiang family? The ruler of the Purple Illusion Holy Land? Han Feng looked surprised. This Purple Illusion Holy Land was second only to the top 3 holy lands among the top 10 holy places. It is said that this Jiang family has more than one high-ranking martial god, and the strongest one has reached the peak of the upper-ranking martial god. What surprised Han Feng was not this, but that Xuanhuan needed his help. Even if Xuanhuan is only the pinnacle of the middle-ranked martial god now, with his gradually awakened blood and martial arts from his previous life, coupled with his current divine body, or the power of a divine weapon, it should not be difficult to kill an upper-ranked martial god, even an upper-ranked martial god peak powerhouse. Moreover, what does this have to do with revealing the cultivation of the martial god at the wrong time? Xuanhuan paused for a moment, as if he had guessed Han Feng's doubts, and said immediately, junior brother doesn't know something. It involves a secret of my Gan family. The Gan family is the reincarnated family of Xuanhuan. Not everyone is lucky enough to be reincarnated into a family with the same surname as Han Feng did, and even get the exact same name. Xuanhuan's name in this life is Gan Kong. I don't know if junior brother knows the rumors about my Gan family from the outside world. But the fact that the ancestors of the Gan family received the inheritance of the god of creation? Han Feng asked in surprise. Seeing Xuanhuan's expression, could it be true? Junior brother knows? Xuanhuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Although there are many rumors, they have been rumored for so many years. No matter how sensational it was at the beginning, no one has paid attention to it. Han Feng actually knows. Thinking of Han Feng's identity, Xuanhuan realized that he probably learned about it from a strong man in the Han family, and immediately said with jealousy, "Your luck is really good, and you were reincarnated into the Han family in the Holy Land of the Great Sun, which is more willing than me. The third young master's status is much better. Come on, senior brother used to be the true god of the seven tribulations, and he has the blood of the myriad flame flood dragon. After reincarnation, the divine body will not be bad, and it will be the same wherever he is reincarnated." Han Feng snorted. Xuanhuan smiled and agreed. For them, regardless of whether they were reincarnated into a prosperous power or a declining power, with their pre-reincarnation strength and bloodline, their aptitude after reincarnation would naturally not be bad. Xuanhuan is also an innate divine body. Xuanhuan still remembers the embarrassing and excited expression of his father in this life after he was tested for the innate divine body, and the distorted and resentful face of that woman. After tidying up his language, Xuanhuan said, "Since the junior brother knows the rumors, the senior brother said it directly. The rumors cannot be said to be wrong, but they are somewhat true. The ancestors of the Gan family did not receive the inheritance of the god of creation, but were bestowed with many treasures by the god of creation himself. Give it to me personally." This time, Han Feng was finally moved. What does it mean? It means that the ancestors of the Gan family have an intersection with a strong god emperor, otherwise why would the majestic god emperor personally give it? Xuanhuan continued, "The ancestors of the Gan family are actually just serving the god of creation, that is, a servant of the powerful god emperor. It is conceivable that the ancestors of the Gan family must have often received guidance from the god of creation, and this is how they became a strong generation. After the legendary martial god is the Xianyang martial god. It is said that the ancestor of the Gan family is an existence that surpasses the Xianyang martial god. I reckon that it is probably an ancient god. Since he is an ancient god, it is naturally impossible to be a slave again." Han Feng nodded. The ancient god is already considered a peak master in the small thousand gods, and should have a good status in the great thousand gods. Even the god emperor can't treat the ancient god like a slave at will. After becoming an ancient god, the ancestors of the Gan family left the god of creation to start their own family business. Before leaving, they were bestowed with many martial arts, cultivation experience and other treasures by the god of creation. After the ancestors of the Gan family passed away, they hid all these treasures, martial arts skills, and cultivation experience in a secret realm. Only when someone from the younger generations breaks through to the martial god can they go to that secret realm to practice, and then pass the assessment to get rewards. It's a pity that the descendants of the Gan family are becoming more and more incompetent. There has been no martial god for many years, so naturally no one will enter that secret realm again. And now that I have advanced to the rank of Valkyrie, I can already enter that secret realm. But... Xuanhuan's face suddenly darkened, as if water could drip out. My stepmother is the daughter of the former head of the Jian family in the Holy Land of Purple Illusions, and the younger sister of the current head of the house. This bitch has long been fascinated by that man, which caused the man to tell that bitch everything. And this bitch soon told the Jiang family everything. The Jiang family is nothing, but the youngest daughter of the current head of the Jiang family has a special divine body. Being valued by a godson of Xuanhuan made the Jiang family very close to this godson. Not long ago, the Jiang family had passed the news to the godson. Brother needs the help of my junior brother, just to fight against this godson of Xuanhuan. If it wasn't for my brother who didn't know where the secret realm is, how could he have tolerated it until now, and he would have gone there by himself. Who cares what the consequences will be for the Gan family? The third update. However, Han Feng finally understood why Xuanhuan said that it was not suitable to expose his cultivation base and strength now. This time only Xuanhuan Zhishenzi was eyeing the treasures in the secret territory of the Gan family, but if Xuanhuan's cultivation was exposed, it would inevitably attract the attention of countless powerful people and forces. In a mere main city, a martial god of less than 20 suddenly appeared against the sky. One can imagine how shocking this would be in the martial Dao continent. Especially the lord of the main city is named Gan. With such rumors in the Gan family, I am afraid that many strong people will think of the treasure left by the god of creation. Facing the treasures left by the god of creation, not to mention the legendary martial god, even the Xianyang martial god above the legendary martial god, I am afraid that he will covet it very much. If it returns to its heyday, Xuanhuan naturally doesn't need to be afraid of Xianyang martial god, let alone the legendary martial god, but the current situation does not allow Xuanhuan to be careless. Once too many powerful people are attracted, it is not certain who will own the treasures in the secret territory. If Zhishenzi was the only one eyeing the treasure in the secret territory, the pressure would naturally be much less, but it shouldn't make Xuanhuan Zhishenzi despise. Godson of Xuanhuan, the talent is amazing, and Xuanhuan has accumulated a lot. Although the combat power of the same realm is worse than mine, it should not be underestimated. This Zhishenzi of Xuanhuan has already advanced to the legendary martial god, and he is still at the peak of the lower rank. I think my brother is now, given this situation, one person may not be able to deal with the other party alone. Not to mention, the Zhishenzi will definitely not come alone, and he will probably bring his cronies. These cronies are the worst, and they should probably have the realm of a high-ranking martial god. Xuanhuan, after sharing a lot of information, Han Feng did find out that this Xuanhuan Zhishenzi might be a difficult character. Its difficulty lies not only in its own strength, but also in the forces behind it. Xuanhuan is a super powerful force far surpassing the top 10 holy places, and it is also recognized as the strongest force in the martial Dao continent so far. Of the top 10 holy places, only the top 3 have legendary warrior gods, but these legendary warrior gods are just low-level legendary warrior gods. And Xuanhuan not only has a large number of legendary martial gods, but also Xianyang martial god, who is above the legendary martial gods. The Lord of Xuanhuan is a Xianyang martial god. Before each Lord of Xuanhuan mountain resigns, if the newborn in Xuanhuan is detected to have an innate divine body, he will become a generation of gods. He will start practicing god-level exercises from birth, enjoy many resources, and get the best of all legendary warriors. Teach. Each generation of god sons will have more than one. It is said that there are 18 sons of gods in this generation, and no one knows if there will be more sons of gods before the Lord of Xuanhuan steps down. The competition between these gods is fierce, because they are different in age, and the higher the font size, the stronger it is basically, but this does not mean that the lower font size has no possibility of surpassing the past. Apart from forces like Xuanhuan, there are many dangerous secret realms in the martial Dao continent. In these secret realms, it is entirely possible for the Son of God to have an adventure and beat the Son of God who is older than him. Over the years, although most of the time it was one of the first 3 god sons who succeeded the Mountain Lord, there were also some later god sons who succeeded the Mountain Lord. These god sons compete fiercely, and there are many examples of god sons falling in each session, but the competition between god sons belongs to the competition between god sons. Xuanhuan allows the godson to die in the hands of other godsons, but does not allow the godson to fall at the hands of the strong outside. There used to be a high-ranking martial god in a holy place who only seriously injured a godson of Xuanhuan, and was sent by Xuanhuan to exterminate this holy place by a legendary martial god. Xuanhuan chose to attack Zhishenzi, and he was ready to contend against Xuanhuan. However, since Xuanhuan is only in the realm of an intermediate warrior, it is impossible to say that he is not nervous or stressed when facing a giant like Xuanhuan. So when Han Feng came, Xuanhuan was very pleasantly surprised. Xuanhuan stared at Han Feng, and said, "Brother, I have already said what I should say, and you must know what troubles you will encounter later, brother. If you don't want to, I won't force you." Xuanhuan is the strongest strength in the martial Dao continent. If my brother guessed correctly, the greater the loss of Xuanhuan, the stronger the luck we will gain. This is the main reason why Xuanhuan decided to kill Zhishenzi and go up to Xuanhuan. Otherwise, even if he is full of hatred for his father and stepmother because of the death of his mother in this life, it is enough to destroy his father and Jiang family in this life, and there is no need to fight against Xuanhuan. Presumably, Xuanhuan, who is already a martial arts genius who is less than 20 years old, joined him, so he is also very happy. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and Han Feng agreed with Xuanhuan's statement. After defeating the 3 leaders of Thunderwing Golden Goat, Pterosaur Beast, Wild Demon Milk Has Martial Dao Continent Monster Clan, Han Feng has already noticed his own changes. Then Xuanhuan is the ruler of the human race in the martial Dao continent. Naturally, only by destroying the Xuanhuan can one get the luck of the human race. The more destroyed, the more captured. Han Feng had long thought of fighting against Xuanhuan, but he didn't think so soon. Sooner or later, you will have to confront Xuanhuan. Since this is the case, what is the difference between sooner and later? It just so happens that through the battle with these Zhishenzi, you can explore the bottom of Xuanhuan. There are many legendary warriors in Xuanhuan, and Lian Xian there are young martial gods, but how many legendary martial gods are there? How many Xianyang martial gods are there? This is indeed not well known. The so-called know yourself, know your enemy, and win 100 battles. Only when you understand the bottom of the sacred mountain can you better fight against the sacred mountain. Immediately, Han Feng agreed to stay and help Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, the 3rd son of the city lord, Gong Kong, obviously has a great reputation in the mansion. People outside don't know, but people inside the mansion know that Xuanhuan, the 3rd young master, is already a martial arts god and less than 20 years old. His talent is not in the slightest under the Korean wind that is spreading outside. Many servants sighed in their hearts that the city lord has a pit in his head. If a son with such a talent does not try to curry favor with him, he insists on currying favor with the Jiang family and that Zhishenzi. In the eyes of the servants of the city lord's mansion, the future path of the Zhishenzi may not be easy. My own family is spacious. At the very least, the Zhishenzi is less than 20 and doesn't have the cultivation base of the 3rd young master. Xuanhuan, who has received a lot of attention, will be discussed by everyone in the city lord's mansion, and suddenly there is an extra junior who comes to seek refuge, so naturally he can't hide it from everyone. In just one afternoon, everyone in the city lord's mansion knew that San Shao had an old friend visiting. It is said that those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. For a genius like San Shao, how could the friends he made be so bad? These servants are curious, what is the origin of this so-called old man of the 3rd young master? What kind of cultivation do you have? Inside a room in the city lord's mansion. The eyes of the wife of the current city lord of the Gong family sparkled. Oh? Then Gong Kong arranged for his old friend to be next to his residence? The first update. Mrs. Gong showed a sneer. This kid usually sends people away, and he doesn't even want to approach his maid, but this time he even arranged people next to him. It seems that this guy is very popular with that kid. It's important. Did you find out? What is the origin of that person? This. The servant girl looked perplexed. Seeing this, Mrs. Gan waved her hand. Forget it, it's not easy to be valued by that arrogant guy. It's normal if you can't find out. This is also related to Han Feng's lack of high profile all the time. The only high-profile time was killing Zilong Chen with one punch. But after that, Han Feng didn't show up very often, even if it was a banquet. He was scared and ran away after a short time. Therefore, Han Feng's portrait hadn't had time to spread throughout the Martial Dao continent, and this maid naturally couldn't find Han Feng's origin. But obviously, this is only temporary. When Han Feng's portrait spreads across the martial arts continent, Mrs. Gan will know if she doesn't want to. Ma'am, the third young master suddenly has an extra helper. Will it interfere with Master Jushenzi's plan? The servant girl asked worriedly. Humph, I admit that the kid is amazingly talented and possesses an innate divine body, but no matter how talented he is, it still takes time to grow up. Jushenzi is already a low-level legendary martial god peak powerhouse, and he will be able to enter the middle-level legendary martial god level in a short time. How can that boy Gong Kong be able to compete? Not to mention Gong Kong alone, even two Gong Kangs cannot be the opponent of Jushenzi. Mrs. Gan looked disdainful. Okay, you go down. Yes. After the maid left, Mrs. Gan's face became completely gloomy, with a ferocious face. Thinking back to how hard it was to squeeze that woman away and to generate that woman from being a dignified wife to being a concubine, I never expected that woman to give birth to such a genius son in the end. If I had known it earlier, I wouldn't have let that woman go just to see her life in pain. However, if it weren't for this, the Gan family's secrets might not be known to him. Thinking of this, Mrs. Gan lowered her eyes, and let the boy live for a while. And when the Jushenzi scoured all the treasures in the secret territory, the boy would be useless. Half a month later, the 9 gods finally arrived, and everyone in the Gan family gathered at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, waiting respectfully. Only Gong Kong and Han Feng never showed up. Where's that boy Gong Kong? Gong Jia's face was livid. Hey, maybe he is already a martial god if he is less than 20 years old, so he doesn't pay attention to Lord 9 gods. Beside Mrs. Gan, there was a handsome man with obscene eyes. It seems that Gong Kong and Jushenzi are eager to have a conflict. Gong Jia's face became even more livid. Brother. Beside the obscene man with obscene eyes, an ordinary-looking man shouted in a low voice, opening the secret realm requires the blood of our Gan family martial god. Now is not the time to provoke him. If you provoke him, you will not sacrifice your life or death. With essence and blood, Jushenzi will not be able to enter the secret realm even if he comes. The 9 gods are here, how can he refuse to donate blood? Don't forget that he is already a warrior. He may not be invincible in a battle against the 9 gods. What if he would rather die together than donate his blood? This. The man with obscene eyes had to keep his mouth shut. The obscene-eyed man and the ordinary-looking man are Mrs. Gan's 2 sons, Gong Jia's eldest son, Gong Shan, and his second son, Gong Duan. Go and call that kid Gong Kong. Gong Jia roared angrily. Behind Gong Jia, many people in the mansion sighed secretly, including some of Gong Jia's elders. They all secretly scolded Gong Jia in their hearts, for a talented younger generation like Gong Kong, if they were trained well, they would worry that the Gan family would not flourish in the future. Innate divine body, coupled with being promoted to martial god in less than 20 years, this is something that even the Son of God can hardly do. If he really grows up, he might not be able to expand the Gan family into a force no less than Xuanhuan in the future. This is much better than trying to curry favor with the Son of God through the Jiang family. For one thing, the Jushenzi may not be able to become the Mountain Lord in the future, and if he does not become the Mountain Lord, he will definitely be suppressed by the next Mountain Lord. It is estimated that the possibility of breaking through Xianyang martial god will be greatly reduced in the future. Secondly, even if you really become the owner of the mountain, it will be the Jiang family who will benefit more. Take the position directly, just like the current Mrs. Gan. It's a pity that the city lord has already been fascinated by the vixen of the Jiang family, and he listens to the vixen in everything, without carefully considering which one is more beneficial to the Gan family. But at this moment, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, followed by long shao roaring. 9 golden dragons pulled a resplendent palace from the sky. The 9 flood dragons roared again and again, with a powerful aura permeating them. All of them were 10th order holy beasts, demigod-level powers. Using the demigod flood dragon to pull, only Xuanhuan Shenxi dared to do so. 10 demigod dragons descended from the sky with vast power. All warriors in the city felt suffocated at this moment and looked towards the sky in horror. Gan sees the 9 gods. Gan Jia suddenly shouted. 9 dragons pulled the golden palace down slowly. The golden light shone, gorgeous and bright, and the sky was full of dazzling brilliance. In such a contrast, everyone looks extremely dim. Swipe. Just as the golden palace stopped, 8 figures suddenly appeared on both sides of the golden palace. Each of the 8 figures exudes unfathomable power, which is completely incomparable in the demigod realm. If the demigods are compared to candlelight, then the power of these 8 figures is the monstrous sun. These 8 figures are the cronies brought by the 9th prince this time. All of them are in the realm of high-level martial gods, and 2 of them have reached the peak of high-level martial gods. The 8 high-level martial gods, even the first holy land, may not have such strong capital. The power of the 8 figures is like a torrential flood, and it will submerge the entire city. If the breath of the 8 figures is not malicious, I am afraid that Tianming City will be destroyed in an instant. But this aura of no malice is not so much kindness, it is better to say that it is a kind of arrogance, and it does not put everyone in their eyes. Gan Jia and others are all ants in their eyes. Since you are an ant, why pay more attention to it? Master Shenxi, we have arrived, please come down to the palace. A high-ranking martial god said modestly. The golden palace is only 4 or 5 meters high, only tens of meters long and wide, but it actually contains heaven and earth, forming a space of its own. When a stalwart young man in a purple gold robe walked out of the golden palace, dozens of beautiful maids rushed out from behind, all of whom were showing affectionate glances. Obviously, this stalwart young man in a purple gold robe did some unharmonious things along the way. The stature of the stalwart youth flashed and fell to the ground, and a beautiful woman came out of dozens of maids. The woman didn't salute, but nodded lightly, "Uncle, aunt." This woman is the youngest daughter of the current head of the Jiang family. The youngest daughter of the patriarch of the Jiang family is only in the realm of King Wu, so it is extremely impolite not to salute Gan Jia, no matter in terms of cultivation or seniority. Gan Jia is worthy of her worship. However, this woman is now the woman of Jushenzi, so she really dare not say anything if she doesn't worship Gan Jia. Welcome to the 9 gods. Gan Jia ignored the youngest daughter of her natal uncle, and flattered the stalwart young man, the 9 gods of Xuanhuan. The second update. As a legendary martial god, only a martial god is qualified to force himself into Jushenzi's eyes. A mere city lord, a martial saint who is not even a demigod, has no need to be worthy of his high regard. Where is Gong Kong? Jiao Shenxi went straight to the point. Seeing that Jushenzi didn't pay attention to him, Gan Jia's face turned blue and then turned pale. Concerned about Jushenzi's identity and strength, Gan Jia could only swallow the resentment in his heart, and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, Shenxi, are you talking about Guzi?" "Don't worry, my lord. Someone has been sent to call that unfilial son." Behind Jiao Shenxi, the faces of the 8 high-ranking martial gods suddenly became gloomy. One of the high-level martial gods, Peek, sneered again and again, "Master 9 gods is here, your son really thinks highly of himself. Don't you think my lord is not qualified for him to come to meet you? This high-ranking martial god was indeed angry. As far as the Valkyries are concerned, the Valkyries outside are all a bunch of lowly bumpkins. Even though it was said that Gong Kong was already a martial god when he was less than 20, which shocked this high-ranking martial god, the long-standing concept still made this martial god look down on Gong Kong. A person whom I look down upon neglects Lord Jushenzi so much, it's simply damnable. Gong Jia's expression on being run over was even worse. He didn't dare to provoke Jiao Shensi and others, so he could only curse his son in his heart. But at this moment, the 8 high-level martial gods and Jiao Shensi suddenly focused their eyes, and their eyes fell on a certain direction not far away. There, they sensed 2 dangerous auras approaching. These 2 auras seem real and illusory, sometimes as unattainable as the sky, sometimes ethereal and unpredictable, and sometimes ordinary. Weird. Extremely weird. Jiao Shensi's original casual attitude suddenly became more dignified, and even a high-level legendary warrior like Shensi did not give himself such a feeling. The great Son of God gave him the feeling that he was vast and as heavy as a mountain. These 2 breaths brought me a haze. Jushenzi focused his attention on sensing, but still couldn't judge the true cultivation level of these 2 auras. However, the intuition of being a strong martial god is to let Jushenzi know that these 2 auras are not simple, and they are definitely not simple characters. One of these 2 breaths should be Gong Kong in the intelligence. I originally thought that if you have less than 20 accomplishments as a martial god, you have obtained an adventure, and your foundation must be unstable and vain, but now it seems that this may not be the case. Jiao Shensi's evaluation of Gong Kong immediately improved a lot. The so-called hearing is believing. Gaining such a character as Gong Kong from the youngest daughter of the head of the Jiang family, Jiao Shensi originally laughed in his heart and didn't really believe it. Feeling it personally until now, Jiao Shensi had to admit that he underestimated the other party. It seems that outside of the sacred mountain, there are no geniuses. It's just, who is the other breath? The brilliance in Jiao Shensi's eyes flashed away. City Lord gone, does your son have any guests? The 2 auras are so weird, and they definitely know each other. You can tell when they come together. How did Master Shensi know? Gong Jia looked surprised. This guest made Gong Jia very unhappy. How can anyone just enter the secret realm of the Gong family? Gong Jia once wanted to see his son, his so-called friend, but he didn't even see him face to face. This made Gong Jia very embarrassed. While angering Gong Kong, Xuanhuan, he naturally disliked Han Feng. Mrs. Gong's heart skipped a beat. How did Jushenzi know? I heard that the powerhouse of the martial god has amazing sensing ability. Could it be that Jushenzi sensed it? To be able to be sensed by Jushenzi and let Jushenzi ask such a question, that person is really not simple. Mrs. Gong's face darkened. Damn it, that kid was perverted himself, but he even knew a similar pervert. I should have killed that kid before he grew up. But now. Mrs. Gong looked at Jushenzi, then at her niece. A smile flashed across her mouth. This time, she might as well use Jushenzi to kill that annoying boy. Does Lord Gong know the identity of your son's guest? This. City Lord Gong looked embarrassed. Seeing this, Jiao Shensi snorted softly, ignored City Lord Gong, and quietly waited for the arrival of the 2 auras. A moment later, the figures of Han Feng and Xuanhuan appeared in everyone's sight. Niezi! Hurry up and meet Lord Shensi! Gong Jia pointed at Gong Kong and roared. Gong Kong glanced at Gong Jia coldly. His eyes were deep, and there was an ice-like chill, which made Gong Jia's body stiffen there. His face twitched, and a flash of fear flashed through his eyes. It was only then that Gong Jia remembered that his 3rd son was already at the level of a martial god, and he was not someone who could scold and command at will. For a moment, Gong Jia was speechless. This useless performance made the several warrior gods who followed Shensi look down upon him. It's no wonder that the ancestors of the Gan family received the inheritance of the god of creation, and the younger generation can still be reduced to this point. It is really that the younger generation is too incompetent. You are. Zhu gaze focused on Gong Kong for a moment, then immediately turned to Han Feng, and Zhu pupils shrank immediately. The Han family in the Holy Land of the Sun suddenly rose up a martial arts junior who was less than 20 years old, and killed Zilong Chen, who was an early-stage martial god, with one punch. This has already caused an uproar in the martial Dao continent. As the actual ruler of the martial Dao continent, Xuanhuan always pays attention to the intelligence of the martial Dao continent. Xuanhuan will never allow any force to threaten the status of Xuanhuan. The Han family doesn't seem to have this ability yet, but the sudden rise of Han Feng made Xuanhuan pay attention to it all at once. For such a character, other people in Xuanhuan may only hear his name but not see him, but Zhu and many other gods have personally seen Han Feng's appearance through the intelligence department. Zhu knew better that Xuanhuan's high-level executives had recently prepared to issue a mission to send envoys to attract Han Feng. If Han Feng disagreed, he might have to attack secretly and kill the threat in advance. Zhu never expected that he secretly came to Gan's house to get the treasure left by the god of creation, but he met the protagonist who has made a lot of noise in the mainland recently, Han Feng. A feeling of surprise rose from the bottom of Zhu heart. If he recruited this son under his command, he would not only complete the high-level tasks, but also make his team stronger and earn chips for winning the position of Mountain Lord in the future. Impatiently, Zhu immediately said to Han Feng, "I want to recruit you to be my personal guard. Would you be willing?" Gan Jia, Mrs. Gan, and the people in the city lord's mansion immediately froze. Especially Mrs. Gan and Mrs. Gan's eldest son, Gan Shan, were gloating and prepared to watch Zhu give Gong Kong a blow, and even teach Gong Kong a lesson. Unexpectedly, Zhu ignored Gong Kong and directly recruited a young man next to Gong Kong. Needless to say, that young man must be Gong Kang's old friend. What is the origin of Gong Kang's friend? The first update. If he was really recruited by Zhu, what should he do? Although Zhu has many concubines, and there are many concubines with noble status, those who can become the sons of God have received strict education. Petting concubines is naturally only for pampering, or for fun, and will never let petting concubines touch their bottom line. In order for the 9 gods to compete for the position of Lord of the Divine Mountain, not only must their own strength be strong, but their cronies must also be strong. Compared with concubines, cronies are naturally more important. If Gong Kong's friend becomes Zhu confidant, don't rely on Zhu to kill Gong Kong. Not only Mrs. Gan was in a hurry, but the concubine surnamed Jiang was also in a hurry. But the little concubine surnamed Jiang obviously knew Zhu character. Even if she was anxious, she didn't dare to say anything, otherwise, even if she didn't die, her end would be bleak. The concubine surnamed Jiang knew that there was a special place in Zhu palace to house concubines who had passed away, like a cold palace. Those concubines in the Ling palace who used to spoil their lives were not as good as the servants in Zhu palace. Thank you Zhu for your love, it's just that Han prefers to be carefree, traveling in the mainland, he can only live up to Zhu kindness. Han Feng cupped his hands, and refused amidst a gasp. The guy who doesn't know what to do. A high-ranking warrior in the late stage was furious, and was about to make a move, but was suddenly intercepted by Zhu. Zhu stared at Han Feng with a gloomy expression, noble as he recruited himself, but was rejected, which made Zhu, with strong self-esteem, very unhappy. But Han Feng's strength and talent are qualified to be tolerated by Zhu. Zhu asked a second time, as long as you join this Shensi, I can guarantee that you can make further progress in the shortest possible time, and all the precious exercises and cheats in my palace can also be open to you. Even the precious artifact, I can bestow it on you. Gan Jia and the others swallowed, feeling extremely greedy and jealous. The secret books of exercises in Zhishenzi's palace are, to say the least, god-level. If the Gan family can obtain a god-level exercise or martial skill, their overall strength will definitely rise to a higher level. As for the artifacts, there are not many of them in the top 10 holy places, so one can imagine how precious the artifacts are. Gan Jia wished he could change with Han Feng now. If it were him, he would have knelt on the ground to thank him. Han Feng was unmoved. God-level exercise cheats? Is it comparable to the 9 flames different fire Ju? Is it comparable to Ziyun divine arm and Xianlong transformation? Is it comparable to the Xinyan battle body? As for the divine weapon, is it comparable to the Taishan divine sword? Is it comparable to the 9 Mei royal fire banner? Han Feng is now in the storage of the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, but there are still many top-grade artifacts, and even top-grade artifacts. Han Feng believed that any one of these artifacts would be able to overwhelm the treasures of Shinshan, causing competition among the strong in the martial Dao continent, and setting off a bloodbath. Therefore, Han Feng still refused. While Mrs. Gan breathed a sigh of relief, she also sneered secretly, rejecting Zhishenzi's solicitation. What do you think you are? No matter how extraordinary the origin is, can it be compared to Zhishenzi? A cold light surged in Zhishenzi's eyes. After a while, Zhishenzi finally moved his eyes away from Han Feng and landed on Xuanhuan. Zhishenzi naturally sensed Jiang Xiaqia's malice towards Xuanhuan from Jiang Xiaqia's actions, and originally thought that it would be okay to follow Xiaoji's wishes to get rid of Xuanhuan. But now Zhishenzi has changed his mind. From Zhishenzi's point of view, Han Feng and this man named Gan Kong have a good relationship, so it is possible to be concerned about Gan Kong and refuse his solicitation. Therefore, this time, the target of recruiting Zhishenzi was replaced by Xuanhuan, who was called Gan Kong in this life. To Zhishenzi's annoyance, Xuanhuan also refused. 2 arrogant people, toast and not eat or drink fine wine. The martial gods around Zhishenzi were furious, and the 2 peak martial gods of the upper rank burst out one after another, powerfully oppressing Han Feng and Xuanhuan. They want to use the coercion of their high-level martial gods to teach these 2 juniors who are disrespectful to Zhishenzi. This time, Zhishenzi didn't stop him again. Obviously Zhishenzi was also annoyed at Han Feng and Xuanhuan's ignorance. Peak of the upper-ranked martial gods? Just in time, Mr. Han also wants to see what is so great about the upper-ranked martial gods of Shinshan. Han Feng was not only not afraid, but showed excitement. Roar! With a roar, Han Feng's momentum bloomed, like a terrifying demon, descending. Intermediate martial god? The incoming high-ranking martial god was taken aback. Such a young guy has reached such a level of cultivation. Afterwards, the high-ranked martial god curled his lips. So what about the middle-ranked martial god? He is a high-ranked martial god. Knowing the fight, the high-ranking martial god finally noticed the strangeness of Han Feng. On the surface, this power is only worth mentioning at the level of a middle-level martial god, but in essence, some kind of change has taken place, so that this punch of the opponent can casually have the power of a high-level martial god. On the other side, Xuanhuan also fought with his opponent. Xuanhuan's recovery is obviously not as good as Han Feng's, or Xuanhuan's recovery is normal. Han Feng has a big cheat like the 9 flames and different fire Ju in order to make his own true energy comparable to that of the martial god. So much higher quality. Therefore, Xuanhuan fell into a disadvantage after a fight. Even so, the strength displayed by Xuanhuan is also shocking. A martial god who is less than 20 years old is already perverted enough, and an intermediate-level martial god who is less than 20 years old is simply unimaginable. The higher the martial gods, the more frightened they are. The grand gods, including the current lord of the mountain, were they so perverted when they were young? Such a genius, no wonder he is so proud and unwilling to accept the olive branch offered by Zhishenzi. But The upper-rank martial god has a grim face, so what if his talent may surpass that of the great god Sun and the Lord of the Mountain? Talent does not equal strength. If he is killed now, there will be nothing in the future. Boom boom boom. In the battle between the four of them, the vast power was like a tidal wave. One after another rushed towards the surroundings crazily, a large number of buildings collapsed, and the ground cracked. Although Jiao Shenzi said he was unwilling, he still opened a protective shield of true energy, and put Gan Jia and others inside. Jiao Shenzi still remembered that his concubine said that only Gan Jia, the current head of the Gan family, knew where the entrance to the secret realm was. Great sad wheel of hands. Shen Yan fighting fist. Han Feng fought hard with his opponent. This high-level martial god is indeed much stronger than Zilong Chen, not to mention the cultivation base of the high-ranking martial god, just the third-level god-level martial arts mastered in his hands, is not Zilong Chen KB. It's just that Han Feng's Shen Yan fighting fist is obviously better. Not only that, Han Feng perfectly displayed the peak power of the first level of Shen Yan Zhanquan. And the third-level god-level martial arts used by the opponent is estimated to be only mastered at the level of minor success, not even the level of great success, let alone perfect. Suddenly, a flash of purple flames flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and Shen Yan Zhanquan underwent a shocking change in an instant. The fist condensed from the purple flame was so powerful that even Jiao Shenzi was startled the moment he sensed this breath. At this moment, Han Feng has already mobilized a trace of the purple fire. To deal with this high-level martial god, Han Feng doesn't need to mobilize all the Ziji Xuanhuan he can mobilize now. Even though only a trace of Ziji Xuanhuan was integrated into Shen Yan War Fist, under the influence of the high quality of Ziji Xuanhuan, Shen Yan War Fist was still elevated to an incredible level. Shen Yan fighting fist. Han Feng roared out, punching the opponent. This punch is devastating. This punch will tear through the ages. This punch is like a broken bamboo. This punch is earth-shattering. The second update. Prison-shaking tiger, divine physique. The upper-ranked martial god roared angrily, and the roar of the tiger shook the sky, causing waves in space. Has been tempered to the peak of the low rank, the super-strong divine body that is close to the middle-ranked divine body, so that the cultivation base of this high-ranked martial god skyrocketed. The upper-ranked martial god turned into a giant tiger with blue flames burning all over its body. It is said that this blue flame is the flame from hell, which is extremely terrifying. Turning into a giant tiger, the tiger roared again and again, and the terrifying blue flames shot out one after another like cannonballs. The fist that Han Feng swung had earth-shattering power, but under the bombardment of the blue flame shells, it gradually turned into nothingness. Han Feng's expression remained the same. The other party was originally a top martial arts master, his divine body was not bad, and the level of god-level martial arts he had mastered was not low. Now that he is using his divine body, if he wants to get rid of it with Shen Yan War Fist alone, is it right? Impossible. Great Sun Flame Body, Ning. His hands were clasped together suddenly, and then slowly opened. On Han Feng's forehead, the golden sun will imprint appeared, and bright golden light burst out. Behind him is a dazzling sun disk. Duh. Great Sun Flame Physique? The Han family is also a well-known family in the entire martial Dao continent. Who knows the symbol of the Great Sun Flame Physique? Not to mention that this is the main city, and everyone has extraordinary eyesight. Mrs. Gan and Gan Jia both showed disbelief. They were martial gods, they looked extremely young, and they had the ultimate sunflame physique, which made them immediately think of someone. That is the protagonist who has been making a lot of noise in the martial arts continent recently, Han Feng. It is said that this one killed the early stage of the upper-ranked martial god with one punch. Judging from the power displayed now, it is probably stronger than the rumors. The opponent is the peak of the upper-ranked martial arts from Shinshan, and it may be enough to compete with the weakest legendary martial god of the three holy places. But such a high-ranking martial god from Xuanhuan can't help Han Feng. How could that kid win? Mrs. Gan and Gan Jia never thought that Gan Kang's old friend was actually Han Feng from the Han family. Han Feng's great Rian physique is an innate top-grade divine physique. It's just limited by the cultivation base, so it's obviously not able to display the full power of the top-grade divine body. Back then, when Wu Zun was cultivating, he probably could only display the power of a low-grade divine body. Now that his cultivation base has broken through to the middle-level martial god, he can already exert the power of a high-grade divine body. Not only that, at the moment when he broke through to Valkyrie, Han Feng found vigilantly that his great sun flame body had a tendency to break through the limit and be promoted to a higher level. This reminded Han Feng of the family legend. It is said that on top of the ultimate great sun flame body, there is the ultimate great sun flame body, which is an existence that surpasses the divine body and is comparable to the super divine body. Han Feng felt that the ultimate great Rian physique was also the chaos divine physique. Han Feng couldn't wait to experience the feeling of a chaotic divine body. After all, after leaving the martial Dao continent, this reincarnated body was equivalent to disappearing. Unfolding the ultimate solar flame body and exerting the power of the top-grade divine body, Han Feng's aura is fierce and fiery, like a small sun, as if it is about to burn Tianming City into ashes. The power of terror spreads in the void. Bahuang Shock Fist. This is a middle-grade divine skill, and it is a legendary god-level martial skill in the martial Dao continent. Having stayed in the martial Dao continent for more than 10 years, the Bahuang Concussion Fist has undergone some changes to suit the operating rules of the martial Dao continent, so it can naturally be used by Han Feng. Han Feng hadn't used this punch for some time, but now that he used it again, he missed it a lot. Layer after layer of vibrating force rolled away like monstrous waves. The terrifying divine body, perverted true energy, and powerful god-level martial arts made Han Feng overwhelm the opponent. Bahuang Shock Fist. The prison tiger roars. Tao Dao's vast power collided continuously in the air. On the other hand, Shi Huanqing did not force the other party to display the divine body, so Shi Huanqing had to unfold the divine body first. Shi Huanqing also has an innate divine body, but he doesn't reach the level of the innate best divine body as terrifyingly as Han Feng. Even so, it is much better than the opponent's upper-rank martial god. Shi Huanqing's divine body is called Blazing Soul Flame Demon Physique. After unfolding the divine body, it descends like a flaming demon god with torrential waves of fire. If Han Feng was hiding many means, then Shi Huanqing did not reveal his bloodline of Wanyan and Flood Dragon in his previous life, and he almost exhausted all his strength to suppress the opponent. Undoubtedly, this once again shocked Gan Jia and Mrs. Gan, including the rest of the city lord's mansion. They didn't expect Gong Kong to be so powerful. Although Han Feng didn't seem to deal with it so easily, he managed to suppress him. Who is the other party? That is the pinnacle of the upper-ranked warriors from Mount Shen. Jiao Shenxi's face was so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip down. Seeing his two strongest cronies being gradually suppressed, especially the one who was beaten against Han Feng and retreating steadily, he was in a mess. Jiao Shenxi couldn't bear it anymore. Boom! The powerful power of the legendary martial god rushed straight into the sky. Jiao Shenxi shot out with one hand, and two extremely powerful forces rushed towards Han Feng and Shi Huanqing at an extremely fast speed. Shenyan Battle Armor. Balrog Body Protection. Han Feng and Shi Huanqing used defensive methods one after another, and the next moment they were hit by these two tyrannical forces. Boom boom boom. The two backed away, and their condensed eyes quickly focused on Jushenzi. The two peak martial gods of the upper rank immediately retreated to Jushenzi's side, with shame on their faces. They wanted to teach each other for Jushenzi, but they didn't know that they were the ones who were taught the lesson in the end. You too, damn it. The gloomy words spit out from Jushenzi's mouth, and the murderous intent rushed out with Jushenzi as the center, forming a demon god of evil spirit. The evil spirit demon god is so huge that it almost covers the entire Tianming city. This frightening power is simply unimaginable. Master Jushenzi, stop, we still need that kid's blood to open the secret realm of our Gan family. Gan Jia couldn't help but roared. It's just a son who didn't obey his orders since he was a child. Gan Jia didn't care about life and death at all. But without the blood and divinity of this son, it would be impossible to open the secret realm of their Gan family's treasure, which Gan Jia could not bear. Jushenzi paused for a moment, and a cold light surged in his eyes. He wanted to kill Han Feng and the two in one fell swoop, but he also wanted to get the treasure left by the god of creation. Let the two of you live for a while longer. I hope you two can think carefully about what I said before. If you two can wake up, I will let you go, if you are still obsessed. A bloodthirsty and cruel light shot out from the eyes of Jushenzi. I will kill you. The first update. Magic. Gan Jia and Mrs. Gan hurriedly followed, and Gan Jia didn't even linger on Xuanhuan for a moment. His cold personality was shocking. Han Feng patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder, and the meaning of comfort was self-evident. Xuanhuan smiled lightly, his eyes were cold. You don't need to comfort my brother, but I'm just a reincarnated father. How can I be sad for my brother? Han Feng suddenly realized. That's right, Xuanhuan already had parents in the original world, so the reincarnated father is naturally dispensable. If this Gan Jia loves Xuanhuan, it's fine. Maybe Xuanhuan will really treat Gan Jia as a father after accepting this paternal love. But Gan Jia didn't, which caused Xuanhuan to treat Gan Jia as a stranger. Gan Jia and Xuanhuan are so unlike father and son, probably apart from Gan Jia himself. There is also a reason why Xuanhuan never regarded Gan Jia as his father. When Jushenzi came to Tianming City, he didn't immediately ask Gan Jia to lead them to Gan Jia's treasure secret realm to seek the treasure left by the god of creation. Two of the cronies of the two high-ranking martial arts pinnacles around him were injured, so naturally they had to wait until the cronies recovered from their injuries before moving forward. This recovery takes several days. The high-ranking martial god pinnacle who fought against Xuanhuan recovered the fastest, because he suffered the least injury. A few days later, those who were going to the secret place of the Gan family's treasure gathered in a secret passage underground in the city lord's mansion, which led to a secret room underground. Jushenzi said coldly, City Lord Gan, what I am going to is the hidden treasure of your Gan family. Why did you bring me here? Not only Jushenzi, but also Han Feng and Xuanhuan were puzzled. Could it be that this underground secret room is the passage leading to the secret realm? Don't be kidding, the Gan family didn't take root in Tianming City from the very beginning, and Gan Jia wasn't the city lord of Tianming City before, so the entrance to the secret realm of the Gan family's treasure couldn't be here. Could it be that the previous Tianming City lords were idiots who never discovered this secret room from the beginning to the end? Gan Jia didn't know that Jushenzi was already displeased. His face suddenly panicked. Jushenzi's anger was beyond his ability to bear. Gan Jia said in a panic, Lord Jushenzi, this secret room is not our Gan family's treasure secret realm, but this secret room has an entrance leading to the treasure secret realm, so we have to come here. Having said that, everyone is even more confused. This secret room is not the entrance to the secret realm, but has an entrance to the secret realm. It is simply inconsistent. Gan Jia turned around, pointed in one direction and said, My lord, please look over there. Jushenzi looked in the direction Gan Jia pointed, and saw a precious mirror with a purple frame on a stone platform. There is a ferocious figure in the purple border, and the purple light of the entire border turns into flickering. That purple figure was clearly the appearance of the Gan family transformed into a blazing soul flame demon body. The body of the mirror is like a crystal. Looking at it at a glance, it seems that a white sky can be seen through the body of the mirror. This is. Jiao Shenxi's eyes narrowed. Ganjia said flatteringly, "My lord, this is the entrance to the secret realm of our Gan family's treasure." Jiao Shenxi looked incredible. "You mean, the entrance is this mirror?" Han Feng and Xuanhuan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. To be able to connect the elemental space of the secret realm with a precious mirror is not something that ordinary strong people can do. In the true God level, no one can do it, even the true God of the Emperor of Heaven. Among the ancient gods, those who can do it are extremely rare. Basically, they are half-step god kings, and they are the kind of half-step god kings who have accumulated extremely profoundly. They are really only half a foot away from the real God King realm. Condition. This half-step God King can almost 100% enter the realm of the God King, it just lacks some opportunities and time. For example, the half-step God King ancestor of the Tan family of Qiankenzong is the kind of half-step God King who is almost impossible to break through to the God King. In other words, this ancestor of the Tan family can't even do it. This ancestor of the Gan family is very likely to be a strong man in the realm of a God King. I wonder what a master who is comparable to a master in the realm of a God King will be called in the martial Dao continent. Han Feng was surprised, but also full of curiosity. Zhishenzi is the key training object of Xuanhuan, so he naturally knows many secrets. Therefore, Zhishenzi immediately took a deep breath, acting worse than Han Feng and Xuanhuan. But this is also normal. Both Han Feng have seen the existence of the ancient gods, although the God Kings have not seen it. They also know that there is no shortage of God Kings in the Zhongqian God realm and even the Daqian God realm. The 9 gods are different. The martial Dao continent has been in decline for a long time. Not to mention the God King, even the ancient gods have become legendary existences. If it weren't for the fact that the martial Dao continent often discovers the secret realms of some ancient powerhouses, many Xianyang martial gods in Xuanhuan would really doubt whether there is a higher level. So far, none of the martial gods of Xianyang in Xuanhuan have found a way to break through and advance to a higher level. God, such methods are simply. Jiao Shenxi didn't know what to say, and his heart was full of surprise. How can such a treasure left by a strong man be ordinary? City Lord Gan, how to enter the treasure secret realm through this treasure mirror? Jiao Shenxi almost couldn't wait to ask. Ganjia's eyes fell on Xuanhuan, and then he said to Zhishenzi, "The full name of this mirror is Yanma Mirror, which was specially left by our ancestors. It is very simple to open this Yanma mirror. Several conditions need to be met. First of all, descendants with the blood of the Gan family need to be promoted to martial god. However, this Valkyrie sacrificed a drop of his own blood and used the soul of the Valkyrie to recite the spell. This martial god must be voluntary. The ancestors set up a special perception method for this magic mirror. Once it senses that the souls of future generations are unwilling, it will not open." Only then did Zhishenzi understand why Ganjia yelled at him to stop him a few days ago. It turned out that it was so troublesome to open the entrance, even if it was not voluntary. "Your Excellency Gongkong, I'm sorry to trouble you. You must also want the treasures in the secret territory." Jiao Shenxi's attitude changed immediately. Originally, Zhishenzi wanted to solicit another threat before entering the secret realm, but now in order not to arouse Xuanhuan's emotional rebound, Zhishenzi's tone is much gentler. Even the last sentence is tempting. Of course Xuanhuan wanted to go in, but it wasn't for the magic weapon inside like Zhishenzi thought. The skills of the martial Dao continent are useless if you take them out. You need to study the skills thoroughly and then improve them. If you have such skills, you might as well practice to improve your cultivation. In Qiankenzong, Xuanhuan really doesn't need to worry about not having extraordinary skills. The second update. The Tao of the big world is much greater than the Tao of the small world of martial arts. The Tao of the big world can accommodate the Tao of the small world, but the Tao of the small world cannot accommodate the Tao of the big world. That's why Han Feng and others were able to grow rapidly after they were reincarnated, which was restoring their former strength. The previous artifacts and magical skills can also exert their power after gradually adapting to the small world of martial arts. The artifacts in the small world of martial arts are not necessarily in the big world. It can't be said that the artifacts in the small world of martial arts are really useless in the big world, but the level will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Xuanhuan's demand for artifacts is not as enthusiastic as Zhishenzi. Of course, if there is a super artifact, Xuanhuan will also fight for it, otherwise it will be much more difficult to kill Zhishenzi if he gets the super artifact. Furthermore, if one can obtain a top-grade or even a top-grade chaos artifact, even if one leaves the small world of martial arts, one's level will plummet, and where can one go? The same goes for god-level martial arts. If it's not too advanced, if you can't get it, you can't allow Zhishenzi to enhance its strength. If it's extremely advanced, then try your best to get it. Of course, what Xuanhuan wanted most was actually the cultivation experience left behind by the God Emperor powerhouse. But Xuanhuan also knew that the possibility of finding the secret of the Emperor's cultivation experience in the secret realm of Gon's treasure was infinitely close to zero. The ancestor of the Gon family was just a servant of the God Emperor. If he left the God Emperor to start his own family, even if the God Emperor would reward him with treasures, the possibility of rewarding himself with practice experience is extremely low. The practice experience of the God Emperor is extremely precious, and any God Emperor values it very much. It is estimated that only direct disciples can see it. However, even if the possibility is extremely low, Xuanhuan is not willing to give up. As long as there is a 1 in 10,000 possibility, it is worth fighting for. Nothing gained and nothing lost. But if you get it, your future practice will definitely be much easier, and you will even be able to break through the bottleneck limited by your own aptitude. Moreover, in Xuanhuan's view, the ancestors of the Gon family were guided by the God Emperor for a period of time, and they might keep the insights from that period of time. Without the experience of the God Emperor, it is possible to get this insight. The God Emperor comprehended the Tao of heaven in the great world, and only after comprehending immortality could he derive the true Tao of heaven and life in the small world of his Dantian. Therefore, all small worlds are very close to the laws of heaven in the big world at the beginning of their birth. It was only later that with the development, it was gradually different. In the era when the ancestors of the Gon family existed, it was obvious that the small world of martial arts should not have been opened for a long time, so the ancestors of the Gon family's perception of practice during that time was actually very close to the way of heaven in the big world. In this way, the importance of this comprehension is probably comparable to the cultivation comprehension left by a high-ranking ancient god Dzogchen or a half-step god king in the outside world. Xuanhuan glanced at Zhishenzi lightly, then turned his head and said coldly, "What are spells and seals?" A trace of anger flashed across Ganjia's face. "Is there a son who talks to me like this?" But thinking of Xuanhuan's strength, Ganjia was immediately discouraged. "Tell Xuanhuan the incantation and seal." Xuanhuan chanted the spell in his mouth, formed seal with both hands, and then punched them into the Yanma mirror one by one. Waves of purple light penetrated into the treasure mirror, and the Yanma mirror suddenly shook, and the next moment purple light bloomed, filling the entire secret room. But at this moment, a large number of talisman papers appeared on the wall of the secret room, blocking the purple light. Ganjia chuckled, "This is the seal I specially sealed inside the wall. It can prevent the purple light from passing through the ground and flying into the sky outside." Jiao Shensi was extremely satisfied, and gave Ganjia an approving look. If the purple light rushes out of the sky and fills the sky, it will definitely attract the attention of some warriors. Once the news is leaked, how can we still enjoy the treasure alone? Jiao Shenzi planned to digest these treasures silently. Xuanhuan closed his eyes and kept praying. The Yanma mirror might not have noticed any signs of coercion from Xuanhuan. It's this time. Xuanhuan looked awe-inspiring, and a drop of essence and blood floated out, and fell into the Yanmo mirror in an instant. A whirlwind condensed away in the secret room, and then under the surprised eyes of Zhu Shenzi and others, the Yanma mirror instantly magnified, turning from the mirror into a door. Terrible suction suddenly came from the Yanma gate transformed by the Yanma mirror, and Han Feng and the others were sucked in, without even the slightest ability to resist. A few people just felt that they came to another world in a blink of an eye. The scenery here is beautiful and pleasant, and what makes Zhu Shenzi even more excited is that the energy of the world here is much richer than outside. About 1 day of practice is equivalent to more than 10 days outside. What a powerful secret realm, even the best secret realm in Xuanhuan, it is far inferior. Jiao Shenzi's eyes flashed greedy. If he could occupy this secret realm, that would be great. When Han Feng came here, his soul opened up in an instant. Afterwards, Han Feng was shocked to find that this secret place is not very big. After passing through layers of mountains, the soul came to 9 steps that towered into the clouds, and each step was about 10,000 meters high. Clouds and white mist wrapped the huge 9-story steps, making the 9-story steps looming, full of mystery. Han Feng's soul was still approaching, but at this moment, a huge force was released from the 9 steps. Han Feng's face turned pale, and his soul hurriedly withdrew as if he had been hit hard. This secret place has not suppressed my soul. I never expected that the huge steps behind a few mountains are so powerful. If I guessed correctly, the huge steps should be created by the ancestors of the Gan family, and the treasures should be there. Han Feng didn't dare to use his soul to touch the huge steps behind several mountains, so he restrained his soul and recovered. Xuanhuan's soul did not recover to the level given by Han Feng, so after it was released, it only swept a few mountains around, and did not find the towering steps piercing through the clouds. This time, Zhu Shenzi and his party came with 9 people, plus a concubine from the Jiang family. Then came Gan Jia and Mrs. Gan, and finally Han Feng and Xuanhuan. Except for Han Feng and Xuanhuan, everyone galloped around, looking for treasures. Xuanhuan and the two have already sensed it with their souls. Where is there any treasure here? It's just that Han Feng knows better than Xuanhuan that there are huge steps rushing into the clouds and sky behind a few mountains. I thought there were treasures everywhere, or there were fairy mansions and fairy caves, but it seems I was overthinking it. Xuanhuan was a little disappointed. Han Feng said, obviously, when this secret realm was created by the ancestors of the Gan family, the Martial Dao continent should have risen not long ago. At that time, the Martial Dao continent was not very big, so the secret realm created by the ancestors of the Gan family would not be that big either. The ancestors of the Gan family should be related to the weaker god kings and stronger ones. The first update. In the era when the ancestors of the Gan family existed, it should be shortly after the promotion of the God Emperor powerhouse, so the heavenly Dao in the martial arts small world was still very immature, and the number of warriors in the martial arts small world was not as large as it is now. In that era, many great powers had not yet fully grown up. If the ancestors of the Gan family had not been servants of the God Emperor, they would not have become God King level powerhouses. Moreover, this God King is still a low-level God King. It is estimated that this is already the top military force at that time, except for the God Emperor. After all, the God Emperor has just broken through, and the warriors in his inner small world will never be so powerful that they can transform into God Kings 4 or 5 times. Generally speaking, in the small world of low-level God Emperors, the limit reached by the strongest is the 3-change God King. In the small world of middle-level God Emperors, the limit that the strongest can reach is the 6-change God King. A high-level God Emperor can cultivate a super-existence whose limit is the 9-change God King. As for the Master, he can almost cultivate a half-step God Emperor, or even a power comparable to the existence of a God Emperor. Naturally, this kind of power comparable to the existence of the God Emperor cannot compete with the God Emperor of the Great World, because they cannot create life. Only when the ruler breaks through again and reaches the same level as the Tao of Heaven, can the small world and his Dantian cultivate a real God Emperor, that is, a God Emperor who can create life. But at this time, the small world of Dantian can no longer be called a small world, but has grown into a real big world. It's a pity that so far, there have been masters born in the big world, and those who have surpassed the masters and reached the level of heaven have never heard of them. It's really not big here. Zhu Shenzi searched for a long time, but found nothing. Jiu Shenzi admitted that the heaven and earth here are full of energy, and the trees have formed incredible functions because of their long existence. But this is different from the exercises, martial arts, and artifacts that Zhu Shenzi originally wanted. Not long after, Gan Jia and Mrs. Gan also came back. Jiu Shenzi glared at Gan Jia. Didn't you say that your ancestors hid many treasures in the secret realm? Where are they? This. Gan Jia was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Originally thought that there were treasures everywhere after entering, but unexpectedly came to a paradise. It's good for retirement. Mrs. Gan apologized and said with a smile, if this secret realm is really full of treasures, the ancestors of the Gan family have already taken them out. Presumably the treasures here should be hidden somewhere, or we need to meet certain conditions to get the treasures. I have to say that Mrs. Gan is very smart, and this guess is very close to the truth. The ancestors of the Gan family created such a secret realm, so naturally it was not for the younger generation to get something for nothing. Want to get treasures? Can, but must. Jiu Shenzi thought about Mrs. Gan's words and felt that it made sense, but where could the treasure be hidden? Look for it, let me look for it. See if there are any hidden caves in the nearby mountains. If it doesn't work, dig 3 feet to see if there are any underground. Yes. The 8 high-ranking martial gods nodded in agreement. Next, the 8 warriors scattered. Jiu Shenzi flicked his sleeve robe and started searching again. Soon, only Han Feng and Xuanhuan were left in place. Junior brother, do you think we should search together or separately? Although Xuanhuan's spirit didn't find anything, he didn't think there were really any treasures here. In the big world, there are many barriers that can isolate the soul from the investigation. Maybe it is the same here? Han Feng said, brother, I think there is really no treasure here, the real treasure should be on the other side. The other side? Yes, brother, follow me. Han Feng jumped out in one step, and the next moment he soared into the air. Xuanhuan was not stupid. Seeing this, he didn't know that Han Feng must have discovered something, so he immediately followed. As middle-level warriors, the two were extremely fast, and because they were moving forward with a purpose, they quickly passed through many mountains. At this time, Xuanhuan's soul had already discovered the huge step. This is. Xuanhuan's pupils shrank, and through his telepathy, Xuanhuan could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the huge steps. Even after so many years, this momentum still makes people palpitate. Xuanhuan was about to urge the soul to get closer, when Han Feng hurriedly said, brother, don't. Pfft. Xuanhuan's face turned pale, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood, almost falling from the sky. It was Han Feng who rescued Xuanhuan in time. Xuanhuan was terrified. The soul just approached for a while, and was directly bombarded by that momentum. After so many years, it's amazing that I can still hit my soul with a little counterattack. Han Feng also said, our level is too low, so naturally we still can't understand the true power of the God King. This time we can be regarded as experiencing the coercion left by the God King powerhouse. After so many years, we can still have such oppression. It is indeed an existence beyond the ancient gods. The two suffered a loss, and they were even more in awe of the God King level. At the edge of the 9 steps, Han Feng and Xuanhuan were even more shocked by the 9 steps. The boundless coercion made the two of them feel as if they were facing an ancient giant. The two looked at each other and stepped up. If the ancestors of the Gan family found treasures in the secret territory, it is most likely related to these 9 steps. Do you have to climb to the highest level to get the treasures? The entire step is square, which means that there are steps in 4 directions to climb to the top. The two choose one side to set foot on, although it is only one side of a step, its scope is extremely huge. Suddenly, a force descended that Han Feng and Xuanhuan could not overcome. Han Feng and Xuanhuan were horrified to find that they were forcibly separated by this force. Xuanhuan still stopped at the original step, but Han Feng was taken to the other step. The two looked at each other from a long distance, and looked at each other. It seemed that each side and each floor of the steps could only accommodate one person. It seems that I can only climb the steps alone. Han Feng thought secretly. The next moment, Han Feng pointed his toes and soared into the air, about to fly up to the second step. However, at this moment, a majestic force suddenly descended from the first step, directly pressing on Han Feng. Han Feng seemed to be held down by a giant, and he could not fly higher, no matter what. Han Feng was caught off guard and was immediately bombarded by this force. Han Feng didn't believe in evil and flew a few more times, but he was always bombed down. With the power of the middle-ranked martial god, can't you even climb the second step? If so. The energy in his body surged, and Han Feng was already preparing to unleash the Xinyan battle body, planning to forcefully charge forward by relying on the increased power of the Xinyan battle body. Just at this moment, the light in front of him condensed, and the energy of the world like a whirlwind gathered there. Han Feng paused, did not display the Xinyan battle body, and kept his eyes fixed on that direction. A scene that surprised Han Feng happened. When the energy was condensed, a handsome man, composed entirely of energy from heaven and earth, appeared there. The second update. Han Feng's pupil shrank, and this figure, which was completely condensed by energy, was able to speak. Beat you, very good, then I'll take the shot. Han Feng's eyes sharpened, and he shot suddenly, shooting out with astonishing momentum. At the same time, the figure on the opposite side quickly made a move. Boom! The two fists collided, and the terrifying aftermath spread in all directions. Han Feng was surprised to find that the opponent's cultivation base was only in the middle stage of the middle-level martial arts, which was even worse than his own. Han Feng stepped back a few steps, but the other party was directly blown away. In terms of cultivation, Han Feng was already stronger than the opponent, and coupled with the qualitatively changed true essence, he could crush the opponent without any pressure. Han Feng took the time to perceive Xuanhuan's situation with his soul, and found that Xuanhuan's opponent was only at the peak level of the lower-ranked martial god. What's going on here? The opponent's strength is different? Han Feng soon figured out that the enemies on this step should be enemies with different cultivation levels set according to different cultivation levels. I am a late-stage mid-level Valkyrie, so my opponent is a mid-stage mid-level Valkyrie. Xuanhuan is an early middle-level warrior, so his opponent is the peak low-level warrior. According to this situation, if Jiao Shenzi came to this first step, I am afraid that the opponent's cultivation base is the late stage of the lower-ranked legendary martial god. It's how many levels you can fight. After thinking about this, Han Feng's expression immediately relaxed. Han Feng hurriedly pulled Xuanhuan over, not to seize the opportunity. Jiao Shenzi himself is the pinnacle of the lower-ranked martial gods, and there are 8 cronies of the upper-ranked martial gods. This is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying force. When this force is combined, it is he and Xuanhuan who are most likely to reach the top. Strongest competitor. But now Han Feng no longer has such worries. Guessing from the fact that he and Xuanhuan were broken apart, each floor and each side of the 4 square steps can only accommodate one person at a time, and each person faces a different opponent. The higher the level, the stronger the fight, the higher the climb. On stepping up and not fighting, Han Feng is confident that there are very few people in the martial arts continent who can match him, or even none. Even Xuanhuan couldn't compare to himself at this time. However, the energy body didn't show any changes in expression. It was obvious that it was a physical genius who had seen countless battles that could surpass levels. The level that Han Feng has surpassed now is not enough to shock the energy body. The energy body twisted in midair, and a god-level martial skill was suddenly displayed. Xinyan Fighting Fist. Han Feng didn't retreat but advanced and punched him. The opponent only used a first-level god-level martial skill, and his strength didn't increase much. Boom! The flame radiance completely swallowed the energy body. The moment the energy body was killed, Han Feng clearly felt that the oppression of the steps that made him unable to fly to the second step had disappeared. But Han Feng didn't immediately fly to the second step. Because of the place where the energy body was eliminated, a light ball was left behind. The light ball flew into Han Feng's hands, and before Han Feng could take a closer look, it shot into Han Feng's eyebrows with a swipe. A top-level god-level martial skill? Han Feng was surprised to find that what was recorded in this light group was a god-level martial skill. Pity. It's just a first-level god-level martial skill, even if it's top-level, it's useless to me. After I leave the small world of martial arts, after this martial skill is transformed by me, I'm afraid there will be only the threshold level of god-level martial skills left, which will be placed in the big world. Medium is the lowest level of low-grade divine skills, and it doesn't increase my strength. Han Feng shook his head. That's all. Even if he can't use it, there is still the Han family, and it will be passed on to the Han family in the future. A first-level top-level martial skill is nothing to Han Feng, but it is an extremely precious martial skill to the declining martial Dao continent. Once it appears in the world, it will inevitably cause many old monsters to scramble for each other, and set off a bloodbath. Even the top-ranked holy places would covet them. Perhaps only Xuanhuan will not take the first-level god-level martial arts seriously. But if the strong man from Xuanhuan came across a first-level magical skill or martial skill by chance, he would probably not mind fighting over it. After defeating the energy body, the inheritance of god-level martial arts appeared. Does it mean that there will be rewards as long as you pass the first level? In this way, even if you can't climb to the top, you can still get a lot of treasures. I hope that the higher you go, the more precious the treasures will be. After a while, Han Feng flew to the second step. The second step is smaller than the first step, but the aura emanating from the steps is even more terrifying. It was another cohesion of energy from heaven and earth, and an energy body appeared in Han Feng's sight. This energy body is exactly the same as the one on the first floor, except that it has changed in terms of cultivation, from the mid-stage Valkyrie to the late-stage Valkyrie. The energy body suddenly said, being able to defeat the me on the first floor, obviously you already have the ability to fight beyond the ranks, but being able to defeat the me on the first floor is not worthy of your pride, but any genius with some capital can break through the fourth floor. Go ahead, I hope you can defeat me on the second floor. Han Feng secretly rolled his eyes. This energy body should be calculated according to the genius standard in ancient times. Now, let alone the second-level god-level martial arts, it is not bad to be able to master the first-level god-level martial arts to perfection. Where can you leapfrog? The genius of this energy body is placed in the current martial Dao continent, and only the middle-level martial god of Xuanhuan can match it. Naturally, this is the case without using the divine body, and the display of the divine body is different. However, it seems that apart from the god of war in Xuanhuan, there are only a handful of gods in the top 10 holy places who have divine bodies. All in all, it is almost difficult for the martial gods of the 10 great holy lands to break through to the 4th floor, and they may not even be able to break through the 3rd floor. And such a martial god is a rare genius in the martial Tao continent. But in the eyes of the energy body, it is estimated that they have not yet reached the edge of genius. The energy body made a move, moving on the steps like lightning. It's a pity that under Han Feng's spiritual observation, the movement of this energy body was clearly perceived by Han Feng. Drink. Han Feng gave a low drink, and patted it with his palm. The energy body was amazed this time. What he was using was a 2nd-level divine skill, martial skill, and agility. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for ordinary high-level warriors to react in time. The boy on the opposite side found his own trajectory so quickly, and launched an attack in time. The surging power turned into a fist, and the energy body immediately blasted towards Han Feng. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Han Feng still used the Xuanhuan Fighting Fist without using other whole cards, and the energy body was instantly killed. A ball of light rotated on the spot where the energy body fell, and then rushed towards Han Feng quickly, and disappeared into Han Feng's eyebrows for a moment. The first update. The 2nd-level God-level exercises are also useless to Han Feng, but if they are placed in the Han family, it will be different. Han Feng still remembered that the Han family's God-level exercises were very limited, and they were all 1st level. If there is a 2nd-level God-level Kung Fu method, then with the aptitude of the Great Supreme Elder's low-level divine body, he would have already broken through to the upper-level martial god. In the words of the energy body, as long as you have a bit of qualifications in the first 3 floors, you can break through. In other words, the rewards for the first 3 floors will not be very good. Han Feng thought. Thinking of this, Han Feng lost interest in the rewards for the 3rd step, and just wanted to rush to the 4th step to see what kind of rewards the 4th step would have. Come to the 3rd step, the energy body reappears. This energy body obviously has the memory of the first 2 floors, he said. Very good, you can instantly kill me in the first 2 floors, it seems that your combat power is not trivial, I hope you can kill me and come to the 4th floor. The 4th floor the rewards are much better than the first 3 tiers. After saying that, the energy body launched an attack. The energy body of the 3rd step has reached the peak of the middle-level martial arts, and it is still using the 2nd-level God-level martial arts, but this 2nd-level God-level martial arts is the very top of the 2nd level. And the energy body of the 3rd step has already cultivated the 2nd-level God-level martial arts to a perfect state. However, even so, the energy body on the 3rd step still did not escape the fate of being instantly killed by Han Feng's punch. This time, what Han Feng got was not a god-level martial skill or a god-level kung fu technique, but a jade-colored crystal exuding pure energy. The moment he got the jade-colored crystal, Han Feng immediately understood what the jade-colored crystal was used for. If a mid-level martial god has reached the peak, with this jade-colored crystal, it is almost 100% possible to step into the upper-rank martial god. The previous breakthrough of the Great Supreme Elder was interrupted, and the foundation was damaged. The possibility of breakthrough in the future is very small, but with this crystal, there will be no problems. If the Great Supreme Elder breaks through to the upper-rank martial god, and with the 2nd-level god-level exercises I got, it will be more than enough to protect the Great Sun Holy Land. Han Feng knew that he would leave the small world of martial arts sooner or later, so Han Feng would not feel at ease if he did not leave some protection for the Han family before leaving. At any rate, the Han family has used a lot of resources over the years, and the Han family has treated themselves well, so it is natural to give something back. Thinking about this, Han Feng couldn't help grinning when he thought of Gan Jia, who had a bad relationship with Xuanhuan. This Gan Jia really wouldn't die if he didn't want to die. If he treats Xuanhuan well, he might become a martial god in the future. After getting the jade-colored crystal, Han Feng finally came to the 4th floor. The energy body on the fourth level has already reached the level of the upper-level martial god. Although it is only the initial stage of the upper-level martial god, the sense of danger that this energy body brings to Han Feng is several times that of the first 3 levels of energy bodies. Boom! The momentum of the fourth energy body suddenly soared, and the divine body suddenly unfolded. The first 3 layers of energy bodies did not have a divine body. Han Feng thought that the energy body did not have a divine body. Now it seems that his guess was wrong. The energy body displayed the low-grade divine body, or the top-level divine body among the low-grade divine bodies. Afterwards, the energy body unfolded its movements and came to Han Feng in almost a moment. The hands of the energy body formed seals, and a terrifying fire mark erupted from the hands of the energy body, blasting towards Han Feng fiercely. Although the speed of the energy body is fast, Han Feng's reaction ability is not weak. The moment the energy body appeared, Han Feng had already deployed the Xuanhuan battle armor, and at the same time blasted out a Xuanhuan battle fist. The opponent's fire seal bombarded the Xuanhuan battle armor, and the terrifying power directly blasted Han Feng away, but the Xuanhuan battle armor reached the peak of the first layer, and its defensibility was extremely amazing. This energy body's attack was terrifying, but it only caused cracks in Xuanhuan's armor, and it did not completely smash Xuanhuan's armor. Han Feng, who was protected by Xuanhuan's battle armor, didn't suffer any injuries at all except for feeling a little depressed. On the other hand, the energy body didn't feel so good after being hit by Han Feng's Xuanhuan Zhan fist. While being blown away, it was obvious that the energy body had a painful expression and a body that had become somewhat illusory at that moment. This guy is much stronger than the third-level energy body. Not only does he have the top-level lower-level divine body, but he also has third-level magical skills, third-level god-level martial arts, third-level god-level body skills, and third-level god-level physical skills. Super defense. And they have all mastered to perfection. In the early stages of the upper-ranked martial gods on the mountain, I am afraid it will be difficult to match. If this guy's cultivation is at the peak level of a high-level martial god, then he is definitely stronger than the high-level peak martial god next to Jushenzi. It even needs to reach the middle and late stage of the upper-level martial gods, and it is enough to match the peak of the upper-level martial gods around Jushenzi. If the opponent is the Holy Land, with the current strength, it is enough to compete against the peak of the upper-level martial gods of the Holy Land. If you are lucky, you can't do it. It's good to be able to kill the peak of the high-level warriors of the Holy Land. Naturally, this so-called peak of the high-level warriors is the lower-ranked high-level warriors of the Holy Land. The stronger the energy body, the more excited Han Feng is. Because this means that as long as you defeat the opponent, you will get more benefits. Han Feng didn't use the Xuanhuan battle body or the golden immortal body, and only relied on his own cultivation, the qualitatively changed Xuanhuan and the Xuanhuan battle body to compete against the opponent. The two sides continued to fight, and the rumbling sound continued. With the 9 flames and different fire art, this consumption is nothing at all. With the Xuanhuan battle armor, Han Feng can withstand the bombardment of the energy body, but the energy body cannot withstand the bombardment of Han Feng. A quarter of an hour later, the energy body was completely bombarded by Han Feng. A ball of fiery red light flew towards Han Feng and fell into Han Feng's hands. The moment he caught this object, Han Feng was also sent a breath of breath, and Han Feng quickly understood what he was holding. It's a bloodstone. The main function of the bloodstone is to enhance the warrior's control over his own physique. Han Feng's ultimate Great Rian physique is an innate top-grade divine body, but limited by Han Feng's current cultivation, he can only display the power of a high-grade divine body, which is still an extremely inferior level in the top grade. This is because Han Feng has the basis of his previous life, otherwise it would be good to be another mid-level martial god who can exert the power of a mid-level god body. But with this bloodstone, warriors can be tempered. This tempering not only affects the body, but also acts on the essence, and even affects the soul. Therefore, after absorbing the bloodstone, the warrior's control over his own physique will be greatly improved. Bloodstones are also divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and extreme grade. The higher the quality, the more terrifying the degree of tempering it can be. With Han Feng's current cultivation base, plus the top-grade divine body, the Great Rion body, only the top-quality bloodstone can play a little role. The bloodstone in Han Feng's hand is a top-quality bloodstone. With this top-grade bloodstone, my control over the Great Rion physique will be further deepened. I'm afraid I can reach the middle, lower, or even middle level of the top-grade divine physique, and my overall strength will greatly increase. On Han Feng's face, finally flashed a touch of joy. The value of this top-grade bloodstone is much higher than that of first and second level god-level martial arts and exercises. Perhaps only fourth and fifth level god-level martial arts and exercises can be compared. Especially for the current Han Feng, the value is even greater, because the appearance of the bloodstone is just a timely help. As the mastery of the divine body improves, the overall strength will also increase, so the possibility of climbing to the 9th step is naturally greater. The second update. On top of the top-grade bloodstone, there is actually a more perfect bloodstone. This perfect bloodstone is actually a variation of the top-grade bloodstone, a mutated bloodstone. The function of mutated bloodstones, in addition to helping warriors to further master their own system like the best bloodstones, also has the effect of enhancing physical fitness and promoting physical fitness. For example, if a martial artist breaks through to the realm of a god of war, his own system is only tempered to the level of a low-grade divine body, and it is difficult to go further. Then with the mutant bloodstone, there is an 80% possibility that the divine body can be further refined to the level of a middle-grade divine body. In this way, not only the combat power of the same level has greatly increased, but the possibility of breaking through to the legendary Valkyrie is as high as 80%. This is a treasure that all warriors covet. Han Feng estimated that even if the Lord of the Mountain is here, he will not let the mutated bloodstone go. And Han Feng, of course, will not let it go. Originally, Han Feng had a premonition that his ultimate Great Rion physique was about to be promoted, reaching the ultimate Great Rion physique comparable to a super divine physique. With the mutated bloodstone, there was no doubt that the time would be greatly advanced. If there is no mutated bloodstone, Han Feng reckons that he must at least break through to the legendary martial god realm before the Great Sun Flame body can be promoted to the ultimate Great Sun Flame body, but it is only possible, not necessarily certain. And with the mutated bloodstone, Han Feng is confident that he will evolve the Great Sun Flame body to the ultimate stage when he is a mid-level martial god. No matter how bad it is, breaking through to a high-level Valkyrie can almost evolve. It's a pity that what Han Feng got was only the best bloodstone, not the mutant bloodstone. This is only the 4th floor. I hope that there will be treasures like mutated bloodstones in the next few floors. Even if they are not mutated bloodstones, I hope they are worth as much as, or even more than mutated bloodstones. Han Feng thought excitedly. After getting the top-quality bloodstone, Han Feng didn't continue to fly up, but sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to prepare to absorb the top-quality bloodstone. The top-quality bloodstone was held in Han Feng's hand, and traces of blood-colored energy gushed out from the top-quality bloodstone and was absorbed by Han Feng. Time passed by quietly, and not long after, half a day passed like this. Most of the top-grade bloodstone has been absorbed by Han Feng. At the same time, Jiao Shenzi and the others finally came to the steps. Really? They're ahead of us. Jiao Shenzi looked gloomy. After searching for the treasure for a long time, Jiao Shenzi soon discovered that Han Feng and Xuanhuan had disappeared. After all, those mountains are not big, and they can turn around quickly at the speed of Valkyrie. On the way to search for treasures, Jiao Shenzi has bumped into his cronies several times. But Han Feng and Xuanhuan never met each other. Jiao Shenzi originally thought that the two were staying in the same place, but after Jiao Shenzi returned to the original place, he still did not find the two of them. Jiao Shenzi immediately judged that Han Feng and the two probably found something. Now it seems that it is so. The treasures of the ancestors of the Gan family are most likely on the top floor. Only when you reach the top floor can you get the treasures left by the God of creation. How did this kid know where the treasure is? Jiao Shenzi couldn't help but turn his anger on Gan Jia, yelling at Gan Jia. Gan Jia trembled all over, with a dazed expression on his face. This secret realm had not been opened for many years, and even Gan Jia himself didn't know what was going on in the secret realm. Small, you don't even know. Gan Jia was about to cry, and hated Xuanhuan even more. Since he knew the location of the treasure, he didn't tell them, and let them go around in circles, wasting energy and real energy. Forget it, they've already arrived here anyway, they're just 4 floors ahead of schedule. With the ability of my son, they will be able to climb to the top soon. Jiao Shenzi shook his sleeve robe and let Gan Jia go, for the time being. Gan Jia hurriedly said, yes, with the ability of Master 9 Gods, he will be able to overtake them and reach the top step. Jiao Shenzi ignored Gan Jia's flattery, but raised his head, narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Feng and Xuanhuan on the 4th floor, a little puzzled. Why are these two people sitting there cross-legged? Could it be that he was recovering from an injury? Thinking of this, Jiao Shenzi looked contemptuous. A mere mid-level martial god also wants to reach the top? Dreaming. Even a mid-level martial god can break through to the 4th floor, and he is an imposing low-level legendary martial god peak powerhouse. Can't he reach the top? Jiao Shenzi was full of confidence. The next moment, Jiao Shenzi, 8 cronies, Gan Jia and others stepped onto the first step. At the moment when everyone stepped up, an invisible force suddenly enveloped the steps. This force was extremely surging, and it also carried an irresistible aura. Jiao Shenzi's expression changed drastically. This force. Unable to compete. Terrifying power bombarded everyone, except for Jiao Shenzi who stayed in place. Only 3 high-ranking warriors appeared on the first step in the other 3 directions. The rest were all kicked out. The people who were driven out looked terrified, and they still haven't realized what happened. It's just that frightening aura was deeply imprinted in their minds. That's all for Gan Jia and the others. The high-ranking martial gods have seen the Lord of the Mountain before. The aura of the Lord of the Mountain is not so terrifying and unfathomable. The Lord of Xunshan is a master of the middle-rank Shanyang martial god. What level is this aura so strong? High-level Shanyang martial god? Or, beyond the existence of martial god Shanyang? On the first step, an energy body condensed on the opposite side of Jiao Shenzi, which impressively possessed the late-stage cultivation of a lower-level legendary martial god. Just 1 step lower than me? Jiao Shenzi's face became extremely ugly. Seeing that Han Feng and Xuanhuan had reached the 4th floor, Jiao Shenzi thought that his opponent would be very simple, but he never expected that he was only a step lower than himself in terms of cultivation. How is it possible? The lower-ranked legendary martial god, how did those two compete? Jiao Shenzi's heart was filled with turmoil. But at this moment, Jiao Shenzi inadvertently scanned the 2 cronies in the east and west directions, and was shocked to find that their opponents were the middle stage of the upper-level warrior and the late stage of the upper-level warrior, and they were also a small level lower than the 2 cronies. Like a thunderbolt exploding in Jiao Shenzi's soul world, Jiao Shenzi understood everything. It turns out that the opponents are determined according to people with different cultivation levels. Thinking of this, Jiao Shenzi heaved a sigh of relief, which also means that the 2 people are only stronger in fighting abilities at higher levels, and may not be able to compete with the legendary Valkyrie. Only. Jiao Shenzi's eyes were dim, talking about climbing the steps without fighting. Can he climb to the top? Zhu Shenzi understands the difficulty of fighting at higher levels than anyone else. At this moment, the energy body has already started to attack, and its movement is like a ghost, quickly attacking under Zhu Shenzi's shocked eyes. The first update. More yesterday. Even if it is myself, the agility that I have practiced is nothing more than this. Zhu Shenzi dodged in a bit of embarrassment. The cultivation base of the energy body was only slightly lower than Zhu Shenzi's, and with the help of third-level God-level exercises, even Zhu Shenzi couldn't handle it. Zhu Shenzi doesn't have a qualitative change in spirit, nor does he have a body that defies the sky. In terms of speed, he is only stronger than the energy body. Taking advantage of the energy body, Zhu Shenzi was in a panic. Get lost. Zhu Shenzi has never been so embarrassed since he became the Shenzi of Xuanhuan, especially after breaking through to the legendary martial god. Pressed by the energy body step by step, Zhu Shenzi was furious. Zhu Shenzi let out an angry roar, and his true energy flew out in all directions, forming ferocious giant snakes, and rumbled away. The energy body had to stop attacking Zhu Shenzi, and retreated quickly. After all, Zhu Shenzi is a low-level legendary martial god peak master, and he has also experienced strict guidance in Xuanhuan, and his combat power is extraordinary. He was in a state of embarrassment before, but the energy body took the lead. Now the energy body is forced to retreat, and Zhu Shenzi can finally counterattack. It's a pity that the energy body is not bad, and it is still a third-level god-level martial skill, which is very powerful. Bastard! Zhu Shenzi was furious. This is the first step, and it is so difficult for him to deal with it. Could it be that he is not as good as those two people? Rolling true energy condensed, Zhu Shenzi took a deep breath, and finally displayed the legendary god-level martial skill, which killed the opponent in one fell swoop and climbed to the second floor. This is true of Zhu Shenzi, and the other three high-ranking martial gods are even more unbearable. Their advantage is that they are a small level stronger than the energy body, but their disadvantage is that their mastery of third-level god-level martial arts is not as good as that of the energy body. The two sides can be said to be evenly matched. This is still a high-level martial god of the Holy Mountain. If it is a high-level martial god of the Holy Land, I am afraid that only by displaying the divine body can the energy body be defeated. If there is no divine body and only the sacred body, it is estimated that they will not even be able to break through the first floor. The three high-ranking martial gods became impatient, especially when they saw that Zhu Shenzi had climbed the second step. They immediately displayed the lower-rank god body, and only then defeated the energy body and climbed to the second step. After they climbed the second step, four more high-ranking warriors climbed the first step. Outside the steps, there was only one high-ranking martial god left, and Gan Jia, Mrs. Gan, and Jiangxing's concubine. At the second level, the energy body is already equal to the cultivation base of Zhu Shenzi, and he is the pinnacle of the lower-ranked legendary martial god. The energy body on the second floor still uses the third-level god-level body skills and third-level god-level martial arts, but they have been cultivated to perfection. Sometimes it can even exert more than 100% of its power. Zhu Shenzi was able to gain the upper hand with the third-level god-level martial arts, but the gap between the two sides was not that big. After all, Zhu Shenzi had not cultivated the fourth-level god-level martial arts to a high level. This battle lasted for a long time before Zhu Shenzi won with a slight advantage. The other three high-level martial gods were different. With their low-level divine bodies, they could only draw with their respective opponents. In the end, except for the peak martial god who fought with Han Feng that day, the other two were defeated by a narrow margin. The two high-ranking warriors looked disappointed. They only passed the first floor, and the rewards they got were really worthless. The high-ranking martial gods who originally stayed on the first floor have also entered the second floor at this moment. The high-ranking martial god in place and Gan Jia stepped onto the first floor one after another. Ganjia was full of anticipation. He had already seen the rewards of those martial gods. Even if he only passed one level, the rewards were equivalent to a first-level god-level martial skill or a first-level god-level kung fu. For him, who is still at the level of a martial saint, this is already a major gain. Once he cultivates a first-level god-level martial skill, he will surely break through to a demigod. However, the reality dealt a heavy blow to Ganjia. Even if it was only the first floor, he failed. Also failed were Mrs. Gan and Zhang's concubine. On the third step, the peak of the upper-ranked martial god was quickly defeated, and he was defeated without any power to fight back. Because the cultivation base of this martial god has reached the peak of the upper-rank martial god, the third-tier opponent of this martial god is a master of the lower-rank legendary martial god at the beginning. The body skills, exercises, and martial arts mastered are all at the 4th level. Although these 4 levels are just ordinary 4 levels, and the energy body is only initially mastered, it is not something that a mere low-level god body can compete with. Now on the 3rd step, there is only Jushenzi left. The Valkyrie on the 1st level was also eliminated when he came to the 2nd level. After a while, there were only Jushenzi, Xuanhuan and Han Feng on the steps. Jushenzi's opponent on the 3rd level has broken through to the early stage of the middle-level legendary martial arts. Although the body skills and martial arts he used are only level 4, these level 4 are extremely top-notch in the same level. Not only that, the 3rd level energy body has already cultivated the 4th level god level agility and martial arts to a perfect state. Jiao Shensi could no longer cope with his own cultivation and mastered martial arts, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Roar! Jiao Shensi roared wildly, and the roar gradually turned into the sound of hissing and spitting snake letters. In a moment, Jiao Shensi turned into a ferocious giant snake. It is the divine body of Jushenzi, the divine body of Tai Snake. Turning into a huge monster like the Tai Snake, Jiao Shensi's power soared a lot in an instant, and the snake letter spit out, extremely flexible, as if it had its own life, and directly stabbed at the energy body. At the same time, Han Feng on the 4th floor finally absorbed the top-grade bloodstone, and the power of the ultimate Rion physique was almost equivalent to that of a high-grade divine body. The next moment, Han Feng jumped up and came to the 5th step. To Han Feng's surprise, the energy body of the 5th step has not been improved, and it is still the early stage of the upper-level martial arts. But the 5th level energy body has a middle-grade divine body, a 4th level god-level martial arts body, kung fu, and martial arts. It may be because the steps were created by the ancestors of the Gan family. The divine body of this energy body is the same as the body of the Gan family. The body of the blazing soul flame demon at the middle grade divine body level almost turned the energy body into a terrifying flame demon. Xinyan battle body, Ning. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Facing the energy body on the 5th floor, Han Feng didn't dare to be careless, and the dual combat body was instantly deployed. The golden immortal physique Han Feng also cannot exert its full power, but it can also exert the power of the 1st level golden immortal physique. The unfolding of the 2 great gods instantly raised Han Feng's cultivation to a level comparable to that of a high-ranking god of war. Like a flaming god of war, Han Feng punched out suddenly, turning into a terrifying torrent. Blazing Soul Seal. While the energy body rushed towards Han Feng, his hand slammed into seals. Boom! A group of astonishing flames erupted from the 5th step. The flames erupted, and waves of bombardment power spread around, and Han Feng kept retreating. But at this moment, an arm burning with purple flames suddenly passed through the center of the flame explosion, like a real flame demon, clawing at Han Feng. The second update. This claw carried a ferocious power, and the flames shot out like a whirlwind. This claw attack was extremely fast, and the attack method was also surprising. Han Feng never expected that the opponent would attack directly through the aftermath of the burst of flames. Xinyan battle armor. The flames shone brightly, devouring Han Feng. When the brilliance dissipated, Han Feng had already put on the mighty Xinyan battle armor. Relying on the Xinyan battle armor, Han Feng forcibly resisted the opponent's blow, and counterattacked with a Xinyan fist. The 5-level energy body's physical skills were astonishing, and he jumped up, directly dodging Han Feng's punch, and a roaring roar shook the sky in the air. In the next moment, endless balls of flame thundered towards him like stars all over the sky. Han Feng frowned slightly. With the initial cultivation base of a high-level martial god, a mid-level divine body, and a 4th-level god-level martial skill, body skills, and kung fu, these 5-level energy bodies are really difficult to deal with. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng let out a low shout, and a small part of Ziji Xuanhuan instantly gushed out from his dantian, circulated in his body, and merged with Xinyan battle body and Jin immortal body. In an instant, Han Feng's power soared, and Xinyan's Xuanhuan struck out again. The difference is that this time the Xinyan war fist has already incorporated a small part of the Ziji Xuanhua, and its power is astonishing. The fire fist is like a raging wave, with the force of a broken bamboo, completely devouring the attack of the 5-layer energy body, and then suddenly skyrocketed, turning into an existence like a huge wave. No matter how amazing the movement of the 5-layer energy body is, facing such a large-scale attack, there is no way to avoid it. It can only rely on tyrannical strength to directly break through Han Feng's attack. However, Han Feng's attack at this time was no longer something the 5-layer energy body could resist. In a blink of an eye, the 5-layer energy body was completely devoured and turned into nothingness, and a ball of light flew into Han Feng's hands. Eh? Han Feng gasped in surprise. What appeared in Han Feng's hands turned out to be a monster egg. As soon as the soul sensed it, a vast and ancient atmosphere filled the air. At the same time, a piece of information just appeared in Han Feng's mind. Giant diamond crocodile? Han Feng also stayed in the martial Dao continent for a long time. But I have never heard of such a race among monsters. However, in the information, Han Feng learned that the bloodline of this King Kong giant crocodile is amazing. The King Kong giant crocodile family, even if they are only young, still have the power of ordinary warriors. During the growth period, he will probably enter the realm of the legendary martial god, and in adulthood he will be the Xianyang martial god. And the king of the King Kong giant crocodile family often breaks through the limits of the race and breaks through to the realm beyond Xianyang martial god. This realm is known as the ancient martial god. In Han Feng's view, the ancient martial god is also the ancient god. However, the breakthrough of the ancient martial god does not need to absorb the energy of chaos, and there is no quality distinction like the golden lotus and Qinglian like the ancient god, so Han Feng guessed that the ancient martial god is not the opponent of the ancient god in the same level. The bloodline of the King Kong giant crocodile is really good. In today's martial Dao continent, as long as it is an adult, it can reach the Xianyang martial god, and it can reach the upper-level peak of Xianyang martial god smoothly, which is enough to unify the martial Dao continent. If you are lucky enough to reach the level of the ancient martial god, it is not impossible to command the 3 realms. Such a monster egg is only a reward for the 5th level, it is too. Han Feng felt that the value of the giant diamond crocodile was underestimated. But soon Han Feng figured it out. There may not be many existences in the simple state of the ancestors of the Gon family, which is equivalent to the realm of god kings, but there must be many levels of ancient martial gods. Then only the king and the clan can reach the level of the ancient martial god, or the lower level of the ancient martial god level. In the eyes of the ancestors of the Gon family, I am afraid that it is really no different from the best blood stone. After all, the best blood stone also has a strengthening effect on the control of the super divine body level. Mutated blood stones can also break through some limits between the lower, middle, and upper grades of the super divine body. The beast breeding space currently has 6 places, and there is still one vacancy. It can cultivate giant diamond crocodiles. But giant diamond crocodiles are produced in the martial Dao continent. After leaving the small world of martial arts and coming to the big world, I'm afraid. Han Feng was a little worried that the King Kong crocodile would be repelled by the big world, which would cause him to be unable to improve his cultivation. Fool, did you forget that the monsters contracted by the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda will be transformed by the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda? Xiaopeng couldn't help but growl. Han Feng was awakened suddenly. Yes, he actually forgot how the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda transformed the monster. It's been too long since I've contracted a monster again, I almost forgot. Han Feng smiled wryly and patted his face. As long as the giant diamond crocodile is transformed by the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, there will naturally be no possibility of rejection from the big world, but it is certain that it will not adapt for a period of time. Only after adapting can the giant diamond crocodile fully exert its power in the big world. With a flip of the palm, Han Feng has sent the giant crocodile demon egg into the animal breeding space of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda. In the Skyfire Pagoda, Xiaopeng has already started to refine the source liquid of the divine stone, which is used for the birth of the diamond giant crocodile. The giant diamond crocodile existed in the ancient times of the small world of martial arts. It has been a long time since the present era. It was sealed by the ancestors of the Gan family through special means, otherwise the giant diamond crocodile monster egg would have become a fossil. Also because of this, the energy required for the birth of the King Kong giant crocodile is extremely astonishing. Han Feng jumped up and came to the sixth step. Han Feng took time to look at Xuanhuan, and found that Xuanhuan was also sitting cross-legged on the fifth step, refining something. Xuanhuan is also refining bloodstones? I don't know what quality it is. Turning his gaze, Han Feng saw Jushenzi. Jiushenzi has reached the fourth floor at this moment. The opponent of the fourth tier Jushenzi has risen from the early stage of the middle-level legendary martial god to the middle-level legendary martial god, and has a mid-level god body, and the body skills, martial arts, and kung fu mastered have reached the fifth-level god level. There is no doubt that Jiushenzi's opponent is much stronger than Han Feng's opponent on the fourth floor. However, Han Feng was only a mid-level martial god, but Jushenzi was already the pinnacle of a lower-level legendary martial god. The huge difference in cultivation has led to a huge difference in their opponents. 9 steps, it depends on the combat ability of the next level, not the strength of your own cultivation base. Damn it! Why is my opponent so powerful? Jiushenzi's face turned green. Facing the fourth-level energy body, Jushenzi's advantage is the two-snake body, but this advantage has disappeared or even been reversed by the fourth-level energy body's fifth-level god-level body skills, kung fu, and martial arts. The four-layer energy body made a sudden move and launched an attack on Jushenzi. The attack was so fierce that every punch and leg could set off an endless gust of wind. Facing such a monstrous combat power of the four-layer energy body, Jushenzi was in a panic, especially the energy body was filled with flames, with the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea, making Jushenzi feel as if he was in a sea of flames. Seeing that Jushenzi was about to lose. Impossible. How could I not be as good as 2 bumpkins? Having been taught by the strong man of Xuanhuan for many years, Jushenzi was unwilling to admit that he was not as good as 2 non-Xuanhuan people in the level of fighting ability. Especially one of them is just a son of the main city, not even a genius of the Holy Land. Give me back. Jiushenzi's face was ferocious, and he suddenly transformed from a huge snake body into a half-human half-snake. Jiushenzi's lower body is a snake body covered with snake scales, and the upper body is a naked human body. A purple gold trident appeared in Jushenzi. 6 Tribulations Artifact. Seeing this scene, Han Feng's eyes froze. The first update. The martial Dao continent is now withered. As long as one reaches the realm of the martial god, one is a supreme master. In addition to martial arts, the same is true for various other resources such as artifacts and exercises. There are many low levels, and high levels are scarce. Divine weapons. In today's martial Dao continent, there are only a few holy lands, but most of them are divine weapons of the first calamity, and there are very few divine weapons of the second calamity. Naturally, in the martial Dao continent, the divine artifacts of this and the second calamity are called the first-level artifacts and the second-level artifacts. Han Feng knew that there must be more artifacts in Xuanhuan than those in Holy Land, and their level would be higher than those in Holy Land. But Han Feng also just thought that the artifacts of Xuanhuan were 3 or 4 kulpas, at most adding 5 or 6 kulpas, 6 or 7 kulpas. Moreover, the 6 or 7 calamities should all be in the hands of the most powerful people in Xuanhuan. For example, the Lord of the Divine Mountain, such as the Supreme Elder of the Divine Mountain, such as the Shanyang Martial God of the Divine Mountain. But now, it appeared in the hands of Jushenzi, a lower-ranked legendary warrior who was only equivalent to the true God of the 4 tribulations. What does that mean? It means that Xuanhuan not only has many artifacts, but its level is not low. The mere 9 gods, the lower-level legendary martial god possesses the artifacts of the 6 tribulations, and the Lord of the Divine Mountain probably has at least the divine weapons of the 7 tribulations, or the 8 tribulations. There might be 9 tribulations divine artifacts in the whole mountain. If Han Feng wants to grab his luck, he must first fight against Xuanhuan. Possessing the Great Rian physique, the Xingyan combat physique and the Golden Immortal physique are also recovering, and other unique skills such as the Ziyun Divine Arm are also in the process of recovery, and some artifacts have also been used. These are Han Feng's confidence in fighting Xuanhuan. Originally, Han Feng thought that it was unlikely that Xuanhuan would have the 9 tribulations divine artifact, so if he used the Taishan divine sword himself, he would undoubtedly have a great advantage. Han Feng knew that even if he returned to the peak, he would only be a low-level martial god of Shanyang. If he wanted to use his cultivation to fight against the entire mountain, he had to have the advantage of crushing the mountain in every aspect except his cultivation. Not to mention, the possibility of returning to the peak before confronting Xuanhuan is very slim, so the gap in other aspects must be widened. If Xuanhuan has the 9 tribulations artifact, or even a more powerful artifact than the 9 tribulations artifact, it will undoubtedly weaken the gap between Han Feng and Xuanhuan in this respect, and reduce Han Feng's advantage. This is why Han Feng's face changed slightly. If Jiu Shensi knew what Han Feng was thinking, he would tell Han Feng proudly that even among the Shensi of Xuanhuan, there were only a few who possessed the artifact of the 6 tribulations. Don't look at the 9 in front of Jushenzi. In fact, Jushenzi's comprehensive strength can be ranked in the top 5 among all the gods. The artifacts of the 6 tribulations were exchanged by Jushenzi with great difficulty through years of meritorious deeds in Xuanhuan. Even the Lord of the Mountain used the artifact of the 6 tribulations. As for the artifact of the 7 tribulations, there is only one in the entire mountain. Han Feng naturally didn't know the specific situation of Xuanhuan, because the Jushenzi possessed the artifact of the 6 tribulations. Han Feng's attitude towards Xuanhuan was much more cautious in his heart. Jushenzi held the artifact of the 6 tribulations and showed great power. From the degeneration of the snake body to the half-human half-snake state, the cultivation base has dropped a little, but this half-human half-snake state just happens to be able to use the 6 tribulations artifact. The purple gold trident burst into dazzling brilliance and sprinkled towards the sky. The trident thrust out suddenly, from top to bottom, as if to tear the sky apart. I saw a majestic purple gold light bursting out in an instant, breaking through the space. The entire 4th floor was filled with purple gold brilliance, spurting waves of mighty force. Seeing this, Han Feng understood that Jushenzi might pass through the 4th floor and reach the 5th floor. On the 4th floor, I was forced to use the artifact of the 6 tribulations. If I want to pass the 5th floor, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Even if I pass the 5th floor, I basically can't reach the 6th floor. Han Feng made a judgment and flew to the 6th floor. Facts have proved that Han Feng's judgment was not wrong. Even with the artifact of the 6 tribulations, the Zhushenzhi still ends at the 5th floor. The opponent on the 5th level of 9 gods is still a mid-level legendary martial god, and his divine body is still a middle level, but it is a middle level. When this kind of divine body is deployed, it is enough to make the power of the 5-layer energy body comparable to the late stage or even the peak. At the same time, the body skills, exercises, and martial arts of the 5-layer energy body have all reached the 6th level, and they are still the top level of the 6th level. Boom! The purple gold light collided with the raging flames, and the vast power spread on the 5th step. Zhushenzhi kept backing away from the bombardment, his face flushed a little because he had exhausted all his strength, even distorted. Level 6 martial arts. Damn it! Zhushenzhi was even more frightened while being angry. God, this is a 6th level god level martial skill. It has reached the peak among the legendary god level martial arts, and it is the Xuanhuan god level martial skill. There are not many such god-level martial skills in the entire mountain. Even the Lord of the Mountain has only mastered a 7th-level god-level martial skill. In daily battles, the most used is the 5th-level and 6th-level god-level martial skills. Zhushenzhi has already exchanged nearly all of his merits over the years for the 6 tribulations divine artifact in his hands, so there is no extra merits to exchange for the 6th-level god-level martial arts. Not just level 6, not even level 5. Even if it is exchanged, with Zhushenzhi's current ability, the possibility of practicing it is extremely small. Puff. Zhushenzhi and the energy body fought for a quarter of an hour. When Zhushenzhi's true energy was exhausted due to the 6 Kulpa artifact, the 5th-layer energy body blasted Zhushenzhi's artifact away with one move, and the remaining power bombarded Zhushenzhi's body. Zhushenzhi's expression turned ferocious for an instant, and he vomited blood and flew out from the 5th step. Master Shenzi. All the high-level martial gods quickly took Zhushenzhi and looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Even Zhushenzhi has only just reached the 5th floor, and has not yet passed. Strictly speaking, he has only completed the assessment of the 4th floor. But those 2 people had already ascended the 6 steps successively at this time. Could it be that my own Zhushenzhi is not as good as those 2 boys? Zhushenzhi glared at Han Feng and Xuanhuan. The anger in his heart could not be concealed at all. In addition to roaring, there is also deep jealousy and unwillingness. After getting the treasures on the 4th floor, Zhushenzhi has judged that the treasures from the 4th to 6th floors are the real valuable things. It is estimated that on the 7th floor and above, the value of the treasures will be raised to a higher level. But now, he has only broken through the 4th floor, and no matter how precious the treasures are, they no longer belong to him. Ganjia hurriedly said, "My lord, no matter how high those 2 boys climbed, they are only middle-level martial gods. After those 2 boys are eliminated, all the treasures will be yours." Ganjia, I don't think that Kid Gong Kong will be the opponent of Zhushenzhi. Hearing this, Zhushenzhi's face softened a little. You are right, this sister is testing the ability to surpass the level, but after leaving this step, whoever is stronger will have the final say. This Shenzi is a majestic lower-level legendary martial god at the peak. How can they be compared with these 2 little middle-ranked martial gods? I just hope that the 2 of them know each other better, otherwise. A killing intent flashed across the face of Zhushenzhi. Han Feng came to the 6th step, and the 6th-level energy body quickly condensed out, and the energy condensed from the sky formed a terrifying hurricane. Han Feng looked cautious. If he guessed correctly, this time the opponent will have a mid-level divine body and master a 5th-level god-level martial skill. In the early stage of the upper-rank martial god, possessing a middle-grade divine body and mastering the 5th-level god-level 5 level, will exert unimaginable power. Its power is probably difficult to compete with the ordinary low-level legendary warriors in the junior and middle stages. Big Sun, Flaming Body, Condense. Han Feng was not afraid at all, and it was time for the three bodies to unite. The triple battle body of Xinyan, Jingxian, and Great Rian is possessed. Han Feng descends like the son of the sun, and the sixth step rises like a dazzling sun, shining brightly and blazing into the sky. The brilliance of the mighty sun flames crazily filled like a hurricane. After all, Han Feng has been able to exert a power comparable to that of a high-grade middle-level divine body in the extreme sunflame body. The terrifying power rushed towards the surroundings like a wave. The six-layer energy body watched Han Feng's power increase sharply, and knew that Han Feng could not continue to grow like this. Flame Demon God Fist. The six-layer energy body unfolded the blazing soul flame demon body, and the phantom of the flame demon emperor flashed behind him, and this phantom raised its huge fist and smashed it hard. Bahuang Shock Fist. Han Feng roared out, and the terrifying shaking force came from the 33rd heaven and slanted away like a flood. The eyes of the six-layer energy body were wide open, filled with horror. The power of this punch had exceeded his expectations. The flood-like shock collided with Yanma Shuiying's punch, and the next moment Yanma Shuiying's punch completely collapsed. The Bahuang Shock Fist is as powerful as a broken bamboo, rampaging all the way, invincible. Rumble. The sixth layer of energy body was instantly killed. When the light ball flew over, Han Feng's face was stunned for a moment, and a smile spread out in the next moment. Speaking of Cao Cao will arrive. In this light group, there is a mutated blood stone. The second update. I didn't expect that the mutated blood stone came as soon as it was said. The value of the mutated bloodstone is far more than that of the top-grade bloodstone, and it can even temper the physique, making the physique break the limit. Even in the super divine body, the mutated bloodstone can still temper and break the limit of the super divine body. In Han Feng's view, such a mutated bloodstone should be among the treasures rewarded from the 7th floor up. If the current martial Dao continent still has ancient warriors at the level of warriors, I am afraid that this mutated bloodstone will attract competition from the warriors of ancient warriors. The higher the physical level, the more difficult it is to temper, and the value of the mutated bloodstone can be imagined. However, when he held the mutated bloodstone in his hand and was input with information about the mutated bloodstone, Han Feng knew why the mutated bloodstone appeared in the 6th floor rewards. Mutated bloodstones are the mutated products of top-quality bloodstones, but according to the environment of the mutation, mutated bloodstones are also classified into high and low. There is no distinction between low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and extreme-grade mutated bloodstones. There are only two levels of mutated bloodstones, low-level and high-level. Low-level mutated bloodstones are not as good as high-level mutated bloodstones in refining their physique. The mutated bloodstone in Han Feng's hand was a low-level mutated bloodstone, so it appeared in the 6th floor rewards. The low-level mutated bloodstone has little effect on tempering the super divine body. The mutated bloodstones that the ancient warriors competed for were generally high-level mutated bloodstones. Knowing everything, Han Feng was relieved. Tempering the great sun flame body is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Let's go to the 7th floor first. And I can feel the low-level mutated bloodstone, which is not enough for my great sun flame body to advance to the ultimate stage. While leaping up the 7th floor, Han Feng glanced at Xuanhuan, and was surprised to find that Xuanhuan was still sitting cross-legged on the 6th floor, and began to refine something. This guy, from the 4th floor to the 6th floor, he got all the top-quality bloodstones, right? Han Feng thought with a strange expression. The 7th step. The energies of heaven and earth are condensed crazily. The hurricane set off a terrible pressure. After a while, the energy poured down like a funnel condensed into an energy body familiar to Han Feng. Being able to break through to the 7th floor, your talent seem to be not bad in the whole continent. After many years, someone can finally break through to the 7th floor. The energy body praised it, and then showed disappointment. Immediately, the energy body withdrew its disappointed expression, and said lightly, "Get ready, starting from this level, my strength will be greatly enhanced." Han Feng naturally didn't dare to be careless. Judging from the experience of the first 6 floors, the comprehensive strength of the energy body will increase by leaps and bounds every 3 floors. Then the energy body of the 7th layer must have far more comprehensive strength than the energy body of the 6th layer. Boom! The 7-layer energy body stepped on the ground with both feet, and rushed towards Han Feng like a shell. The Han Feng sleeve robe was waved, and a large area of flames shot out. Today's Korean style still maintains the state of 3 bodies in one. Its formidable power is comparable to the pinnacle of a lower-ranked legendary warrior. In this realm, every move carries great power. However, the 7-layer energy body is like electricity, constantly shuttling through the bombardment of flames, without letting the flames hit him at all. What a fast speed! This movement technique, I'm afraid it is a 6th-level god-level movement technique, and it has been mastered to perfection. Han Feng was shocked, but it was nothing more than that. The 6th-level energy body has already mastered the 5th-level god-level movement skills, so it is logical that the 7th-level energy body has mastered the 6th-level god-level movement skills. Thinking of this, Han Feng stepped up his attack. The sea of flames that covered the sky and the sun seemed to burn the sky, falling down overwhelmingly. Blazing soul flame demon physique. The 7-layer energy body roared angrily, turning into a flame demon. The divine body level of the 7th-level energy body has reached the top of the middle-grade divine body. Not only that, but the power of the 7th-level energy body has soared to the peak of the upper-level martial god, not the previous upper-level martial god early stage. The pinnacle of an upper-rank martial god using the topmost divine body of the middle rank, combined with a 6th-level god-level movement, has already surpassed the limit of a lower-rank legendary martial god, comparable to a middle-rank legendary martial god. However, no matter how good your body skills are, you can't hide from Han Feng's sky-covering flames. After all, the steps are so big. The 7-layer energy body obviously thought of this scene very quickly, and its fists burning with purple terrifying flames slammed towards the sea of flames covering the sky. This punch was earth-shattering, like a demon god descending. The purple flame fist rushed into the sea of flames, stirring up a storm, and blasting away all the flames with a strong posture. Bahuang Shock Fist. Han Feng didn't expect to be able to kill the opponent with a single blow. That's unrealistic. The energy body of the 7th layer is not comparable to the energy body of the 6th layer. The mighty vibrating power erupted with terrifying power in the air. The Bahuang Shock Fist is a mid-level magical skill, and it is a legendary god-level martial skill in the martial Dao continent. The Bahuang Shock Fist at its peak was not bad among the legendary god-level martial arts. Naturally, it is definitely not comparable to the 6th-level god-level martial arts of the 7th-level energy body, but Han Feng's soaring cultivation at this moment is far better than the 7th-level energy body. Coupled with the qualitatively changed Xuanhuan, even if the level is not as good as the opponent's, it still explodes with incredible power in Han Feng's hands. This kind of power made the 7-layer energy body also raise an eyebrow, with a dignified expression. Han Feng had already discovered that although the first 6 layers of energy bodies would speak a few words at the beginning, they were like puppets when they started fighting, without their original spirituality. This is not the case with the 7-layer energy body. From the beginning to the end, the 7-layer energy body is like a real-life body, with complete spirituality. Such an energy body is obviously more difficult, because he is equivalent to a strong man with extremely rich combat experience. Or, unlike the energy bodies in the previous layers, which are a bit stiff. Your Excellency's strength really amazes the old man. The middle-level martial god realm has such combat power, and the future can be expected. However, the power of combat is not only martial skills and divine body. Yen Mo Giant Axe, come out. Purple flames swirled in the air like a whirlwind, gathering above the huge body of Yenma. In the purple flames, a huge axe lay there quietly, exuding a boundless aura. With Han Feng's eyesight, he immediately judged whether it was an artifact or an artifact that had reached the level of an artifact of the five tribulations. Put it on the martial Dao continent, it is a fifth-level artifact. Holding the artifact in his hand, the power of the seven-layer energy body is even stronger. Fiery power and astonishing evil spirit waved out from the five tribulations god axe, spreading like a ripple. Death. The seven-layer energy body roared, and the giant axe was like opening the sky, tearing the sky, and slashing down. Suddenly, an astonishing force struck Han Feng ferociously. If Jiu was here, he would be frightened out of his wits right away. Although Jiu has a sixth-level artifact, he has not fully mastered it, nor can he display the power of a sixth-level artifact. The giant axe in the hands of the seventh-level energy body is only a fifth-level artifact, but it has been fully mastered, and the power it exerts is stronger than the sixth-level artifact exerted by Jiu. For Jiu, the power of such an artifact is so great that people cannot compete with it, and they can't afford a little fighting spirit. It's a pity that the opponent of the seven-layer energy body is Han Feng. What about the fifth-level artifact? It is indeed a rare artifact in the martial Dao continent, but in Ziyun God realm, Han Feng has seen so many fifth-level artifacts. This bit of power can't shake Han Feng's mind at all. Under the surprised eyes of the seven-layer energy body, a layer of purple light burst out from the huge sun disk behind Han Feng, and Tao Tao rushed out with boundless power. The first update. At this moment, Han Feng undoubtedly integrated part of the Ziji Xuanhuan that he could use into the Great Sun Flame body. Top point small 230m. The Ziji Xuanhuan can be integrated into the Great Sun Flame body, which Han Feng had discovered a long time ago. For a long time, Han Feng has never tried it in battle, because it is not necessary at all. The level of martial artists in the martial arts continent is not high, and no one in the same level can really force Han Feng to this level. Especially as Han Feng breaks through to the mid-level martial god, there are very few strong people who can make Han Feng achieve this step. But now, the seven-layer energy body really forced Han Feng to such an extent. As part of the Ziji Xuanhuan merged into the Great Sun Flame body, the originally dazzling golden sun disk gradually turned purple again. If it weren't for the more terrifying power and unfathomable aura, those who didn't know it would most likely mistakenly think that what Han Feng used was the high-level Great Sun Flame physique, not the ultimate Great Sun Flame physique. But if you look carefully, you can still find that the purple fire crow sun wheel behind Han Feng is fundamentally different from the purple sun wheel of the high-level Great Sun Flame body. 3 kinds of gods? Although each of the gods is not high, it is extremely rare among geniuses to be able to fuse the 3 gods together. It is a pity that the other 2 gods are too low-level, otherwise the 3 gods can be combined into one, which is completely comparable. Ancient God Body. There is also a flame that can be integrated into the divine body. Little guy, you are amazing. The 7-layer energy body made no secret of its praise. Unfortunately, even so, the old man will not be merciful. While speaking, the giant axe in the hands of the 7-layer energy body had already split the purple flames in the sky, and came straight towards Han Feng. The purple flames in Han Feng's eyes seemed to be spurting out. Seniors can take action as much as they want, juniors don't need seniors to be merciful. Han Feng yelled about his origin, and tried his best to mobilize the Great Sun Flame body that had been integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan. At the same time, the rolling vibration force fluctuated around Han Feng like a wave, and the purple flames surged into the sky. The Bahuang Shock Fist has also been integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan. At this moment, the giant axe in the hands of the seventh-layer energy body was less than 10 feet away from Han Feng. With such a small distance, the giant axe can be said to be able to chop on Han Feng in an instant. Before the giant axe arrived, Han Feng had already felt the astonishing power of the giant axe. If you don't deal with this force well, it is very likely that you will split yourself in half. In an instant, Han Feng was all over. The Bahuang shock fist that has been integrated into the Ziji Xuanhuan swung out suddenly. At this moment, Han Feng pushed all his states to the extreme. Xingyan Battle Physique, Golden Immortal Physique, and Ultimate Sun Flame Physique have all expanded to the limit that Han Feng can control. Ziji Xuanhuan, Bahuang shock fist, how much power I can exert, how many flames I can control, have reached a certain limit. At this moment, it was definitely Han Feng's strongest strength in his empty-handed state. The dazzling purple brilliance bloomed in an instant, followed by a loud bang. The sound shook the sky, as if it was about to shatter the entire staircase into pieces. Down below, Jiao Shenzi and the others were stunned. Even if they were a little far away, they could still feel the surging power. This power. Jiao Shenzi looked embarrassed. Is this the level that a mid-level martial god can achieve? It's up to now. Jiao Shenzi's expression was cloudy and uncertain, and he had already sensed that something was wrong. I really may not be the opponent of these two countrymen. This cognition made Jiao Shenzi extremely uncomfortable, but it also restrained Jiao Shenzi's original arrogant mentality. Li Wei, go back to Xuanhuan and tell Shenzi what happened here. In this situation, we can only unite with one Shenzi. Jiao Shenzi said this extremely unwillingly. The high-ranking martial god named Li Wei naturally knew that Jiao Shenzi was not reconciled, so he stepped forward to persuade him. But was stopped by Jiao Shenzi. You don't need to persuade me. I have to admit that I have underestimated Gong Kong and Han Feng. Hurry up, there will be less benefits from joining other gods now, but it's better than nothing powerful. Li Wei was stunned for a moment, fully understood, and immediately cupped his fists, and said, "Your subordinate, go immediately." Although the second god's son has a second, it is not ranked second. In fact, the strength of the second god's son among the group of god's sons is barely ranked third. If one is not good, he will come from behind and be replaced by the fifth god's son. Jiao Shenzi believed that Shenzi would come here without hesitation when he heard the situation here, but if he got some benefits, he might be able to overwhelm Wu Shenzi and maintain the top 3 position. Moreover, Shenzi was stronger than Jiao Shenzi, but not by much. This was another reason why Jiao Shenzi approached Shenzi. If it is a master like Jiao Shenzi, it is very likely that he will be blacked out. In the end you get nothing. Lord Jiao Shenzi, without that boy Gong Kong, once he goes out, he will never come in again. Gong Jia couldn't help reminding. In this case, let's go out together and take the Yanma mirror out of Tianming City. I will set up a formation, and the moment they come out, I will sneak attack them. Jiao Shenzi narrowed his eyes and said. There is a formation in Xuanhuan, which is a formation of 9 people. The formation of these 9 people can maximize the strength of the 9 people. Even the formation formed by the usual 9 high-ranking warriors also has the ability to compete with the lower-ranking legendary warriors. Jiao Shenzi didn't intend to use this kind of formation at first. He had already invited the second prince, and then bullied the few with more people. If this spread, how many people would laugh at it? But the power that Han Feng showed on the 7th floor was too amazing. This power even made Jiao Shenzi tremble a little. In order to ensure everything is safe, and to prevent Han Feng from having a chance to escape, Jiao Shenzi no longer cared about being ridiculed. Besides, as long as you don't wear it out, who will know what happened today? On the 7th step, Han Feng didn't know that Jiao Shenzi and others slipped away quietly. With all his strength, the 7-layer energy body was still killed. All of Han Feng's divine body disappeared, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. The energy body on the 7th floor is so strong, I almost ran out of cards. Han Feng took out the elixir and swallowed it, sighing continuously while recovering. The energy body of the 7th layer is so powerful, one can predict how powerful the energy body of the 8th layer will be. Not to mention the 9-level energy body after the 8th level. Han Feng knew that if he wanted to break through the 8th and 9th floors, he had to increase his strength. First of all, the cultivation base cannot be increased, the enemy will be stronger if the cultivation base is enhanced. Then what needs to be increased is to control the ultimate Sun Flame body, let the Xingyan battle body and Jingxian body recover more, and master as much Ziji Xuanhuan as possible. But it all takes time. It is difficult to grow in a short period of time. For the current plan, we can only rely on the power of the artifact. Han Feng sighed in a low voice. Over the past few years, the artifacts have basically recovered almost one by one. Although the artifacts such as the Taishan Divine Sword have not yet recovered to their peak, they still have the power of the 7 Tribulations artifacts. The 9 Dragons Seal is even more capable of exerting a destructive power between the 7 Tribulations artifact and the 8 Tribulations artifact. These artifacts are the confidence that Han Feng dared to go to the 8th and even the 9th floor. Spreading out his palm, Han Feng showed a bloody stone in his hand. This stone is the product that passed through the 7th floor, the advanced mutant bloodstone. A low-level mutated bloodstone, a high-level mutated bloodstone, the promotion of the ultimate Great Sun Flame body to the ultimate Great Sun Flame body, just around the corner. The second update. Years. This is sure, but the probability is extremely high, not certain, there is still the possibility of failure. And now that there is an extra high-level mutated bloodstone, Han Feng can be said to be very sure that he will be able to promote the Great Sun Flame body when he breaks through the high-level Martial God. Even, there is no need to break through the upper-rank Martial God, and it is possible to promote the Great Rion Physique. If the Great Sun Flame body is promoted, my control over the Great Sun Flame body will also be strengthened, leading to an increase in overall strength, and the possibility of reaching the 9th floor and passing it will also increase. But it also takes time. Forget it, let's go to the 8th floor first. As for the time issue, Han Feng had no choice. The time room of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda is only used to improve and accelerate the understanding of various martial arts. It is impossible to use the time difference to quickly improve the cultivation level and breakthrough. When you come to the 8th floor, the energy body on the 8th floor is as vast as the sea, unfathomable. The blazing soul demon physique of the 8th level energy body has been upgraded to the level of the top grade divine body. Not only that, the 8th level energy body also masters the 7th level god level martial arts and the 6 Kulpa artifact. Golden Immortal Physique, Ning. Xingyan Battle Body, Ning. Great Sun Flame Body, Ning. The 3 bodies merged into one, the Ziji Xuanhua merged into it, and the raging flames burned into the sky. Fusion, 8 Desolation Shock Fist. The strongest punch in the current state was blasted out, and what greeted this punch was a terrifying sword glow that wanted to tear the sky apart. Yen Mo / Yen Mo, transformed into an 8-layer energy body, slashed down with a bloody purple sword in his hand. Suddenly there was a roar that shook the world from the 8th step. Endless flames rushed around like a torrential rain, and sword energy blew like a whirlwind. Puff. Han Feng's face turned pale, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was blown away. The 8-layer energy body keeps retreating. His feet drew 2 blue flames on the ground. Sure enough, the 8th-layer energy body is no longer something I can contend with. So. A divine sword appeared in Han Feng's hand, it was Taishan Divine Sword. A treasure wheel was suspended above Han Feng, spinning and shooting out flames continuously, it was Yantianwu treasure wheel. A 7th level artifact? No. Not right, the power looks like level 7, but... The 8th level energy body couldn't help being surprised when it saw that Han Feng's attack turned out to be 2 great artifacts, and it was still a level 7 artifact. However, the gap between the 8 layers of energy bodies soon reached the difference between the 2 artifacts. It looks like a 7th level artifact, but there are faint traces of a 9th level artifact. What a strange artifact. Even though he was surprised, the 8th level energy body would not retreat. His job was originally to test the warriors who came to break through, instead of caring about the strange things about the warriors. Yan Mo / Tai Xian Tian Ling / When the 2 sword lights collided, it was like 2 stars colliding, bursting out dazzling, endless brilliance in an instant. The sword energy overflowed, and the Xingyan battle armor on Han Feng's body could no longer withstand this kind of erosion, and it was broken into pieces. The 8-layer energy body is also constantly being impacted by the sword energy, and the places stabbed by the sword energy gradually become illusory. Dance of Yantian. When Han Feng and the 8th-layer energy body were fighting with artifacts, Yan Tianwu Baoluan also launched an attack. The flames blasted out violently like a stormy sea. Of course, neither Tai Xian Tian Ling Zhan nor Yan Tian's dance has exerted the strongest power. After all, Han Feng's current reincarnated body only has the power of a mid-level martial god. But even so, it's not enough for an 8-layer energy body. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Han Feng and the 8-layer energy body were fighting fiercely on the 8th floor, and the terrifying aftermath continuously spread and bombarded away. This is the time. During the battle, Han Feng finally grasped a flaw in the 8th-layer energy body. I can't say that I don't know about this flaw, but I just don't care much about this flaw, because it is too difficult to defeat him through this flaw. The other party was already restrained by him, so what if he found this small flaw that he revealed? Because of this negligence, it is already too late when the 8-level energy body's secret path is not good. With a sound of dragon chant resounding through the sky, the seal of 9 dragons smashed fiercely towards the 8th-layer energy body. And the 8th-layer energy body widened its eyes. It's just a high-level artifact, and I've seen too many 8-layer energy bodies. But the mid-level martial god has mastered the 3 high-level artifacts, but there are too few of them. The 8th-level energy body never expected that when Han Feng controlled the 2 artifacts and fought with him, there would be a 3rd artifact. Not good. The 8th-level energy body twisted its body with all its strength, trying to avoid the blow. Don't try to hide. Han Feng slashed with the Tai Xian divine sword in his hand, and the 8th-level energy body had to swing the divine sword in his hand to counter Han Feng's sword. At the same time, the flames around him are used to counteract the flame attack of Yan Tianwu Baoluan. In this way, the 8th-layer energy body can no longer avoid the attack of the 9 dragons seal. Boom! There was a loud noise mixed with the sound of the dragon's chant, and the 8-layer energy body flew backwards, and the body suddenly became much more transparent. Okay. Han Feng was overjoyed. The opponent suffered a heavy injury. It was a godsend opportunity, taking advantage of the opponent's heavy injury to speed up the attack. He would definitely be able to kill the opponent. Tai Xian Tian Ling / Dance of Yantian. 9 Dragons Seal. After being bombarded by the 3 major artifacts one after another, the 8-layer energy body disappeared in smoke with Han Feng's joyful expression. Hoo-hoo. Han Feng immediately went limp. With the reincarnated body of a mid-level martial god, it is too reluctant to use the 3 major artifacts, and the consumption is too terrifying. At this time, the 8th floor rewards turned into light clusters and flew towards Han Feng. When the reward information in this ray of light poured into Han Feng's mind, Han Feng's whole body froze immediately. Han Feng's complexion was colorful. Because he was too shocked and ecstatic, Han Feng's complexion was extremely distorted. At this moment, Han Feng's mood can be described as exuberant. Ha ha ha. Great. Great. God, there is such a reward. What's really lacking? Come here, help me in the snow. That's it, isn't it the 9th floor? I will definitely be able to break through. Han Feng danced excitedly with his hands and feet, and he lost his composure. This can't be blamed on Han Feng, it is really Han Feng who got this artifact, it really helped him a lot. Especially at this juncture, it can help him break through the 9th floor. The energy body of the 8th layer is already so terrifying, so what's the need for the 9th layer? Based on the experience summed up from the first 8 levels, Han Feng guessed that the energy body on the 9th level might have the peak cultivation of a high-level martial god, a high-level medium-level divine body, an 8th-level god-level martial arts, body skills, and kung fu, and a 7th-level divine weapon. Comprehensively, the combat power will undoubtedly reach an extremely terrifying level, and a random blow can instantly kill a high-ranking Valkyrie. Its true power is enough to compete with the upper-ranked legendary Valkyrie. Han Feng knew that with his current state, the possibility of winning was extremely low. But now, with the rewards of the 8th floor, it is completely different. The first update. More. This artifact is shaped like a disc, and it is very ordinary. It is likely that no one will pick it up if it is thrown on the ground. But its effect is extremely extraordinary. This artifact is called the Artifact of Time, and it contains the power of time. The so-called time naturally refers to time, that is to say, what is contained in this time artifact is the power of time. This disc-like artifact of time can form a time barrier by inputting energy. Practicing in the time barrier is like a time room, but the time room really uses the law of time, a day outside, a long time inside. But the barrier of time is different. Cultivating in the age enchantment, how long has passed outside is also how long has passed inside, but the power of time is entangled, which will give the warrior the effect of practicing for a long time, and what is consumed is the stored power of time. Are of a completely different nature. For example, if the power of time has been consumed for 100 years, then a warrior in the age barrier will have the effect of practicing for 100 years. Naturally, this 100 years refers to 100 years under normal circumstances, that is, 100 years of purely relying on exercises to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Therefore, compared with the time room, the artifact of time has its own limit. If the power of time in the age artifact is exhausted, then practicing inside the age barrier is no different from practicing outside. But if you want to replenish the power of the years, you can only rely on time. In other words, the power of time is exhausted, and the artifact of time can only lie there quietly, and accumulate the power of time over hundreds of thousands of years. The longer the time, the more accumulated. The power of time does not exist all the time, and it takes a long time to replenish it when it is exhausted. Although this shortcoming has greatly reduced the value of the time artifact, it is still a rare treasure for the current Han Feng. This age artifact must have existed in the ancient times of the martial Dao continent. Now that such a long time has passed, it is conceivable that the accumulated strength of the years is enough to support Han Feng's practice in a short period of time. Most importantly, no matter where the power of time is, it exists. That is to say, even if the time artifact is taken out of the small world, it can still be used in the big world. The stored power of time. Isn't it time to leave the small world? Even if it has an impact when brought to the big world, it is extremely limited. This point is incomparable to other artifacts in the small world of martial arts, even ancient artifacts. This artifact of time and age was inherited by the ancestors of the Gan family from the powerful God Emperor, and not owned by the ancestors of the Gan family. From the information, Han Feng naturally understood everything. The ancestors of the Gan family were able to cultivate great power in a short period of time. Of course, there was a little guidance from the emperor from time to time. Now that so many years have passed, the power of time contained in this age artifact is at least tens of millions of years old. The power of tens of millions of years may not last for the Emperor and the King of the Gods, and it will not improve much if they absorb everything. The cultivation of the God-Emperor powerhouse is often calculated over hundreds of millions of years. It is difficult for the God-Emperor who has practiced for hundreds of millions of years to survive, and it is even weaker for those who have practiced for tens of millions of years. But for true gods and ancient gods, it is extraordinary. Especially for the Korean style, it is even more unusual. Han Feng has not been practicing for a long time, less than 1,000 years. Tens of millions of years is an unimaginably terrifying number. This artifact of time, I am afraid it is the biggest gain after my reincarnation, even if it is to win luck. Han Feng played with the artifact of time fondly. Having seized luck and leaving the small world is great, that is, with the help of luck, you can reach the 8 tribulations true God or even the 9 tribulations true God. But with the power of tens of thousands of years on his body, as long as he has enough chaos stones, Han Feng himself is not sure how far he can cultivate. Under normal circumstances, after tens of millions of years of cultivation, no matter how you say it, you can cultivate to the realm of the ancient gods. Of course, the premise is that you have enough chaos stones. Without chaos stones, no matter how long you practice, it will be difficult to condense the chaos lotus. With the artifact of time, Hicho can't greatly increase his combat power in a short time. Han Feng immediately sat cross-legged and inspired the artifact of time. The power of time in the artifact of time erupted, forming an enchantment, enveloping Han Feng. At the same time, Xuanhuan stopped at the 8th step and was blasted out by the 8th energy body. I didn't expect that my reincarnated body would stop at the 7th floor. Xuanhuan sighed, and then Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng on the 8th floor. Han Feng is worthy of being a genius valued by that adult. He is also reincarnated. This kid has already passed the 8th step. Sure enough, he is in the same level. I am far inferior to him. Xuanhuan was a little disappointed, but that was all. Although Xuanhuan did not break through the 8th floor, he gained a lot. Among them is part of the practice experience left by the ancestors of the Gan family. It stands to reason that such experience is of great value and should not belong to the rewards of the 7th floor, but it happened to appear on the 7th floor. Xuanhuan reckoned that it was probably because his reincarnation was a descendant of the Gan family and possessed the blazing soul demon body. This practice experience was left by the ancestors of the Gan family before they broke through to the God King. At that time, the ancestor of the Gan family was a high-ranking ancient martial god. The small world is different from the big world, but as long as one understands the cultivation experience left by a high-ranking ancient warrior god, returning to the big world does not dare to break through the middle-ranked ancient god, at least it will have a great impact on breaking through the lower-ranked ancient god. Help! Ancient gods and true gods are two completely different grades. True gods are the mainstream in Ziyun God realm, and ancient gods are the real powerhouses in Ziyun God realm. Xuanhuan's talent is extraordinary, but he is not fully sure that he can be promoted to the ancient god, especially since Xuanhuan plans to use the talent of the heavenly general to be promoted to the ancient god. The difficulty is even greater. The Qiankuan school is so big, many geniuses have been born in the past, and there are countless numbers of geniuses. But even so, there are only a few hundred ancient gods of the Qiankuan sect. This shows how difficult it is to break through the ancient gods in Ziyun God realm. Huh? They're all gone? Xuanhuan discovered that his chief father and the Jushenzi had all disappeared. Could it be? Xuanhuan thought of some possibility, and his expression darkened. Not good, then Jushenzi must be worried about what Han Feng and I have gained, and will not let go of the treasures that Han Feng and I have obtained. If Jushenzi leaves, he will probably set some kind of trap outside. Xuanhuan was worried, but he had no choice but to stay here and not go out. Forget it, if you set a trap, you will set a trap. Waiting will go out with Han Feng. Could it be that you can't deal with them? Xuanhuan is really not sure if he is alone, but if Han Feng is added, it will be different. Up. The second update. Body, one more. The power of time surrounded Han Feng, and Han Feng took out some divine fruits and grasses and began to refine them. Some of these heaven and earth spirits belong to the big world, and some belong to the small world. Most of the fire attribute heaven and earth spiritual objects in the small world are not high level, and they were obtained by some monsters after Han Feng became the demon master. Although the fire attribute heaven and earth spiritual objects in the big world will be affected to some extent, it is better than the high level. Since these treasures of heaven, material and earth have all reached the level of divine grade, Han Feng needs a lot of time to refine each one. However, with the artifact of time now, it is completely different. The consumption of heaven, material and earth treasures, and the assistance of the power of time, made the Xuanhuan battle body improve at an astonishing speed, and soon broke through the first level of the Xuanhuan battle body, and reached the second level of the Xuanhuan battle body. In its heyday, Han Feng had already cultivated Xuanhuan's combat body to the third stage, so Han Feng did not feel uncomfortable at the sudden surge of Xuanhuan's combat body at this moment. It's just that Han Feng didn't improve without scruples. After all, the cultivation level of the reincarnated body is only a middle-level martial god, and it is placed in Ziyun God realm, which is a small true god of the second calamity. If Xuanhuan's battle body has been raised too high, it will be difficult for the little second tribulation true god to display it. When Xuanhuan's battle body was promoted to the second peak, Han Feng would no longer be promoted. The power of the second peak Xuanhuan battle body has already surpassed the middle-grade magic skills, and in the martial Dao continent, it has surpassed the legendary god-level martial skills. Such a level, combined with Ziji Xuanhua, will be even more powerful. After the Xuanhuan battle body is the Xuanhuan war fist, the Xuanhuan battle armor, and the Xuanhuan battle seal. After Xuanhuan Zhanquan, Xuanhuan battle armor, and Xuanhuan Zhanin are all upgraded to the second peak, it is the golden immortal physique. The golden immortal physique Han Feng has already reached the limit of Deshang, and is only one step away from the peak. Reincarnated in the martial Dao continent, the golden immortal physique has begun to slowly adapt to the rules of heaven and earth in the martial Dao continent, and is now able to exert the ultimate power of the golden immortal physique. It takes more time to recover to a higher level. With the power of time, the time is greatly shortened. Absorb the power of the years. The golden fairy body quickly recovered to the Xiaoqing realm, and then Han Feng stopped when he reached the limit of the Xiaoqing realm. The second level of the Xuanhuan battle body is expensive, and the Jingxian body is as small as the limit. The power I can display is even stronger. Han Feng couldn't hide his joy. Looking at the artifact of time, the power of time consumed is nothing compared to the huge base of tens of millions of years. With the thought of Han Feng, Taishan Excalibur, Yantian Wabaluan, and 9 Dragons Seal floated in front of Han Feng. Han Feng is going to use the power of time to restore the 3 artifacts to their heyday as much as possible. As for the 9 Mengyuhua banner, Han Feng did not intend to recover. Even if he recovered, it would be difficult to exert much power with the power of the middle-level martial god at present. In the artifact of time, the power of age erupted and devoured the 3 artifacts. Han Feng only waited for a quarter of an hour, and the 3 artifacts had already recovered to the level close to their heyday, while the power of time had only been consumed for decades. In other words, even if there is no time artifact, each of the 3 major artifacts only needs to wait more than 10 years before they can fully adapt to the martial Dao continent and exert their full power. Find some time after leaving here, and let the Skylark 5 beasts absorb some of the power of time, and return to their heyday as soon as possible. Especially Vermilion Skylark, who was already the Eight Tribulations true god in its heyday, is a mid-level Xianyang martial god in the martial Dao continent. With that powerful bloodline, one can imagine the power it exerts, and it will definitely be a great help to contend against Xuanhuan. After all those who should be promoted were promoted, Han Feng's face became more serious, and he took out the low-level mutant blood stone and the high-level mutant blood stone. All that remains is to improve his Great Sun Flame body. Whether the Great Sun Flame physique can be promoted, from the ultimate Great Sun Flame physique to the ultimate Great Sun Flame physique, depends on this step. Han Feng said solemnly. Taking out the low-level mutated bloodstone and the high-level mutated bloodstone, Han Feng first absorbed and refined the low-level mutated bloodstone. The strange energy in the mutated bloodstone was drawn out, then entered Han Feng's body, and finally entered a deeper level, tempering Han Feng's Great Sun Flame body. Boom! Han Feng involuntarily displayed the ultimate Sun Flame physique. The golden sun disk imprint appeared on Han Feng's forehead, and a golden sun disk phantom flashed behind him. A golden radiance shone across the sky. The flames glowed with golden light, so dazzling that they almost swallowed Han Feng. The power of time also began to work at this time, and Han Feng clearly felt that his Great Sun Flame body was about to move, as if he wanted to break free from some shackles. The vast force is constantly impacting, one after another, but the bottleneck of that layer is as solid as a mountain, standing there firmly. From the ultimate Great Sun Flame body to the ultimate Great Sun Flame body, that is a qualitative change. The former is just a divine body, while the latter is an ancient divine body. The difficulty of promotion is almost equivalent to directly promoting the treasure body to the god body. The energy of the mutated bloodstone is endless, but it is still no match for the difficulty of promotion. Sensing that the power of the mutated bloodstone was weak, Han Feng immediately took out the high-level mutated bloodstone and absorbed the power of the high-level mutated bloodstone. The power of the high-level mutated bloodstone is indeed different from that of the low-level mutated bloodstone. It is extremely turbulent, like a tsunami, like a hurricane. With a wave of incomparably fierce strength, he ruthlessly charged towards the bottleneck. Rumble. Even though there was no sound around, Han Feng felt like a loud bang exploded in his ears. Click. As if there was a crackling sound, the golden sun wheel behind Han Feng trembled suddenly, and the flames exploded wildly like a tsunami. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Han Feng's complexion gradually turned pale, cold sweat gradually appeared, and his face showed even more pain. Han Feng felt that his body was about to explode, and was struck by an extremely surging force. In an instant, Han Feng felt that something in his body was broken, and then something swelled up wildly, replacing the broken one. Han Feng didn't notice that the golden sun mark on his forehead suddenly disappeared after reaching the peak of brilliance, and was replaced by a crystal white sun mark. Behind Han Feng, the golden sun disk phantom also changes into a white sun disk phantom. This white is not pure white, but a crystal-like white, with colorful lights flashing from time to time. A surge of power surged out of his body, and Han Feng felt that his whole body was full of strength. Opening his eyes, two clusters of white flames shot out suddenly. Finally, promoted. Han Feng showed a big smile. At this moment, Han Feng didn't know that he had been successfully promoted, and he had promoted the Great Rion body to the ultimate stage. Because the Great Sun Flame physique was promoted to the ultimate Great Sun Flame physique, the power that Han Feng's divine physique could display also reached the peak of the high-grade divine physique, only half a step away from the ultimate divine physique. Comprehensive strength, rising again. The first update. This is too bad. It is estimated that the cultivation base of the 9th level energy body will also break through from the peak of the upper rank martial god to the early stage of the lower rank legendary martial god. Han Feng frowned. I only hope that the energy body on the 9th level will not improve much except for its cultivation, otherwise. Regardless of whether the ninth layer energy body has become stronger or not, it can only fight now. Han Feng came to the ninth floor, and the momentum of the ninth floor's energy body condensed and formed was even greater. The energy vortex gathered in the sky has at least 1,000 feet in radius. Sure enough, as Han Feng expected, it was supposed to be a 9-layer energy body at the peak of the upper-level martial god. As his strength broke through to the peak of the middle-level martial god, the cultivation of the 9-layer energy body also went further, breaking through to the lower-level legend. The early days of Valkyrie. What made Han Feng heave a sigh of relief was that the divine body of the 9th-level energy body was still a top-grade medium, and had not been enhanced, and the body skills and martial arts he had mastered were still at the 8th-level god level. The three bodies of Han Feng de Ri Yen physique, Jin Xian physique, and Shen Yen war physique are integrated into one, like the arrival of the ancient god of war, with a mighty momentum, filling the entire steps. The Taishan Excalibur and other artifacts are at the side, which adds a bit of combat power. After some fighting, Han Feng not only did not fall into the disadvantaged position, but showed great power, hitting the 9-layer energy body back again and again. The 9th-level energy body was extremely surprised. He had the memory of the first 8 levels, so he knew that Han Feng's combat power on the 8th level was definitely not so strong. Increasing so much strength in a short period of time, could it be? The 9-layer energy body thought of some possibility, and sighed secretly, I didn't expect this guy to get such an artifact. It's a great fortune. The value of the age artifact depends on how much power of age is contained in it. The power of tens of millions of years does not help some god emperors and top god kings much, but it is different for true gods and ancient gods. But what if it is hundreds of millions of years? How about 1 billion years? 10 billion years? 100 billion years? What about trillion years? I'm afraid that the Emperor and the strong will be moved. That's why the 9-layer energy body said that Han Feng had been created. Even if the 9-layer energy body has been staying in the secret realm. I can also feel the general passage of time. It has been too long since the last time someone entered. The power of time accumulated over such a long period of time is very impressive. Taishan Tian Ling / Dance of Yen Tian. 9 Dragons Seal. Assisted by the 3 major artifacts, sword lights and flames filled the steps, and the sound of dragon chant resounded continuously. Although the 9-layer energy body is strong, it is not enough to look at in front of Han Feng, whose strength has skyrocketed. The effect of Han Feng's 3 gods in one body is not to talk about, let alone the Ziji Xuanhuan. With the help of the power of time, Han Feng can use more Ziji Xuanhuan, and the combined power is basically comparable to the level of the 6th-rank Xuanhuan, which is not to say that it is not strong. Ziji Xuanhuan alone, a high-ranking legendary martial god, will be messed up if he is not careful. At the moment when the 9th-level energy body was defeated, the entire 9th-level steps vibrated violently, and an unparalleled coercion that overshadowed Han Feng rushed out, and the entire sky was also stirred up at this moment, as if it was about to shatter open. The sky rolled up a bloody whirlpool, and the wind continued. A drop of blood red, like a drop of water, floated in midair. A series of vast forces, with the blood bead as the center, continuously fluctuated towards the surroundings. The body of the 9-layer energy body is constantly becoming transparent, and he said with a sense of loss, it's been so many years, I didn't expect someone to break through the 9th floor. Taking a deep look at Han Feng, the 9-level energy body said in a complicated tone, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you to get this thing. It's all up to you. I hope the news of your getting this thing won't be leaked out, otherwise you will be chased and killed by the whole continent, and you will definitely die. Han Feng was amazed. What was it that made the 9-layer energy body say such words? However, Han Feng disdained the fact that the 9-level energy body said that he was bound to die. Perhaps in the memory of the 9-layer energy body, the martial Tao continent was still in the prosperous period of ancient times. In that era, there were as many ordinary martial gods as dogs, legendary martial gods and Xianyang martial gods walked everywhere, and ancient martial gods were considered truly strong. But in fact, in today's martial Tao continent, ordinary martial gods are already peak masters. Legendary martial gods are extremely rare. Whether Xianyang martial god can have two palms is still a matter of opinion. As for the ancient martial gods, there is not even one. Han Feng was convinced that even if he was hunted down by all the powerful people in the martial Tao continent, he would be safe and sound. The current self has fully grown up in the martial Tao continent, and it may not be possible to take him down by dispatching the Xianyang martial god. I really want to know what this blood bead is. Just how precious is the reward of the ninth step? Han Feng stretched out his hand, and the blood beads flew towards Han Feng with a whoosh, and stopped in the center of Han Feng's palm. At the same time, the 9-level energy body completely disappeared on the 9th level. What? Han Feng yelled out in horror as a series of information flooded into his mind the moment the blood bead came into his hand. Han Feng never expected that this drop of blood turned out to be the blood essence of a strong man. If it were an ordinary strong person, such as the ancient god or the blood of the god king, Han Feng would not be so surprised, but this drop of blood comes from the god emperor. This god of creation of the martial Tao continent, the demon Tao continent, and the monster Tao continent. The energy contained in a drop of the blood essence of a god emperor is so huge that if the ancient gods swallowed it, they would probably explode. If the god king and powerhouse get the blood of the god emperor, as long as they can withstand the majestic energy of this drop of blood essence, their strength will be greatly improved. Han Feng was extremely surprised by the blood of the god emperor, but Han Feng quickly regained his composure. Just because this drop of the blood of the emperor is just tasteless to the current Han Feng. The energy of the god emperor's blood essence is too huge. At least one must have the cultivation base of a god king to absorb and refine it, and the current Han Feng is only in the realm of a true god. Huh? Han Feng frowned suddenly. From the information, Han Feng realized that this drop of blood essence was not as simple as the blood essence of the god emperor. That god emperor left his mark on this drop of blood essence. For example, the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, the understanding of the world, and the comprehension of the power of immortality. There are even some unique inheritances of this god emperor powerhouse. These undoubtedly greatly enhance the value of the god emperor's blood essence. In the information, it seems that the ancestor of the Gon family is just equivalent to a change of god king. For the ancestor of the Gon family, this realm is basically over. Originally, this drop of blood essence was prepared by the ancestors of the Gon family to absorb and promote the second transformation and the third transformation god king, but it fell before it could be absorbed. The second update. One more. Even the unique inheritance left by the god emperor will cause some competition among the god king and powerhouse. However, in Han Feng's view, this is not the case. The perception of heaven and earth, the understanding of the world, and the comprehension of immortality are different for everyone. The same perception of heaven and earth, different people have different feelings. Perhaps those with advanced cultivation can give some pointers to the younger generation, but it is only a pointer. The younger generations can realize something through these pointers, but what they realize must be the most suitable for them. Even if it's all about the understanding of the world and immortality, because of the difference in one's own situation, there will definitely be some differences in what one understands. If the emperor sealed his understanding of heaven and earth in ancient books or jade slips, it would be fine, and future generations could use it as a reference for continuous enlightenment. But the emperor of God imprinted his understanding of the world into the blood essence, which means that he absorbed the blood essence and passively accepted everything about the emperor of God. For some people, this may be a great fortune. The original future may only be the powerhouse of the ancient gods, and may step into the King of Gods because of this. Maybe, because the blood essence contains the God Emperor's understanding of immortality, after absorbing the essence blood, and passively accepting the God Emperor's understanding of immortality, he will be promoted to God Emperor. But, that's all. After absorbing the blood essence and passively accepting the Divine Emperor's comprehension of heaven and earth in the essence blood, it will be difficult for the recipient to get rid of the Divine Emperor's will, that is to say, it is likely to follow the old path of the Divine Emperor. If you are lucky, you may be promoted to the God Emperor, but if you are not lucky, you can only reach the top of the God King. It is basically impossible to surpass the creator of the martial Dao continent and reach the middle-level God Emperor who surpasses the elementary-level God Emperor. For some people who may not be able to advance to the God King in their lifetime, this is undoubtedly a great fortune, but for Han Feng, it is not the case. Han Feng's goal is huge, and his requirements for himself are not only to reach the elementary God Emperor, but even the middle-level God Emperor and even the high-level God Emperor cannot satisfy Han Feng. Han Feng's goal is to be the master who is above the Emperor, or surpasses the master. Han Feng obviously couldn't absorb this drop of blood essence right now. If he absorbed it, he would definitely explode. If he wanted to absorb it, at least he had to reach the level of a God King. Just break through to God King. A small world of his own Dantian will be born in Han Feng's body, and he will comprehend the power of the world that is more suitable for him. After absorbing the essence and blood, he will passively accept the understanding of the world from the God Emperor of the martial Dao continent, which will only make his world impure. The world is not pure, which will greatly affect the understanding of immortality in the future. In other words, after absorbing this drop of blood essence, it will be extremely difficult for Han Feng to be promoted to the God Emperor in the future. Going one step further, this is absolutely not allowed by Han Feng. Why do you want to seal your understanding of the world into it? Han Feng thought sadly, if it's just pure blood, he only needs to absorb the inevitable strength to advance to the Queen of God. The treasures on the 9th floor cannot be said to be bad, let alone this small world, even the big world outside. How many God Kings are there? How many God Emperors are there? The realm of the God King is enough to rule the roost in the middle thousand God realm, and the God Emperor is basically only seen in the great thousand God realm. However, there are only 10 God realms among the 3,000 God realms, which shows how few God Emperors are there. It is extremely difficult for a God King to break through, especially for a God Emperor. It's a pity that Han Feng has great ambitions, so this is a rare treasure in the eyes of many people, but it is a complete tasteless treasure to Han Feng. Forget it, although I don't need it, but if I use it in exchange, it can be exchanged for extremely valuable treasures. Some world artifacts with attack attributes are hard to compare with this drop of blood. Thinking of this, Han Feng put the drops of God Emperor's essence and blood were put away. Then Han Feng jumped up and jumped down from the 9th step. Rumble. As soon as Han Feng left, the 9 steps vibrated, and slowly disappeared in the eyes of Han Feng and Xuanhuan, completely disappearing. Congratulations, junior brother, for reaching the 9th floor. Seeing Han Feng, Xuanhuan immediately cupped his hands in congratulations. It would be a lie to say that he is not envious. Based on the value of the 7th tier rewards, Xuanhuan can deduce how precious the rewards Han Feng received are. It's just that this is a personal chance, and Han Feng is relying on his own strength, so Xuanhuan can't feel any jealousy. In the final analysis, Xuanhuan's harvest this time has satisfied Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan did not ask what treasure Han Feng got, just as Xuanhuan would not tell what reward he got. This is not selfish, but to maintain the friendship between the two parties. Han Feng laughed and said, if there is no senior brother, the junior brother will not have this opportunity. The junior brother is here to thank the senior brother. Said, Han Feng really saluted. Xuanhuan hurriedly helped Han Feng up, and blamed him, the relationship between our brothers and sisters, why should we be so alien? What's more, if you didn't join me, my brothers might not dare to enter the secret realm like this. When I go out with my brothers later, I will be careful. The 9 gods have already slipped away unknowingly. I'm afraid they have already set up an ambush outside. Hearing this, Han Feng scanned for a week, but he didn't find Zhu and others, and he didn't know when they left. Zhu? The corners of Han Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Now, Zhu is no longer in his eyes. In terms of overall strength, Han Feng really didn't put Zhu in his eyes. The only thing worse than Zhu now is his cultivation. But with the help of the time artifact, this gap in cultivation will soon be narrowed, or even surpassed. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan, who was also here, Han Feng would have used the artifact of time to improve his cultivation. Han Feng didn't dare to expose such a special protection artifact as the time artifact in front of Xuanhuan, not because he didn't believe Xuanhuan, but because he didn't want to gamble. It's best that Xuanhuan doesn't get greedy. But if Xuanhuan becomes greedy, this short-term friendship may be broken. Outside world. A man in black clothes sat on top of a huge purple eagle. His eyes were sharp, and an astonishing evil spirit permeated the air. Beside this person, sitting cross-legged on top of Jialong's body, was the son of the 9 gods. Old Nine, you're just a mere mid-level martial god. You're too cautious. Not only did you call me, but you also asked your subordinates to form a 9-star fusion formation. The man in black pouted, feeling that Zhu is a little fussy. Zhu said with a cold face, I hope her Shenzi can say that later. Hee, I will wait and see. The second god said perfunctorily. The first update. Formation, 2 more. Compared with Han Feng, Xuanhuan did not make Zhu so afraid. After observing under the 9 steps for so long, Zhu is very sure that the one called Gong Kong is not as strong as Han Feng. All of a sudden, the Yanma mirror in the center of the formation burst into a burst of brilliance. Both Zhu and Shenzi tensed up. Different from Zhu fear, Shenzi simply took a fancy to the treasures in the secret realm. The brilliance swept out and spread like a whirlwind, and soon 2 figures appeared in the center of the brilliance. It was Han Feng and Xuanhuan. As soon as the 2 of them came out, they immediately became fascinated, and immediately realized that they were not in the underground secret room that they entered the secret realm before, but an open space outside. They even found some traces of the formation, which trapped them here. Launch the 9 stars merging god formation. Zhu yelled. Zhu 8 confidants immediately made hand seals, and complicated hand seals were formed, and then a majestic force burst out from the 8 people. As the key to the Jiuxing god formation, Zhu also made handprints, and with Zhu as the center, a tyrannical force swept out. With a radius of thousands of feet, a huge barrier soon rose, covering everyone in it. At this moment, Han Feng discovered the changes in Zhu and others in the formation. In Han Feng's spiritual observation, the auras of Zhu and his 8 confidants seemed to be united together to form a whole. This undoubtedly greatly improved the tacit understanding of the 8 people. Although the individual strength of Zhu and others did not increase, with such a tacit understanding, the overall strength will inevitably rise to a higher level. Kill. With a grim expression on his face, Zhu unfolded his snake body and killed Xuanhuan. 8 cronies followed closely behind, assisting Zhu. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that Zhu didn't find Han Feng, but instead found himself first. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Xuanhuan sneered, and the Chi Hunyan demon body exploded, like a demon god, and greeted the 9 sons of the 9 gods. Han Feng just wanted to help. But he found a murderous gaze on him. Boy, your opponent is me. An angry shout sounded, and then a tyrannical force shot towards Han Feng. Han Feng frowned slightly, and with a move of his feet, the golden immortal stepping on the sky had already been used, and his movement was like lightning, and he quickly avoided the blow. At this time, Han Feng had time to look at the person who attacked him. I saw this person's complexion was pale. This paleness was not because the other party had suffered any injuries, but the original complexion of the other party was like this. Because of the paleness, it seemed that this person's complexion looked a bit stinging. Especially the greedy gaze of the other party, as if Han Feng was some kind of treasure, which made Han Feng's face darken. Shenzi licked his lips. Old Ninth is useless, mere mid-level martial god has to be dealt with by me, but that's fine. If I kill you, all the treasures you get in the secret realm belong to me. As soon as Han Feng heard it, he immediately understood that this person must also be the son of Xuanhuan. Boom! A breath of the middle-ranked legendary martial god, who had just been promoted and was not yet stable, surged like a wave, and Shenzi's eyes were crazy and hot, and he struck like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Shenzi approached Han Feng and grabbed Han Feng, obviously intending to capture Han Feng alive and force him to find out the treasure. Xinyan battle body, Ning. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Great sun flame body, Ning. Rumble. The white sun disk appeared, and a terrifying flame burst out that seemed to burn the sky. Shenzi suddenly let out a scream, his expression twisted, and he stretched out his outstretched hand back immediately. At the same time, he kicked his toes, and his whole body quickly retreated backwards. Gazing at Han Feng, whose cultivation level had skyrocketed suddenly, Shenzi was puzzled. With the integration of the three divine bodies, Han Feng's cultivation has skyrocketed to an incredible level, and it can be said that he has completely surpassed the two divine sons. This aura, impossible, how could it be raised so much? Shenzi's face was incredulous. This aura and coercion, ordinary high-level legendary warriors might not be able to bear it. How could a mere mid-level Valkyrie be so powerful? It is even more powerful than what the Shenzi said. Looking at the burned hand again, Shenzi's expression was gloomy. Okay, really, as Shenzi said, you have some tricks. Don't think that you are the only one who has a powerful divine body. Shenzi didn't dare to be careless anymore, and the pitch-black devilish energy rolled out and quickly devoured at Shenzi. The next moment, Shenzi opened his purple-black magic wings and turned into a demon. Shenzi has already displayed his powerful divine body, the war demon divine body. Roar! Turning into a war demon, the two god sons roared to the sky, and the demonic energy rolled violently, as if thousands of demon gods descended and blasted at Han Feng. With a wave of Han Feng's hand, white flames shot up into the sky, bombarding away like a tsunami. Boom! Suddenly, the magic energy and the white flame collided together. It has to be said that Shenzi's divine body is also extraordinary, and in a short period of time he was even on par with the white flame. However, after Han Feng's face turned serious and he fully operated the three divine bodies, the demonic energy immediately disappeared. The white flames charged straight away like a broken bamboo. What? The second god's son was horrified, and he even unfolded his divine body, but he was still so unbearable. The panicked Shenzi retreated quickly, and a small pagoda appeared in his hand. Break it! The small tower quickly became larger, as heavy as Mount Tai, and was suddenly pressed down. It's just an artifact of the five tribulations, do you still want to contend? Xinyan fighting fist. The white flames before were just the flames that surrounded Han Feng after the great sun flame body was cast. It can be said to be the manifestation of energy. Now that Han Feng used Xinyan War Fist, it was different. The second peak of Xinyan War Fist is a powerful move that surpasses the middle-grade divine skills and is between the middle-grade divine skills and the top-grade divine skills. Put it in the martial Dao continent, it is the existence of surpassing the legendary god-level martial arts, between the legendary god-level martial arts and the Shenyang god-level martial arts. Originally, the cultivation base after the skyrocketed was extremely terrifying, and with this punch, under the Shenyang martial god, unless he has a powerful divine body, it would be difficult to compete. The small tower that Shenzi placed high hopes on was smashed to pieces by Han Feng's punch. No! Shenzi roared angrily. Before Shenzi could finish his roar, Han Feng punched out again, coming with overwhelming power. Not good. Black Knight extinguishing soul fist. The pitch-black shadow of the fist swung out, but Shenzi's blow was not as powerful as the previous 5th-level artifact. How could it withstand Han Feng's punch? Whoa! Shenzi vomited blood, and was blown away by Han Feng's punch, but he had no strength to fight back. The second update. Originally thought that Shenzi was exaggerating, but who would have thought that the opponent's strength was even stronger than what Shenzi described. He is the godson of Xuanhuan, the top 3 among the many godsons this year, and he doesn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. The other party gave me the feeling that it was not like facing a small middle-level martial god at all, but facing a noble and powerful Shenyang martial god. I'm afraid that even the son of the great god may not be the opponent of this son. In the entire Holy Mountain, I am afraid that only Shenyang martial god-level masters can suppress this son. Old Jiao, save me! Seeing that Han Feng was about to launch the next attack, Shenzi panicked and yelled again and again. This roar attracted Jushenzi's attention away from Xuanhuan. Immediately, Jushenzi shrank his pupils. Obviously Jushenzi did not expect that the dignified Shenzi would be so unbearable and vulnerable in the face of Han Feng. This kid is stronger than when he was on the 7th floor. Could it be that he got some great treasure in the secret realm that led to his great strength? Thinking of this, Shenzi was going crazy with jealousy. If there is no Han Feng, will such a treasure fall into his hands, and then he will be the one who will greatly improve his strength. At that time, let alone the second god's son, even the great god's son, how could he be his opponent? Taking advantage of the separation of Jushenzi's attention, Xuanhuan escaped from the encirclement of Jushenzi's 9 people. Seeing Han Feng's performance, his face couldn't help being overjoyed. Sure enough, he did the right thing about entering the secret realm with Han Feng. Otherwise, today, I would probably end up here. Xuanhuan had to admit that he underestimated the sacred mountain of the Martial Dao continent. Even if Martial Dao continent is in decline, Xuanhuan, as the ruling force of Martial Dao continent, has accumulated extraordinary achievements over the years. Let's just say that the 9 stars merging god formation allowed the 9 gods and 9 to display their extraordinary strength, and they completely suppressed him. Damn it! Jushenzi did not dare to allow Shenzi to be killed, otherwise today's goal would be difficult to achieve. Second god, you go and deal with Gong Kong. Leave this kid to me. Shenzi now has a shadow over Han Feng, and after hearing what Jushenzi said, he immediately jumped up and gave up his position to Jushenzi. That movement was so fast, as if some demon was chasing him. Jushenzi showed sarcasm, and Shenzi was still taking big things in front of him before, mocking himself. What about now? This embarrassing appearance really lost the identity of Shenzi. Kill. Jushenzi gave an order, and the 8 confidants each used their divine body and blasted at Han Feng in unison. The attack of the 8 high-level warriors combined together, and the momentum is not insignificant. Han Feng retreated rapidly, while the brilliance of the Xingyan battle armor on his body flowed, resisting the incoming bombardment. Afterwards, Shenzi also quickly joined the battle. I saw Shenzi holding the trident artifact in his hand and stabbing Han Feng continuously. Every time it stabs out, there is a sound of piercing through the air. Huh? After a fight, Han Feng's face flashed with surprise. Originally, Han Feng didn't pay much attention to Jushenzi, but now with the tacit cooperation of 8 cronies, Zhu lethality has suddenly increased by a notch. This lethality far surpassed Shenzi. After all, Shenzi was only one person. Han Feng's face remained unchanged, thinking that he could win with tacit cooperation? Too naive. Ba Huang Shock Fist. Shen Yen Fighting Fist. Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger. Sixfold Purple Cloud Divine Arm. In terms of powerful moves, Han Feng is far superior to Shenzi and his party. The powerful Jushui came at his fingertips, and soon Han Feng defeated the combination of 9 gods and 9 people. Whoa! The 8 high-level martial gods vomited blood together, and were completely blown away by Han Feng's mighty punch. Shenzi was horrified. How can you be so strong? The two sides are simply not on the same level anymore. In this case, 9 Godson's expression became serious, and he roared angrily, "Everyone, gather your power on this Godson." As Jushenzi's confidants, the 8 high-level martial gods transferred their power to Jushenzi through formations without the slightest hesitation. Boom boom boom. Jushenzi's body fluctuated with an extremely powerful aura, and these auras were like a stormy wave, viciously impacting the surroundings. And the cultivation base of 9 gods also broke through the bottleneck of the lower-level legendary warrior gods in an instant, and broke through to the middle-rank legendary warrior god level in one fell swoop, and it was not the early stage of the middle-rank legendary warrior gods. This formation still has such an effect. Han Feng's expression froze slightly. With Han Feng's eyesight, he couldn't see that all of this was due to the formation. There is such a formation in Xuanhuan. It seems that it should not be underestimated. If a group of Xianyang martial gods used such a formation, it would be fine. Ha ha ha, boy, I will kill you this time. Shenzi looked crazy, and if he killed Han Feng, all the treasures on Han Feng's body would be his. Go to hell. A terrifying force erupted from the 6 Tribulations divine artifact. With unparalleled power, it came completely. With his cultivation level raised to a mid-level legendary martial god in one fell swoop, coupled with his powerful divine body and the 6 Tribulations artifact, Han Feng had to admit that the power of this blow had already threatened him a little. But, there are only some of them. Ziji Xuanhuan, merge. An aura surged out like a tornado that made everyone in the formation tremble with fear. The purple flame swept the entire formation with the power of burning the sky. Shen Yen Fighting Fist. The purple flame turned into a tornado, colliding with Shenzi's attack in an instant. Rumble. In just one breath, Shenzi's attack was completely defeated. Afterwards, under Shenzi's terrified expression, the purple flame tornado directly devoured him. No, how could it be? Shenzi never expected that he would gather the power of 8 trusted people, but in the end he would end up like this, being instantly killed. No. Impossible. Master Shenzi, unexpectedly. No. I don't believe. None of this is true. The 8 high-level martial gods were all dumbfounded, with disbelief on their faces. No matter what, they never thought that Shenzi would die like this, so easily and simply, that the other party didn't suffer a single bit of damage. Looking at Han Feng again, they felt a turmoil in their hearts. What a genius this is, a mere mid-level martial god, actually. The next moment, they worried about their own safety. Since the 8 people transferred their power to Shenzi through the Jiuxing god formation before, they have no power to fight anymore at this moment, and the energy in their bodies is exhausted. Die. Han Feng waved his sleeve robe, and the flames covered the sky, engulfing the 8 people in a blink of an eye. Afterwards, Han Feng's eyes fell on Shenzi. It seems that I don't need to take action. Han Feng said lightly. Xuanhuan couldn't beat the 9 godsons who used formations to strengthen their strength, but facing the second godson who had only one, Xuanhuan had nothing to fear. Right now, Xuanhuan is defeating Ershenzi. The first update. As the godson of Xuanhuan, Ershenzi was naturally arrogant in his heart, and completely looked down on the Valkyrie outside of Xuanhuan. But now, it was the bumpkin martial god outside the mountain, who beat him into such an embarrassing situation. Xuanhuan didn't keep Han Feng waiting long, and completely killed Ershenzi. After Ershenzi was bombarded and killed, the Jiuxing Rongshan formation finally cracked silently and turned into nothingness. Xuanhuan picked up the storage ring dropped from Ershenzi's body, and the treasure inside naturally belonged to Xuanhuan. Han Feng killed Jushenzi and the 8 high-level martial gods and also took care not to burn their storage containers to ashes together, so he got 9 storage rings. Naturally, everything in the 9 storage rings became Han Feng's spoils. Brother, what are you going to do next? Destroy the Jiang family first, and then let Mrs. Gan be buried with him. It's a revenge for my mother in this life. Xuanhuan sighed, thinking of his mother in this life, who was also a poor person. What about City Lord Gan? Han Feng was curious about how Xuanhuan would treat his cheap father. When mentioning Gan Jia, Xuanhuan sneered, for the sake of my cheap father, I can save him, but that's all. In the future, the Gan family will not have him to speak. Han Feng had to mourn for Na Gan Jia. Brother, if that's the case, let's separate here. How to deal with Gan Jia is Xuanhuan's business, and Han Feng has no intention of following up to take a look. Junior brother, let's just leave now. Xuanhuan nodded neatly, turned around and flew into the air. Whether it is Xuanhuan or Han Feng, both of them know that they will be regarded as competitors from now on. To gain luck, one must contend against the sacred mountain, and naturally, there will only be one person who will eventually become the master of the sacred mountain. If they join forces to fight together, there will inevitably be disagreements in the end. Who will be the Lord of the Mountain? No matter who gets the position of the Lord of the Divine Mountain, the other person will inevitably have some pimples in his heart, which will affect the friendship between the two. After all, they conquered the Divine Mountain together. It would be different if they competed separately against Xuanhuan. Who can seize the position of Lord of the Mountain? To completely defeat Xuanhuan, it is natural to rely on whose strength and means are better. In that way, the losers naturally have no reason to be jealous of the winners. However, both Han Feng and Xuanhuan knew that because of their friendship, their competition was benign. If their respective competitors were replaced by Taisheng Junjin, either they killed Taisheng Junjin or they were killed by Taisheng Junjin. Yaonyao Mountain. Including Vermilion Skylark, the rest of the beasts also gathered here. Boss, is the age artifact really so good? Flying Flame Lion asked, curiously. Han Feng smiled lightly, is it good or not, you will know after you try it. Han Feng placed the artifact of time in the center, and one person and 5 beasts began to practice one after another. Surrounded by the power of time, forming a barrier of time. Han Feng took out some elixir or divine fruit. These were spoils of war obtained from Jushenzi and other 9 people, and some were harvested in the secret realm of chaos. As long as these elixirs and divine fruits are fully absorbed and refined, their strength will definitely be raised to a higher level. Han Feng was the true god of the 7 tribulations during his heyday, that is to say, as long as Han Feng's cultivation in the martial Dao continent does not exceed the lower-level Xianyang martial god, he can completely control it, and there is no need to worry about raising too much at once and causing various problems. Of course, pills and divine fruits are effective, and the energy they contain is naturally extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 100 years for a mid-level martial god to be completely refined. This is on the premise that it has not been exploded. Han Feng has the 9 flames and different fire art, so it will naturally be refined faster, but it will take several years and more than 10 years. However, there is the time artifact right now, and it only takes a few days for Han Feng to completely refine and absorb it, and his cultivation level has risen to the peak of the upper-ranked legendary martial god in one fell swoop. At this point, Han Feng knew that he could not continue to break through, otherwise it would be difficult to control. In addition to cultivation, Xinyan's combat body has also broken through to the third stage, and Jin Xian's body has returned to the stage of Desheng. Ziyun Divine Arm can also display the power of the 7th or 8th level. On the whole, Han Feng's strength has grown explosively, and he is already qualified to fight against Xuanhuan. As for the Vermilion Skylark 5 beasts, all of them can exert their strongest power. It's just that the 5 beasts were not reincarnations after all, but descended directly to the martial Dao continent in the posture of Ziyun God Realm through the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda. Therefore, even if the 5 beasts are cultivated diligently, they will not be able to reach the next calamity, because there will be no divine calamity descending on the martial Dao continent to temper them. The Flying Flame Lion and the 4 beasts are still at the peak of the 7 tribulations true gods, but Vermilion Skylark is now at the peak of the 8 tribulations true gods because it was the first level of the 8 tribulations true gods before. With Vermilion Skylark's powerful bloodline, this martial Dao continent will be able to get Vermilion Skylark, probably not many. Han Feng believes that there will never be more than one palm of the highest rank Xianyang martial god in Xuanhuan. At the same time, the giant Vajra crocodile finally crawled out of its eggshell. Even a juvenile giant diamond crocodile has extremely impressive strength. With the help of the power of time, the King Kong giant crocodile improved very quickly. Unlike Vermilion Skylark, the King Kong giant crocodile is from the martial Dao continent, so it can continuously improve its strength without being tempered by God's tribulation. It's just that after leaving the martial Dao continent in the future, King Kong giant crocodile will need a period of time to adapt to the big world. It needs to go through the tempering of the gods in the big world to continue to improve, which just makes up for some shortcomings. Just like the fighters in the small world of martial arts, even the warriors in the body have real energy, and the same is true for monsters. This leads to the fact that fighters or monsters of the same level are by no means as powerful as fighters or monsters in the big world. The giant diamond crocodile came to the big world, and only after being tempered in the God realm can it make up for this deficiency. Han Feng used the power of time to fully raise the King Kong giant crocodile to the peak of the legendary martial god realm, only one step away from Xianyang martial god. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to promote the King Kong giant crocodile to Xianyang martial god, but that the King Kong giant crocodile in the realm of Xianyang martial god is already an adult. Today's King Kong giant crocodile has just been born, and it is only because of the power of time that it has been promoted to the peak of the growth stage, and its mind is still in its infancy. The infancy mentality prevented the King Kong giant crocodile from continuing to improve. It seems that it will take some years for the giant diamond crocodile to get rid of its juvenile mentality before it can continue to improve the giant diamond crocodile. Han Feng thoughtfully. Seeing the huge King Kong crocodile acting like a baby, Han Feng's cheeks twitched. At least within half a year or a year, it is not suitable to summon the King Kong giant crocodile to fight. With the foundation of the peak cultivation base of the legendary martial god, Han Feng believes that the mind of the King Kong giant crocodile will grow very quickly. The slowest time is 1 year, and if it is as fast as half a year, the King Kong giant crocodile will have the wisdom of a teenager. King Kong giant crocodile played. The second update. God body, one more. Chi family. Damn Junior, how dare you disobey my ancestor? A thunderous roar resounded through the entire family, and the sky was filled with thunder, rumbling. Amidst the thunder, a figure flickered, wearing a thunder armor, like a god of thunder. In the sea of thunder, there is another figure, who is not affected by this sea of thunder at all, and his whole body is full of sword energy. Humph, you are already old, what qualifications do you have to lead the Chi family? From now on, the Chi family will be my son's world. The astonishing sword intent surged like a raging tide. Junior, don't think that you are so rampant because of your superior aptitude. In the end, you are just a mere mid-level martial god. The old man was furious. No one dared to be so rampant in front of him for many years, especially this rampant person is not even 20, just a junior. Anti-thunderstorm. The old man grabbed the void with one hand, and the void thunder rumbled, and a large number of thunder blasted towards the opposite person like a strong wind. Taishang True Spirit Slash. The reincarnated Taishang Junjin named Chi Haoyan slashed out with a sword. Taishang Junjin's divine sword is not a top-grade artifact, but a mere low-grade artifact. Taishang Junjin does not have the artifact of time, so the top-grade sword has not been fully recovered. In addition, Taishang Junjin does not want to expose such a whole card too early, so he only uses the low-grade sword that was previously a collection. Even so, Taishang Junjin's attack was extremely extraordinary. The peak cultivation base of a middle-ranked martial god, coupled with a powerful move like Taishang True Spirit Slash, is enough to rival an upper-ranked martial god. Naturally, moves such as Taishang True Spirit Slash can only be restored to the level of middle-grade divine skills, so Taishang Junjin will not be exhausted after performing this move. The astonishing sword light cut through a sea of thunder, and the old man on the opposite side hurriedly retreated in horror. The thunder attack like a violent storm seemed so vulnerable in front of Jianmong. How is it possible? The old man looked horrified. He was a high-ranked martial god, how could he not help a mere middle-ranked martial god? By the way, it must be the artifact in this kid's hand. The old man was extremely jealous. As the patriarch of the Chi family, he didn't have a third-level artifact. If he had a third-level artifact, he would never be inferior to a mere junior. No matter how jealous and unwilling the old man is, at this moment the old man has to do his best to resist Taishang Junjin's cut. The thunder surged, turning into layers of thunder walls, and suddenly appeared in front of the old man and Taishang Junjin. Taishang Junjin disdained, just relying on these thunder walls, do you want to resist my son's methods? Rumble. The sword light slashed fiercely on the thunder wall, bursts of thunder light and sword energy overflowed, washing around. The powerful force oppressed the entire Chi family, and the many strong members of the Chi family were all trembling, unable to straighten up due to the oppression. Some middle and lower rank warriors, including the Chi family, felt short of breath. The sword light was as powerful as a broken bamboo, unrivaled, breaking through layers of thunder walls, and came to the old man. However, at this time, Jianmong was counteracted by a lot of strength because of the repeated thunder wall resistance, and there was no more than 1/3 of its power left in front of the old man. Even so, the old man also had an arm cut off. If this cut had the power of its heyday, the old man would be killed in an instant. There was finally a trace of panic in the eyes of the old man, and the old man suddenly realized that this junior of the Chi family was definitely not as easy to deal with as he imagined. It doesn't matter if he is a high-ranking martial god, I'm afraid he really isn't the opponent's opponent. Sensing the cold killing intent in Taishang Junjin's eyes, the old man hurriedly said, "No, Patriarch, I admit defeat." The old man is the patriarch of the Chi family, who closed the closed door more than 100 years ago in order to hit the high-level martial god realm. Unexpectedly, after more than 100 years, the breakthrough was indeed a breakthrough, but when he left the customs, he found that the Chi family had been ruled by a small junior, and his ancestor had lost the prestige and absolute dominance of the past. Thus, this fight took place between the old man and Taishang Junjin. Obviously, this battle will determine who the future ruler of the Chi family will be. Taishang Junjin said indifferently, "Under my son's sword, there is no such thing as begging for mercy. Die." Taishang Junjin was about to slash out again with a single sword strike. The soaring sword intent shattered Lei Haidu. The patriarch of the Chi family never expected Taishang Junjin to be so ruthless. He even voluntarily surrendered and was not ready to let himself go. You arrogant junior who doesn't respect your elders. Do you really think that you can't beat your ancestors? The ancestor of the Chi family cursed. Break it. The endless thunder gathered together, describing a thunder giant, and the thunder giant punched it. Taisheng Junjin easily cut the thunder giant in half, but his pupils shrank, and saw that the ancestor of the Chi family turned around and ran away at the moment he cut towards the thunder giant. The combat power is not as good as yours. As a high-ranking martial god, can I still not escape? Just wait, when I escape to House, you, the kid, will die. The Hao family is the real ruler of the Hongyuan Holy Land, and it is also the third holy land among the top 10 holy lands. There is a legendary martial god in the clan. The ancestor of the Chi family didn't believe it. He couldn't deal with that kid in the early days of his high-ranking martial arts, and the majestic legendary martial arts couldn't deal with him. If the Hao family knew that the boy had such strength, before he was 20, he would never sit still. The patriarch of the Chi family seemed to be thinking of the fate of Taisheng Junjin in the near future, with a stern look on his face. But at this moment, the patriarch of the Chi family suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying breath bursting out from behind, and the world was darkened at this moment. The entire Chi family was immediately bathed in a sea of thunder. The density and power of this sea of thunder is far superior to the sea of thunder condensed by the Chi family patriarch's previously launched earth-shaking thunder divine body. This is the earth-shaking thunder god body. How could there be such a terrifying thunder sea? The ancestor of the Chi family turned pale in shock. It wasn't until then that the ancestor of the Chi family realized belatedly that the arrogant boy named Chi Haoyan hadn't used the Chi family's inherited divine body, the earth-shaking thunder divine body. Looking at the momentum that Lei Hai has condensed now, the opponent possesses no ordinary divine body, at least a middle-grade divine body, and it is very likely that he has reached a high-grade divine body. God, what kind of genius he offended. Thunder blockade. The sea of thunder rolled and blocked the world in an instant. In this way, the ancestor of the Chi family could no longer escape from the Chi family. In the eyes of the patriarch of the Chi family, the sarcasm of Taisheng Junjin was reflected. The ancestor smiled bitterly, knowing that he was finished. The next moment, the sword light came overwhelmingly, completely drowning the ancestor. When he was about to die, the ancestor felt extremely bitter. It was a blessing or a curse for such a genius to appear in the Chi family. After that, the ancestor's sight was completely darkened. The first update. The conflict between the ancestor and Chi Haoyan. Everyone knows that sooner or later there will be a struggle between the two. But everyone did not expect that things would happen so quickly, and Chi Haoyan was so ruthless, not only defeated the ancestor, but also completely killed the ancestor. Many martial artists of the Chi family who were originally loyal to the ancestors secretly hated them, and it was enough to defeat the ancestors to prove their status in the Chi family. Why kill the ancestors? Anyway, the ancestor once made great contributions to the Chi family, and now he is also a high-ranking warrior. He can be described as a powerful warrior. It is better to keep it than to kill it. However, no matter how much hatred they had in their hearts, Taisheng Junjin's clean and neat methods, as well as his powerful and crushing strength, made these people dare not speak out to criticize Taisheng Junjin. Taisheng Junjin turned around, and his cold eyes swept over everyone, including the martial god of the Chi family. Being stared at by Taisheng Junjin like this, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Only then did Taisheng Junjin hook her lips silently, stepped into the void, and disappeared in front of everyone. The martial gods of the Chi family looked at each other and smiled wryly. The ancestor was just annoyed that his position was replaced, and he just made trouble, but he was killed in the end. It seems that this junior is probably a cruel and merciless person, and has a personality of self-respect. No one is allowed to object, otherwise he will be bombarded and killed with iron and blood. Leading the Chi family with such a character may be able to lead the Chi family to glory, but it may also lead the Chi family to destruction. Although he is worried, the martial god of the Chi family is helpless right now. With the departure of Taishang Junjin, the voices in the crowd gradually became louder, and many Chi family warriors began to compliment a man in the crowd. This man looks ordinary, and his strength is also average. He only has the cultivation of the Emperor Wu, but this man is the father of the Supreme Lord Junjin in this life. With the son of Taishang Junjin, even the martial god of the Chi family would not dare to put on a high profile to him. On the other side, Taishang Junjin's servant flattered him, "Young master is too powerful. You can understand that old man with just one sword strike. I'm afraid your strength is enough to rival most of the high-ranking martial gods, not inferior to that Han of the Great Sun Holy Land Wind." Han Feng's reputation gradually spread throughout the mainland, and it is naturally impossible for Xuanhuan Holy Land not to know about it. Taishang Junjin looked indifferent. Compete with most high-ranking Valkyrie? Simply underestimated him. Taishang Junjin didn't use all his strength to kill the ancestor of the Chi family this time. Not to mention the top-grade artifact, it is said that Taishang Junjin did not unfold the Taishang sword body. How could a mere high-ranking martial god be his opponent? Even the legendary martial god, he didn't take it seriously, it was just. Han Feng, I didn't expect you to be called Han Feng after reincarnation. It's your misfortune. Taishang Junjin gloated for a while. In this way, he can plot against Han Feng in the dark. This is also the reason why Taishang Junjin has the strength to become the master of Xuanhuan Holy Land, but has not made a move for a long time. Now that Han Feng is in the light and Taishang Junjin is in the dark, Taishang Junjin will not take the initiative to expose herself and put herself in a passive position. However, Taishang Junjin didn't know that Han Feng had become the demon master of the martial Dao continent. Through information sharing among monsters, Han Feng had already suspected Taishang Junjin's identity in this life, but he hadn't had time to make a move. After the one-day battle of the Chi family, another half a month passed, and one person carried a noble crane to the Chi family. Oh? Is it finally here? Knowing that someone had arrived, Taishang Junjin smiled faintly. Chi Haoyan, I agree with your proposal. The visitor said in a deep voice as soon as he saw Taishang Junjin. Your Excellency Wu Shenzi, you will not suffer from this deal. Taishang Junjin said with a smile. The person who came was the godson of Xuanhuan, the 5 godsons. That Han Feng is the one that Xuanhuan is going to recruit. If you want me to kill him, the Lord of Xuanhuan must blame me. How could he not suffer? Wu Shenzi snorted coldly. The acquaintance of Taishang Junjin and Wu Shenzi was only half a year ago during an expedition to a secret realm. Wu Shenzi originally wanted to snatch some treasures obtained by Taishang Junjin, but was eventually defeated by Taishang Junjin. The 5 gods cherished their talents and always wanted to recruit Taishang Junjin, but Taishang Junjin did not flatly refuse, but maintained an ambiguous attitude, which made the 5 gods not take action against the Chi family. Wu Shenzi has been waiting for the result of Taishang Junjin's consideration in Xuanhuan, but he did not get Taishang Junjin's consent or rejection, but got a deal from Taishang Junjin. That is to exchange Han Feng's life with a high-level artifact. There are not many high-level artifacts in the entire mountain, and Wu Shenzi can't refuse this temptation. Wasn't Taishang Junjin able to defeat herself that day by relying on high-level artifacts? Taishang Junjin smiled and said, in this case, the 5 gods should just go and recruit Han Feng. What do you mean? Wu Shenzi frowned. If he successfully recruited Han Feng, he would naturally not kill Han Feng for a high-level artifact in the future. After all, when a genius like Han Feng grows up, he can be said to be the main force to help him win the Lord of the Mountain. This is incomparable to high-level artifacts. Once you become the lord of the mountain, you will naturally have high-level artifacts. Taisheng Junjin said inscrutably, because that Han Feng will definitely not agree to your excellency's solicitation, then your excellency can use that Han Feng to despise Xuanhuan and provoke Xuanhuan as an excuse to kill him. At that time I'm afraid Xuanhuan won't blame your excellency Wu Shenzi. The five gods were silent. The majesty of the sacred mountain did not allow provocation. If Han Feng really refused, he could really pour the black water of disrespecting and provoking the sacred mountain on Han Feng's head. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan will not only not blame, but also reward himself. But, Chi Haoyan, are you really so sure? Wu Shenzi couldn't help asking. It's natural. Chi Haoyan, according to what you mean, you seem to be very familiar with that Han Feng. Wu Shenzi narrowed his eyes slightly, and said meaningfully. Taisheng Junjin smiled, knowing that Wu Shenzi wanted to know the whole story, but it was destined to be impossible to explain to Wu Shenzi. Wu Shenzi was certainly curious about how Taisheng Junjin and Han Feng became enemies, but since the other party didn't want to talk about it, Wu Shenzi wouldn't ask too much. Since that's the case, I will go there, son of God. Lost the artifact, but was able to recruit Han Feng, a fierce general. If Han Feng is killed, but the high-level artifact can be obtained, no matter what, he will never suffer. Chi is waiting for the good news from the five gods. Taisheng Junjin clasped her fists and sent the five gods away respectfully. It wasn't until Wu Shenzi disappeared that Taisheng Junjin restrained her smile, and muttered to herself, Han Feng, after more than 10 years of reincarnation, I want to see what level you have reached now. I hope you don't let me down, or you will kill me. But I'm not happy. Taisheng Junjin looked cold. The second update. Since the sudden rise of Han Feng, some double-minded families no longer dare to disrespect the Han family. At the age of less than 20, he has the strength to kill high-level warriors, and in the future at least he will be able to break through to legendary warriors. Such a genius is not something they can provoke. Some families even visited frequently, hoping to make friends with Han Feng, and some family patriarchs even tried to give their beloved daughter to Han Feng. It is also good to be Han Feng's concubine instead of extravagantly hoping to be Han Feng's first wife. Everyone knows how terrifying the concubine's pillow wind is. It's just that with Han Feng's travels abroad, the number of visits has gradually decreased. It wasn't until a few days ago that the news of Han Feng's return got out somehow, which made the Han family crowded again, with endless streams of visits. However, after Han Feng refused to meet, these people had no choice but to put away their thoughts unwillingly. After all, they came to make friends with Han Feng. A few days ago, Han Feng returned to the Han family from Yanyo Mountain, and gave the Han family the god-level exercises and martial arts obtained in the secret realm. The Han family shook up and down. This god-level martial arts are much more advanced than their families. The Grand Elder of the Han family showed a big smile. The original breakthrough was forcibly interrupted, resulting in damage to the foundation, and it would be difficult to promote to the upper rank of Valkyrie in the future. Now that he has such a profound god-level kung fu, he might be able to make up for the damaged foundation and step into the realm of high-level martial gods again. As long as they have the power of a high-ranking martial god, even without Han Feng, their Han family can still become the ruler of the Great Sun Holy Land in an upright manner. In addition, Han Feng also handed over the jade-colored crystal as a reward for the third step to the Elder de Taisheng. This jade-colored crystal can help the peak of the middle-level martial god break through to the upper-level martial god in one fell swoop. It's just that the Elder Taisheng decided to temporarily seal this jade-colored crystal in the treasure house of the Han family. With a second-level god-level skill, the Elder de Taisheng felt that he could be promoted to a high-level martial god in all likelihood, and there was no need to waste this jade-colored crystal. In the future, there will be another supreme elder in the family to practice to the peak of the middle-ranked martial god. It is not too late to refine this jade-colored crystal. After Han Feng handed over the jade-colored crystal, he didn't care about the subsequent matters, and neither agreed nor rejected the behavior of the elder. After that, Han Feng deliberately accompanied his mother in this life and his brother in this life. Using the artifact of time to reach the pinnacle of the upper-ranked legendary martial god, his real combat power has reached a level against the sky, and with the help of 5 beasts, Han Feng is at least 70% sure of attacking Xuanhuan. This also means that it is not far from leaving this world and returning to the big world. After more than 10 years of reincarnation, it is false to tell my parents and brothers in this life that I have no feelings. Since we are about to leave, it is natural to hurry up and enjoy the family affection in this life. On this day, Han Feng was instructing his eldest brother and second brother on their practice, but a guard of the Han family came in a panic. "Third young master, there are people coming from Xuanhuan Mountain." Han, who was startled, "Why did Xuanhuan come to our Han family?" Involuntarily, Han, who glanced at Han Feng with worried eyes, could it be that Xuanhuan also heard about the third brother's talent, and prepared to make a move out of fear? Or are you planning to recruit the third brother? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's finally here, but I don't know if this mountain is to attract me, or if I know the reason for the fall of Jushenzi and Ershenzi." Han Feng didn't think that Xuanhuan could not investigate the matter that Jushenzi died in his own hands. As long as he investigated carefully, he would always find clues from Tianming City, even if everyone in the Tianming City's lord's mansion was killed by Xuanhuan. "Where is the person from Xuanhuan?" Han Feng looked at the guard. "The head of the family is entertaining the Son of God." "Go down, this young master will go now." Han Family Hall. As the head of the family, Han Su had to carefully recruit the 5 gods. If the Wushenzi were dissatisfied, Xuanhuan's anger was not something the current Han family could bear. "Father." Han Feng came to the hall, first bowed to Han Su, and then turned to the 5 gods. The 5 gods laughed. "Your Excellency, this is the young hero, Han Feng." Sure enough, the young hero. "When I was less than 20, I was far inferior to Han Xiaoxia." The 5 gods fought Han Feng first, without waiting for Han Su's introduction. "Say hello." Han Feng replied with a smile. "Master Shenzi is too generous, how can Han be compared with an adult?" Wu Shenzi glanced at Han Feng, and a flash of surprise flashed in his pupils. With his early-stage strength of the middle-level legendary martial god, he couldn't see through the opponent at all. The martial gods other than Xuanhuan gave him such a feeling that besides the person in front of him, it was Chi Bai. Could it be that this Han family, Han Feng, is also a genius against the sky like that Chi Bai? No. How is it possible? A person like Chi Bai rarely appears once every 10,000 years. How could it be possible for 2 to appear together in the same era, and they are both under 20? Wu Shenzi shook his head, and shook off the unreliable thoughts in his heart. Han Xiaoxia is too modest, less than 20 can kill high-ranking martial gods. Throughout the ages, even among the geniuses of Xuanhuan, it is rare, and it can even be said to be non-existent. The Son of God came here today just to ask you, is Han Xiaoxia willing to become the Son of God's confidant? Han Su's face turned cold, and he secretly said that he was coming. Han Su naturally hopes that Han Feng can join Xuanhuan, otherwise Xuanhuan will inevitably usher in suppression. No matter how strong Han Feng is, how can he be the opponent of Xuanhuan? It is said that the Holy Mountain is guarded by Xianyang martial god who surpasses the legendary martial god. There was a flash of light in Han Feng's eyes. He really came here to attract him. Could it be that Xuanhuan really didn't investigate the whole story of the fall of the 2 sons of God? Xuanhuan should not be so incompetent. Or Han Feng's heart moved, and he said, "The Son of God came here from Xuanhuan?" Wu Shenzi was a little displeased because Han Feng didn't answer immediately, but he still said patiently, "No, I went to see a friend a few days ago, and then came to Han's house. Sure enough, the Jushenzi and Ershenzi had an accident. During the period of Xuanhuan's investigation, this Shenzi was not in Xuanhuan. Han Feng confirmed his guess in his heart. At that moment, Han Feng made a decision. I saw Han Feng clasp his fists and said apologetically, I'm afraid that Han will betray the trust of Lord Shenzi. Right now, Han still needs to stay in the Han family to prevent accidents. Han Feng is not stupid, since sooner or later he is going to confront Xuanhuan. Why join Xuanhuan? Furthermore, at present, Xuanhuan may already know that he is the murderer who killed Jushenzi and Ershenzi. If he really goes to Xuanhuan, he will have to fight the entire strongman of Xuanhuan. Han Feng really wanted to destroy the mountain, but it didn't mean that Han Feng would take the initiative to attack the mountain and compete with all the warriors on the mountain. The best time to deal with Xuanhuan is to attract the strong ones from Xuanhuan one by one, and then kill them. After weakening part of the strength of Xuanhuan, it is a good time to deal with Xuanhuan. The first update. Immediately, Han Su became anxious. Han Su had already learned about the dominance of Xuanhuan through previous recorded events. Han Feng rejected Xuanhuan, and it was the next thing that he could not get the resources of Xuanhuan. Without the cultivation of Xuanhuan, Han Su also believes that his third son has a limitless future, and he may not be able to surpass the legendary martial god in the future. But I am afraid that Xuanhuan is afraid of his son's talent, and secretly attack his son. This has happened in the past, and those geniuses who were killed are far inferior to his son. At this time, Han Su secretly hated that his strength was too poor. He was just a mere martial saint. If he had the legendary martial god or even stronger strength, he would be able to protect his son 1 or 2. Master Wu Shenzi, Quanzi means that after my Han family is completely stabilized, I will definitely go to Xuanhuan. Han Su couldn't help but excuse his son. Unfortunately, it's too late. Wu Shenzi came here on purpose to find trouble, so how could he be stopped by Han Su's words? Your Excellency's rejection of this god's son, is it because you look down on this god's son? Look down on Xuanhuan? The face of the fifth god's son became gloomy, and a murderous aura permeated the air. The temperature in the hall dropped sharply, like falling into an ice cellar. Not good. Han Su was shocked. Han Feng frowned slightly, he just declined for a while. Why did the god's son immediately become furious? The original Jushenzi did not turn his face so quickly. Son of God misunderstood, how dare Quanzi look down on Xuanhuan? Han Su endured the anger in his heart, and smiled with a stiff face. As the genius of the Han family, scorching sun, Han Su has never been so humbled before. Misunderstanding? I don't think it was a misunderstanding. Wu Shenzi suddenly released his aura, and Han Su felt as if he had been hit hard in the chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was blown away. Wu Shenzi jumped up suddenly, and slapped Han Feng with his palm. The power of the middle-level legendary Valkyrie exploded, and the hall collapsed at this moment. Coldness flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and then he punched him. Wu Shenzi sneered, it's ridiculous for a little middle-ranked martial god to dare to fight him like this. However, the next moment, Wu Shenzi's pupils widened, and a look of horror flashed across his face. Han Feng's punch was ordinary, but at the moment when he approached the 5 gods, he suddenly shot out unparalleled power, like a giant descending, with vast power. The 2 fists collided together, and the terrifying aftermath was like a torrential wave, spreading crazily around. Han Feng sat there steadily, but Wu Shenzi turned pale and was blown away. How can it be? That breath. Before the 5 gods could not see through Han Feng's cultivation, but once Han Feng made a move, his aura was naturally no longer concealed. Even if Han Feng didn't use all his strength and the 5 gods couldn't accurately judge Han Feng's realm, it was still enough to confirm that Han Feng was a high-level legendary martial god. Because of this, Wu Shenzi felt terrified. Thinking of him as the godson of Xuanhuan, he is still the godson who is capable of competing for the top 3 in this class of godsons. He has only broken through to the middle-level legendary martial god realm after hundreds of years of practice. And the other party is less than 20, but has already been promoted to a high-ranking legendary martial god. How amazing this is! He fell heavily to the ground. Wu Shenzi still stared at Han Feng in disbelief. Han Su, who was struggling to get up, was completely dumbfounded seeing this scene. If he remembered correctly, the 5 gods of Xuanhuan seemed to be legendary warriors, but they were blown away by his son's punch. Looking at Han Feng, who was sitting there firmly, Han Su felt for the first time that this son couldn't see through himself. At this time, the guards of the Han family who heard the movement rushed over one by one, and their faces changed drastically when they saw the scene, and they took out their weapons. Han Su shouted, "Don't shoot! Back off! How can a mere martial artist or a guard at the level of a great martial artist be able to participate in a battle of that level? A little aftermath is enough to kill them. Damn it! I don't believe that you will be a high-ranking legendary warrior. You must have used a secret method to forcibly upgrade. Yes, it must be so." Wu Shenzi didn't know whether to comfort himself or what, and directly put the reason why Han Feng had such a powerful cultivation base on the secret method. Promotion through the secret method will not last long, and there are also extremely serious sequelae. I want to see, how long can you last? Wu Shenzi let out a long cry, and the Han family was shrouded in frost. Wu Shenzi has already used his divine body, the blizzard divine body. Break the ice. Sun Han's coldness swept out like a gust of wind. The cold wind was like a knife, and the guards of the Han family around were shocked. If they were hit by this cold wind, they would surely die. Han Su was in a hurry. Quickly retreat. The guards of the Han family had retreated quite a distance before, but they were still within the affected range at this moment. But at this moment, a dazzling white light shone through the space, followed by a sudden rise in temperature. The cold wind like a knife turned into nothingness in an instant. Han Su stared at the front, stared at Han Feng, more precisely, stared at the white sun disk phantom behind Han Feng. Finally, the ultimate great sun flame physique. Han Su looked dazed. The legendary realm of the great sun flame physique appeared in front of him now. And the one who broke through to that level was his own son. Shen Yan fighting fist. After all, the great sun flame body unfolded, and the ice power of the 5 gods disappeared without a trace, and Han Feng didn't want to delay any longer. A mere mid-level legendary martial god is no longer worthy of Han Feng's serious treatment. Wu Shenzi was instantly hit by the fire fist, and then the fire fist bombarded him, turning into a ball of ferocious flames, completely devouring Wu Shenzi. Wu Shenzi completely disappeared into the world before he even had time to scream. No one noticed that the soul of Wu Shenzi was collected by Han Feng into the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda. Wu Shenzi turned his face too quickly, which made Han Feng feel that something was wrong, and planned to search for his soul. If there is any conspiracy against him, it can be found out from the soul of Wu Shenzi. Thinking of this, Han Feng didn't care to talk to Han Su, and disappeared in a flash. Han Su looked at the mess all over the floor, and his expression gradually recovered. He smiled wryly and said, "What kind of freak did I have? And I'm too good at causing trouble, even Xuanhuan dares to provoke me." However, since he was provoked, the Han family can only support him as a backing, even though this backing may not be able to help him at all. Thinking of this, Han Su sighed again. After a while, there was a sound of piercing through the air, and it was the strong Han family who had heard the movement. Among them are the 5 martial gods of the Han family. It's just that Han Feng's battle ended too quickly, and these Han family powerhouses had to ask Han Su. After learning the whole story from Han Su's mouth, all the powerhouses of the Han family were stunned, including the 5 martial gods of the Han family. How long has it been since the last time he killed a high-ranked Valkyrie, and now he can kill a middle-ranked legendary Valkyrie? Or, the last time Han Feng didn't even use 10% of his strength. The second update. This kid is simply perverted. It won't be long before he can kill even martial god Xuanhuan. This kid, we have never seen through. Having this son is indeed the luck of our Han family. The 5 supreme elders either sighed or were shocked or looked complicated. In the past, they never thought that such a genius would be born in their Han family. They are already very satisfied with such a genius as Han Su. Under the Supreme Elder, all the warriors of the Han family were jubilant. Third Young Master is so powerful, even Shensi Shinshan is no match for Third Young Master. I heard that the 5 gods of Shinshan are already middle-ranked legendary martial gods, but the Third Young Master can easily kill him. Could it be that the Third Young Master is already a high-ranked legendary martial god? Third Young Master is so young, not yet 20, I'm afraid he will be able to surpass the legend in a few years. How many years? No, I don't think it even takes a year, or even half a year. The words of these warriors are full of admiration for Han Feng. But at this moment, a voice came from nowhere. Third Young Master killed Wu Shensi, how will Shinshan explain? Suddenly, the scene froze. Everyone's smiles were taken aback, and most of the joy in their hearts disappeared immediately. That's right, the 5 gods died in their Han family, so will Xuanhuan let it go? It was only now that the children of the Han family, who were only concerned about joy, remembered that there was such a big trouble. The faces of the 5 supreme elders also changed. As the leader of the martial Dao continent for so many years, Xuanhuan has put a lot of pressure on the 5 supreme elders. Boss, what should we do? Sigh, I was so happy with that kid's strength, I forgot that it wasn't an ordinary legendary martial god that kid killed, but the Son of God. The people were worried. For a moment, I was extremely entangled in my heart. He was happy that such a perverted Han Feng appeared in the Han family, but also worried that Han Feng had caused such a big event. If Xuanhuan sends a Xuanhuan martial god, what will happen to the Han family? Soon, everyone lost their joy and was replaced by bleakness instead. This little bastard, who caused such a big thing, turned around and left. Could it be that he didn't take this matter to heart? The elder, De Taisheng, doubted. When Han Su heard this, he immediately thought of Han Feng's ultimate great sun flame body, and his heart moved. Before that, Han Su only roughly told the whole story, but Han Su didn't talk about how to kill Wu Shenzi. Elder, the junior has something to say. What? The ultimate great sun flame body. The elder of the great supreme master exclaimed in shock. Because it was too shocking, the exclamation sound was relatively loud, spreading all around in an instant. What did the great master elder say just now? It looks like, the ultimate great sun flame body? The ultimate great sun flame physique, isn't that the legendary realm? Could it be that someone from our Han family has reached it? Who is it? Could it be the Third Young Master? Yes, it must be the Third Young Master, and only the Third Young Master has such qualifications. The disciples of the Han family were in an uproar. The ultimate great Rion physique, that is an existence higher than the ultimate great Rion physique. It is the legendary realm, and it is a super powerful divine body comparable to the ancient divine body. What does it mean to have the ultimate great sun flame body? It means that it is entirely possible to surpass Xuanhuan martial god in the future. If he surpasses martial god Xuanhuan, who else in the mainland can match him? The children of the Han family, who were worried about the reaction of Xuanhuan, were once again filled with surprises. The long-browed old man let out a breath. At the beginning, when it was detected that this kid was the innate supernatural body, the old man suspected that this kid might reach our legendary ultimate great sun flame body, but he didn't expect it to be so fast, only more than 10 years. If that kid's great Rion physique has reached the ultimate stage, then it's no wonder that his cultivation has improved so quickly. A Supreme Elder suddenly realized. Obviously, this Supreme Elder attributed the reason why Han Feng's cultivation level improved so quickly to the ultimate Great Sun Flame body. Although the others felt that something was wrong, they did not object. From the Great Sun Venerable to the present, no one in the Han family has reached the ultimate Great Sun Flame physique realm, and no one knows how much the ultimate Great Sun Flame physique will help the improvement of cultivation. Since I don't know, I naturally have unlimited imagination. It seems that Han Feng should be sure to deal with the strong man of Xuanhuan, so he is so calm. After killing the 5 gods, he didn't panic at all. The elder said. In the end, the body of the Great Sun gave the members of the Han family incomparable confidence. But what if Han Feng is arrogant? In this case, we can only do our best to protect Han Feng. As long as this sun is still alive, our Han family's blood will not be extinct. The elder de Taishang looked determined. The Han family finally had such a genius. How could they give up such a genius, just because they were afraid of Xuanhuan? This decision was quickly agreed by everyone. Since Han Feng was so calm, they believed in Han Feng. If it doesn't work, let Han Feng escape desperately. After that, Han Su glanced at Wu Shenzi's body with disgust. Come here, throw this person on the mountain at random, and let those monsters eat him. Now Han Su has come to his senses. It was obvious that the 5 sons of God came here to cause trouble on purpose. That's why they immediately became furious after Han Feng politely refused, and immediately made a move, which was a killer move. Otherwise, any son of God who wanted to recruit a genius would not act like this. The news that Han Feng had killed the 5 gods quickly spread. Originally, they planned to visit the Han family and make friends with Han Feng's forces, but all of them immediately died down. The Han family soon became deserted. Just kidding, since Xuanhuan became the ruling force in the martial Dao continent, any force that provokes Xuanhuan will end well. Genocide is pretty good. Being abolished, sold into slavery, and the descendants cannot be dragged out of slavery for generations. This kind of life that is worse than death is even more frightening. Some forces who are jealous of the emergence of such a genius in the Han family have begun to gloat and sneer. The Han family. It turned out to be him. After the soul search, Han Feng already knew the whole story. He said that Wu Shenzi's behavior was a bit abnormal. It turned out that the man used the artifact to make a deal with Wu Shenzi. Taisheng Junjin, Chi Haoyan, I'm fine if I don't trouble you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to trouble me. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. That being the case, Han Feng was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. No, I killed the 5 gods, and Xuanhuan will definitely take action. It is not suitable to leave the Han family right now. Then, we can only let the Skylarks take action. Holy Mountain. Inside the great temple. A burly man with a livid face said, okay, a lowly person from the Holy Land dares to kill the 3 sons of God in a row. Come on, come with me to the Great Sun Holy Land. From now on, there will be no Great Sun Holy Land in the martial Dao continent. This burly man is the great son of Xuanhuan. The first update. No one thought that the Han family could resist Xuanhuan. Then, in order to prevent being angered by Xuanhuan, it is better to stay away from the Han family. In the area around the Han mansion, the Holy Land of the Sun, there is almost no one inhabited except for the children of the Han family. Only on the edge of the Great Sun Holy Land, many forces wait and see here. This day, more than a dozen rocks spread their huge wings, and their huge bodies seemed to cover the sky and the sun, and they came from afar at high speed. As the rock approached, it let out an astonishing long howl, and the sound shook the sky. A terrifying force poured down like a tidal wave. The warriors in the Great Sun Holy Land suffocated for a while, their faces horrified. Purple rock, this is the purple gold rock bird, it is the exclusive mount of the godson of Xuanhuan. Someone with good eyesight has already recognized the identity of the visitor. Among the many sons of God in Xuanhuan, the most famous and well-known one is undoubtedly the great son of God. This is the veritable number one godson among the godsons of Xuanhuan this year. This number one is not only the great godson, but also the first innate god body born in this session, and also the strongest number one in this session. It is said that this son of God has the body of a three-eyed rock, so he has a special love for rock monsters. The Zijing Dapeng bird was a mount specially captured and cultivated by the Son of God. Sure enough, Han Feng of the Han family killed the 5 godsons, and the great godson came to punish the Han family. It's not just the great godson, have you seen the people behind the great godson? They are all the great godson's cronies, at least they are all legendary warriors. There is also the old man next to the great godson. It is said that this old man is the housekeeper specially reserved for the great godson by the mother clan of the great godson, and his strength seems to be stronger than the great godson. In the discussion of some warriors left behind in the Great Sun Holy Land, Deshenzi and his party took the Zijing Dapeng and entered the territory of the Great Sun Holy Land. And without hesitation, he flew to the location of the Han mansion. As for the fighters left on the edge of the Great Sun Holy Land, they didn't stop the great godson in the slightest. This made these warriors heave a sigh of relief, as long as the great godson doesn't transfer the anger of Xuanhuan to them. Perhaps, it's just because the great Son of God doesn't pay attention to us at all. A demigod warrior laughed at himself. Everyone was silent. Close to Han Feng, the old man next to Deshenzi smiled faintly. There is not even a decent strong man in the mere Han family, and Deshenzi can eradicate him alone, so why bother mobilizing people so much? The old man glanced behind him. The worst of these cronies was the lower-ranked legendary martial god. The great Son of God said calmly, although the 5th child is not as good as me, he still has the fighting power to compete for the 3rd place among the sons of God, but he fell into the hands of Han Feng. According to the investigation, Jushenzi and Ershenzi also died at the hands of this son and a man named Gong Kong. And Jushenzi was killed after launching the 9 stars fusion formation. This son may not be stronger than me, but he is definitely not weak. I am not absolutely sure that I will kill him in the Great Sun Holy Land by myself. Old Xiao, you should understand that with this son's talent, if he escapes, it will bring much trouble to Xuanhuan. Old Xiao, your duty is to be just in case. Old Xiao nodded, don't worry, son of God, as long as this Han Feng has the intention of fleeing, this old man will definitely kill him in his hands. Where is Han Feng? Get out. Get out. Arriving at the Han mansion, the great godson stood on Zijing Dapeng, and his voice rolled out. Rumble. There was an explosion in space. The sound slammed on the protective barrier of the Han family, causing violent ripples. Old Xiao pointed out lightly, and the next moment the protective barrier shattered. With the strength of Qiao Lao's upper-ranked legendary martial god, the enchantment that can only resist ordinary martial gods is fragile and vulnerable to a single blow. It stands to reason that if someone invaded the Han family guards should have appeared long ago. However, the Han family guards had already been ordered by Han Su to retreat to the inner circle of the Han family. Opponents like Deshenzi are not something ordinary guards like the Han family can contend with. Whoosh whoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the sky, and Han Su and other martial saints and demigods appeared one after another. Also appearing were the 5 martial gods of the Han family. Humph. The great god snorted coldly, and Han Su and others who had just appeared suddenly vomited blood, and their spiritual world almost collapsed. A group of bastards also want to take action against me? The big god sneered contemptuously. The next moment the great god's son raised his hand, and a power of heaven and earth rose up, as if a mighty divine palm, about to slam at Han Su and others. It is conceivable that if such a terrifying palm was slapped on Han Su and others would be wiped out in an instant. This is true even for the 5 martial gods, including the Great Supreme Elder. But at this moment, the great god raised his eyebrows, stopped his offensive, and stared at somewhere in the void. I saw void alone, coming slowly through the air, and with every step he took, his aura became stronger. When the person who came was less than 100 feet away from the great god's son, his aura was already overwhelming. Deshensi's face changed, and with the power of his peak middle-level legendary martial god, he actually felt oppressed. Han Feng is stronger than he imagined. Old Chio's face became serious, and even with his cultivation as a high-level legendary martial god, he couldn't see through it at all. It's just that with the monstrous aura exuded by the opponent at the moment, it is at least the peak of the middle-level legendary warrior. Big God, if this person doesn't hide his strength, his cultivation level is equal to yours. If he hides his strength. Deshensi was shocked, and immediately said solemnly, "Don't worry, Mr. Chiu, this person is less than 20, and it is unlikely that he is a high-ranking legendary martial god." Han Feng stepped forward slowly, and Deshensi also took a step forward, and immediately the breath of the whole body was released, attacking Han Feng like a tornado. Boom! The 2 auras collided in the void, almost tearing the void apart. The powerful momentum distorted the space even more. Han Feng, I have to admit that you are a genius. Even in Xuanhuan, there has never been a person with your cultivation at the age of 20. But you shouldn't have killed my godson of Xuanhuan, it's still 3 people. The anger of Xuanhuan is not something you can afford. Han Su and the others were horrified. This boy Han Feng, did he kill more than one of the 5 gods? At the same time, the moment the great god's son finished speaking, he slapped Han Feng with his palm like a heavy mountain. The palm of God strikes, the squeezed space twists and shatters, and a majestic force comes crashing down. The peak strength of the middle-ranked legendary martial god was urged to the extreme by the great god's son at this moment. The 3rd-level divine palm has amplified this power to another realm. An astonishing scene appeared. I saw that Han Feng just pointed at it from a distance, and the huge divine palm full of supreme power actually stagnated in midair. With Han Feng's low shout, it seemed that something, power erupted from Han Feng's finger to the palm of God. Under the astonished eyes of countless people, the huge divine palm was just torn apart. The second update. That's all, the great god's son was on Han Feng's body, but he didn't sense the fluctuation of martial arts at all. In other words, the other party defeated his divine palm with just an ordinary finger. Han Feng stood proudly, with one hand behind his back, looking like a master. With his cultivation reaching the peak of the upper-ranked legendary martial god, and with the help of the power of time from the time artifact, Han Feng has been able to burst out about 90% of the Ziji Xuanhua. In its heyday, the Ziji Xuanhua was powerful enough to reach the level of a 9th-grade middle-level divine fire. Even if 90% of the strength is not up to the 9th grade, it is infinitely close. Because of the influence of Ziji Xuanhua and Nine Flames different fire Ju, Han Feng's metamorphic true energy, although barely comparable to the 9th rank inferior divine essence, or not as good, is not weaker than the upper-level Xuanhuan of this martial Dao continent. Martial God Yang, even comparable to the middle and late-stage powerhouses of the upper-ranked martial God Xianyang, might even be comparable to the peak. After all, the martial god True Yuan of martial Dao continent is not as good as the divine Yuan of Ziyun God realm. The ultimate true energy of the upper-level Xianyang martial god can only barely compete with the lower-level divine energy of the 9th rank. Therefore, even if you don't use any martial skills, you can easily defeat the 3rd/level god palm of the great god's son, just by relying on the qualitative transformation of the gods. If there are any other tricks, use them all. Han Feng said lightly. Seeing that Han Feng defeated the attack of the great god's son so easily, everyone in the Han family felt relieved. The Grand Taisheng elder and others squeezed sweat in their palms. Sure enough, if Han Feng dared to kill the 5 gods, he must have the confidence to fight against the sacred mountain, to do so. The big god's son narrowed his eyes slightly. It's just defeating the 3rd-level god palm of my god's son. I really think it can't compete with my god's son. That's what he said, but in his heart, the great god's son had already raised his vigilance. How could it be a simple character who broke the 3rd-level god's palm without any martial arts? The next moment, the great god's son let out a long howl, and turned into a huge black rock bird. The rock's wings spread out, which are as wide as 100 feet. On the forehead of Da Peng, 3 strange purple pupils appeared. Boom! As the great god's son unfolded the 3-eyed rock divine body, a powerful force came crashing down. The rock's huge wings flapped, and suddenly the wind howled, attacking Han Feng and the Han family like a sharp sword. The wind is like a knife, and the space cut will be distorted and broken. The dense wind blades cover the sky and the sun, and the scene is terrifying, just like the end of the world. Han Feng's sleeve robe swung violently, and his true energy shot out. Xuanhuan Battle Seal. Battle Prince can be used for attack as well as defense. Xuanhuan's Battle Seal is not Han Feng's main attack method. After all, the 2 sides are fighting each other, and the power of Xuanhuan's War Fist is stronger than that of Xuanhuan's Battle Seal. Generally, Han Feng would only use the Xuanhuan War Seal in group battles, and especially when there were a large number of them. At this time only Deshenzi made the move, but the Han family had many people. If one were to talk about the moves that could defend against the members of the Han family, it should be the Xuanhuan Battle Seal. The Battle Seal of Xuanhuan lay between Deshenzi and the Han family, and the wind was like a knife rumbling on the Battle Seal of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's Battle Seal was as stable as Mount Tai. No matter how fierce the wind blowing from the fan of Deshenzi, there was no sign of it being broken. It should be noted that Xuanhuan Battle Seal has now reached the 2nd peak, surpassing the level of legendary god-level martial arts. Huh? Deshenzi found that his attack could not even break through Han Feng's defense, and he was furious, feeling that his dignity had been provoked. The great god's son turned into the Da Peng divine body, with 3 eyes bursting with purple light, which was extremely intense, shooting out loudly like a pillar of light that lifted the sky. A destructive force swept out, and the great sun holy land shook violently. Die, let's be destroyed together with the Han family and the great sun holy land, the great god's son roared frantically. Elder Qiu's complexion changed. The great god's son actually used such a trick. It's not good. The aftermath of the meeting must be very strong. Immediately, old Qiu made a seal with his hands, and a hemispherical rain cover in the void surrounded Qiu Lao and the great god's son. They were all swallowed up. 3 beams of purple light crashed into Xuanhuan's Battle Seal, and in the next instant, waves of incomparable impact rushed towards the surroundings like a tsunami. Hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, and 10,000 miles in a radius were completely destroyed in a short moment, destroyed in one go. If someone flies over the great sun holy land at this time, they will find that there is a loud explosion in the center of the great sun holy land, as if hundreds or thousands of shells have bombarded here, rolling up a tornado-like destructive force, destroying everything around. Some warriors who were going to watch the jokes of the Han family were immediately sucked in with horror and turned into ashes. Everything that happened here shocked even the warriors on the edge of the great sun holy land. Does the Han family still exist? Han House. The power of terror gradually dissipated. The pupils of the 3 eyes of the great god's son narrowed slightly, and when the situation of the Han family gradually came into view, the pupils of the great god's son shrank immediately. Impossible! The great sun roared. The entire Han mansion was intact. How can this be? Everyone in the Han family was also afraid for a while. Before, they almost thought that they would be destroyed together with the Han family. That kind of attack, that kind of power, was simply earth-shattering. But now, they survived. Involuntarily, everyone focused their grateful eyes on Han Feng. The younger generation of Han family warriors are full of awe and admiration. The Grand Master Elder and several martial gods looked at each other, and they all saw the heat in each other's eyes. The Han style is stronger than they imagined. Perhaps Han Feng can really withstand the pressure of Xuanhuan and lead the Han family to an unprecedented glory. But at this moment, Han Feng made a move. Xuanhuan fighting fist. With one punch, the world was shocked. At this moment, the aura of Han Feng's upper-ranked legendary martial god was no longer concealed, and old Qiu's complexion changed drastically. Not good. Old Qiu was about to make a move, but it was already too late. Xuanhuan's fighting fist was like a cannonball, and its speed was extremely fast, and it hit the big god's son in the blink of an eye. Rao is the great god's son who has a divine body to protect him, so he let out a scream at this moment. The great son of God was severely injured in an instant. Zhuzi is looking for death. Old Qiu's face was grim. Seeing that the great god's son was severely injured, old Qiu directly launched his own attack on Han Feng. Qiu Lao grabbed it with one claw, and a huge pitch-black claw condensed out of the void. The black mist lingers above the claws, and the breath is amazing. At the same time, old Qiu has already unfolded his divine body. Qiu Lao is not the pinnacle of an upper-rank legendary martial god. Facing an upper-rank legendary martial god peak, Qiu Lao uses all his strength when he makes a move. Break! Han Feng still used his Xuanhuan war fist, without even using any divine body. The black giant claw collided with the fire fist, and it shattered in an instant. Xuanhuan's fists were as powerful as a broken bamboo, and he bombarded all the way, and ruthlessly bombarded Qiu Lao. The first update. Old Qiu was slammed into the air and spewed out a big mouthful of blood, which sprayed out like mist. If it wasn't for the fact that Qiu Lao had already unfolded his divine body, and he was also a high-level legendary martial god, this punch would probably kill Qiu Lao instantly. If so, Qiu Lao lost half of his life. At this moment, the great god's son had barely suppressed his physical injuries, and when he saw Elder Qiu was also severely injured by a punch, a turbulent wave arose in his heart. Damn it, how could there be such a pervert in the mere holy land of the sun, the mere Han family? He is only under 20. The great god roared in his heart, and he couldn't understand why such a pervert was born in the martial Dao continent. Could it be that this kid is the son of luck? You can't let this kid grow up, or the mountain of God will be in danger. The big god's son had a murderous intent in his heart. Finished formation. With an order, the great god's son ordered several cronies to form a 9-star fusion god formation. The formations that the 9 gods would know, the great gods would naturally do too. In fact, this is one of the formations that Xuanhuan Shenxi must master. The reason why Shenxi Xuanhuan has followers and cronies is to start the 9 stars fusion formation. Boom! The 9 stars merging god formation unfolded around the great god's son, enveloping Han Feng in it. Gather my strength, the great god's son yelled again, and those cronies who followed the great god's son immediately contributed their strength to the great god's son. From the beginning to the end, Han Feng just watched coldly and did not stop him. He would like to see how high the great god's son, who is the pinnacle of the middle-level legendary martial god, will be promoted to when he casts such a formation. Perhaps through such an improvement, it can be inferred what kind of improvement Xianyang martial god will have after casting such a formation. Among the cronies brought by the great god's son, the worst ones are all low-level legendary warriors, and there are none mid-level legendary warriors. The power of many cronies condensed on the great god's son, and the power of the great god's son broke through the limit of the middle-ranked legendary Valkyrie in an instant, and reached the upper-ranked legendary Valkyrie. Great breakthrough in cultivation. The great god's son transformed into the divine body of the great Ping again, flashing in the air like lightning, and grabbed Han Feng. Han Feng drew out the Taishan Excalibur, and slashed at random with a flash of sword light. One of the claws of the Dapeng divine body transformed by the great god Sun was cut off abruptly. The great god screamed out, leaned his body, and almost fell down. Is it just promoted to the late stage of the upper-ranked legendary martial god? Han Feng was a little disappointed. The promotion was not as much as expected. Either the confidants of the great god Sun are too weak, or the 9-star fusion god formation also has its own limits. Han Feng is more inclined to the second type. Were Jushenzi's cronies strong back then? It's just a high-level martial god, but Jiu Shenzi has been promoted to the peak of the middle-level legendary martial god. And this time, the weakest confidants of the great god Sun are also the lower-rank legendary martial gods, and there are very few who are in the same realm as the great god Sun, and the result is only promoted to the late stage of the upper-rank legendary martial gods. If that's all, killing me is not enough. Holding the sword in his right hand, Han Feng swung out his left fist, a mighty punch that almost broke the formation. The great god Sun's divine body was defeated, and he vomited blood and flew out backwards. Old Chiu stabilized his injuries, and regardless of his pale face, he roared anxiously, "Son of God, this Sun is already at the peak of the upper-rank legendary martial god. You can't do it with all your strength, concentrated in this old servant." The great god Sun naturally understood this truth at this time, immediately released his power, and transferred it into old Chiu's body through the formation. Chiu Lao's cultivation base also improved in an instant, but it was only half a step to the realm of Xianyang martial god, not to Xianyang martial god. It seems that the limit of this formation is martial god Xianyang. A smile appeared on Han Feng's face. In this way, there is no need to worry that Xuanhuan will use the 9 martial gods of Xianyang to create an existence beyond martial god Xianyang through formations. Of course, it is also possible that Xuanhuan has a formation similar to the 9 stars merging god, but it is suitable for Xianyang martial god's formation. In short, it is a good thing to be able to test out that the 9-star fusion god array has little effect on Xianyang martial god. Chiu Lao's base was improved, and he launched an attack again. Han Feng unfolded the ultimate big sun body, the dazzling white light almost broke through the formation, and the phantom of the sun disk appeared behind Han Feng. The formation was like falling into a sea of flames, and Han Feng seemed to have really turned into a sun at this moment, releasing blazing heat. Die. At this moment, Han Feng was merciless, and the flames of the sun spurted out, swallowing Lao Chiu at the same price. Before old Chiu could scream, he was directly burned to ashes. White Sun Wheel. Isn't the Han family's ultimate great sun flaming body a golden sun wheel? Could it be? The great godchild thought of a legend about the Han family's great sun flaming body, his eyes narrowed, and his face was shocked. Escape. The son of the great god no longer had the idea of killing Han Feng and capturing Han Feng, and now he only wanted to escape far away. No matter what, Deshenzi never thought that this damn Han Feng actually reached the legendary divine body, the ancient divine body. Facing a perverted existence with an ancient divine body, not to mention that his cultivation base is not as good as the other party, even if he is equal to the other party, he can't compete. Can you escape? Han Feng sneered and pointed out that the body of the great god Sun was stagnant in the void, and the next moment his whole body spontaneously ignited inexplicably. My lord! All the confidants of the great god roared in grief. However, they who have transferred their power are now lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They can only watch Han Feng kill the great god Sun and then kill them. Soon, all the cronies brought by these great sons of God were also killed. The 9 stars merging god formation collapsed on its own. Everyone in the Han family stared blankly at Han Feng, and then erupted into incomparable jubilation the next moment. Not long after, the news that the great god Sun attacked the great Sun Holy Land, but was killed by Han Feng, spread throughout the martial Dao continent. The major forces who received this news were extremely shocked and disbelieved. But when they personally sent people to investigate and confirm the news, they could no longer deceive themselves. In the Holy Land of the Great Sun, a genius who can compete with the Shenzi of Xuanhuan really appeared. No, this is no longer just a fight, but a bombardment. That Han Feng, could it be that he has broken through to Xianyang martial god? In the Great Sun Holy Land, some forces that had left long ago were shocked when they heard the news, especially those who were waiting to see jokes and gloat. They lost their composure. It is said that the patriarch of a certain family was so startled that his true energy became disordered and he almost lost his mind when he heard the news. However, some forces who planned to make friends with the Han family, but alienated the Han family because of Xuanhuan, regretted not falling one by one. The so-called icing on the cake is easy, but giving charcoal in the snow is difficult. If they had known that Han Feng had fully grown up and had the strength to compete against Xuanhuan, they would definitely be the ones who sent carbon. Well now, it's even more difficult than before to make friends. They deliberately alienated the Han family's behavior before, so will the strong Han family have no grudges? The second update. Junjin, one more. The deaths of the 4 sons of God are all related to one person, and Xuanhuan will never swallow this breath. The next attack will be the low-rank martial god Xianyang, or the middle-rank martial god Xianyang? Han Feng's mouth curved slightly, and the next figure disappeared. After this battle, the central area of the Great Sun Holy Land was basically destroyed except for the Han mansion. The disciples of the Han house did not come to repair the destroyed area either. In Han Feng's words, the next battle will definitely destroy the entire area outside the Han house, and it is useless to repair it now. The population and warriors of Great Sun Holy Land still haven't increased much. The warriors who left the Great Sun Holy Land are still waiting and watching. After all, Xuanhuan has not yet dispatched a strong man who surpassed the legendary martial god. If Xuanhuan has dispatched Xianyang martial god, and Han Feng can still compete, maybe they will return to the Great Sun Holy Land. Therefore, the Great Sun Holy Land still looks bleak. Hongyuan Holy Land. When Chi Haoyan, that is, Taisheng Junjin heard the news collected by the Chi family, her heart skipped a beat. How come? Taisheng Junjin's face darkened. Taisheng Junjin didn't dare to underestimate Han Feng, so she hid in the dark and used the hands of the 5 gods to test Han Feng, in order to judge what kind of strength Han Feng had now. If Han Feng could kill Wu Shenzi, Taisheng Junjin believed it. Don't talk about Han Feng, just say that he is the supreme Junjin, and he can kill the 5 gods. If you fight with all your strength, you will have no problem killing the great god Sun. From the bottom of his heart, Taisheng Junjin didn't think highly of these warriors and geniuses in the martial Dao continent. Comparing the geniuses of the martial Dao continent with the geniuses of the Ziyun god realm, they are simply too weak. But Taisheng Junjin never expected that Han Feng killed Deshenzi and his party in a crushing posture. It is not a matter of reluctance or a hard fight to win, but a crush from beginning to end. Taisheng Junjin is too clear about what this means, and it means that she is still not Han Feng's opponent at the moment. How can it be? It is also a small world of reincarnation, and everyone is in the same world, so how could Han Feng be so powerful? Taisheng Junjin couldn't understand. Could it be that the resources of the Han family in Great Sun Holy Land are really so rich? But as far as he knows, the Han family has already declined. So far, apart from Han Feng, the strongest is the peak of the middle-level martial arts, not as good as their Chi family. In other words, this son also had an adventure in the martial Dao continent. Taisheng Junjin's expression was uncertain. I also had some adventures in the martial Dao continent, but so far I am only at the peak of the middle-ranked martial god, half a step away from the upper-ranked martial god. Could it be that Han Feng is already an upper-ranked martial god? Or a legendary martial god? Fortunately, I hid in the dark this time and didn't do it myself, otherwise. All of a sudden, Taisheng Junjin was overjoyed. Immediately, Taisheng Junjin showed a sneer. This Han Feng has completely turned on the opposite side of Xuanhuan. It just so happens that I can hide in the dark and wait for Xuanhuan and Han Feng to lose both sides, and then gain the fisherman's profit. Boom. But at this moment, a vast and majestic coercion suddenly descended. All Hunyuan holy lands are shrouded by this magnificent force. The martial artist with low endurance vomited blood and fainted in an instant. This is... Taisheng Junjin's heart skipped a beat, and he jumped out immediately to the sky above, only to see that the sky was covered by flames, forming a large sea of flames. The sea of fire rolled, and a huge fire bird with its wings spread appeared in the sea of fire. Every time the firebird flaps its wings, a large number of flames roar like a tornado in the void. The waving of the wings also created an extremely terrifying flamestorm. Rumble. The surrounding buildings of Hunyuan Holy Land were completely destroyed by the storm in an instant, and the flames ignited raging flames, devouring the buildings. Monster, monster beast! The warriors of Hunyuan Holy Land cried out in horror. It turned out to be a monster attacking the city. How many years have passed since the monster beast dared to attack the city? Isn't this monster beast afraid of being killed by the strong in the martial Dao continent? After the strong man in Hunyuan Holy Land was horrified, he laughed grinningly. Now the monster race in the martial Dao continent is already dead. Do you really think that they can attack and kill human warriors like they did in ancient times? Damn monster, dare to come out without hiding in the deep mountain ditch, go to hell. What a big firebird! If I can subdue this firebird, my strength will definitely improve. The strength of this monster is extraordinary. If you get the demon pill of this monster and refine it into a pill for an alchemist, then... The appearance of huge monsters caught the warriors of Hunyuan Holy Land a little off guard. It had been a long time since there had been any monsters attacking the city. In particular, the monsters attacked the Holy Land. However, after reacting, the martial artists of Hunyuan Holy Land were sharpening their fists one by one, with greed in their eyes. They couldn't be more aware of the value of the monster pill. In the entire martial Dao continent, there are only a few famous monsters. This firebird is not one of them. Its strength is estimated to be a demigod. How can it resist their ultimate moves? However, as soon as these warriors made a move, they regretted it. The firebird sang, resounding through Hunyuan Holy Land, and a large number of flames fell like a torrential rain. The Hunyuan Holy Land warriors' attack was crushed by the torrential rain of flames before reaching the midair. A large number of flames bombarded the warriors, and the warriors screamed and were burned to ashes. The warriors who hadn't had time to make a move in the future or who were far away suddenly showed horror. How can it be? Among those warriors who shot, there are many demigod-level existences, unexpectedly. Could it be? Is this monster a newly promoted warrior-level monster? The huge firebird that appeared in Hunyuan Holy Land was none other than Vermilion Skylark. After receiving an order from Han Feng, Vermilion Skylark raided Hunyuan Holy Land for the purpose of killing Taisheng Junjin, who was reincarnated as Qihaoyan. Where is the monster dare to attack my Hunyuan Holy Land? A roar resounded through the world, and the next moment a middle-aged man with a stalwart body appeared in midair. It's the ancestor Xuanhuan, the ancestor Xuanhuan of the Hao family, the legendary martial god of our Hunyuan Holy Land. Now that monster is doomed. Seeing the appearance of this middle-aged god of war, all the warriors of Hunyuan Holy Land let out a sigh of relief. Zhu Tianyunk didn't even glance at Patriarch Xuanhuan. His target was the Qi family's supreme master, Junjin. But Zhu Tianyunk didn't pay attention to Patriarch Xuanhuan, but Patriarch Xuanhuan took the shot himself. Vermilion Skylark's eyes sharpened, and he spit out a flame with his mouth. The flames were like pillars, and immediately blasted on Patriarch Xuanhuan's body. Patriarch Xuanhuan disappeared into the sky before he could even let out a scream. The Hanyuan Holy Land warriors who were still cheering all stared wide-eyed. Xuanhuan Patriarch, the majestic and legendary martial god, was killed just like that? God, when did such a terrifying monster appear in the martial Dao continent? The first update. Taisheng Juanjin's scalp was numb, and she blurted out in shock, "How could it be it? How could it be reincarnated?" Back then, when Han Feng fought Taisheng Junjin, Vermilion Skylark had been exposed, and Taisheng Junjin naturally recognized Vermilion Skylark at a glance. Speaking of which, Shi Huanqing was also aware of the existence of Vermilion Skylark and 5 beasts. Only Tan Ningong and Luo Tianqing didn't know that Han Feng still had 5 beast cards. Recognizing Vermilion Skylark, Taisheng Junjin didn't know that this monster came for him. Taisheng Junjin didn't know when she was exposed, but at this moment Taisheng Junjin knew that she had to escape. In the past, Taisheng Junjin really didn't pay attention to monsters at the level of the 8 tribulations true god, but now, as a reincarnated body, with only the cultivation of a middle-ranked martial god, Taisheng Junjin didn't think he would be Zhu Tian Skylark's opponent. Damn it, it doesn't matter if this monster is reincarnated, why has his cultivation level returned to its heyday? Taisheng Junjin cursed. Taisheng Juanjin's eyesight is not comparable to the group of fallen martial gods in the martial Dao continent. Even if his cultivation base has not recovered, Taisheng Junjin can judge the realm of Vermilion Skylark at a glance. Even Vermilion Skylark was still at the beginning level of the 8 tribulations true god back then, but now he seems to have reached the peak of the 8 tribulations true god, even stronger than before reincarnation. How could Taisheng Junjin guess that Vermilion Skylark did not reincarnate at all, but descended directly on its own body by relying on the 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda? The moment Taisheng Junjin rushed out, Vermilion Skylark locked on Taisheng Junjin firmly. Even if the appearance is different, the divine aura cannot be concealed. Boom! Vermilion Skylark flapped its fire wings violently, and its huge body flew out like lightning, chasing Taisheng Junjin. In the blink of an eye, Taisheng Junjin and Vermilion Skylark both disappeared in Hanyuan Holy Land. The Chi family was completely stunned. They never imagined that the target of this powerful monster that suddenly attacked Hanyuan Holy Land was Chi Haoyan, the super genius of their Chi family. That is a powerful monster that even the legendary martial god can kill with a single blow of flame, so can Chi Haoyan survive? Chi Haoyan's father was even more dumbfounded. The martial artists of the Chi family who originally surrounded Chi Haoyan's father and fawned on Chi Haoyan's father have begun to secretly stay away from Chi Haoyan's father. The Chi family is about to change again. Outside Hanyuan Holy Land, Vermilion Skylark quickly caught up with Taisheng Junjin. Taisheng Junjin knew that she couldn't escape, so she stopped dodging immediately and turned around abruptly and drew out the best sword. Earthfiend Shocking Thunder Divine Body, Ning. Taisheng Sword Body, Ning. Human and Sword Unite, Taisheng True Spirit Slash. At this moment, Taisheng Junjin launched the strongest move of his reincarnated body. Of course, there is a stronger move, Taisheng Zhenwu Zhan, and a more powerful chaos artifact Chilean Excalibur. However, the reincarnated body only has the cultivation base of a mid-level martial god, and it is impossible to perform the more powerful Taisheng Zhenwu Zhan, nor can it activate the chaos artifact Chilean Xinjian. The 2 divine bodies unfolded, and Taisheng Junjin transformed into a giant sword holding up to the sky. The amazing sword intent rushed through the sky and the earth, as if to cut the sky in half. Vermilion Skylark roared and screamed, the sea of flames behind him rolled, turned into a flaming giant hammer, and smashed it hard. The Taisheng Junjin, who has not been reincarnated, is afraid that a single sword can tear the flaming hammer apart. But now Taisheng Juanjin's reincarnation is too bad. The 2 sides exchanged positions, but turned into a flaming hammer, smashing the giant sword that held the sky to pieces. Puff! Taishang Juanjin's figure appeared, vomited blood, and his expression was lax. With just one blow, Vermilion Skylark took 3/4 of Taishang Juanjin's life. The next moment, flame swept across, engulfing Taishang Juanjin. The dignified #1 Sword King of the Chi Bai Sword sect passed away. Chaos Secret Realm. A dark passage suddenly opened near the place of reincarnation, and Taishang Juanjin fell out of it. It's just that this Taishang Juanjin is different from the Taishang Juanjin after reincarnation. This is the real Taishang Juanjin. Looking around, Taishang Juanjin didn't see Xinjianliang, Qiu Jianfeng, Lu Xinfan, and others who stayed behind. It seems that the secret realm of chaos has been closed. Taishang Juanjin sensed a repelling force that seemed to repel him, and knew that the secret realm of chaos had already been closed. But at this moment, a mysterious force erupted from Taishang Juanjin's body. That is the power of luck that Taishang Juanjin got in the small world of martial arts. The power gushed out, and Taishang Juanjin's cultivation base soared, and it didn't stop until the middle level of the 8 tribulations true God. Taishang Juanjin gritted her teeth. Damn Han Feng, if it wasn't for him, how could this young master get so little luck? Taishang Juanjin hadn't traveled much in the martial Dao continent, and kept a low profile in order to plot against Han Feng, so naturally he didn't win much luck. According to Taishang Juanjin's original plan, he was going to wait for Xuanhuan and Han Feng to lose both sides before making a move, and to be the Oriole in the back. Once you become the master of the martial Dao continent, do you still worry about your luck? It's only the middle stage of the 8 tribulations true God. Taishang Juanjin was extremely dissatisfied. From the initial level of the 8 tribulations true God to the middle level, even without the power of luck, the status of the Supreme Master in the Chi Bai Sword sect will inevitably enjoy many precious resources, and it will not take a few years or 10 years at all. It's just saving a few years or 10 years of practice. Compared with the practice of the true God, which can take decades, hundreds of years, or even longer, it is not worth mentioning. If I had known that I would be killed by that beast, I should have killed Patriarch Xuanhuan and ruled the holy land of Hanyuan. Taishang Juanjin regretted endlessly. Hanyuan Holy Land is one of the top 3 existences in the top 10 holy places in the martial Dao continent. To become the master of Hanyuan Holy Land, although the luck cannot be compared with that of the master of Shanshan Mountain, it is also enough to raise his cultivation to the peak of the middle level of the 8 tribulations true God. It's a pity that there is no one who sells regret medicine in the world, so Taishang Juanjin had to be sent out by the secret realm of chaos with the middle level cultivation of the 8 tribulations true God. Not long after, another figure was spit out near the place of reincarnation, and it was Xuanhuan. In the same way, the power of luck broke out, and Xuanhuan directly broke through from the high-level peak of the 7 tribulations true God to the primary peak of the 8 tribulations true God. At any rate, Xuanhuan also killed a son of God in Shanshan, and killed a strong man in the Holy Land, and then fought against the strong in Shanshan several times, and his accumulated luck power far surpassed that of Xuanhuan. If it hadn't been for the consumption of too much luck to break through from the 7 tribulations true God to the 8 tribulations true God, Xuanhuan might not have just been promoted to the peak of the 8 tribulations true God's primary level. Even so, Xuanhuan was also very satisfied. The next moment, Xuanhuan's figure disappeared in the chaotic realm. Demon Realm Continent. A majestic giant mountain stands tall and its top is submerged in the sea of clouds. The giant mountain at the top seems to have been cut horizontally with a knife, and replaced by a magnificent temple. Around the temple, there are stone statues standing, lifelike. These stone statues present the bodies of various monsters and beasts, surrounded by a sense of king. This temple is the most powerful force in the Demon Dao continent, the Demon King's Palace. The person who lives here is the strongest king in the Demon Dao continent, and is also recognized as the king of the demon clan in the Demon Dao continent, the Demon King. Those stone statues were built according to the demon kings of past dynasties, for future generations to worship and worship. The origins of the demon kings are not the same, resulting in different types of stone statues. The new demon king can only be replaced by the old demon king's fall, or be killed, and become the new king of the Demon Dao continent. The second update. The Demon King's palace has always been the Demon Dao continent, that is, the sacred place of the demon world. But this time, the Demon King's palace ushered in a sea of thunder, and a figure stood proudly in the sea of thunder. Blasts of violent thunder shot out from the sea of thunder and blasted towards the Demon King's palace. Bold. Looking for death, how dare you attack the Demon King's palace? Where did the arrogant thief come from? Dare to call yourself king, it seems that you don't take our Demon King seriously. You still dare to call the Demon King by name, who is it? 5 terrifying auras suddenly swept out from the Demon King's palace, and each aura caused the space to vibrate, and even the violent thunder that blasted couldn't get close to the 5 auras. In the sea of thunder, the man slightly raised his eyebrows. The 5 great generals of the Demon King's palace? There are 12 generals in the Yaowang palace, and any one of them has the strength of Xuanhuan martial god. The 5 great generals who came out now are exactly 5 of the 12 divine generals. The 5 breaths and Lei Hai fought against each other, showing the specific appearance of the 5 figures. The mysterious cat general, the magical horse general, the golden lion general, the earth monkey general, and the Bei Ling general. The man recognized the 5 great generals from the opponent's demon palace, and hooked his lips playfully. It's you. Pig King, Tan Ning Gang. When the man recognized the 5 great generals, the 5 great generals also recognized the identity of the person who came. The mysterious cat god general roared, "So it's you, the false king." The magic horse general and the other 4 great generals were taken aback, and their expressions immediately became apprehensive. No one knows the origin of this Pig King Tan Ning Gang, but this Pig King has risen in a very short period of time, and in a short period of time, he has established a powerful force in the demon world that is no less than that of the Demon King's palace. Be king. This kind of behavior undoubtedly angered the Demon King's palace and the real Demon King, and even sent one of the 12 gods to capture him. But the Pig King was not caught, but one of the 12 generals fell into the hands of the Pig King. There is not much difference between the 12 generals. A strong man who can kill a god general, the magic horse god general, is extremely vigilant. They never expected that this false king who claimed to be king would dare to attack the Demon King's palace so blatantly. Even if you are a Pig King, if you dare to disrespect the Demon King, you will still die. The mysterious cat god general is a loyal confidant of the current Demon King, and immediately transformed into the main body, showing a huge purple cat, and pounced on the Pig King. Just as Tan Ning sneered, Lei Hai rolled and shook. Shocking Thunder God Body, Ning. Thunder God Fist. In the terrified expressions of the remaining 4 generals, the Black Cat General's huge body was blasted out of a bloodstained skeleton. The dignified master of the lower-ranked Xuanhuan martial god, the dignified 12 generals of the Demon King's palace, was killed with one punch. Impossible. How could this be? The magic horse god general and the other 4 god generals were stunned. Because of the potential of being killed by the Pig King, the 4 god generals naturally knew how powerful the Pig King was, but the Pig King was so powerful that he could kill the god general with one punch, but the 4 god generals never thought about it. The 4 generals who originally wanted to make a move froze immediately. They are not as loyal as the Black Cat God General, they are only loyal to the Demon King of the Demon Palace. No matter who sits on the position of the Demon King in the Demon King Palace, they will obey. In the Demon King's palace, an old man came slowly through the air, wearing clothes similar to dragon robes. It's just that what appears on this dragon robe is not a real dragon, but a weasel. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a weasel robe. That's right, the body of the current Demon King is a weasel. It turns out that the Pig King is here, sorry for the poor hospitality. The Demon King kept coughing lightly as if he was about to die. Since I'm old, it's time to abdicate. Why stay in the position of Demon King? Tan Ning said with a half-smile. The Demon King's expression remained unchanged. There is no talk of abdicating the Demon King. The Pig King came here for the Demon King's seat. As long as the Pig King can kill the old man, the Pig King will naturally be the new Demon King of the demon world. Humph, old man, you are very enlightened, so let's do it. Tan Ning just let out a cold snort, and thunderstorms swept across the sky. The Demon King sighed secretly, turned into a huge weasel, and got into the sea of thunder. The next moment, bursts of violent waves rolled up in the sea of thunder, and the sound of rumbling continued. Terrible impact force continued to overflow, bombarding out an extremely terrifying aura. Even the four great generals felt suffocated under such a breath. Passing through Leihai, one can vaguely see two huge shadows constantly fighting. One of the figures was shaped like a weasel, while the other was shaped like a pig. The battle lasted for a quarter of an hour, and Leihai gradually dissipated. The figure of Chuxia Tan Ninggong reappeared in the sky, and in Tan Ninggong's hands, he was holding a dead weasel. Imaginary Horse God General and the other four God Generals immediately bowed down. See Lord Demon King. Ha ha ha. Tan Ning just let out a raging laugh, and the sound rolled like thunder. Since then, Tan Ning has become the owner of the Demon Palace and the new king of the Demon Realm. And because of his body, Tan Ninggang was also called the Pig King, even though Tan Ninggong didn't like this title. Come here, find out the passage to the Demon Realm and invade the Demon Realm. Demon World. Demon Palace. The powerful from the Demon World and the powerful from the Demon Emperor's Palace fought fiercely. A large number of powerhouses from the Demon Emperor's Palace fell, and there were also sacrifices from the powerhouses from the Demon World. Tan Ninggong's eyes were calm, and he didn't care about his own sacrifice at all. In Tan Ninggong's view, the so-called elites of the Demon World are nothing more than pawns to seize luck. Suddenly, Tan Ninggong fixed his eyes and slowly grinned. I found someone I know. On the side of the Demon Emperor's palace, Luo Tianqing unfolded the 8-armed demon god body from his previous life and a reincarnated mad demon god body. With the cultivation of the peak of the upper-rank martial god, even the demon generals of the Demon King's palace are capable of fighting. If you use the best artifact or even the artifact of chaos, it is even possible to kill the demon general. Among the 5 reincarnated people, Luo Tianqing was the luckiest. Regardless of whether it is Han Feng or Taisheng Junjin, the reincarnated family can only barely squeeze into the first class in the entire continent, definitely not the top. Tan Ninggong had the worst luck and was reincarnated as a pig. But Luo Tianqing was directly reincarnated as a demon in the Demon Emperor's palace. It is precisely because he is a demon child of the Demon Emperor's palace that Luo Tianqing was able to cultivate to the level of a half-step legendary martial god in a short period of time. Only under Han Feng, who got the artifact of time, and Tan Ninggang, who got a certain inheritance. If Han Feng and Tan Ning hadn't just had a great adventure, their current cultivation might not be comparable to Luo Tianqing. 8-armed demon god fist. Mad demon roar. Luo Tianqing opened his 8 arms and swung them out with a bang. His fists carried ferocious power, and with just one punch, he killed a monster of the legendary martial god level, other monsters. The roar of the madman caused the bodies of many strong men from the Demon King's palace to explode directly. The momentum of the powerhouses in the Demon Emperor's palace increased greatly. The first update. More. Not good. Luo Tianqing turned around suddenly, and swung out his 8 arms fiercely, but they were hit together with a thunder fist. Puff! Luo Tianqing vomited blood and flew out. His internal organs were invaded by the force of thunder. Fortunately, Luo Tianqing was a demon, and his body was extremely strong from the outside to the inside. Although this thunder made Luo Tianqing's face distorted in pain, it could not threaten Luo Tianqing's life. This trick. Luo Tianqing had already recognized this trick, and looked at the Demon King with surprised eyes. Could it be? Tan Ning just grinned, finally recognize me? It seemed that Tan Ninggong's face was full of danger, but his eyes were extremely cold, without the slightest warmth. Luo Tianqing's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Tan Ninggong in disbelief. You are Tan Ninggong? That Demon King? That Pig King? Impossible, how could you recover to such a degree in just over 10 years? Luo Tianqing was really shocked. He was reincarnated as a demon child of the Demon Emperor's palace, enjoying many resources, and only reached the half-step legendary martial god realm. Even if Tan Ninggong was reincarnated as the demon prince of the Demon King's palace, his resources were only equal to his own. Tan Ninggong sneered, there is nothing impossible. I would like to thank that kid Han Feng. If he hadn't lured me to the demon world and had a poor background, how could I have won the first Demon King palace after going through many difficulties? Inherited, and then greatly improved in strength, reaching the lower level Xianyang martial god. Hiss! Luo Tianqing gasped, Tan Ninggong actually broke through to the realm of Xianyang martial god. In the entire Demon Emperor's palace, there are no more than 10 strong men of this level. But at this moment, Tan Ning made a sudden move. The body of Zhenqianlei unfolded, and the thunder came to the world, like the end of the world. Thunder God Fist. 8-armed Demon God Fist. The two fists collided violently, and the force was surging. Luo Tianqing was blasted out again. The huge gap in strength made Luo Tianqing almost collapse, even the 8-armed Demon God body and the Mad Demon God body. Die! Shocking Thunder God Fist. The terrifying thunder was full of destructive power and completely swallowed Luo Tianqing. If it was the low-level Xianyang martial god of the small world, Luo Tianqing might not be so unbearable, but what Luo Tianqing faced was Tan Ninggong, the low-rank Xianyang martial god. Luo Tianqing's advantage over the small world Xianyang martial god is completely useless in front of Tan Ninggong. A moment later, Luo Tianqing was completely killed. After killing Luo Tianqing, Tan Ning just stood there with his arms tied. The next one to kill would be the Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor's palace. Han Feng, just wait. When this king dominates the demon world and the demon world, that is, when I go to the human world to kill you, I hope you live longer. Don't let me die before I go. Tan Ninggong, his eyes were cold. Ever since he was reincarnated as a pig, Tan Ninggong hated Han Feng to the extreme. Although this pig has the blood of the demon god and is very powerful, it is still a pig. As long as he remembered that he had lived as a pig for more than 10 years, Tan Ninggong wished to give Han Feng a share of the shame. Chaos Secret Realm. Luo Tianqing was sent out with an expression of unwillingness. Luo Tianqing was indeed very unwilling. Compared with Han Feng and others, Luo Tianqing had too many advantages. Possessing the identity of a devil means that Luo Tianqing does not need to fight against the mountain like Han Feng, but can inherit the position of the devil in the devil's palace openly and aboveboard. But now, because of the invasion of Tan Ninggong, the new demon king, he was killed. Suddenly, surging power of luck filled Luo Tianqing's whole body. Luo Tianqing was reincarnated as a demon son of the Demon Emperor's palace, which in itself gave Luo Tianqing a not-so-weak luck. Afterwards, as Luo Tianqing's strength improved and his status among the devils improved, the luck condensed on Luo Tianqing became stronger and stronger. Once he becomes the Demon Emperor, more than half of the luck in the demon realm will be condensed on Luo Tianqing. Right now, Luo Tianqing's luck is naturally not so much, but it should not be underestimated. Boom boom boom. The surging divine essence surged in Luo Tianqing's body, eloquently. In just a short moment, Luo Tianqing broke through from the initial stage of the Eight Tribulations True God to the early stage of the Eight Tribulations True God's intermediate stage, and continued to improve, but at a much slower speed. It wasn't until the peak of the middle level of the Eight Tribulations True God that this power was not as full of momentum as it was at the beginning. But that doesn't mean the force ends there. After hitting 3 or 4 times in succession, Luo Tianqing broke through again, from the middle level of the Eight Tribulations True God to the high level of the Eight Tribulations True God. The surging energy transformed by the power of luck comes quickly and disappears quickly. When the power of luck completely disappeared, Luo Tianqing's cultivation was also stabilized at the late stage of the Eight Tribulations True God's high stage. Presumably, he would be able to reach the peak of the Eight Tribulations True God's high stage after going back to practice and stabilize for a while. In this way, Luo Tianqing's next step is to accumulate foundation and attack the Nine Tribulations True God. It's just the devil who made me rise to such a level. It's a pity that if I become the Devil Emperor, I will definitely be able to sprint to the realm of the Nine Tribulations True God. Damn it, Tan Nin Gang. Luo Tianqing gritted his teeth for a while. The next moment, the repulsive power of the secret realm of chaos descended, and Luo Tianqing disappeared in the secret realm of chaos. Martial Dao Continent. Great Sun Holy Land Han family. From the news from Vermilion Skylark, Han Feng had already learned the news that Taisheng Junjin had been killed, so he nodded in satisfaction. However, at the same time, Han Feng also received the news that Xuanhuan was killed by a middle-level Xianyang martial god in Xuanhuan. Intermediate martial god Xianyang, it seems that this person's next target after killing Xuanhuan is me. Intermediate Xianyang martial god, I believe that even in Xuanhuan, there are not many of them. If you can kill one in advance, it will definitely damage Xuanhuan's strength. Knowing that this Xianyang martial god is likely to attack, Han Feng immediately made preparations. The monsters from the martial Dao continent reported that the traces of this sacred mountain Xianyang martial god were completely controlled by Han Feng. Here we come. Han Feng turned cold and disappeared into the room. Appearing again, Han Feng has already come outside the Great Sun Holy Land. A burst of rainbow light came from a distance, and a stalwart force came oppressively. This middle-ranked Xianyang martial god soon discovered Han Feng. In Xuanhuan, this Xianyang martial god already knew Han Feng's appearance through the portrait, and now he naturally recognized Han Feng. Immediately, this Xianyang martial god completely exploded, and 1,000 zhang cold light emerged. In the void, a giant finger of ice broke through the sky, and the temperature of the whole world dropped suddenly, as if it had come to the ice age. The air freezes, and frost falls. A thick layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. This Xianyang martial god has obviously displayed his divine body, and this divine body is still of the ice-cold attribute. Great Sun Flame Body, Ning. Xinyan Battle Body, Ning. Han Feng roared angrily, the imprint of the sun wheel appeared on his forehead, and white flame shot up into the sky, turning into a flaming fist, and ruthlessly slammed into the ice giant finger. The second update. Strangely, there was no earth-shattering sound from such a collision. The giant fingers of ice melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then evaporated, turning into clouds of white mist. The pinnacle of the upper-ranked legendary martial god. After a brief fight, Xuanhuan, the middle-ranked Xianyang martial god, immediately judged Han Feng's realm. This cultivation level obviously surprised this person, but he took it for granted. If he didn't have such strong strength, how could he kill the great god's son and old Qiu beside the great god's son? Less than 20 high-ranking legendary martial arts peaks. If this son continues to develop, the mountain will change hands. The murderous intent in the eyes of the visitor became more and more deep. The next moment, the strong man from Xuanhuan shouted angrily, and stretched out his finger again. The icy power of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet condensed crazily and turned into an icy dragon. The ice dragon roared, and when it opened its mouth, a stream of cold air spewed out, freezing the space, and the next moment the ice dragon roared towards Han Feng. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Fusion, Xinyan fighting fist. Han Feng was also unreserved at this moment, and Ziji Xuanhuan gushed out from his dantian. A rushing, endless force swung out. Boom! This time, there was a deafening roar between the heaven and the earth. Under Han Feng's fist, the frozen flood dragon seemed vulnerable. Xinyan's fist smashed the ice-cold flood dragon like a bamboo, and after only a moment of stagnation, it once again blasted towards the strong man in Xuanhuan. The strong man of Xuanhuan paled in horror. Is this the power that a high-ranking legendary warrior should have? Han Feng's outburst caught Xuanhuan a little off guard and responded in a hurry. After finally withstood this extremely powerful punch, the strong man of Xuanhuan was already in a panic. But at this moment, an extreme chill rose from the heart of the strong man in Xuanhuan, as if the god of death had come. Then, the strong man in Xuanhuan only had time to see a divine sword coming, but the next moment his eyes went dark, and he didn't know anything. With a sword, the strong man in Xuanhuan was divided into corpses, and Han Feng let out a foul breath. Sure enough, with a little explosion, I have the ability to compete against the middle-level Xianyang martial god of Martial Dao continent. This Xianyang martial god is only at the early stage of the middle level. Han Feng only integrated the Ziji Xuanhuan into the Xinyan fighting fist, and did not integrate into the three major gods. Even so, he was easily beheaded by Han Feng. This news has been sent back to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's positioning of me is likely to reach the middle-level Xianyang martial god, and it will still treat me at the middle-level peak level. Even if it is Xuanhuan, I believe that there will never be many middle-level Xianyang martial gods. I am afraid that the next time Xuanhuan makes a move, it will not be a single person. It is very likely that there will be several middle-level Xianyang martial gods. I heard that there are several previous masters of the high-level Xianyang martial god sitting in the sacred mountain, and it might be this strong man who makes the move. Also, I will definitely be fully prepared when I make a move. If I think about winning easily, it will not be that simple. Rather than that, it's better to break into the mountain directly and catch them off guard. Thinking of this, Han Feng did not return to the Han mansion, but turned into a startled rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Martial Dao continent. A deep abyss in a remote location. It's always foggy here. One day, the mist suddenly surged, and the next moment, figures emerged from the mist one after another. These strong men are either full of demonic aura, or overflowing with demonic aura. The leading man licked his lips, his eyes were fiery. The demon world and the demon world have been unified, and the next step is to unify the human world. The unification of the three realms, how great is the luck! It is enough to help me break through to the 9 tribulations true God, and it is even very likely to help me break through the limit of the divine origin and step into the ranks of the heavenly general true God. The improvement of luck has no sequelae. Moreover, Tan Ning Gang still has a bigger ambition in his heart, that is, as the master of the three realms, to communicate with the heavens in this small world, and then seize the heart of the plane. As for giving the heart of the plane to the ancestor? Instead of handing it over to the ancestors, why not hide it and refine it for yourself in the future? Between letting the ancestor become a god king and becoming a god king himself, Tan Ning Gang chose the latter. However, in order to communicate with the Tao of heaven in this small world, one must first become the lord of the three realms. Thinking of this, Tan Ning Gang's eyes darkened. Illusory Horse General, Golden Lion General, Earth Monkey General, Bei Ling General, Golden Horn Demon General, go and unify the remaining demon and demon forces in the human world. As strong as our monster and demon race, only with stronger power can we attack the sacred mountain. Tan Ning Gang did not underestimate the sacred mountain of the martial Dao continent. It is said that among the respective ruling powers of the three realms, the Divine Mountain, the Demon King's Palace, and the Demon Emperor's Palace, the Divine Mountain is the most powerful. Yes. Just behind Tan Ning, the 5 low-level Xianyang martial god experts respectfully responded, and immediately scattered to find the remaining experts from various races in the human world. However, they didn't have much expectation. With the Mountain of God, their clansmen would definitely not have any masters, otherwise the Mountain of God would be hard to sleep and eat. Forget about the golden-horned demon general of the demon ancestor. After searching around, he only found a few hundred tribesmen, the strongest being the demigod. The magic horse god general and the other 4 demon god generals were greatly surprised. I thought that there were no masters, but I didn't know that the monster race in the human world greatly exceeded their expectations. Except for the magic horse god general, the other 3 demon god generals have found the flying flame lion, phantom thunder leopard, Fian six-tailed cat and Aoyan Tunshan wolf. As far as cultivation is concerned, none of the 4 beasts is inferior to the 3 demon generals. In a real fight, the 3 demon gods would be even less likely to be opponents of the 4 beasts. But the magic horse god general, the demon god general, found Vermilion Skylark. Your Excellency, in the Demon King's palace, illusory horse god general, the Demon King intends to join forces with you to attack the Holy Mountain. I don't know what your master thinks. The illusory horse god will have to respect, even if he doesn't do anything, his external performance is equivalent to the existence of the middle-level Xianyang martial god, which is 1 level higher than the illusory horse god general. Vermilion Skylark narrowed his eyes slightly, attacking Xuanhuan? Isn't that what the boss is going to do now? Demon King Palace Demon King? Only Tan Ninggong was reincarnated in the demon world, could it be him? Becoming the master of the 2 worlds in a short period of time, this guy's adventure is no worse than that of the boss, maybe even better. Anyway, this Tan Ning didn't know about my existence, so he happened to infiltrate the enemy. I agree. Vermilion Skylark nodded lightly. Okay, then please come with me, my lord. The Lord Demon King is already waiting. The illusory horse god general is overjoyed. With this strong man joining, will the Lord Demon King's reward be less? The peak of the middle-level Xianyang martial god, the old Demon King of the Demon King's palace, and the Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor's palace before, are just at this level. The Vermilion Skylark spreads its wings and flies, and the magic horse god will lead the way. Even though he was a little curious about Vermilion Skylark's keeping his body, the magic horse god general still didn't say anything. I heard that before the opening of the 3 realms, at that time, the 3 races of humans, monsters, and demons lived together in 1 continent. At that time, the monster races all honored their own bodies and disliked human bodies. Perhaps the monster race remaining in the human world also retains this characteristic? The first update. The main temple, this is the place where only the master of the mountain is qualified to live. The Lord of Xuanhuan sat high above his hands, with a gloomy expression on his face. According to the news from his subordinates, Elder Sun was probably defeated and killed by Han Feng, who was born in a small holy land. The Lord of the Divine Mountain looks middle-aged, with traces of time on his body, but it is precisely because of the traces of the years that the Lord of the Divine Mountain is full of charm. It's just that the ashen complexion at the moment makes the charm of the Lord of the Mountain slightly compromised. There are 5 seats under the seat of the Lord of the Holy Mountain. These 5 seats are prepared for the great elders on the body. The elders of Xuanhuan are divided into levels, namely 3rd-level elders, 2nd-level elders, and 1st-level elders. Further up is the Great Elder. This Great Elder does not refer to the number 1 among all the elders, it is purely a title, the same title as the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st level, so there is not only one great elder. Basically, the first-level elder has come to an end, and not everyone can be the first-level elder. Even if the strength of some first-level elders may be comparable to that of the great elders, they still cannot be the great elders. For example, the elder son who was killed by Han Feng had the cultivation level of the middle-level Xuanhuan martial god in the early stage. The cultivation bases of the 5 great elders are no more than that. The great elder is the position of the Lord of Xuanhuan after he abdicated. In other words, these 5 great elders were once the masters of the mountain. At this moment, in the main hall, 5 old men quietly appeared on the 5 seats. The oldest old man, his face is full of wrinkles and black spots, his white hair is dull, and he smells of decay. This old man is the oldest among the existing great elders, and his time limit has come. If he doesn't break through to the upper-level Xuanhuan martial god, he will only have a lifespan of 100 or 200 years. The martial gods of martial arts' small world are equivalent to true gods in terms of strength, but they are far inferior to true gods in terms of lifespan. If you die, it will only be twice as long as the lifespan of the Dzogchen powerhouse in the sanctuary. The oldest elder said in a hoarse voice, "Yu Bai. Why did you call me and other old guys here?" The rest of the great elders also focused their attention on the Lord of the Mountain, that is, Yu Bai. As the great elders and the abdicated former lords of the mountain, the great elders usually practice quietly in order to make a breakthrough, and they basically don't take much care of themselves. The great elder has a noble status, but it is more of a symbolic meaning. In terms of power, I am afraid that he may not be comparable to the first-level elder. This is also to avoid arousing the resentment of the current lord of the mountain. Similarly, if they are summoned as latent cultivators, it means that Xuanhuan is in trouble. Xuanhuan has encountered many troubles over the years, but it is the first time that all the elders have been summoned at once. Yu Bai took a deep breath and explained the matter slowly. Elder Wan, Elder Deng, Elder Lu, Elder Chu, Elder Dong, the thing is like this. Soon, the expressions of the Elder Wan and the 5 elders gradually became serious. Can you kill the middle-level Xuanhuan martial god in less than 20? Are you kidding me? The 5 elders stared at Yu Bai dissatisfied. Were they teasing them? Yu Bai naturally saw the disbelief of the 5 great elders, so he couldn't help but smile wryly. 5 great elders, how can I tease you on this point? Elder Wanda regained his composure. According to what the Lord God said, this son is indeed a genius among geniuses, far from being comparable to our Xuanhuan Shensi. Even our Xuanhuan, as far as I know, has never appeared before less than 20. Such a terrifying strength. I'm afraid that such geniuses only existed in ancient times. No, I suspect that such geniuses may not even exist in ancient times. Judging from what this kid has done, it is obvious that he is aiming at our sacred mountain. This kid has great ambitions. Since you want to destroy my sacred mountain, you can only kill it. Elder Wan said in a serious tone. Elder Deng was dissatisfied and said, God, such a genius, why didn't you find out until now? What did you do all these years ago? Or is it that the old man hasn't shown up for thousands of years, and now the monitoring power of Xuanhuan in the mainland is not enough? Yu Bai was ashamed and regretted endlessly. It's my fault. The Han family has already fallen, and it may be replaced by other families at any time, so I haven't paid much attention to it. It's too late for anything now. The most important thing right now is to kill that kid. He has such terrifying power in less than 20 years. In a few years, we old guys may not be able to suppress it anymore. Lu De, the elder, uttered the most critical question at the moment. Yu Bai nodded. This is the reason why I summoned the 5 great elders. If this son dares to directly confront Xuanhuan, he must have his own support. To deal with this son, we still need to carefully discuss and make a decision. Go rashly. Likely to perish. The 5 great elders did not object, and one could kill the existence of the middle-level Xianyang martial god. No matter how careful he was, he couldn't be too careful. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the entire sacred mountain. The terrifying flames covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire mountain. A loud noise spread all over the mountain, and the next moment the mountain shook, and under the shocked eyes of countless powerful people on the mountain, the barrier that defended them was shattered abruptly. The strong man in Xuanhuan Mountain was horrified and screamed again and again. That was a powerful barrier capable of resisting martial god Xianyang, and it was broken just like that. Who is it? At the moment when the barrier was blasted, the flames that covered the sky and the sun seemed to have found some outlet, and crazily swept into the interior of the mountain, wreaking havoc on everything like a tornado. A large number of buildings and powerful people on the mountain were sucked into the flames and turned into nothingness. Some strong men shot out one after another in shock and anger. The quality of the strong men in Xuanhuan is far from comparable to the outside world. Just this initial blow is enough to destroy any holy place. But what they encountered was Han Feng. Han Feng descended with a strong posture, and at the moment of descending, he had already unfolded the triple divine body of Xinyan battle physique, golden immortal physique, and great sun flame physique. The three divine bodies unfolded. Han Feng's power was endless, and his power was boundless. Waves of stalwart power flooded out, sweeping across the mountain. The attack of the strong man in Xuanhuan could not stop Han Feng at all. On the contrary, Han Feng's casual punch was enough to cause the sky of Xuanhuan to shake and shatter, and a large number of strong men fell. In just a short moment from the moment they entered the mountain, there were countless strong people from the mountain that fell into Han Feng's hands. Among the fallen powerhouses, there are many high-level legendary warriors. Damn it! Who dares to invade my holy mountain? Shuzi dare! Roaring sounds came from the main temple, and the next moment, the six figures carried a boundless aura of terror and turned into six rainbow lights soaring into the sky. It is Yu Bai's six middle-ranked Xianyang martial gods. As soon as the six middle-level Xianyang martial gods came out, the vast power rolled out, and the color of the sky changed. The second update. It's the Great Elder. The warriors of the Holy Mountain were pleasantly surprised. With the help of the God Master and the Great Elder, Cho would catch the thief without letting go. The energy in the bodies of Yu Bai and the six people was still roaring, rolling out terrifying power. The six terrifying forces filled the sky and overwhelmed Han Feng in an instant. Only then did Yu Bai seriously look at the thief who dared to invade Xuanhuan. The moment he saw Han Feng, Yu Bai's pupils shrank. It's you. God Lord, do you know this son? Elder One couldn't help asking when he saw Yu Bai's expression. Yu Bai remained expressionless. This son is Han Feng. He is Han Feng? That boy? How courageous. Elder One was furious. They hadn't troubled the boy yet, but the boy took the initiative to provoke him. Do you really think that their holy mountain can't do anything to him? At this time, Han Feng was also looking at Yu Bai and the other six. Under the observation of the soul, the power levels of Yu Bai and the six people have clearly appeared in Han Feng's eyes. Except for Yu Bai, who didn't reach the peak of the middle-level Xianyang martial god, but was only close to the peak, the other 5 old guys have already reached the peak of the middle-level Xianyang martial god. Not only that, but their true essence is profound, which is much stronger than the ordinary middle-level Xianyang martial god peak. The fundamental reason is that they have not been able to achieve a breakthrough for a long time, so the true essence of the middle-level Xianyang martial god peak has been compressed again and again, and the power exceeds the normal range. It seems that Xuanhuan does not have 2 advanced god-level exercises. Han Feng came to a conclusion. The next moment, Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and then suddenly opened, with a radiance that was compelling, as if they were about to shoot out. The 6 Yu Bai and Han Feng looked at each other, and they were shocked, as if they were facing a pair of eyes from the sky, which made them feel palpitations. Before Han Feng's three gods unfolded, they did not merge into Ziji Xuanhuan. Facing the oppression of the six middle-level Xianyang martial gods at this moment, Han Feng has no reservations. Boom boom boom. The monstrous weather rolls out like a straight. The sky shook. Han Feng couldn't help letting out a long howl, and the strong men of Xuanhuan vomited blood and fell to the ground one by one. No, we can't let this kid continue to improve. Elder Wan's face changed, and he shot first. A radiance full of evil intent condensed on Elder Wan's fist, and then Elder Wan leaped in the void and charged straight at Han Feng, and the fist of evil intent hit Han Feng hard. At the same time as he punched, Elder Wan had already unfolded his divine body, and his dull white hair turned into a strange purple-black color, like an evil god. Han Feng let out a low growl, which gradually turned into a dragon's roar. In an instant, Han Feng turned into the body of a mysterious dragon. Xianlong transformation. Now Han Feng has been able to display the six-winged middle level. With a move of the real dragon swinging its tail, the powerful dragon tail instantly sent Elder Wan away. The three divine bodies unfolded, together with the six-winged mysterious dragon transformation and the Ziji mysterious fire. Han Feng's random strike now has the power equivalent to that of the Nine Tribulations True God. The Nine Tribulations True God is equivalent to the upper-rank Xianyang martial god, but the upper-rank Xianyang martial god is definitely not the opponent of the Nine Tribulations True God. A strong person at the peak level of the upper-level Xianyang martial god is probably barely able to contend with a strong person around the middle stage of the Nine Tribulations True God. In other words, Han Feng's random strike now has the power equivalent to that of Xianyang martial god at the peak of the martial Dao continent. It is true that Elder Wan has a divine body, but it is only a top rank, and it is still very low in the top rank level. The god-level martial arts he possesses are only at the 6th or 7th level. Under Elder Wan's full strength, he could only fight against the strong man who had just entered the upper-level Xianyang martial god. Facing a blow comparable to the peak strength of the upper-rank Xianyang martial god, how could he resist it? What? The pupils of the four first elder Lu shrank. Knowing about Han Fengqiang from Yu Bai's mouth is one thing, but seeing it with his own eyes is another. As the oldest of the six of them, Elder Wan has the deepest heritage. If it wasn't for the impending deadline that would affect their strength, they would definitely be the strongest among the six of them. Even if it is not the strongest now, it is not the weakest. But it was easily blasted away by the opponent. Damn it, the other party came too fast, we didn't have time to arrange it. Since that's the case, we can only fight like this. Yu Bai unfolded his divine body, and spread 6 golden wings behind him. Golden divine clock. All the golden power condensed into a divine clock, which fell from the sky like a mountain and hit Han Feng. Han Feng whipped Elder Wan away with his tail, and was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue him. Seeing this, he had to gather his strength and hit the divine clock. Rumble. The sky turned golden at this moment. The power of the dragon's tail rushed to everything, smashing the divine clock into pieces with a tyrannical gesture. The next moment, the dragon's tail swung towards Yu Bai even more forcefully. Don't even think about succeeding. Elder Lu and the four finally made their move. After Great Elder Deng unfolded his divine body, his body was covered by the white tiger armor exuding ice-cold air, turning into a white tiger war god. Chu Dachong aged into a half-human, half-dragon entangled in flames. Elder Dong spread out his blood-red wings behind his back. Elder Lu had a jet-black 5-pointed star on his forehead. In addition, the palm and back of his hand were also the same. Perhaps there were other parts of his body where there were jet-black 5-pointed stars. White Tiger Frost Fist. Burning the Earth. Bloody Blade. Starfield Demon Palm. For attacks, with vast power, are infinitely mighty. Immediately, it collided fiercely with Han Feng's Xianlong tail. Boom. In an instant, the colliding space was distorted, and the mysterious dragon's tail was bombarded by the surprised eyes of the four great elders Lu. But before the surprised expressions of the four great elders fully unfolded, the bombed black dragon's tail actually gathered again. The Xuanhuan's body turned suddenly. Han Feng retracted the Xuanhuan seat, opened the dragon's mouth instead, and spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath like a torrent. Oops. Not good. After the attack of the four people collided with the dragon's tail, their strength had already been scattered, and they could not resist this torrent of dragon's breath at all. The dragon's breath drove straight in, unstoppable, and defeated the attack of the four people in an instant. Like a huge wave, it was going to swallow the four people and Chi Bai together. The four quickly opened up their defenses, resisting the dragon's breath. Chi Bai immediately joined in. Elder Wan took advantage of this, to sneak up on Han Feng. With a flash of his figure, he came to the top of Xuanhuan's body and punched him down. As a last resort, Han Feng had no choice but to give up breathing the dragon's breath, and his huge body avoided Elder Wan's punch with incredible speed and flexibility. The scene once again returned to the confrontation between Han Feng and Chi Bai. The faces of Chi Bai and the six turned green and pale. Even Chi Bai didn't expect Han Feng to be so powerful. Not only did he not lose the upper hand against the six of them, but he also had the upper hand in a vague way. The powerhouses of Xuanhuan were all stunned. This scene is really unbelievable. Chi Bai's voice suddenly spread to the ears of all the warriors in Xuanhuan. Anyone who is below martial god Xianyang will retreat from this seat. The elders of martial god Xianyang will follow this seat to fight. Also, go to the secret land of Xuanhuan and call out the ancestors. For today's plan, I don't care about disturbing the breakthrough of my ancestors. The first update. Elder Wan heard the sound transmission and hurriedly stopped it. Now that Xuanhuan is facing such a crisis, how can we care so much? Even if our ancestors succeed in being promoted to the ancient martial god in the future, what's the use if the Xuanhuan is gone? Chi Bai snorted coldly. Elder Wan still wanted to say more, but was stopped by Chi Bai. Don't say anything. As long as the ancestor is promoted to the ancient martial god, the holy mountain can be established at any time. With Han Feng's talent, how long do you think it will take to break through the ancient martial god? I'm afraid it will be old by then. Even if the ancestor broke through, he can't do anything to this sun. Furthermore, if this kid destroys Xuanhuan Mountain, will the ancestors of Xuanhuan Midi not be discovered by this kid? For the current plan, the only priority is to kill this kid as soon as possible. Elder Wan and the other 5 elders couldn't find any reason to object to the reasons Chi Bai said, so they had to acquiesce in Chi Bai's behavior. And they didn't have time to refute. Han Feng's attack struck again. The body of the Xianlong rushed towards Chi Bai and the other 6, displaying its ferocious power. With one rush, the formation of 6 people was disrupted. Evil God Fist. Golden Divine Clock. White Tiger Frost Fist. Burning the Earth. Bloody Blade. Starfield Demon Palm. 6 strands of power blasted out. Han Feng withdrew from the body of the mysterious dragon, performed the golden fairy stepping on the sky, and disappeared in front of the 6 people in an instant, dodging the attacks of the 6 people. Afterwards, Han Feng turned into the body of a black dragon again, and the dragon's tail ruthlessly swept towards Chi Bai and the other 6. Elder Dang and Elder Dong were the closest to the dragon's tail, and they were sent flying before they could react. The 4 of Chi Bai were a little farther away, and they reacted in a timely manner, barely avoiding the direct attack of Long Wei. But the tail of the dragon swept away, and a gust of wind was set off. The power of this gust of wind could easily kill an ordinary legendary martial god. Although Chi Bai and the others were not hit by the dragon's tail, they were also blown away by the strong wind. At this time, the other Xianyang martial gods of Xuanhuan also made moves, one after another. These martial gods of Xianyang are basically first-level elders, possessing the strength of martial gods of lower ranks, and very few, like Elder Sun who was beheaded by Han Feng in the Holy Land of the Sun, possessed the cultivation base of martial gods at intermediate ranks. But basically they are all in the early stage of the middle level, and they are far from being compared with the great elders like Elder Lu. Facing the attacks of these Xianyang martial gods, Han Feng's huge body only twisted slightly, avoiding the more deadly attacks, but allowing other attacks to bombard him. The power of these attacks was too low to threaten Han Feng's mysterious dragon body at all. Roar! The Xianlong roared and breathed out. In an instant, many Xianyang martial gods were involved. A small number of Xianyang martial gods hid, and what greeted them was the tail of the Xianlong. A weaker one, apparently the just promoted martial god Xianyang, was directly blasted into a blood mist by this tail. In a few breaths, these low-level Xianyang martial gods lost nearly half. No. Yu Bai's eyes were red. These are the elites of Xuanhuan, they are the peak power of Xuanhuan, and losing any of them would be a great loss to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan has a profound heritage. It is easy to cultivate ordinary martial gods, and it is not difficult to cultivate legendary martial gods, but it takes a lot of effort and a lot of resources to cultivate a Xianyang martial god. The fall of each Xianyang martial god means that the original large investment of Xuanhuan was in vain. Evil God Fist. Golden Divine Clock. White Tiger Frost Fist. Burning the Earth. Bloody Blade. Starfield Demon Palm. The six of Yu Bai couldn't take it anymore, and charged at Han Feng again. Han Feng was constantly switching between the body of the human body and the body of the mysterious dragon, and was extremely flexible. For such a long time, none of the six Yu Bai could seriously injure Han Feng. On the contrary, under Han Feng's attack, the six people gradually showed signs of fatigue. I don't believe this kid's true energy is endless. Elder Chu roared angrily. As time went by, the six gradually became weaker and weaker. Han Feng took the opportunity to slam the dragon's tail fiercely. This time, none of the six escaped. Bang bang bang. The sound of the dragon's tail hitting the body was heard, and the six of Yu Bai fell to the ground like meteors. Elder One is getting old, and his time limit is approaching, and he is even more unable to maintain a long-term battle. He is already overdrawn at the moment. This time he was hit by the dragon's tail, and Elder One didn't get up again. Of the 5 great elders, one has finally fallen. Wan Lao. Great Elder Lu cried out sadly. In the era when Elder One was still the lord of the Divine Mountain, Elder Lu was the son of God of that generation, and Elder Lu was often instructed by Elder One when he was young. Among the 6 people, whoever has the deepest affection for Elder One is Elder Lu. Elder Lu's expression was grim. Boy, I want you to die. The crazy Elder Lu, ignoring the dissuasion of Yu Bai and the others, roared and rushed towards Han Feng. Elder Lu, who was so angry that he did not know how to attack, the threat to Han Feng did not increase but decreased, and soon Han Feng found an opportunity and slapped him. He was sent flying again and fell to the ground. Elder Lu spat out blood, unable to fight any more. Elder Wan's deadline is approaching, and Elder Lu is not young anymore. Old ancestor, haven't you left the customs yet? Yu Bai raised his head to the sky and screamed angrily. Just as Yu Bai finished shouting, in the depths of the sacred mountain, suddenly a surge of momentum rushed into the sky like a tornado into the clouds of the sky. Who is coming to attack my sacred mountain? A thunderous roar came out. The next moment, 1,000-foot thunder burst out from the inside of the mountain. Amidst the thunder, a bald man strode forward, his body surrounded by thunder. A thunder godlike will swept across the world. Old ancestor. Yu Bai and the others wept with joy. With the existence of the half-step ancient martial god of the ancestors, Xuanhuan can be saved. The bald man, that is, the ancestor of Xuanhuan, focused his gaze on Han Feng for the first time, and an astonishing aura pressed towards Han Feng with thunderous destructive power. Han Feng's expression changed, and the Xuanhuan's body twisted into a ball, resisting this astonishing momentum. Han Feng knew that there was an ancestor of a high-ranking Xianyang martial god in Xuanhuan, but Han Feng did not expect that this high-ranking Xianyang martial god had already taken that step. Although he was not considered an ancient god, he was still considered a half-step martial god. In terms of the level of the martial Dao continent, it is a half-step ancient martial god. The half-step ancient martial god is not terrible. In terms of true essence, the warriors of the martial Dao continent are naturally at a disadvantage. But an ancient martial god who has accumulated half a step for many years is terrible. Perhaps because of the skills, the ancestor of Xuanhuan stayed in the realm of the half-step ancient martial god for too long. After the real essence was compressed again and again, it might still be unable to compare with the divine essence, but it was by no means comparable to the quality of ordinary true essence. Han Feng guessed that the quality of the Xuanhuan of the ancestor of Xuanhuan was infinitely close to that of the ancient martial god. This is a formidable opponent. The ancestor of Xuanhuan's eyes seemed to be about to shoot out endless thunder light, and when he looked at the ancestor of Xuanhuan, Han Feng's head was banging as if he had been hit hard, and he felt that he had fallen into a sea of thunder. The second update. This punch broke through the space and squeezed away, carrying a terrifying force of destruction. When Han Feng realized it, it was already too late, and he was hit hard by the punch of the ancestor of Xuanhuan. Rumbling. This punch suddenly exploded, releasing a large amount of thunderous power full of destructive power. The body of the mysterious dragon was instantly swallowed up. Han Feng immediately turned into a human body, and flexibly escaped from the power of thunder. The ancestor of Xuanhuan stepped in the void, and approached Han Feng as if teleporting, and slapped him away. This palm seemed to cover the sky and block out the sun, with infinite power. Perhaps the ancestor of Xuanhuan did not have the exquisite footwork of Jingxian stepping on the sky, but he had the realm of half-step ancient martial arts, and his speed was vaguely better than Han Feng. The air mechanism locked on Han Feng firmly, and Han Feng already realized that he had nowhere to hide. Slightly squinting his eyes, Ziji Xuanhuan rushed out of the sky. Devour me. Ziji Xuanhuan can devour the opponent's power for his own use. The ancestor of Xuanhuan has a high level of cultivation, and the quality of his true essence is not low. Naturally, Ziji Xuanhuan can't easily absorb a large amount of it, but a small part is still possible. The ancestor of Xuanhuan frowned slightly, and the thunderous giant palm he slapped was actually weakening. But the opponent's flame. With a flash of light in his eyes, the ancestor of Xuanhuan immediately increased the output of his true energy. At the same time, 1,000-foot thunder sea condensed behind the ancestor of Xuanhuan. In the thunder sea, a thunder lion roared out. The ancestor of Xuanhuan has already unfolded the divine body, but for the realm of the ancestor of Xuanhuan, the expansion of the divine body will not increase much. Thunder Lion roared in the void, opened his fangs and jumped over the ancestor of Xuanhuan, and rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng had to release some Ziji Xuanhuan to fight with Leisure. Huh! The ancestor of Xuanhuan pointed out again, and the terrifying force hit Han Feng hard from the air. Han Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards. Yu Bai and the others were very excited. As expected, they were worthy of their ancestors, with such powerful strength. They seemed to have seen the fate of Han Feng's defeat not long after. Half-step ancient martial god, really powerful. Fortunately, half-step ancient martial god is not equal to half-step ancient chaos god, otherwise I will definitely lose. Han Feng flipped around in the void, and stabilized in mid-air in a little embarrassment. The ancestor of Xuanhuan did not talk nonsense. Since he made a move, he would bombard and kill those who violated Xuanhuan in the shortest possible time. Faintly, the ancestor of Xuanhuan felt a deep uneasiness in his heart, It seems that if Han Feng is not dealt with for a long time, Xuanhuan will suffer some terrible disaster. Therefore, every time the ancestor of Xuanhuan made a move, it was a blow with all his strength. Aurora Lightning Lion Fist. This punch gave Han Feng the feeling of a Thunder Lion King looking up to the sky / roaring. It was obviously a fist, but in Han Feng's eyes, it looked like a Lion King stretching out his claws towards him. Tai Shan Tian Ling / A ray of sword light suddenly appeared, with supreme cutting power. It slashed towards the ancestor of Xuanhuan from bottom to top. The fist of the ancestor of Xuanhuan collided with Jianguang fiercely, and in a trance, it seemed that there was really the roar of the injured Lion King. The ancestor of Xuanhuan was shocked by a surging force and retreated in the void. A flash of shock flashed in his eyes. Advanced artifact. The ancestor of Xuanhuan never expected that Han Feng would have such an artifact. What is a high-level artifact? Level 7 or above are high-level artifacts. If it is only a 7th-level artifact, it is fine, and the ancestor of Xuanhuan is not without it, but for the level of the ancestor of Xuanhuan, the 7th-level artifact is not very helpful. But the ancestor of Xuanhuan found that the divine sword in the opponent's hand was definitely not just a 7th-level divine weapon, it was probably an 8th-level or even a 9th-level divine weapon. The 8th-level artifact is okay, but if it is a 9th-level artifact, it may not be so easy to take down the opponent. Surprise is only a moment, this is a battle, any negligence may lead to defeat. Therefore, the ancestor of Xuanhuan quickly restrained his expression and made another move. Shancher Thunder Finger. With this finger, it was like an ancient giant lion stomping hard towards him. At this moment, the momentum of the ancestor of Xuanhuan soared to an extreme. Obviously, this finger is already the strongest move of the ancestor of Xuanhuan. Han Feng immediately rolled up his sleeve robe, and a burst of golden light shot out. Following the golden light shot, there was a roar like a real dragon. What Han Feng threw out was the ultimate artifact, the 9 Dragons Seal. The seal of the 9 dragons and the finger of the void collided with each other, as if a real dragon and a giant lion were confronting each other. The next moment, the dragon bit the neck of the giant lion with one bite. Puff! The ancestor of Xuanhuan suddenly sprayed blood. The 9 dragons' divine seal emitted endless golden radiance, broke through the void thunder sea, and bombarded the Xuanhuan patriarch one after another. As soon as the top-grade artifact came out, even the ancestor of Xuanhuan had an astonishing cultivation, and he couldn't resist it. The ancestor of Xuanhuan was injured, and Han Feng's face was also slightly pale. The current Han Feng is not at the level of the 7 tribulations true god. Every time he activates the 9 dragons seal, it consumes a lot of energy. Because of this, Han Feng didn't dare to move the 9 main royal fire banner at all. The ancestor is injured. Where did that kid get the powerful artifact? This kid must have been inherited by the ancient strong man, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to change to such a degree. Chi Bai was full of jealousy, and a deep greed flashed in his eyes. If he got such a divine weapon, how could he be inferior to his ancestors? Even the ancestors would not be his opponents. Thinking of this, Chi Bai couldn't sit still. If the ancestors were allowed to blast that kid to death, wouldn't the artifact fall into the hands of the ancestors? At that time, the ancestor of the half-step ancient martial god will inevitably be stronger. He can still only be an honest god master, and he will abdicate as soon as the time comes and become a member of the Great Elder group. Several great elders, the enemy's strength is far beyond our imagination, and even the ancestors have fallen into a disadvantage, so we will take action. After speaking in a high-sounding manner, Chi Bai immediately made a move. Elder Dang and the 3 elders didn't think too much, they also saw the scene where the ancestor of Xuanhuan was injured. Immediately after Chi Bai, the 3 elders also made a move. Golden Divine Clock. White Tiger Frost Fist. Burning the Earth. Bloody blade. You are no match for me if you haven't used the divine weapon, let alone if you have used the divine weapon. Han Feng dismissed it, and the 9-dragon seal suddenly turned around, with infinite golden light, and severely defeated the attack of Yu Bai and the others. The golden light aftermath severely injured the 4 of them. Among them, Great Elder Deng fell directly. Of the 5 great elders in Xuanhuan, only Elder Chu and Elder Dong are left who are still capable of fighting. Yu Bai's strength is the worst, but he is better than young. Coupled with cunning, he was the first to rush up, but in the end he fell to the last, so he is still alive until now. It's just that Yu Bai is also in a state of embarrassment, not at all as noble as he was the Lord of the Mountain at the beginning. The first update. Taking advantage of the 9 dragons' god seal bombarding Yu Bai and the others, the ancestor of Xuanhuan found a gap in the sneak attack and blasted towards Han Feng. Han Feng threw out another artifact, and the Yantianwood treasure wheel hovered above Han Feng, firing beams of fire like pillars one after another. The fist of the ancestor of Xuanhuan was immediately submerged in the flames. Tai Shan Tian Ling Zhan. Holding the divine sword in his right hand, Han Feng fiercely slashed at the ancestor of Xuanhuan. 3 high-level artifacts. The ancestor of Xuanhuan was shocked. 1 high-level artifact is not enough to move the ancestor of Xuanhuan, but 3 pieces are not the same. Shancher Thunder Finger. Whoa. Xuanhuan Patriarch Lei Ting's finger was broken and he vomited blood again. Han Feng is not much better either. The Taishan Divine Sword is not the 9 Dragons' Divine Seal, so it cannot crush the ancestor of Xuanhuan. The moment the Thunder God finger was blasted by the sword light, the Thunder God finger exploded directly, rolling out an endless whirlwind of thunder, blasting towards the surroundings crazily. Unfortunately, Han Feng was recruited. If it weren't for the protection of Xinyan's armor, Han Feng would not just be pale. To say the least, there were several miserable wounds on his body. Yu Bai felt that Han Feng had revealed a flaw, and immediately made a wild attack regardless of his own injuries. Golden Divine Clock. Han Feng had already suffered some injuries at this time, and the activation of the 3 artifacts consumed a lot of energy, so he had to retreat. However, the Golden Divine Clock kept chasing after him, and Yu Bai looked excited, as if he saw Han Feng being beheaded by him. Bahuang Shock Fist. In the case of huge consumption, Han Feng had to settle for the next best thing and chose a lower-level magical skill. The power of the vibration overflowed wildly, spreading away like ripples. Buzz buzz. Boom. The divine bell was struck by the force of the shock. Suddenly there was an unsteady buzzing, and the top had gradually cracked. The divine clock blasted out dazzling golden light continuously, rushed out of the vibration force, and swept towards Han Feng. Han Feng's complexion became even paler, and he quickly backed away. At the same time, he ran the 9 flames and different fire art rapidly, recovering a large amount of energy that had been consumed. Seeing that Han Feng was at a disadvantage, First Elder Chu and First Elder Dong shot one after another regardless of his injuries. Burning the Earth. Bloody Blade. The ensuing battle became a drama where Han Feng fought alone against the 4 ancestors of Xuanhuan. Golden Divine Clock. Burning the Earth. Bloody Blade. Kirin Thunder Finger. The 4 surrounded Han Feng. Han Feng held a sword in his right hand, Qi Jiulong Shenin in his left hand, and a treasure wheel of Yan Tian Wu was suspended above it. Tai Shan Tian Ling Slash. Dance of Yan Tian. 9 Dragons Seal. Elder Chu and Elder Dong couldn't take it anymore and were blasted down from the sky. This time, they had no strength to fight again, and they were even dying. The ancestor of Xuanhuan was still blown away by the 9 Dragons Seal, but now Han Feng has consumed a lot, and the 9 Dragons Seal is no longer as powerful as it was at the beginning. Therefore, the attack of the ancestor of Xuanhuan also successfully affected Han Feng. The power of thunder poured into Han Feng's body, and the destructive power of thunder rushed in all directions, destroying the meridians in Han Feng's body. The Ziji Xuanhuan in the Dantian spewed out, devouring the power of thunder. He severely injured Elder Chu and Elder Dong, and sent the ancestor of Xuanhuan flying, but Han Feng was unable to resist Chi Bai's attack. As a last resort, the true energy in Han Feng's body poured into the Xuanhuan battle armor with all his strength. Click! Puff! As if Han Feng had been hit hard, the golden divine clock slammed into Xuanhuan's battle armor fiercely. The Xuanhuan battle armor was almost torn apart, and Han Feng also sprayed blood mist. Chi Bai looked excited, and he was going to take advantage of the victory to pursue. But at this moment, Han Feng finally freed his hand. With one move, Xuanhuan fought back with his fist. Chi Bai was terrified, and wanted to dodge, but because he had consumed too much energy to dodge, he was hit by Xuanhuan's fist as a sign. If it weren't for Han Feng's own consumption, the power of Xuanhuan's war fist would be less than a third or even a quarter of what it was at the beginning, and just this punch would be enough to make Chi Bai fall. Although Chi Bai is not dead, he is no different from Elder Dong, they are both dying. Only Han Feng and the ancestor of Xuanhuan were left with the strength to fight. The ancestor of Xuanhuan twisted his face, the one who forced me to such a degree. Ancestor, you are the first person in so many years. I have to say, the ancestor underestimated you. He broke into the holy mountain single-handedly and killed 3 great elders in a row. Right now, he even beat the Godmaster and the remaining 2 great elders to death. Even if you die, you can still make a name for yourself. Gone. Hoo. I don't want to die, so I can only ask Senior to die. Han Feng panted and responded with a sneer. The ancestor of Xuanhuan laughed as if he had heard a big joke, and then sneered, Boy, don't tell me you haven't seen the truth now? You don't have much power now, but there are still many strong people in my holy mountain. As if to respond to the words of the ancestor of Xuanhuan, the ancestor of Xuanhuan had just finished speaking, only to hear the sound of piercing through the sky. One after another figures flashed, surrounding Han Feng. These God Mountain powerhouses that appeared are basically at the level of legendary warriors. Ordinary martial gods are too poor to get close, and Xianyang martial gods are basically dead, leaving only the 4 ancestors of Xuanhuan. Under the Valkyrie, there are countless deaths just by being involved in the battle. Thinking of the loss of Xuanhuan, the ancestor of Xuanhuan was so angry that he just wanted to tear Han Feng to pieces. The legendary martial gods surrounding Han Feng, headed by San Shensi and other Shensi, waited for Shensi's order to finish Han Feng. As for the 3 godsons and other godsons, they set their eyes on the ancestor of Xuanhuan and waited for the order of the ancestor of Xuanhuan. The ancestor of Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng with a ferocious expression. Boy, did you see that? Do you think that with your broken body now, you will be the opponent of these legendary warriors? The so-called ants can kill elephants if there are too many ants. Although the number of legendary warriors in Xuanhuan is not that high, Han Feng, who is physically injured and consumes a lot, is not an elephant. The ancestor of Xuanhuan stared at Han Feng, trying to see fear in Han Feng's eyes. However, the ancestor of Xuanhuan saw nothing but peace. It was truly peaceful, there was no wave in the ancient well, and it was not affected by the strong people around it at all. Damn it, does this kid think that he can turn things around now? The ancestor of Xuanhuan drummed in his heart. It is really because Han Feng's previous combat power was so amazing that the ancestor of Xuanhuan had to be cautious. In case the opponent still has a backup, the last bit of strength of Xuanhuan will be gone. The ancestor of Xuanhuan didn't notice. Han Feng lowered his head at this moment, and said in a low voice, Here we come. Huh? Patriarch Xuanhuan's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly raised his head, staring at the sky like a torch. In the distance, a black dot slowly appeared. The black spot was getting closer and closer, and the scene that appeared made the ancestors of Xuanhuan flash a flash of fear, and the strong people of Xuanhuan were in an uproar. What did they see? He actually saw tens of thousands of monsters coming densely, with a monster aura soaring to the sky. There are even a lot of strong demons mixed in it, and the demonic energy is overwhelming. The first update. Seeing this scene, all the remaining powerhouses in Xuanhuan turned pale with astonishment. God, why there are so many monsters and demons, and the aura emitted by each one is not weaker than them at all. The ancestor of Xuanhuan stared at these suddenly appearing monsters and demons. These tens of thousands of monsters and demons, at worst, have the realm of demigods, and most of them have the power of martial gods, and there are many legendary martial gods among them. That's all, but the ancestor of Xuanhuan clearly saw that there were nearly 20 strong men among them, possessing the power of Xianyang martial god. The ancestor of Xuanhuan took a deep breath. Martial god Xianyang, that is the peak power in any world. This time, nearly 20 statues came. Even in the heyday of Xuanhuan, there were not so many Xianyang martial gods. Damn it! How come there will be strong men from the demon world and the demon world invading at this time? The ancestor of Xuanhuan roared. With so many strong people, it is impossible to think that they are the monsters and demons of the martial Dao continent. There are indeed many monsters in the martial Dao continent, but the strongest ones are the lower-rank martial gods. As for the demon race, less than 100 of them have been suppressed. There are so many monsters and demons, they can only come from the demon world and the demon world. At this time, the ancestor of Xuanhuan remembered the uneasiness before, and his face couldn't help but look ugly. Ha ha ha, it seems that I came at the right time. A loud laugh rolled over. Along with the voice, came a young man with an imposing manner. The young man swept towards the dark-faced ancestor of Xuanhuan with great interest, and then landed on Han Feng, and couldn't help smiling even more triumphantly and wickedly. Han Feng, long time no see. Tan Ningong's gentle words contained a murderous intent. The ancestor of Xuanhuan secretly thought that it was not good. This kid named Han Feng actually knew the leader of this group of people. But soon the ancestor of Xuanhuan discovered that Han Feng and Tan Ningong had strange emotions, and saw the cold light flashing in Tan Ningong's eyes from time to time. The ancestor of Xuanhuan laughed in his heart. It turned out that this kid offended such a master. Could it be a simple character who can lead the powerful monsters and monsters? His strength is probably no less than his own. I don't know who your lord is. The ancestor of Xuanhuan said cautiously. I am the demon king of the demon palace. Tan Ningong stood proudly. Many strong men behind him unleashed their coercion, and cooperated with Tan Ningong, pressing down one after another like 1,000 waves. Rumble. Even the sacred mountain couldn't bear such oppression, it was rumbling and vibrating very much, and it might collapse at any time. It turns out to be Your Excellency the Demon King. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency the Demon King. Wait for the old man to take this kid down before entertaining the Lord Demon King. The ancestor of Xuanhuan clasped his fists and was about to order the sons of gods to lead many legendary warrior gods to kill Han. Wind. Tan Ningong had a strange expression. Your Majesty? The ancestor of Xuanhuan ignored the frightening thought in his heart, and forced a smile. The Lord Demon King's purpose should be that kid. I didn't expect that this kid not only dared to provoke Lord Demon King, but also dared to provoke the old Xuanhuan. Right now, the old man is about to arrest this kid. If Lord Demon King is interested, I can catch it and give it to His Highness from now on. Tan Ning just rolled his sleeves, and the size was crazy. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Han Feng's son, I really want to kill him, but the Holy Mountain is also one of my goals, and I am still entertaining me? The face of the ancestor of Xuanhuan suddenly darkened. The possibility that he always wanted to ignore had finally happened. That's right, this person has already ruled the demon world and the demon world, how could he not be interested in the human world? The godsons of Xuanhuan all looked panic-stricken. Under the oppression of many monster and demon powerhouses, they only felt like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, full of helplessness. The Son of God, who is usually aloof, can only pin his hopes on the ancestor. The ancestor of Xuanhuan took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency wants to encroach on my holy mountain, isn't it afraid that I will lose both sides if I fight with you?" All the monsters and demons looked a little strange. To be honest, half-step ancient martial gods, they would never dare to offend them on weekdays. Even the former demon king and the fallen demon emperor are nothing more than the peak strength of the middle-level Xianyang martial god, and they cannot be compared with the half-step ancient martial god. But at this moment, they have the pig king, a king who is almost as powerful as the ordinary half-step ancient martial god. And, the half-step ancient martial god human being in front of him is already at the end of his strength, and can't be compared with the heyday at all. Tan Ning just grinned, threatening me? If you were an old man in your heyday, it would be fine, but now. Tan Ning's expression sharpened sharply, and a strong hostility soared into the sky. The next moment, Tan Ning flashed directly beside the ancestor of Xuanhuan, and blasted away with a punch. Shocking Thunder God Fist. Not good. The ancestor of Xuanhuan looked horrified, trying to avoid the punch in vain. It's a pity that the current ancestor of Xuanhuan is less than a quarter or even a fifth of his strength in his heyday, and he has no ability to completely escape. The ancestor of Xuanhuan watched the thunderous fist slamming on his body, and the next moment his eyes went dark. He didn't know anything. Old ancestor. The three godsons and the other godsons roared mournfully. Seeing that the ancestor was blasted with a punch, and the flesh and blood flew all over the place, the remaining strong men on the mountain were all angry. If eyes could kill, Tan Ning would die so many times right now. What, want to take revenge? Come on. Tan Ning just stood with his arms tied, and looked at the strong man in Xuanhuan mockingly. The expressions of San Shensi and other strong men from Xuanhuan were stagnant. Even if the ancestor's strength is less than a quarter or a fifth of what it was in its heyday, it is not comparable to them. Such ancestors were killed with one punch, let alone them. So what if you are angry, can you take revenge? Tan Ning just curled his lips, and immediately ordered, slaughter all the warriors in Xuanhuan, and leave no one behind. Yes. The Yaozu and Mozu strongmen roared, and the next moment they rushed towards the strong man of Xuanhuan like a tide. The shrill screaming sound suddenly spread from all over the mountain. In the face of these weakest and demigods, most of the monsters and demons who are at the level of Valkyrie and legendary Valkyrie, except for a small number of godlike existences, the rest of the gods are simply unable to match. But Shensi and the others faced the existence of the 12 god generals of the monster clan and the demon clan demon generals. Facing Xianyang martial god, Air Shensi, and other existences are also vulnerable. It didn't take long before the mountain was filled with demonic and demonic aura, as well as a strong, deathly aura. In a short period of time, all warriors in the holy mountain were slaughtered, and there was no survivor. Han Feng looked at all this, with a blank face. He didn't expect that it would be the powerful monsters and demons who destroyed the mountain in the end. With the return of the strong monsters and demons one by one, everyone's eyes fell on Han Feng. The second update. They could tell that Han Feng's cultivation base was only a high-level legendary martial god. It's shocking that a high-level legendary warrior can force a half-step ancient warrior to that extent. Moreover, a half-step ancient martial god like the ancestor of Xuanhuan is almost a very strong existence in the same level, far from being comparable to ordinary half-step ancient martial gods. Their demon king can only deal with slightly more powerful half-step ancient martial gods. Facing the ancestor of Xuanhuan in its heyday, it might be at a disadvantage. But their king's strength has broken through to the lower rank Xianyang martial god. Even if it's just the junior and middle stages of the low-ranking martial god Xianyang, it's still martial god Xuanhuan. It's obvious who is more perverted between the two. It's a pity that such a perverted genius seems to have enmity with his own king. What's even more sad is that he doesn't have much combat power now, and there is still 1/3 left after dying. With such power, it is impossible to compete with their king. Involuntarily, the eyes of these monster clan powerhouses were full of pity. However, these monster clan powerhouses didn't notice that some of the monster clan around them had flickering eyes, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Among them, the 5-headed monsters are the most obvious, because the other monsters have turned into human forms, and only these 5 monsters maintain their huge original bodies. It is the vermilion skylark and the 5 beasts. Han Feng, you can't think of it. Tan Ningong looked at Han Feng with a complex and grim expression on his face. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. I really didn't expect that. For example, Taishang Junjin was only at the peak of the middle-level martial god when he died, but you have surpassed the legendary martial god and stepped into the realm of Xuanhuan martial god. It's thanks to you. If it weren't for your credit, this king would not have received such a great inheritance. Tan Ningong said teasingly. The so-called credit is that in the land of reincarnation, Han Feng cast Tan Ningong into the demon realm. Stop talking, what do you want now? Han Feng frowned, not wanting to see Tan Ning's complacent expression. Hee, what do you think? Tan Ningong gave a strange smile, and the next moment his face became ruthless. Of course it's to make you unable to survive. Please die. You are the first and the last one to make this king suffer so much. Just as Tan Ning's aura rose crazily, the world lost all color at this moment and became extremely gloomy. Thinking of the days when he was reincarnated as a pig and could not be transformed into a human, Tan Ningong's face became more and more terrifying. Rumble. The sky was about to shatter in a trance at this moment. But at this moment, Han Feng smiled abruptly. Want me to die? You may not be able to do so. What? Tan Ning was startled, but then his expression changed drastically. A terrifying flame suddenly struck. Tan Ning just turned around abruptly and punched out. Lightning shot into the sky, and flames shot out. The next moment, the gust of wind roared, and it turned out to be a huge wing of fire. Boom! Before Tan Ning had time to defend, he was hit by the huge wings, and was instantly blown away. It was Vermilion Skylark who made the move. Vermilion Skylark is a master at the peak level of the 8 Tribulations True God, with a combination of powerful blood and demon skills. It is equivalent to a strong man at the level of the 9 Tribulations True God. Possessing divine essence and divine body, Vermilion Skylark, who is not considered weak at the level of the 9 Tribulations True Gods, is so powerful that he is against the sky in this martial Dao continent, directly catching up with the ancestor of Xuanhuan in his heyday. Its strength is not weaker than Tan Ningong's strongest explosion. Being attacked by such a strong man, Tan Ningong was severely injured in an instant. There were endless exclamations and curses in the sky, like purgatory on earth. The flying flame lion and the 4 beasts led the powerful monsters under their command, and caught off guard the powerful monsters from the demon world and the demon world. The barbaric demon cows are nothing more than mere low-level war gods. Even if it is a sneak attack, the serious damage to the demon and demon world powerhouses is limited, and if they die, they will lose some demigods and ordinary war gods. For the demon world and the demon world, there is no shortage of powerhouses of this level. How many demigods can break through again even if they die? But the sneak attack of the flying flame lion and 4 beasts is terrifying. The cultivation base of the 4 beasts has reached the peak of the 7 Tribulations True Gods, and with the blessing of blood and demon skills, they are not considered weak among the 8 Tribulations True Gods. In the martial Dao continent, their combat power has been catching up to the upper-rank martial god Xuanhuan, even comparable to the upper-rank martial god Xuanhuan. Although there are many Xianyang martial gods in the demon world and the demon world, they are all at the lower level, and they are not the opponents of the flying flame lion and four beasts in a direct confrontation, let alone the sneak attack of the four beasts. In the case of the sneak attack of the four beasts, more than half of the Xianyang martial gods fell immediately. Under Xianyang martial god, let alone. In just one sneak attack, 3/5 of the strong men that Tan Ning had just brought fell. This. Tan Ning was stunned when he came back to his senses. He never thought that he would encounter betrayal just when he was about to become the master of the three realms and condense the luck of the three realms. Originally, Tan Ning Gang didn't pay much attention to beasts such as Vermilion Skylark, but now, Tan Ning Gang didn't know that he underestimated the other party. The opponent is not comparable to the monsters in the small world. Xuanhuan, this is Xuanhuan. Tan Ningang's face became extremely ugly and full of shock. Looking at Han Feng, and then at Zhu Tianyang, Tan Ning just felt that he understood something, but felt incredible. Impossible, if it is reincarnated, it is impossible to have a god, and it can be strengthened to this point in a short time. But if it wasn't reincarnation, how could it adapt to the rules of the small world in such a short period of time? If you don't understand, don't worry about it, just die with peace of mind. Han Feng said lightly. The next moment, Vermilion Skylark spread its wings, and its thousands of feet of fire wings covered the sky and the sun, and the flames struck with incomparably terrifying power. Damn it! Tan Ning just saw this, so he shouldn't believe it and died immediately, and immediately counterattacked. Shocking Thunder God Body, Ning. Thunder Hammer. With the magic hammer in his hand, Tan Ning turned into a god of thunder and smashed hard at Vermilion Skylark. The two powerhouses fought, setting off thunderstorms and flame hurricanes. Most of the mountain was destroyed in a blink of an eye. On the other side, the magic horse god general and other demon god generals roared angrily. Bastard, how dare you betray the demon king? Several demon gods will attack, the momentum is astonishing. The phantom Leibao pursed his lips, and in a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of thunderbolts spewed out, devouring the phantom horse god general. The four beasts showed their power, and it didn't take long to kill the strong men of the demon world and the demon world. The wild monster bull was extremely shocked, even though they knew that the flying flame lions were very strong, they never thought that they were already so strong. They secretly rejoiced that they chose to surrender at the beginning, and fortunately they still chose Flying Flame Lion and Han Feng when the demon king of the demon world came to subdue them. Otherwise, what happens to the powerful in the demon world and the demon world today is their end. The four beasts killed the people that Tan Ningong had brought in 7 or 8 times, and turned around to assist Vermilion Skylark. Because of the trauma, Tan Ninggang was already in a weak position. Now that the four beasts joined, Tan Ninggang was even more unbearable. Pushed to the limit, Tan Ning just roared, and his body suddenly transformed into a huge monster comparable to a sacred mountain. It was a giant pig covered in purple and black. The third update. The thunder in both eyes flashed, as if there would be thunder coming out from the eyes at any moment. 2 huge fangs were exposed, extremely ferocious. Han Feng stared at the giant pig in a daze, and after a while he pointed at his giant finger and laughed, "Ha ha ha, you turned into a pig in reincarnation, the genius of the Tan family turned into a pig." Han Feng couldn't help laughing, this scene was really satisfying. The Qiankuan sect disciple, who was bullied by Tan Ninggang before, would probably laugh out loud in his dreams if he knew this scene. Han Feng finally understood why Tan Ningong hated him so much. Before, he thought that Tan Ningong was just resentful for being bumped into the demon way by himself and reincarnated as a demon. Looking at it now, Tan Ningong clearly hated himself so much because he was reincarnated as a pig. It's not good to be reincarnated, but to be reincarnated as a pig. Roar. The giant pig roared, and the sound was so loud that the dilapidated mountain finally completely collapsed. The giant pig stared at Han Feng with resentful eyes. Being reincarnated as a pig is the greatest shame in Tan Ningong's life. Even if no one else knows about it when he returns to Qianquanzong, Tan Ningong can't stand that he was once a pig, even if this pig has god-level blood. I want you to die. Tan Ning just roared, and his huge body rushed towards Han Feng fiercely, intending to kill the culprit who turned himself into a pig. Vermilion Skylark screamed, its huge wings lay across the center, blocking Tan Ning. If you want to hurt the boss, pass me first. Vermilion Skylark looked unhappy. The other 4 beasts also stopped them one after another. Tan Ning had no choice but to fight against the Vermilion Skylark 4 beasts. Han Feng saw that Tan Ning was unable to rush forward at all, but was frequently injured by Vermilion Skylark, so he couldn't help but feel relieved and began to concentrate on recovering. It has to be said that Tan Ningong's strength is outstanding, and the Vermilion Skylark and the 5 beasts obviously suppressed Tan Ningong to fight, but they still failed to kill Tan Ningong after fighting for a long time. With such a powerful technique as the 9 flames and different fire Ju, Han Feng's true energy recovered very quickly. After recovering by 60 to 70%, Han Feng immediately joined the battle with the Taishan Excalibur in his hand. Taishan Tian Ling / Dance of Yan Tian. 9 Dragon's Seal. The joining of Han Feng caused Tan Ningong's pressure to increase suddenly, and finally he fell with hatred. Han Feng, I won't let you go. Before dying, Tan Ning let out a roar of extreme hatred. Han Feng was unmoved by Tan Ningong's threats. When he left the small world, that is, when he left the Ziyun God realm, Tan Ningong could still chase him to the outside of the God realm. Tan Ningong did not have the Xuanhuan temple. The news of the destruction of the sacred mountain quickly spread throughout the mainland, and all the forces in the mainland were shocked. They never expected that the overlord force that had ruled the martial Dao continent for so many years would be destroyed just like that. And those who shot were only young people who had not yet reached their 20s. Even the whole Han family looked in disbelief and shock. They thought that Han Feng could compete with Xuanhuan, and it would be good to force Xuanhuan not to retaliate, but they didn't expect that it would directly make Xuanhuan disappear in the martial Dao continent. Since the strong people on the mountain are basically dead, many strong people outside don't know that in the destruction of the mountain, the strong people from the demon world and the demon world also played a big role. The Great Sun Holy Land and the Han family are completely famous this time, and their reputation is huge. There is an endless stream of powerful people visiting the Han family, and there is a lot of traffic. Han Feng has also become the recognized #1 expert in the martial Dao continent. Many strong men wanted to make friends with Han Feng through the Han family, but were rejected by Han Feng, and the strong men who were rejected did not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction. The strongest person in the martial Dao continent brought them too much oppression. Some of the forces that alienated the Han family in the past regretted it all. Not long after Han Feng returned to the Han family, the whole family of the Han family moved to Xuanhuan. Naturally, this sacred mountain is the sacred mountain after reconstruction, and the main force of the reconstruction is the monster beasts such as wild demon cattle. With Han Feng around, the wild monster cow and other monsters have established a good relationship with the Han family. Even if Han Feng leaves in the future, the wild monster cow and other monsters will have a much easier life in martial Dao continent. Han Feng did not stop some demon clans who wanted to go back to the demon world, and even Han Feng himself went to the demon world once, led the demon world, and then the demon world. Boom! At this moment, waves of extremely surging power appeared in Han Feng's body. It was a power completely different from Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, but it was extremely powerful, surging and eloquent. Is this the luck after ruling the 3 realms? It's so huge. Han Feng was shocked. When he killed Tan Ning Gang, Han Feng felt a surging power of luck in his body, but compared with the power of luck in his body now, it was nothing but a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning. This is the true luck of the three realms. With the luck of the three realms, I can be considered the master of the three realms now. Han Feng murmured. Tan Ninggong's goal is the lord of the three realms, but now he has got it. Han Feng can imagine how angry Tan Ninggong is. I have obtained the luck of the small world, it's time to leave. Han Feng was disappointed, and he was about to be separated from his relatives in the small world. But before separating, something needs to be done for the small world. Han Feng left all the secret books of Xuanhuan to the Han family, and some resources of Xuanhuan also left to the Han family. Presumably with these resources and cheats, in less than 100 years, a large number of martial gods will appear in the Han family. Hundreds of years later, the Han family might give birth to several legendary martial gods. When the number of legendary martial gods hides to a certain level, the Han family can truly replace the previous status of the sacred mountain and become the strongest force that the Holy Land dare not provoke. And once you have martial god Xianyang, even if it is a powerful person from the demon world and the demon world who wants to invade, you must carefully consider it. The current demon world and demon world have also suffered heavy losses. But the growth of the Han family obviously takes time, and it is impossible for Han Feng to stay here for hundreds of years, so Han Feng also left a trump card for the Han family, the Hercules King puppet. Previously, when Han Feng obtained the magic of seizing the foundation, he also obtained the handwriting of the puppet master in the ancient times of the martial Dao continent to refine puppets. This method of refining the puppet is not clever, but it is enough for Han Feng to repair the puppet of King Hercules. The puppet of the former Hercules king had power at the level of the Nine Tribulations true God. After recovering now, the power exerted is roughly equivalent to the lower level of the heavenly general and true God, and at the same time, the consumption of the highest grade God stone is also reduced. The top quality divine stone left by Han Feng is enough to support the Hercules king puppet to fight for more than 10 minutes. The level of the strong in the martial Dao continent is generally low, and the Hercules king puppet is dispatched, and it may only take a few seconds at a time to kill everything in seconds. More than 10 minutes is enough to support the Hercules king puppet to save the Han family many times. The first update. Perhaps after the complete rise of the Han family, the energy of the Hercules king puppet will not be exhausted. Huh? After finishing everything, Han Feng circulated the majestic air force for another year, and suddenly felt that there was no barrier between this small world and himself, which could be broken with a single poke. In the dark, Han Feng felt that the higher level of this small world opened up for him. There is. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he stepped out. Chaos Secret Realm. Tan Ning just walked out of the dark cave. In an instant, Tan Ninggong's cuffs moved without wind, and a chilling force shot up into the sky. Tan Ninggong's cultivation began to skyrocket at this moment. The 8 tribulations true God, the middle stage, the late stage, the peak. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Tan Ninggong's cultivation broke through to the high level of the 8 tribulations true God in one fell swoop, and it is still soaring at an astonishing speed. It wasn't until it soared to the peak of the 8 tribulations true God that it encountered difficulties, but after several consecutive impacts, this energy still broke through the bottleneck. Roar. Just as Tan Ning raised his head to the sky and howled furiously, the shocking thunder god body unfolded, and the thunder continued to blast out. The sky darkened at this moment, endless thunder shuttled through the dark clouds like a dragon. At this moment, Tan Ninggong's aura reached a brand new realm, which belonged to the realm of the 9 tribulations true God. After breaking through to the 9 tribulations true God, the growth rate of Tan Ning's cultivation slowed down suddenly. In the end, Tan Ning just stopped at the middle stage of the 9 tribulations true God. Tan Ning had just obtained the luck of the 2 worlds, and at the moment of death, 40% of the luck left his body and condensed on Han Feng. If there is 100% luck in the two worlds, Tan Ning can easily reach the high level of the 9 tribulations true God. Han Feng. Tan Ninggong growled with cold eyes. Next moment, the repulsive power of the secret realm of chaos pushed Tan Ninggong out. Qiankenzong. Tan family. Tan Ning just knelt in front of an old man, who was the patriarch of the half-step god king of the Tan family. You mean, that kid is likely to have obtained the heart of the plane? The ancestor of the Tan family asked with fiery eyes. Yes. That Han Feng killed my reincarnated body must have condensed the luck of the 3 realms. Gathering the luck of the small world, Han Feng is likely to perceive the space of heaven in the small world. If he gets there, he will probably get the heart of the plane. Tan Ninggong felt unwilling at the same time as he spoke. The one who almost got the heart of the plane was himself. The patriarch of the Tan family stood up abruptly. That kid is Lu Jing's subordinate, Ling Yuntian. Once he gets the heart of the plane, he will probably hand it over to Lu Jing. No, we can't let that kid Lu Jing get the heart of the plane, otherwise in the future, this kid will ride on my head. Stretching out his hand to grab it, the patriarch of the Tan family grabbed Tan Ninggong, and his figure disappeared into the room in an instant. At the same time, God Lu Jinggu also got information from Xuanhuan. The flow of time in the small world is different from that outside, so Xuanhuan didn't come out much earlier than Tan Ninggong. God Lu Jinggu and the patriarch of the Tan family learned the news that Han Feng might get the heart of the plane almost at the same time. God Lu Jinggu's heart was pounding. I had a hunch before that this kid would be the key to my promotion to the God King. Could it be this? The next moment, Lu Jinggu's expression became serious. Xuanhuan is not sure whether it is Han Feng or the Tan family that Tan Ninggong won in the end. If Han Feng is the best, if it is Tan Ninggong, I can't give up the heart of the plane. Old patriarch of the Tan family, otherwise. Aware of the seriousness of the situation, Gushen Lu Jing hurried to the position where Qiankenzong passed to the secret realm of chaos. Chi Bai Sword sect and Tian Luo sect. The half-step god kings of the two sects naturally also got some information from Taishang Junjin and Luo Tianqing. The difference is that Taishang Junjin of Chi Bai Sword sect is more inclined that Han Feng is likely to get the heart of the plane. Taishang Junjin is too clear about the advantages those monsters will have in the martial Dao continent. Taishang Junjin didn't think that Tan Ninggong would be the opponent of Han Feng and those monsters. But in Tian Luozong, Luo Tianqing is inclined to Tan Ninggong, who is likely to eventually gather the luck of the 3 realms and snatch the heart of the plane. But whether it is Han Feng or Taishang Junjin, they are both members of Qiankenzong, so the half-step god king of Tai Bai Jianzong and the half-step god king of Tianluozong left their respective sects and went to Qiankenzong. The distance between the 3 sects is not close, but as a half-step god king, the speed is naturally far beyond the comparison of ordinary powerhouses. What's more, there are teleportation arrays between the states where the 3 sects are located. Martial Dao continent. Han Feng came to a white world. In the distance, a magnificent palace stands tall. There is no rich spiritual power of heaven and earth here, but only heavy oppression. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the heavenly Dao space of the martial Dao small world. The heavenly Dao of the martial Dao small world should be here. As the Emperor's small world, this way of heaven is the heart of the plane, and there should only be instinct. Han Feng has given up his plan to win the heart of the plane. There are relatives in this life in this small world. Han Feng does not want this small world to be broken and his relatives to fall. But Han Feng, the heart of the plane, is also full of curiosity, and plans to take a look. Han Feng really wanted to know what kind of form this so-called heart of the plane existed in. Han Feng wanted to fly, but found that he couldn't fly in this space. In desperation, Han Feng stepped towards the palace. Approaching the palace, Han Feng paused and retreated rapidly the next moment. Where Han Feng was originally standing, a few guards in golden armor suddenly appeared. These golden guards were holding golden weapons, and various patterns surged on the weapons. The golden armor of the golden guard also shone with mysterious runes. Han Feng glanced over and was almost addicted to it. That's right, those mysterious runes are the power of the law. Are these golden guards transformed by the power of the law? At the moment when Han Feng was surprised, the speed of the golden guard suddenly soared, and he stabbed Han Feng fiercely with a weapon in his hand. Brilliant golden light shot out like a sharp sword. Xuanhuan battle body, Ning. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Big sun, flaming body, condense. Rumbling, Han Feng's momentum soared, and he swept away with a punch, and the vast punch directly engulfed these law guards. The three gods merged into one, and Han Feng's power soared to an incredible level. During this period of time, with the help of the time artifact, Xuanhuan's combat body has broken through to the third stage, and the golden immortal body has also reached the stage of great achievement. Compared with the state when fighting the ancestor of Xuanhuan. These are just law guards equivalent to the level of the lower-level Xianyang martial god, and they are vulnerable to a single blow. But Han Feng's expression didn't relax because of this. He saw the space in front of the palace was constantly distorted, and law guards appeared one by one. The auras of Xianyang martial gods, no less than the lower ranks, gathered together to form a terrifying torrent. The second update. The strength of these golden guards is already comparable to that of the middle-ranked martial god Xianyang. At the forefront, there are 4 golden guards standing proudly. The strength of these 4 law guards is comparable to that of the high-ranking martial god Xianyang. The strongest among them is far from being as powerful as the ancestor of Xuanhuan, but they are superior in numbers. It is estimated that the sum of the Xianyang martial gods in the 3 realms is less than a quarter of what is here. In terms of quantity, these golden guards have already made up for the gap that there is no such strong quality as the ancestor of Xuanhuan. Xuanyan fighting fist. Tai Xian Tian Ling slash. Dance of Yan Tian. 9 dragon seal. Han Feng rushed into the law guard, blasted out powerful moves one after another, and scattered his surging power. The vast power swept in the law guard, and quickly annihilated the law guard. A golden law guard fell, and Han Feng's consumption was gradually increasing. Now that Han Feng's strength is approaching its heyday, these law guards are not enough at all. The only ones that can really pose a threat to Han Feng are the law guards with the strength of the 4 high-level Xianyang martial gods, but they are only a slight threat. After half a quarter of an hour, the gold in this space scattered like starlight, and all the law guards were bombarded and killed by Han Feng. Han Feng raised his head, looked at the magnificent palace, and stepped inside. The palace was very empty, and there was only a cloud of gray mist floating in an irregular shape in the center. From time to time, mysterious forces flashed through the gray mist, containing the power of law. Even through the gray fog, one can still see scenes from the martial Dao continent, the demon Dao continent, and the demon Dao continent. When Han Feng wanted to approach, the gray mist suddenly released the power of law, and the frightened Han Feng froze. The sense of oppression, like the pressure of the sky, made Han Feng feel suffocated. As expected of the heart of the plain. Even if there is no self-awareness, how many people can forcefully approach by relying on the power of the law alone? However, this face heart is actually like this. Han Feng was very surprised. Han Feng thought that the existence of the heart of the plain would be very special, but he didn't expect it to be so special. It was just a cloud of gray fog. Sensing the power of the law contained in the gray fog, Han Feng sighed. The law contained here should be the law of the small world. Xiaopeng suddenly said at this time, so, if you get the heart of the plain, you can basically advance to the rank of God King. The laws of the world are of great help to open up the Dantian world. If you are lazy, the half-step God King can completely use this small world as his own Dantian small world, but in this way, there is basically no prospect at all, and the life in this small world will re-enter the samsara because of this. Han Feng heard the words, and said lightly, so I will not attack this face heart, and I will not take out the plain heart for others to refine, even if it is Lu Zhenggu Shen. Seeing the heart of the plain and satisfying his curiosity, Han Feng was about to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Han Feng paused, and suddenly remembered the blood essence of the God Emperor that he had obtained before. This face heart is related to the God Emperor. I wonder if the blood of the God Emperor can help this face heart and the small world. Han Feng didn't intend to refine and absorb the blood of the God Emperor himself. After all, the blood of the God Emperor contained the inheritance of the God Emperor, including the understanding of the God Emperor about the world and immortality. Han Feng didn't want to inherit the Emperor's understanding of immortality, which would make his understanding of immortality impure in the future, making it difficult to make progress. Anyone who is a bit ambitious, and whose goal is not just a genius of a junior God Emperor, will not absorb such blood of the God Emperor. But Han Feng also understands that some ancient gods and god kings who have little ambition, or whose future is dead, really need the blood of the God Emperor. For these people, this drop of God Emperor's blood essence is a priceless treasure. Even if they lose their fortunes, they will fight for it. Therefore, Han Feng also hesitated whether to give the blood of the God Emperor to the heart of the plain. At any rate, even if he didn't need the blood of the God Emperor, he could exchange it for some good treasures. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng gritted his teeth and decided to pass the blood essence of the God Emperor to the heart of the plain. Only when the heart of the plain is strong can the heavenly way of this small world be strong, the laws can be strong, and warriors can go further. Today's martial Tao continent has been unable to produce masters in the realm of ancient martial gods. Of course, it is related to the loss of powerful ancient god-level skills, and more, it is still limited by the heavens of the small world. Han Feng hopes that his relatives in this life can go further, so that they can live longer. After taking out the blood of the God Emperor, a great momentum erupted, and the heavenly space rumbled. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Han Feng always feels that the Tiandao space is happy and welcomes this drop of blood of the Emperor in his hand. Shaking his head, driving the illusion out of his mind, Han Feng threw it away, and the blood of the God Emperor instantly shot to the heart of the plain. An astonishing scene appeared. After the blood of the God Emperor flew into the heart of the plain, the grey mist suddenly shrank and condensed, and the next moment it exploded. A force of heaven and earth burst out like a tornado and a storm. Rumble. The heavenly space vibrated violently at this moment, endless cracks appeared in the white space, the scene was terrifying, as if the end of the world had come. Han Feng was taken aback, never expecting that the heart of the plain would get such a change after receiving the blood of the God Emperor. Han Feng was worried, maybe the heart of the plain couldn't bear the energy of the God Emperor's blood essence, and it was about to explode. If so, wouldn't the small world of martial arts want to? Han Feng's complexion gradually became difficult to look at. Hey, don't worry, I think this face-hearted person has benefited a lot. Xiaopeng laughed suddenly. Really? Han Feng believed Xiaopeng a lot, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes stared at the heart of the plain. Han Feng clearly felt that the heart of the plain had changed significantly compared to before, the power was stronger, and the grey fog was more concentrated. The power of the law that flashed from time to time in the grey fog was even more unfathomable. What's more obvious is that the heart of the face suddenly seemed to have a little more vitality, as if it was no longer as rigid as before. Then, Han Feng's pupils dilated, and two squinting eyes appeared in the middle of the grey mist. The eyes in the grey mist slowly opened, they were the purest color in the world. But these eyes fell on Han Feng, showing a trace of kindness and dependence. The God Emperor's small world, the way of heaven is the God Emperor. After the God Emperor's fall, the remaining thoughts of the God Emperor will turn into the heart of the plane, dominate the operation of the small world, and form the heavenly way of the small world. As for the Master's small world, the heart of the plane will produce spiritual wisdom, which can absorb the power generated by the living beings in the small world to cultivate, increase strength, and eventually completely replace the fallen master and become the real master of the small world. It can be said that at the end of the Master's small world plane heart practice, it is almost the Master's rebirth. After all, he has inherited everything from the fallen master. But now, the heart of the plane in the martial arts small world has obviously absorbed the blood of the Emperor and has undergone transformation, forming a situation similar to the heart of the plane that dominates the small world. The world can continue to grow, and eventually become a generation of gods. Emperor. Fatty explained to the shocked Han Feng. And Han Feng was almost stupid. Han Feng expected that the heart of the plane would get some benefits, but he really didn't expect it to be so good. The first update. Little Fatty, does this change in the heart of the plane mean that the small world of martial arts will get better and better in the future? Of course, the heart of the plane can be continuously improved, which means that the rules of the martial arts small world will become stronger and stronger, and the limit that can be accommodated will also become stronger. There will be more and more various caves in the small world. It's getting better and better, as long as there are enough resources and enough cheats. In the future, the martial Tao small world will not only produce masters who are in the realm of ancient gods, but also strong people who are comparable to the realm of god kings. Xiaopeng replied with a smile. Now the martial Tao continent is respected by the Han family of Xuanhuan Mountain. The Han family occupies such a natural advantage, and has the trump card of the Hercules king puppet. There will definitely be more and more strong people in the future. Parents and elder brothers in this life may not have the possibility of becoming an ancient god or even a god king. That's good. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. This time, he not only saw the heart of the plane, but also witnessed the transformation of the heart of the plane. Han Feng satisfied his curiosity and was about to leave. But at this moment, the heart of the plane shrank for a while, and the next moment a grey crystal flew out and shot straight at Han Feng. Feeling the movement, Han Feng stretched out his palm, and a grey crystal appeared in his hand. This is... Han Feng gasped as he felt the terrifying power in the grey crystal in his hand. If the power inside exploded together, it might be enough to kill a lower ancient god. Han Feng didn't know what the grey crystal in his hand was, but that didn't mean Xiaopeng didn't know. Seeing the grey crystal, Xiaopeng was overjoyed. Han Feng, this is the purest original power of the heart of the plane, and it is the original power that has removed the laws of the world. Han Feng was shocked. Looking at the heart of the plane again, I saw that the heart of the plane has shrunk by nearly 10 times compared to before. The grey fog has also faded a lot, and the eyes are even more lifeless. Even so, the eyes of the heart of the plane still looked at Han Feng kindly. This is the reward of the heart of the plane. With this grey crystal, you only need to absorb this grey crystal to promote to the ancient god in the future, and it will not be a problem to promote from the lower ancient god to the lower ancient god peak in one fell swoop. But without the original power, isn't the heart of the plane? Han Feng was very anxious. Xiaopeng said, the heart of the plane has undergone transformation, and the source of the world's laws has not been handed over to you. In the future, I can practice independently to recover, or even go further, without worrying about the safety of the heart of the plane. The heart of the plane looked at Han Feng reassuringly, as if saying that he was fine. Han Feng was amazed. After the metamorphosis of the heart of the plane, the wisdom is simply too high. No wonder he can not only change form in the future, but also inherit everything from the previous emperor. In that case, thank you very much. Han Feng cupped his hands towards the heart of the plane. After a while, Han Feng still left, and there was a trace of reluctance in the eyes of the heart of the plane, but he didn't stop him. The heart of the plane that has been transformed already knows that Han Feng's soul is not from the martial Dao continent at all, and he will leave sooner or later. Han Feng returned to Xuanhuan, and after spending half a year with his father Han Su, mother Lin Ro, eldest brother Han Hu, and second brother Han Wu in this life, he finally left. Chaos Secret Realm. Han Feng appeared here in a flash, and before he had time to feel melancholy, a terrifying force erupted from his body. Han Feng's cultivation was only at the high level of the seven tribulations true God, but at this moment he suddenly broke through to the eighth tribulations true God level. One roll of the sleeve robe, vermilion skylark and 5 beasts, no, including the King Kong giant crocodile, it should be 6 beasts appearing beside him. The giant diamond crocodile glanced around curiously, and then let out a cry of pain. This is the body of the giant diamond crocodile is gradually adapting to the laws of heaven and earth in the big world. Adapt well, and only after you have fully adapted can you continue to improve. Han Feng ordered, and the diamond giant crocodile had to endure the discomfort, experience the difference between the two worlds, and then adapt to the big world. As for the vermilion skylark and the 5 beasts, the aura around them also began to fluctuate. Since the 5 beasts are not reincarnations, the condensed luck is not very solid, and there are not many, but at any rate, they finally adapted to the laws of the small world and the martial Dao continent, so their strength has also improved. The flying flame lion and the 4 beasts have accumulated a long time ago at the peak level of the 7 tribulations true God, and they have a profound background. Now they have improved a bit, and finally made a breakthrough and were promoted to the 8 tribulations true God. It wasn't until the peak of the 8 tribulations true God's initial stage that the promotion of the 4 beasts stopped. The divine energy in vermilion skylark's body was constantly surging, constantly impacting the bottlenecks of the 8 tribulations true God and the 9 tribulations true God. However, the bottleneck between the true God of the 8 tribulations and the true God of the 9 tribulations was too strong, and after several attacks, vermilion skylark failed. Han Feng suddenly threw out the artifact of time, and the power of time poured into vermilion skylark's body. With the help of years of power, Zhu Tian Yung Taodao's power finally broke through the bottleneck, and stepped into the 9 tribulations true God level in one fell swoop. But it is only the initial stage of the 9 tribulations true God, and it is impossible to go further. After seeing that the beasts had been fully upgraded, Han Feng was able to increase his strength with peace of mind. At this time, Han Feng's cultivation base has skyrocketed to the peak of the middle level of the 8 tribulations true God. Taking a deep breath, the strength in Han Feng's body surged, and suddenly his body shook, and a strong qi machine radiated out. At this moment, Han Feng has broken through to the high level of the 8 tribulations true God. Even so, Han Feng's improvement is still soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye, without any weakening. The small world of martial arts has been in the small world for more than 10 years, but the big world has not been that long at all. In such a short period of time, he broke through from the 7 tribulations true God to the 8 tribulations true God high level. I don't know how many others I will envy. What's more, depending on the situation, Han Feng will go one step further. The turbulent power is constantly surging, and the bottleneck of the 9 tribulations true God is crumbling. Break! Han Feng shouted angrily, and his cultivation level broke through again, stepping into the level of the 9 tribulations true God. Still improving? Han Feng was pleasantly surprised. Feeling that the speed of his cultivation hadn't slowed down much, Han Feng was ecstatic. Could it be that he would rush all the way to the middle level of the 9 tribulations true God? Advanced? Then sprint to the realm of Heavenly General and True God in one fell swoop? No, you can't go on like this. Han Feng's face changed quickly. Xinyan's combat body is only at the late stage of the 3rd level, and the 3 major martial arts such as Xinyan's war boxing are only at the early stage of the 3rd level, and they have gradually failed to keep up with their cultivation. If they continue to improve like this, they must be the weakest in the same level, at least weak. Basically, Han Feng, who was able to fight across borders in every realm, could allow himself to be the weakest in his class. The power of air luck is no better than others, and it should not only be able to improve the cultivation level, then. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he finally carried out the experiment. Silently running the Xuanhuan war fist, Han Feng's eyes lit up after that. Sure enough, the power of luck can not only improve the cultivation level, but also improve the realm of martial arts. To improve martial arts, you first need to comprehend to a certain level, otherwise it will be like having no way forward, not knowing where to exert your strength, and wasting your luck in vain. But Xingyan Zhangquan is an inherited martial art, so naturally he has a way forward and knows where to put his strength. The second update. In almost a moment, the Xingyan war fist was upgraded from the early stage of the third level to the late stage of the third level, followed by the Xingyan battle seal, and finally the Xingyan battle armor. The four major martial arts, Xingyan battle body, Xingyan war fist, Xingyan battle seal, and Xingyan battle armor, have finally been upgraded to another level, and they have all reached the third stage of the late stage. Right now, Han Feng is preparing to go all out to take all the four major martial arts one step further and reach the third peak. The four major martial arts of the third peak are all beyond the top-grade divine skills, and exist between the top-grade divine skills and the best divine skills. Incorporating Ziji Xuanhuan, the power may not be inferior to the ultimate divine skill. Part of the power of luck is allocated to improve the cultivation base, and the other part of the power of luck is used to improve the four major martial arts. The first breakthrough was the Xingyan battle body. A fierce flame came down like a king, burning the sky. Followed by the Xingyan fighting fist, Han Feng couldn't hold back a long roar, and punched out. The flames roared out like a torrent, and the momentum was overwhelming. Next is the Xingyan battle armor. The brilliance of the flames condensed on Han Feng's body, turning into a flame armor, majestic and majestic. Finally, there is the battle seal of Xingyan. The four major martial arts have all been promoted to the third peak, and Han Feng's overall strength has undoubtedly been greatly enhanced, and he still has an advantage in the level of the Nine Tribulations True God. At this time, the golden immortal physique began to circulate in Han Feng's body. The golden immortal physique, Han Feng had already comprehended a very high level in the Jiuwu building of the Qiankenzhonglu family, and now there is no need to worry about not having a direction. Therefore, with the help of the power of luck, the golden immortal physique has finally reached its peak level. Entering the peak of the golden immortal physique for the first time, there is still a distance from the peak limit of the golden immortal physique. At this point, Han Feng didn't dare to improve too much. Even if he wanted to improve, he had to comprehend the next step of the golden immortal physique. After completing the upgrade of the golden immortal physique, Han Feng began to upgrade the 9 flames and different fire art. Originally, the 9 flames and different fire art was only a high-level middle-level grade in the late stage of the 6th level, but now it has been upgraded to the high-level limit, which is equivalent to the 9th level extreme fire. If you go one step further, you will be able to reach the 6th level peak. The 9 flames different fire Ju in the late stage of the 6th floor. As a result, Han Feng Xuanhuan ranked 9th rank, so what about the 6th peak? Han Feng is looking forward to a peaceful change in his divine essence? Boom boom boom. The Ziji Xuanhuan surged into the sky, sweeping the sky with the power of burning the sky. The moment the 9 flames and different fire Ju broke through to the peak of the 6th floor, the divine essence in Han Feng's body instantly rolled violently like a tsunami, galloping endlessly. Han Feng looked inside his body. The divine essence was undergoing drastic changes, and a strong sense of divinity erupted from the divine essence. The divine essence was released involuntarily, and the void in the chaos secret realm vibrated. One after another, the gods pierced into the void like sharp swords. This is General Xuanhuan? Han Feng actually had a vague guess in his mind, but it really caused Xuanhuan to transform into a general. Han Feng still couldn't believe it. Xuanhuan has transformed from a 9th rank to a general rank, which true God can break through so easily. 9th rank is a kind of limit. At this point, you can actually absorb the energy of chaos and start to break through the ancient gods of chaos. However, the chaos ancient god who is broken through the 9th rank will be a low-rank ancient god for a lifetime, and it is difficult to be promoted to the middle-rank ancient god. Therefore, many 9 tribulations true gods are not preparing to break through after the divine origin, soul, and divine body reach the limit of the 9th rank, but continue to practice until the divine essence, divine soul, and divine body break through the limits and enter the ranks of generals. The ancient gods of chaos who broke through with the resources of the heavenly generals and true gods, the limit of their practice is at least a middle-ranked ancient god. If they are lucky, they may be able to step into the ranks of high-ranked ancient gods. But since it is breaking the limit, it is so easy. If one is not careful, the body will explode and die. And Han Feng, with the help of his luck, easily allowed the 9 flames and different fire art to break through to the peak of the 6th level, and his divine essence underwent a qualitative change, transforming into a general. If it weren't for the qualitative changes in both the soul and the body, Han Feng would have stepped into the ranks of heavenly generals and true gods. In other words, right now, Han Feng only needs to undergo a qualitative change in his soul and body, transforming into a general, and he can be considered a true god of heaven, even if his cultivation has not yet reached the limit of a true god of the 9 tribulations. The true God of the heavenly general refers to the true God who transforms the divine essence, soul and body into a general, and has little to do with the cultivation of the true God. Many heavenly generals and true gods in the Ziyun God realm can break through after cultivating to the limit of the 9 tribulations true gods, but in the Dakian God realm, some perverted geniuses often transform their gods, souls, and gods without reaching the limit of the 9 tribulations true gods, ranking among the highest in the world. Heaven will be a true God. Even more perverted, he could have the title of Heavenly General True God when he was the 8 tribulations true God. The spirit of Jiangpin circulated in the body with a bang. Every time it circulated, Han Feng's aura increased by 1 point. General divine essence is not comparable to 9th grade divine essence at all, just like the gap between gas and liquid. As the 9 flames and different fires broke through to the peak of the 6th floor, some situations on the 7th floor of the 9 flames and different fires also involuntarily appeared in Han Feng's mind. Therefore, Han Feng discovered that the so-called 7th layer of the 9 flames and different fire was actually just the 2nd chapter of the 6th layer, and there was no qualitative change. For example, breaking through from the 1st level to the 2nd level, from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, and even from the 5th level to the 6th level, will all undergo essential changes. The peak of the 6th level can transform the divine essence into a general grade, while the early stage of the 7th layer can further transform the divine essence to reach the king grade. Both the general rank and the noble rank are still in the ranks of the gods, not the ranks of chaos. But this also just solved the problem of how Han Feng worried about how to transform his divine essence to the emperor level. Those who should be promoted have been promoted, and there is not much luck left. A small part of the power of luck is used to improve the soul and body, and the rest is used to improve the cultivation base. When both the soul and the body reached the 9th rank, Han Feng's cultivation also successfully broke through to the high rank of the 9 tribulations true God. Neither the soul nor the body has been further transformed. Firstly, the power of luck is somewhat insufficient, unless Han Feng gives up his cultivation and uses all the remaining power of luck on the soul and body. Second, Han Feng realized that his soul and body background did not seem to be deep enough, and he changed rashly, which may cause problems. It was just a short moment from leaving the small world of martial arts to now. The cultivation base has been directly raised from the high level of the 7 tribulations true God to the high level of the 9 tribulations true God. The 4 major martial arts have been promoted to the 3rd peak. The 9 flames and different fire Jew broke through to the peak of the 6th level, and the divine essence has undergone a metamorphosis to reach the general level. The golden immortal physique has reached its peak. These improvements undoubtedly indicate the rise of Han Feng's overall strength. Let the current Han Feng fight against the Han Feng before entering the small world. It is estimated that the former can kill the latter with one move, which is not at the same level at all. In the secret realm of chaos, a force of repulsion came, and Han Feng knew that he was about to be teleported away. But at this moment, Han Feng's face changed slightly, and his body seemed to have undergone some changes. The first update. More. With the power of Han Feng's soul, how can he not be aware that his body is undergoing some essential changes, and the feeling after this change is very familiar to Han Feng. Han Feng had already guessed a certain possibility. In order to experiment, Han Feng immediately growled, "Durian body, condense." That's right, the physical changes that Han Feng sensed were exactly the changes from ordinary physique to Durian physique. Han Feng has the Xinyan battle physique and the golden immortal physique, but in fact Han Feng himself has no special physique, just an ordinary physique. If the great sun flame physique of the small world can be brought to the big world, it not only means that he is no longer an ordinary physique, but also means that his combat power has improved. Han Feng has already experienced in the small world what kind of improvement the 3 gods and bodies will have when they are united. With Han Feng's low growl, a round of pale red sun wheel imprint appeared on Han Feng's forehead. The red sun wheel imprint is only a primary great sun flame body, which is equivalent to a precious body, and its level is very low. What's more, it is only a pale red color, and it is a low-level existence in the primary Durian body. Han Feng was disappointed at first, but cheered up again. I can feel that the great sun flame body is gradually adapting to the laws of the great world, gradually recovering, and sooner or later, it will be able to recover to the ultimate great sun flame body level. Just according to this recovery speed, it is impossible to recover to the ultimate great sun flame body level without hundreds of years, thousands of years or even longer. Fortunately, I have the artifact of time. Han Feng once again felt that it was great to get the artifact of time. With the power of time, as long as he submerged himself for a few days, he would probably be able to completely recover the great Rion body. Han Feng never expected that after the reincarnated small world returned, in addition to the great benefit of luck power, he could also bring back the divine body or blood in the small world, which is really beyond Han Feng expected. You know, after returning, Han Feng is already ready to lose the great Rion body. Han Feng was about to use the power of time to help the great sun's body recover, but the next moment he was repelled by the repulsive power of the secret realm of chaos. Qiankenzong. Han Feng just showed up. His complexion changed drastically. I saw that the surrounding world was blocked, and a giant palm came towards him with overwhelming power. Boy, hand over the heart of the plane. The owner of the giant palm is an old man, with a ferocious look, and shouted angrily. Old Ancestor Tan, Han Feng is a member of our Qiankuan sect. How can you bully our Qiankuan sect disciples by relying on your advanced cultivation? The same terrifying force struck from the other side and slammed into the giant palm. Suddenly, a large number of storms rolled out of the space, and the scene was terrifying. Puff. Before Han Feng could react, he was already affected, and immediately vomited blood and flew out backwards. A high-ranking ancient god and a half-step god king collided with each other's attacks, and the aftermath caused by the collision was not something Han Feng, a mere true god of the 9 tribulations, could contend with. General Ling Yuntian was right behind God Lu Jinggu, with an anxious expression on his face, but there was nothing he could do. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be any better if he was involved. Now that Han Feng Xuanhuan has transformed, in terms of overall strength, he may not be much worse than General Ling Yuntian. Junior Lu Jing, a mere high-ranking ancient god, dares to provoke this old man. Old Ancestor Tan saw that he was about to capture Han Feng, but was intervened by ancient god Lu Jing, and was furious. The ancient god Lu Jing was not afraid at all. I am the ancient god who was promoted to the true god of Tianjun, and I condensed the chaotic green lotus, which is of higher quality than your chaotic silver lotus. So what if the cultivation level is not as good as you, an old man? I may not be as good as you. You old man. It's just barely condensing the chaotic green lotus. Even if it is stronger than the old man's chaotic silver lotus, how much stronger can it be? Junior, you are too rampant. Tan Laozu seemed to have a sea of thunder in his eyes, and looked at Lu Jinggu fiercely. God. The two powerhouses of Qianquanzong confronted each other in the void, and the vast and infinite power enveloped the entire world. The next moment, the two powerful men shot out one after another, with terrifying momentum, one after another of terrifying attacks blasted out. The sky was almost shattered, like the end of the world. Every move of the two powerhouses, they can roll out unparalleled and terrifying strength, and they can easily kill the powerhouses below the heavenly generals and true gods. The two powerhouses consciously restrained the scope of their power. They didn't want Han Feng to be killed by their aftermath before they got the heart of the plane. Naturally, when the two powerhouses were fighting, they did not forget to keep their minds on Han Feng, for fear that Han Feng would run away. In Qianquanzong, although there are often fights between the same sect, but it was the first time that a high-ranking ancient god fought with a half-step god king. The fight shocked Qianquanzong, and all the disciples looked here in horror. The terrifying power made their hearts tremble even when they got close. Which two great masters of the sect had a fight? Naturally, the high-level elders of Qianquanzong were also alarmed, and they all stepped out of the sky. At this time, Tan Ningong suddenly appeared. It turned out that Tan Ningong had been hiding on the other side just now, in order to prevent being affected. When Tan Ningong told these elders the whole story, their eyes lit up. Heart of the Plain, isn't their sect going to give birth to a god king? Once a god king is born, what are Chi Bai Cai and Tianluozong? Even if it is to unify the Ziyun god realm, it is not impossible. With the support of Ziyun god realm's huge resources, they, the old guys who had come to the end, might not be able to go one step further. Even if you can't break through to the God King, it's good to go one step further to reach the half-step God King. These senior elders sat and watched the battle between God Lu Jinggu and Old Ancestor Tan. No matter who the two won, it would be Qianquanzong's profit. But in their hearts, these high-level elders still prefer Tan Patriarch to get the heart of the plain. For one thing, God Lu Jinggu had a relatively high possibility of becoming a God King. If Patriarch Tan broke through and God Lu Jinggu also broke through in the future, it would be a double God King. Secondly, Gushan Lu Jing has not yet reached the limit of a high-ranking ancient god, let alone a half-step God King. If Gushan Lu Jing gets the heart of the plain, he will definitely not be able to use it in a short time. If the news got out, those powerful sects in Ziyun God realm and other places in the west would definitely covet it very much and bring disaster to Qianquanzong. After all, Gushan Lu Jing was weaker by more than a notch in terms of cultivation. Even if he was condensing the chaos Qinglian, he still gradually fell into a disadvantage. But at this moment, two vast auras suddenly descended from the sky, breaking through the defensive barrier of Qianquanzong in one fell swoop. It is the two half-step god kings of Tai Bai Jianzong and Tianluozong. Taishang Patriarch, Su Patriarch. Both Lu Jinggu and Tan Patriarch's expressions changed. Patriarch Su is the half-step god king of Tianluozong. As mentioned earlier, Luo Tianqing was not born in the family of the half-step god king of Tianluozong. You two dare to forcefully break the barrier of our sect, you really don't care about our sect. God Lu Jinggu and Patriarch Tan immediately stopped fighting. The fight between the two belongs to Qianquanzong's internal affairs, and outsiders are never allowed to be Orioles. At this moment, God Lu Jinggu looked chilly, and looked coldly at Patriarch Taishang and Patriarch Su. Qianquanzong's defensive enchantment is definitely not weak, even a half-step God King can resist it for a while. But this time, the two half-step God Kings teamed up, and the defensive barrier naturally couldn't bear it. Stop talking nonsense, it's impossible for you not to know the purpose of our two old bastards. Let's just say it, it's impossible for you Qianquanzong to get the heart of the plain. Taishang Patriarch said coldly. Patriarch Su also sneered, yes, if your Qianquanzong gets the heart of the plain, there will be no room for my Tianluozong to survive in the future. The hearts of everyone in the Chankuan sect thumped. This grandfather Patriarch and Patriarch Su actually joined forces. Han Feng's face was pale, and now he has become the target of the four great powers, but the problem is that he has not obtained the heart of the plain at all. I must escape. Han Feng, who had originally planned to leave Qianquanzong, had already made up his mind to run away immediately. It's just a pity that the harvest in the secret realm of chaos was originally planned to be exchanged for some useful treasures in Qianquanzong. But right now, it doesn't matter that much. But Han Feng underestimated the horror of the half-step God King. There was something strange about Han Feng, and the three half-step God Kings immediately noticed it. Taishang Patriarch's eyes lit up. This kid is the Han Feng that Taishang Junjin said? The heart of the plain must be on this kid. On the contrary, Patriarch Su was a little hesitant. He still suspected that Tan Ningong had obtained the heart of the plain. Puff. Just as Han Feng was about to summon the Xuanhuan temple, a terrifying spirit had already slammed into Han Feng's spirit. Han Feng immediately turned pale, and blood spurted from his mouth. The next moment, the space around him was locked, and Han Feng's body was directly oppressed and he couldn't move. Taishang Patriarch grabbed Han Feng, his eyes were full of excitement. The second update. God Lu Jinggu and Patriarch Tan were furious, trying to snatch the heart of the plain under their noses. It would be too contemptuous of them. Suddenly, the two ancient gods shot out one after another, and the vast power exploded out. If the Taishang Patriarch insisted on catching Han Feng, he would definitely be hit by the full force of the two ancient gods. Rao Taishang Patriarch, as a half-step God King, would definitely not be able to bear such a blow. Patriarch Su suspected that the heart of the plain was in Tan Ningong, and he could see the actions of God Lu Jinggu and Patriarch Tan, so he didn't know that he guessed wrong. But Ancestor Su thought of the previous cooperation with Ancestor Taishang, so he didn't make a move for a long time. In Qianquanzong, there already appeared ancient god Lu Jing, an ancient god who is very likely to break through to the King of Gods, and then get the heart of the plain. But Patriarch Su didn't help Patriarch Taishang to resist the attacks of God Lu Jinggu and Patriarch Tan. Patriarch Su was not a fool. If Patriarch Taishang got the heart of the plain, he would definitely ignore their previous alliance and run away, leaving him alone to resist the anger of Qianquanzong. Damn it! Taishang Patriarch had no choice but to give up, and retreated suddenly, turning around to resist the blows of the two ancient gods. Dazzling light shines on Qianquanzong, which is the energy brilliance shot out by the attacks of the three powerful men. Han Feng was languishing on the ground, and the soul world almost collapsed. Apparently, the Taishang Patriarch caught Han Feng before and was worried that Han Feng would rebel, so he used his soul to severely injure Han Feng, intending to make Han Feng faint. However, Taishang Patriarch was afraid that he would accidentally shatter Han Feng's mind and soul, and he would not get any news about the heart of the plain from Han Feng's mouth, so his subordinates showed mercy. This gave Han Feng a glimmer of life. The spirit in his head almost collapsed, and Han Feng fell into unspeakable pain, feeling like his head was about to explode. But Han Feng endured the severe pain and accelerated the recovery of a bit of soul power. Only by recovering a bit of soul power can he communicate with Xuanhuan Temple and escape. It's a good thing I didn't faint, otherwise I would be a fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others. Han Feng's face twitched, taking pleasure in bitterness. At this time, the four great powers in the sky began to fight. A wave of shocking power spread, the space shook, and the mountains were about to be broken. The four mighty ones. God Lu Jinggu's cultivation base is the worst, but the lotus of chaos condensed by God Lu Jinggu is of Qinglian quality. The chaotic silver lotuses of the three ancestors are comparable. Therefore, even though God Lu Jinggu is not as good as the three ancestors, he is not incapable of fighting. However, the opponents of Lu Jinggu and Tan Laozu are two real half-step god kings. After a long time, the two will inevitably fall into a disadvantage. This is still the situation where the Taishang Patriarch and Su Patriarch are both in an alliance and vigilant against each other, which affects the power of the joint attack. If not, the situation of God Lu Jinggu and Patriarch Tan would be even more dangerous. Fortunately, this is the base camp of the Qiankuan sect, and the senior elders of the middle and upper ancient gods saw that the situation was not good, and immediately joined the battle. Under the joint persecution of the masters of the Qiankuan sect, Patriarch Taishang and Patriarch Su retreated steadily. Two old things, get out of the Qiankuan sect, for me, the heart of the plain belongs to me. Patriarch Tan yelled frantically. At the same time, in Han Feng's dilapidated soul space, a trace of soul was finally recovered by Han Feng. Han Feng, while those three are not paying attention to you at the moment, throw the heart of the plain to me. Suddenly, the sound transmission of God Lu Jinggu came from the soul space. It's good for God Lu Jinggu to pay attention, as long as Han Feng takes the initiative to throw out the heart of the plain, and he knows in advance that Han Feng will throw the heart of the plain. How can he not take advantage of the opportunity? Those elders and old men are all acting according to the wind. As long as they have the heart of the plain, those elders will naturally not interfere again. Even if old ancestor Tan wants to snatch it, those elders might stop it. After getting the sound transmission, thinking that God Lu Jinggu had helped him a little, Han Feng smiled bitterly and replied, "Senior, this junior really didn't get the heart of the plain." As for the gray crystal, Han Feng would never hand it over. With gray crystals, as long as he breaks through the ancient gods, he can make further progress in a short period of time, saving a lot of training time. Didn't get the heart of the plain? Lu Jinggu's expression darkened, and his voice was uneasy. Han Feng, the heart of the plain is useless to you now. It is not a good thing for you to hold it in your hand, but it will bring trouble for yourself. You should think about it. As long as you hand over the heart of the plain, this seat can guarantee you a smooth breakthrough to the realm of the ancient gods, and you will break through the true gods to the ancient gods with the sky, otherwise. Obviously, God Lu Jinggu didn't believe Han Feng's words. Han Feng didn't expect that God Lu Jinggu not only didn't believe him, but even threatened him. Immediately, Han Feng's face turned cold. Promise me to advance to the ancient god with the god of heaven? I am going to break through to the ancient god with the true god of the Emperor of Heaven. Han Feng sneered in his heart. Originally, Han Feng was indeed grateful to God Lu Jinggu, but under the threat of God Lu Jinggu, it disappeared. In the final analysis, God Lu Jinggu just served as Han Feng's backer to protect Han Feng from some troubles from the writers, and it was not a great favor. Even without the backing of God Lu Jinggu, the Wen family would not dare to blatantly harm an inner sect disciple of the Qiankuan sect when Han Feng never left home. This kindness is too small. Thinking of this, Han Feng didn't bother to talk to God Lu Jinggu anymore, and communicated with the Xuanhuan temple with a trace of his soul power that was finally recovered, and Han Feng immediately hid in it. The next moment, Xuanhuan temple shot straight into the sky and flew towards the membrane of Ziyun God realm. No, Han Feng is gone. God Lu Jinggu was still waiting for Han Feng to make a decision, and he was full of confidence that Han Feng would know how to choose, and would eventually give himself the heart of the plane. In a short time, Han Feng disappeared. The Xuanhuan temple has been transformed into the smallest particles, and it has the function of invisibility, which cannot be detected by the mere ancient god realm. "Stop beating, that kid is gone." God, Lu Jinggu roared angrily. "What? The kid is gone?" The faces of many ancient gods who were fighting fiercely were one-sided, and they swept away their souls, and they did not find Han Feng's figure. How can it be? How did that kid disappear? A mere true god can escape from the hands of our ancient god. Even if we are a little lax in focusing on fighting, but Patriarch Tan, Patriarch Taishang, and Patriarch Su were all stunned. Patriarch Tan's face was dark, and many ancient gods didn't know what to do. What's more, there is still a touch of unwillingness. Could it be that the heart of the plane was just like that, and then they missed it, and was succeeded by a mere true god junior? At this time, several great powers deliberately ignored that if Han Feng really had the heart of a plane, it was Han Feng who earned it through hard work. It should have been owned by Han Feng, and they came to snatch it on purpose. Tan Ning Gang ran away a long time ago because of the battle of the ancient gods. Seeing that everything was over, he immediately stepped forward and asked, and learned that Han Feng had already fled. Tan Ning was stunned, but he kept looking around and didn't notice Han Feng at all. But since it was said by many ancient gods, it is absolutely correct, Han Feng must have escaped through some unknown method. Tan Ninggong thought about it, and quickly said, "Old ancestor, in the secret realm of chaos, I found that this son has the death mark of Shura on his body, and it is absolutely possible to track this son through the death mark of Shura." The first update. Wen Xianghao is the only disciple of the Wen family who entered the secret realm of chaos this time, and only Wen Xianghao is eligible to be imprinted by the Wen family. It seems that Wen Xianghao of the Wen family really didn't come out. It turned out that he died at the hands of this kid. A gleam of joy flashed across old ancestor Tan's face. With the seal of Shura's death, why worry about not finding that kid? "Quick, come and call the patriarch of the Wen family over." Patriarch Tan ordered immediately. The situation is so urgent, how dare the head of the Wen family be negligent, and rushed here in a hurry. Patriarch Tan directly grabbed the patriarch of the Wen family, without even telling the whole story. He was about to fly into the sky. "Hey, since there are clues about that kid, how can I miss the old man?" "That's right, Tan, you don't want to monopolize the benefits." Taishang Patriarch and Su Patriarch both sneered. Patriarch Tan was so annoyed that he even forgot that there were these two fellows here. Patriarch Tan couldn't help but glared at Tan Ninggong. "If you know Shura's death mark, you can just transmit it directly to yourself, why bother to say it? Or wouldn't it be better to wait until the two old guys left, then there would be two less competitors? Now, everyone knows." Tan Ning had just been stared in panic, but he was cursing in his heart. He said it in a hurry, because he was afraid that Han Feng would run too far. To be able to escape silently in front of many ancient gods, who knows what other means, maybe the speed is extremely fast. Even if Shura's death mark could be traced, it could only be done within a certain range. "Let's go." Patriarch Tan had no choice but to accept his fate and let Patriarch Taishang and Patriarch Su follow, followed by God Lu Jinggu. The four great powers turned into four terrifying rainbows, soaring into the sky. At this time, Tan Ning had just transmitted the voice of the Wen family to be the master of everything. The head of the Wen family knew that his youngest son was killed by Han Feng. His eyes were red and his expression was ferocious. He wished he could swallow Han Feng. "Old ancestor, this is the direction." Patriarch Wen pointed to somewhere in the void. "The four startling rainbows are faster. With monstrous power. Han Feng, they are here." In the Xuanhuan temple, Xiaopeng noticed the four startled rainbows behind him, and said solemnly. Han Feng's expression was still sluggish at this time. and his face changed slightly when he heard the words, how could they catch up? That Xuanhuan temple should not be discovered by the ancient gods. Wait, could it be? Han Feng activated some of his recovered soul power, checked his body, and found a mark flickering. It was the soared death mark that flew from Wen Xionghao's body after killing Wen Xionghao. So that's the case, did you catch up with Shure's death mark? Little Fatty, can you get rid of them? Fatty shook his head, no, except for God Lu Jinggu, the other three ancestors are half-step God King realms, their speed is astonishing, extremely fast, not much slower than Xuanhuan Temple, and even better. After all, I am not the weapon spirit of the Xuanhuan Temple, but I have temporarily controlled the Xuanhuan Temple because of my high level, and I cannot exert the full power of the Xuanhuan Temple. I even doubt that the speed of the Xuanhuan Temple at its peak may not be able to match the speed of the half-step God King. In the final analysis, the Xuanhuan Temple is only an auxiliary world artifact, or a world artifact that has been somewhat damaged over a long period of time. Han Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly said, it doesn't matter what they are, anyway, even if they are chased by Shure's death mark, they will not be able to find the Xuanhuan Temple with the spirit of the ancient gods. Fatty nodded, controlling Xuanhuan Temple, to get closer and closer to the boundary membrane of Ziyun God Realm. Through layers of thunderclouds, a light curtain with a purple halo slowly appeared, which is the boundary membrane of Ziyun God Realm. Passing through the boundary membrane, you will come to the starry sky outside the God Realm, which is full of chaos. When the ancient gods lack the chaos stone to practice, they can come to the starry sky to practice. Of course, there are also starry sky behemoths in the starry sky. If you are discovered by the starry sky behemoths, you can only be considered unlucky. Approaching the boundary membrane, several waves of monstrous weather blasted like sharp swords. Why is there no one? Patriarch Tan's figures flashed out, and after Han Feng was not found, Patriarch Tan's unfriendly eyes fell on the patriarch of the Wen family. Those with the same unkind expressions were Taishang Patriarch, Su Patriarch and God Lu Jinggu. Several people were very confident in Shure's death seal, but they followed Patriarch Wen's direction and they said they were close, but they couldn't see a single shadow in their line of sight. Patriarch Wen was stared at by several gazes, his face paled in shock, and he was sweating profusely. Old ancestor, through Shure's death mark, that kid is really here. Patriarch Wen hurriedly explained. Then why can't you see anyone? Patriarch Tan growled. This. Patriarch Wen was completely speechless. At this time, Patriarch Wen was also a little confused. He clearly felt that Shure's death seal was nearby, and it was very close within 1,000 meters, but he couldn't find anything. Not found. Could it be that the kid will be invisible? But even if it is invisible, it is impossible to avoid the soul scan of the ancient God realm. Surnamed Tan, could it be that you and this surnamed one are acting, and are going to arrest that kid alone after we leave? Taishang Patriarch asked suspiciously. Having said that, Patriarch Su and God Lu Jinggu looked strangely at Patriarch Wen and Patriarch Tan. The Wen family was originally an affiliated family of the Tan family. Perhaps old ancestor Tan might have secretly rumored something before. God Lu Jinggu, who had experienced Han Feng's sound transmission, was more skeptical than Patriarch Su and Patriarch Taishang. Tan Patriarch's angry face was about to explode. If it wasn't for the urgent matter of catching Han Feng, fearing that the battle would cause Han Feng to flee completely, Tan Patriarch would have started a war with Taishang Patriarch and others long ago. Patriarch Tan's distorted face surprised Taishang Patriarch and others. Could it be that they guessed wrong? But at this moment, God Lu Jinggu's face changed. Could it be? God Lu Jinggu suddenly thought of a possibility, his eyes lit up. Boy Lu Jing, what could it be? Patriarch Tan noticed the change in God Lu Jinggu's expression with sharp eyes, and couldn't help intensifying his inquiries. taking advantage of this to get rid of the suspicion of Patriarch Taisheng and Patriarch Su. Patriarch Tan doesn't want to be wronged for things that obviously don't exist. God Lu Jinggu froze, and was watched by the 3 half-step god kings. God Lu Jinggu knew that he could only guess. Only God Lu Jinggu slowly said in a fanatical tone, "Everyone, have you ever thought about world artifacts?" World artifact? Taisheng Patriarch was taken aback, and said, "What does this have to do with world artifact?" On the contrary, Patriarch Su's eyes flashed. "Could it be that you are talking about an auxiliary world artifact?" Old Ancestor Tan has lived for such a long time, so it is naturally impossible not to know what an auxiliary world artifact is. He immediately looked shocked. "That kid has an auxiliary world artifact?" Taisheng Patriarch also reacted. "It is said that there is an auxiliary world artifact in the inner world of the artifact?" Several half-step god kings looked at each other, and then gasped, one by one. The second update. If this is the case, this kid is too lucky, so lucky that his eyes are red. Why can't they get such an artifact? If they have an auxiliary world artifact, they can use the inner world of the artifact as their own small world of Dantian, so as to be promoted to the King of Gods. Even if it leads to a poor future, it is better than not being able to break through the God King. The King of Gods is definitely the ruler in Shaoqian world. Even in Zhongqian God realm, he is still a powerhouse at the top level. In the Great Thousand God realm, he is also a top-notch master, second only to the God Emperor. Don't forget that this son ascended from the lower realm. There are not a few lucky people who inherited the inheritance of the strong in the God realm in the lower realm. Just take our Ziyun God realm as an example. There have been several examples. This son said, "Maybe it's an auxiliary world artifact obtained from the lower plane." Lu Jinggu said lightly. The ancestors said they didn't believe it, but in fact they believed it halfway. Now God Lu Jinggu mentioned a few more examples from Ziyun God realm, and the original 7 or 8 points immediately became 10. Suddenly, the hearts of the ancestors became hot. Especially the Taishan Patriarch and Su Patriarch, with the auxiliary world artifact, they can fall back to the next best thing if they can't get the heart of the plane. Of course, this doesn't mean that Taishan Patriarch and Su Patriarch will give up the heart of the plane. Using the heart of the plane to promote the God King and using the inner world of the artifact to promote the God King will lead to limited potential. After reaching a certain level, you will not go any further, even if you have a great adventure. But the God King promoted by using the heart of the plane went further than the God King promoted by using the inner world of the artifact. The value of the heart of the plane is even higher than that of the auxiliary world artifact. Old Ancestor, I sensed that kid passed through the boundary membrane. Suddenly, Patriarch Wen exclaimed. Huh? God, Lu Jinggu, and the 3 ancestors all looked terrified. We can't delay any longer, otherwise we will let that kid escape. Sure enough, I have obtained an auxiliary world artifact, otherwise how dare I go to the starry sky through the boundary membrane? Lu Jinggu said secretly. The starry sky is in peril. The starry sky behemoth is the true god level at worst, and the starry sky behemoth with power beyond the true god is very long sword. Without the cultivation base of the ancient gods, if you are wandering in the starry sky, there is a 70% to 80% chance that you will fall in the middle of the journey. Only the auxiliary artifact contains a small world, and only those who hide in the small world of the artifact dare to travel in the starry sky. Several great powers took action one after another, tore off the boundary membrane, and stepped into the starry sky. Sensed by Patriarch Wen Shu's death seal, Lu Jinggu and God 4 chased after him. If it's really an auxiliary world artifact, even if it can escape our perception, it can't escape our attack. Lu Jinggu's eyes flashed. After Patriarch Wen reminded him that he was close to 1,000 meters away, Lu Jinggu's aura was wild, one move after another, earth-shattering moves were unleashed from God Lu Jinggu. The tricks used by God Lu Xinggu are not powerful, but they are superior in that they affect a wide range. From afar, it looks like a tsunami engulfing the world. God Lu Xinggu's behavior reminded the three ancestors, including Tan Patriarch, and the three patriarchs also shot. In the blink of an eye, the four people's monstrous attacks were flooding within a radius of 10,000 meters. Since the starry sky was not suppressed, the attack by Lu Xinggu and the four gods caused more momentum than the impact in the god realm. Rumble. The Xuanhuan temple shrank into a particle, and it was invisible, to avoid the induction of Lu Xinggu and the other four. But Xuanhuan temple couldn't dodge such an attack with such a wide range. Inside the Xuanhuan temple, there was a rumbling vibration, and Han Feng couldn't stand still, stumbling around. Damn it! Han Feng gritted his teeth, these old guys are too difficult to deal with. No, it should be said that the existence of Shura's death mark is too difficult to give birth. Little fatty, can you erase the Shura death mark in my body? Han Feng asked anxiously. No, unless the 9 flames and different fire art reaches the 8th level. Xiaopeng shook his head. But at this moment, because the Xuanhuan temple was affected, Patriarch Tan finally discovered something strange. During his attack that covered the sky and the sun, it seemed that a small area was blocked. Although this point was very faint, it surprised Patriarch Tan very much. Boy, where are you running? Old Ancestor Tan jumped up, like a dragon sailing out of the sea. He came to grab it with one hand. The space near Xuanhuan temple was blocked. But the Xuanhuan temple is a world artifact after all, and Patriarch Tan's ability to block it through the air cannot trap the Xuanhuan temple. The Xuanhuan temple slammed into the blocked space fiercely, broke through the space like a bamboo, and flew away into the sky. Damn it! Patriarch Tan took a step back and roared again and again. The three of God Lu Xinggu hurriedly said, let that kid run away? Well, it is indeed an auxiliary world artifact. Even if the surrounding space is blocked by the old man, it can still break through the space and escape. Patriarch Tan said bitterly. The monk can't run away from the temple if he runs away. Now that he knows how to find that kid, he will be able to catch him sooner or later. Taishan Patriarch said coldly. The next moment, the four figures turned into four soaring auras, and once again chased after Han Feng with Patriarch Wen's sense of Shura's death mark. Due to his poor cultivation, Patriarch Wen only had the power of a middle-ranked ancient god, and his speed was not as fast as the four ancient gods Lu Xing. Therefore, Patriarch Wen was always carried by Patriarch Tan from the beginning to the end. Master Wen did not dare to be dissatisfied with such a shameful way. The four pursued closely, and Han Feng asked Xiaopeng to step up and urged Xuanhuan temple to escape. 4 chases and 1 escape, 1 day, 2 days, 4 days, 8 days. Half a month, half a year, a year. I don't know how long and how far I have flown. Han Feng only knew that he was in a dangerous environment, and he was almost captured several times, and even passed through several planes on the way. Some of these planes have poor aura, probably the lower planes, but there is a plane with a majestic aura, which should be a small thousand gods like Ziyun God realm. Han Feng didn't dare to cross the boundary membrane and enter the little thousand god realm. He almost couldn't escape in the starry sky. Could it be that he could escape by entering the little thousand god realm? Furthermore, there is a half-step God King master, like old Ancestor Tan, behind him. Once such a master enters the Shaoqian God realm, it will inevitably cause alarm in all parties, and these forces will inevitably investigate for this. If it is known that old Ancestor Tan and others came here for the sake of the plane, after old Ancestor Tan, there will most likely be more pursuers. 4 pursuers were almost arrested, let alone more pursuers. Han Feng was not that stupid. It's just that after running away for so long, Patriarch Tan and others cooperated more and more tacitly. Han Feng knew that if he continued like this, he might really be caught. Although the Xuanhuan temple is temporarily controlled by Xiaopeng, it needs Han Feng's divine essence to mobilize the Xuanhuan temple. If he hadn't obtained a lot of spoils in the secret realm of chaos, among which were many pills to restore his spiritual energy, plus the 9 flames and different fire art, Han Feng's spiritual energy would have dried up long ago. Is it really impossible to escape? Han Feng was a little desperate. Han Feng once again soberly recognized the huge gap between himself and the upper ancient gods and even half-step god kings. Maybe it's the goddess of luck who is really on Han Feng's side, or maybe Han Feng really has great luck. Just when Han Feng is getting more and more dangerous every time, the direction of Xuanhuan Temple's flight suddenly rolls out an extremely large and terrifying distortion swirl. The first update. What? Han Feng was taken aback. Xuanhuan Temple didn't even have the ability to resist, and was sucked in instantly. What is this? Patriarch Tan and others were also shocked. When the tornado-like suction charged, the ancestors were shocked. They found that if they were really sucked by this suction, even if they were half-step god kings, they probably wouldn't have any resistance. No one knew what was inside the vortex, nor did they know whether they were strangled or transported to other places after being sucked in. Even if the ancestors were greedy for Han Feng's plain heart and world artifacts, they had to retreat quickly at this moment. No matter how important the heart of the plane and the world artifact are, they are not as important as their safety and lives. It's just that the storm-like suction force is so fast, it approached several ancestors in the blink of an eye. This frightened several patriarchs and god Lu Jinggu to turn pale, and each of them fled with all their strength, regardless of hiding their strength. Patriarch Tan was behind at this time, because he still had such a burden as Patriarch Wen in his hands. Seeing the suction storm getting closer and closer to him, old ancestor Tan gritted his teeth and abandoned Patriarch Wen. No, Patriarch. Patriarch Wen made a desperate voice, and was soon swallowed by the suction storm. Under such a terrifying suction force, Patriarch Wen didn't have much resistance as a Middle Ancient god, and instantly flew backwards towards the huge vortex in the starry sky, and was finally swallowed by the vortex. After fleeing for about a quarter of an hour, several ancestors were still affected. But within a quarter of an hour, several patriarchs and god Lu Jinggu had escaped far away, and even if they were affected, they would still be at the edge of the suction storm. The suction in this part is not as terrifying and irresistible as the center of the suction storm. God Lu Jinggu and the 3 patriarchs have been able to resist such a suction. The 4 strong men stood in the starry sky, looking at each other. They never expected that the pursuit of Han Feng would end like this. Not only did the heart of the plane and the artifact of the world not get. One more person was lost, and even they were almost sucked in. The faces of the 4 of them were not good-looking, and they did not get any benefit after spending so much effort. Boy Lu Jing, do you know what this whirlpool is? Patriarch Tan knew that god Lu Jinggu had read many secret books, so he couldn't help asking. God Lu Jinggu shook his head, I don't know either. The starry sky is huge and mysterious, not to mention me, even the god emperor might not know all the secrets of the starry sky. Who knows what this vortex is? Forget it, maybe the heart of the plane and the artifacts of the world are not destined to be with us. Patriarch Su looked away first, as long as the Chankuan sect did not get it. Before god Lu Jinggu broke through to the king, the eastern boundary of Ziyun God realm would still be Qiankanzong, Taibaijianzong, and Tianluozong are 3 pillars. As for Lu Jinggu being promoted to god king, old ancestor Su sneered in his heart, but he had managed to condense Chaos Qinglian. Although they were more likely to be promoted to god king than them, it was only more hopeful, not certain. Is the king of God so easy to break through? If it was really that easy to break through, Ziyun God realm wouldn't have had no more god kings and powerhouses for so many years. Taishan Patriarch, Tan Patriarch, and Lu Jinggu God are not so open-minded, especially Tan Patriarch and Lu Jinggu God. You know, as members of the Chankuan sect, they already had a great advantage, but in the end they let Han Feng run away. But thinking that Han Feng was also involved in the vortex, the two gloated again. Humph, if you were in Qianquanzong and handed over the heart of the plane to me, how could there be such a disaster? You deserve it. God, Lu Jinggu, was both unwilling and happy. It was a foregone conclusion that they could not get the heart of the plane, and the four had to turn around and fly to Ziyun God realm. Not to mention Lu Jing, Gushen 4. At this moment, Songyun Temple and Patriarch Wen were involved in the whirlpool. The suction storm in the vortex was even more terrifying, and the Songyun Temple turned up and down, left and right. Even Han Feng, as the true god of the 9 tribulations, was also dizzy for a while. But compared to Patriarch Wen, Han Feng is already much better, at least he is protected by Songyun Temple. Master Wen was inside the vortex, but he screamed again and again. The suction storm inside the vortex contains terrifying tearing power. This tearing power is enough to easily tear a 9 tribulations true god limit powerhouse into pieces. Even the lower ancient gods will definitely not be able to resist for a long time. I don't know how long it took to turn around in the suction storm. Songyun Temple and Patriarch Wen were vomited out one after another. Han Feng endured his nausea and allocated part of his soul power, and immediately realized that his current position was completely different from before, and everything around him was different. It was like being teleported from one side to the other. At the same time, through Songyun Temple, Han Feng already discovered that there is an extremely vast plain not far away. But what makes people palpitate is that this egg-shaped plane has a blood-red boundary membrane, which makes people feel uneasy. Little fatty, let's go. Feeling uneasy, Han Feng was about to leave here immediately. I can't go anymore. Xiaopeng sighed. Before Han Feng could inquire carefully, Han Feng's soul had already observed the astonishing blood-colored vortex around the plane of the blood-colored membrane. This bloody vortex swallowed Songyun Temple like a beast. Patriarch Wen paled in shock, and was about to make a move, but was also sucked in by the bloody vortex. The Songyun Temple was sucked in, and immediately fell into the plain, but Patriarch Wen uttered an earth-shattering scream. The bloody energy in the bloody vortex crazily squeezed into Master Wen's body, destroying the meridian energy in Master Wen's body. Not long after, even the chaotic silver lotus in the main body of the Wen family was completely destroyed. Master Wen, as the root of the chaotic ancient god, was wiped out in a blink of an eye, leaving only the broken body of the ancient god. The broken body of the ancient god, due to heavy injuries, has less than 1/10 of the body strength of the heyday, which is estimated to be equivalent to the junior and middle stages of the lower ancient god. No, why? Patriarch Wen wailed. The destruction of the chaotic silver lotus meant that the ancient gods were fundamentally destroyed, just like the dantian of a martial artist was destroyed. Master Wen, as a former ancient god powerhouse, will naturally not become a useless person because of the destruction of the chaotic silver lotus, but he will definitely no longer be an ancient god. It is so miserable that the ancient god who was once high above suddenly fell to the realm of true god again. Thinking that all this was because of Patriarch Tan and Han Feng, Patriarch Wen felt extremely resentful. Damn Han Feng, damn old thing, it's all about you. It's all your fault. The broken body of the ancient god, plus the cultivation base of the true god who fell to the sky, I am afraid that it is comparable to the stronger true god Tianjun and the weaker true god Tianzuan. Wait, why does this face destroy my chaotic silver lotus? Patriarch Wen suddenly became suspicious amid resentment. The consciousness of the plane directly deprives the root of an ancient god. Why does this kind of thing happen to him? There are so many planes in the starry sky world, including the 3000 god realm. There has never been a god realm plane like this, otherwise, where would the god realm plane quotient come from? The so-called God plane merchants are businessmen who travel between various God realms and exchange items from different God realms for profit. If the consciousness of the plane of the gods will hurt others, how can there be the existence of planes of the gods? Patriarch Xuan thought of a legend, and his eyes showed horror. Could it be? Could it be that this plane is the legendary Forbidden Realm? A plane that prohibits the existence of all ancient god powers? The second update. Shang. Those who are under the ancient gods can be safe and sound, but if they are in the realm of the ancient gods, the foundation of the ancient gods will definitely be destroyed, and they will be sucked in only when they fall to the realm of the true gods. In the forbidden ancient realm, there is no Chi of chaos, and the generation of Chi of chaos is also forbidden. There is even some kind of strange power in the forbidden ancient realm, where even if an outsider brings the chaos stone, they will never be able to break through to the ancient god realm. Forcibly breaking through will only explode and die. So far, there are many strong people who have been sucked into the forbidden ancient realm, but there are not many who can walk out of the forbidden ancient realm, and basically all of them are from the ancient times. Since modern times, no one has ever heard of anyone coming out of the forbidden ancient realm. Exactly why it is impossible to leave the forbidden ancient realm, no one knows except the outstanding people who left the forbidden ancient realm in ancient times. The realm of the forbidden ancients can be said to be a taboo place. No one wants to approach it, and no one wants to enter it. Who wants to be trapped in the realm of the true God forever and cannot break through? Thinking of the previous series of changes, Patriarch Xuan was even more sure that this plane wrapped in the blood-red membrane was the forbidden ancient realm. Master Wen's heart is bitter, the foundation has been destroyed, and it is not impossible to recover. But if you enter the forbidden ancient realm, you should never think about returning to the ancient god realm. Forbidden World. The boundary membrane of the forbidden ancient realm was blood red, but looking up at the sky in the forbidden ancient realm, it was still blue. Outer domain, a sea area high above the sky, rolled out a layer of bloody vortex. A figure was suddenly spit out by the bloody vortex, in a state of embarrassment. Han Feng was very shocked. He was forcibly expelled from Xuanhuan Temple. The soul communicated with the Xuanhuan Temple, and Han Feng found that he couldn't get in at all. Little fatty, what's going on? Han Feng could only ask Xiaopeng. It should be because of this plane. This plane has an energy that prohibits the effects of the chaos artifact. Or it is more appropriate to seal the chaos artifact, so that the chaos artifact cannot exert any power. Han Feng's face changed slightly. You mean, the chaos artifact is equivalent to scrap iron in this plane? Good. Hearing this, Han Feng took a deep breath. What kind of plane is this? It actually directly sealed the ability of the chaos artifact. Thinking of Xiaopeng, Han Feng became anxious. Xiaopeng, do you have any questions? Don't worry, your current Nine Flames different fire Ju is only at the peak of the 6th floor, and the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower is only unsealed to the level equivalent to the best artifact, so it's fine. Besides, even if I really return to the level of the chaos artifact, my essence, there is still an existence that surpasses the immortal artifact. This plane can't do anything to me. Xiaopeng comforted. Yes, this is great. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Han Feng had time to observe the plane that sucked him in. As far as the eye can see, there is an ocean, which is extremely vast. Let's find a place to recover first. Han Feng murmured. In Qiankanzong, Han Feng's soul was severely injured, and his body was also injured by the aftermath, because he was close to the place where several ancestors fought. Afterwards, he fled all the way and only cared about continuously outputting his divine energy, without having time to recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Han Feng stepped into the void, his body flashed like lightning, and flew into the distance at an astonishing speed. The oppression of Han Feng in this plane is not as good as Ziyun God Realm, so Han Feng's speed is faster than in Ziyun God Realm. Huh? Suddenly, the surface of the sea rolled, and a figure burst out, followed by a huge aura. Han Feng's expression froze, and he slapped it with his backhand without even thinking about it. Boom! Xuanhuan exploded, and Han Feng's palm collided with the attacker fiercely, and the rumbling sound resounded through the sky. A gust of wind crazily rolled out afterwards, setting off a stormy wave. The attacker was slammed into the air and fell into the sea, causing the sea to surge again. This is... Han Feng looked at the attacker in surprise. Appearing in Han Feng's line of sight was a strange-looking monster with a shark-like head, but the second half of the body was similar to a toad. In short, it looked like a collection of various monsters. I didn't notice anything before. This is why Han Feng was startled. The soul gushed out, and Han Feng's expression froze. This monster had no breath of life at all. Under the observation of the soul, this strange-looking monster seems to be formed by the condensation of pure energy. Strictly speaking, it is not a monster at all. What the hell is this? Is it a special creature produced by this plane? Various guesses surged in Han Feng's mind. But at this moment, the monster who didn't know what to call it roared and rushed towards Han Feng again. Although the aura is strong, it is only equivalent to the 6 tribulations true God. Han Feng frowned and waved his backhand again. The terrifying power directly penetrated the monster, and before the monster could get close to Han Feng, it fell down again. Under Han Feng's astonished eyes, the monster's body gradually turned into a bright starlight, turned into a sky full of stars and dispersed, and returned to heaven and earth. Where the monster was originally, there was only one blue crystal left. Han Feng noticed this strange crystal, and waved his hand, and the crystal flew towards Han Feng. Starting with the blue crystal, Han Feng felt a very strange power condensed in the blue crystal. This energy is neither like the demon core of a monster, nor like the divine power in the sacred stone. Han Feng has never touched it before. Past energy. And when he sensed this energy, Han Feng's soul shook, ready to move, and suddenly became restless, as if he wanted to swallow this energy. It's weird, my divine essence is already extremely large, and its quality has transformed into a general. Such a weak energy can attract my divine essence to move. This crystal and the energy contained in the crystal are not simple. Han, this time the wind was interested. Although the message sent by Xuanhuan was to swallow the blue crystal, Han Feng still did not act rashly. It won't be too late to swallow it after knowing what this blue crystal is, and what it does in this plane in the future. Right now, it's still about recovery. Han Feng continued to fly, looking for a place to land. It's just that Han Feng was more careful this time. He kept paying attention to the sea surface. Sure enough, he found many monsters that looked like monsters but had no life breath at all along the way. Han Feng didn't notice it before, it was only because Han Feng was careless, and he only judged by whether there was a breath of life. When Han Feng landed on an island, more than 10 blue crystals appeared in his hand. Among them, the strongest is probably at the level of the 8 tribulations true God, and the weakest is only at the level of the 5 tribulations true God. Han Feng opened a cave deep in the island, sat cross-legged, and began to recover. The first update. Under the continuous operation of the 9 flames and different fire Ju, Han Feng's severely injured soul is recovering at a slow speed. Even if Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire Ju has reached the peak of the 6th level, Han Feng's soul was severely injured at the beginning. The fierce beast, but the Taishang Patriarch, a super-strong half-step God-King realm. Therefore, the recovery speed of Han Feng's soul is really not fast. However, the divine energy consumed by Han Feng was recovering at an astonishing speed. In just over 10 days, he had recovered 7 or 88. The recovery of Xuanhuan gave Han Feng a sense of security in his heart. Since there are fake monsters in this unknown world that are comparable to the level of true gods in 7 or 8 calamities, there may not be stronger fake monsters. At the moment when the divine essence is consumed hugely, and the soul is severely damaged and the combat power is greatly reduced, when encountering stronger fake monsters, it is impossible to say that they will flee in embarrassment and fall into a dangerous situation. Xuanhuan recovered 7 or 788. Han Feng did not leave the cave, but planned to continue to retreat in the cave and practice for a period of time. One is for the better recovery of the soul. Secondly, it is also for cultivation. Now Han Feng has initially broken through to the high level of the Nine Tribulations True God, but there is still a long way to go to the peak of the Nine Tribulations True God's high level, let alone reach the true limit of the Nine Tribulations True God. In the secret realm of chaos, Han Feng got a lot of spoils, among which are the magic pills and treasures of heaven and earth that are used to improve his cultivation. Of course, the level of these divine pills and treasures of heaven, material, and earth is generally not high, and they are important treasures for the 6 or 7 Kulpas true gods, but for Han Feng, who is now the 9 Kulpas true gods, the effect is not great. Fortunately, there are a large number of these divine pills and treasures of heaven, material, and earth. And Han Feng also has the Wanwu Rongyan cauldron on the first floor of the Xuanhuan Tower. After putting these divine pills and heavenly materials and earth treasures into the Wanwu Rongyan cauldron and turning them into source liquids, the absorption efficiency can reach 10% or even exceed 10%, but it can make up for it. Han Feng reckoned that these were enough to raise his cultivation to the true limit of the 9 Tribulations True God. Half a month later. In the island cave, a surging air wave blasted out, the cave shook for a while, and stone chips flew. After half a month, Han Feng has completely raised his cultivation to the limit of the 9 Tribulations True God. To be able to reach such a state in just half a month is due to the artifact of time, otherwise it would be impossible without a few years or more than 10 years. At the realm of the 9 Tribulations True God limit, it is already possible to prepare for breaking through the chaos ancient God. Generally speaking, as long as the standard of the 9 Tribulations True God is normal, the quality of Xuanhuan, Shen body, and Shen soul are all in the 9th rank. The 3 aspects are all 9 ranks. Once promoted, they will condense the chaotic white lotus, and their cultivation base will be the lowest in the same level. At the same time, their lifetime achievements will be the peak of the lower ancient gods, or even the great perfection. Few of them can be promoted to the middle ancient gods. Han Feng naturally didn't want to be such a hopeless ancient god of chaos, so he didn't prepare for breaking through the ancient god of chaos at all, but planned to transform his soul and body from 9th rank to general rank. The 3 aspects of spirit, and spirit have all transformed into generals, and they are the true gods of heaven. In the realm of the 9 Tribulations True God limit, if you want to improve your strength, you can only rely on the transformation of your soul, body, and essence. In fact, whether it is the heavenly general true God or the heavenly emperor true God, they are still at the level of the 9 Tribulations True God in essence, but the soul, body, and essence have undergone earth-shaking transformations. It's like a bucket of water and a bucket of ice, both of which have the capacity of a bucket. The former can only chill people's hearts when they are thrown at people, but the latter can smash people's heads if they are not careful. Blood flow. Combat power is not on the same level at all. With so many divine elixirs and fire attribute heaven and earth spirits, not only has my cultivation been raised to the limit of the 9 Tribulations True God, but my 9 flames and different fire art has also taken a step forward. If it is said that Han Feng's 9 flames and different fires Ju had only initially entered the 6th level peak, then now Han Feng's 9 flames and different fires Ju has been completely stabilized in the 6th level peak, and is close to the middle and lower levels. Han Feng didn't know how other true gods would continue to practice after they broke the limit of their divine essence, but for himself, he only needed to keep improving the 9 flames and different fire art. However, although the improvement of the 9 flames and different fire art can also lead to the improvement of the soul, it is not so obvious for the improvement of the soul and body. Therefore, until now, the soul and body have already reached the limit of the 9th rank, and they are only half a step away from transforming into the general rank, but they are slow to pass. If he doesn't step forward for a day, Han Feng can't be regarded as a true god. Han Feng was somewhat frustrated by the fact that his soul and body had not yet transformed, but Han Feng gained a lot in other respects. The first is the great sun flame body. With the help of the power of time, after spending hundreds of years and thousands of years of power, the great sun flame body has been restored to the ultimate great sun flame body level, and it is fully adapted to the rules of the great world. The ultimate great sun flame physique is equivalent to the level of the chaos divine physique. Of course, the current Han Feng can't exert the power of the chaotic divine body level, at most it is the ultimate of the best divine body. As for why he couldn't exert the power of the chaos divine body level, it may be due to the limitation of cultivation, or it may be because of the suppression of this plane. Followed by martial arts. The fact that the 4 major martial arts are still at the peak of the 3rd level has not changed. If you want to break through to the 4th level, you will consume more than a little fire energy. After all the trophies are used to improve your cultivation, the 4 major martial arts, the level can only be maintained at the original level. Han Feng's real breakthrough in martial arts is Ziyun's magical arm. In the past, Han Feng had broken through the Ziyun divine arm to the 10th level, which was equivalent to the best low-level divine skill. Now the Ziyun divine arm has gone one step further, reaching the 11th stage, which is equivalent to a top-grade middle-level divine skill. The 6-winged mysterious dragon transformation was also able to break through, entering the primary stage of the 8-winged mysterious dragon transformation, which is comparable to a superb divine skill. On the whole, Han Feng's strength has been greatly enhanced. Even though the spirit and body have not yet transformed, Han Feng still feels that he is not weaker than the heavenly general true God. Another few days passed, and the spirit gradually recovered. On this day, Han Feng's soul discovered that on a huge ship not far from the island, more than a dozen people in uniforms were hunting and killing fake monsters. These costumes, could they be the costumes of disciples of a certain sect? Wait. Since the target of these people is a fake monster, maybe they can use their souls to find out what the fake monster is. Han Feng's expression moved, and he was fascinated to observe these disciples who didn't know what sect they were. Han Feng is not afraid that they will find out that among these people, the strongest soul quality is only the 7th rank upper class. Following the conversation of these sect disciples, Han Feng finally overheard what the fake monsters were. The so-called pseudo-monsters are called primordial beasts in this plane. It is said that they are formed by a special force in the world of this plane. This force is called Yuanli. As for the function of Yuanli, through Han Feng's observation and conversations with these sect disciples, Han Feng can only roughly guess that it should speed up the promotion of Xuanhuan. These sect disciples are young, each of them should be only a few hundred years old, or even shorter, but each of them has basically cultivated to the true gods of the 6 tribulations. God. After the Yuan beast dies, it will drop a crystal crystallized with Yuan power, which is called Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing contains the concentrated and purer energy of Yuanli, which is called Yuanning. The first update. On the giant ship, a disciple dressed in white said helplessly to the beautiful woman beside him. This disciple is similar to women in clothing, but the former tends to be more masculine, while the latter tends to be female. Junior brother, don't worry. The woman called Senior Sister Feng had crooked eyebrows, coquettishly familiar. The male disciple who was acted like a baby made a bitter face. Senior Sister, you clearly promised to listen to me before you came out. The woman curled her lips. Junior brother, you are a man, don't take it too seriously. The man was speechless. He clearly had a sense of responsibility. Okay, why did he become too narrow-minded and too serious? The rest of the disciples on the huge ship, whether male or female, all giggled and looked at their senior brothers with gloating and sympathetic expressions. Who doesn't know that their Xuanhuan gang, senior sister Feng, is best to make trouble for no reason, and only the gang leader can suppress one or two on weekdays. It turned out that this time the gang leader was just going out to find some pills to heal the wounded gang leader, but senior sister Feng found an opportunity to play like a baby and stunned senior brother Tai and brought him to the hunting boat. It deserves you to be confused by women. Here we come, a big guy. Before the disciple surnamed Tai could continue, the woman surnamed Feng already had her eyes lit up and jumped out. In the distance, the sea was tumbling, and a huge octopus beast spread out its tentacles, shooting out from under the sea like a sharp sword, causing waves. The strength of this huge octopus has reached the level of the seven tribulations true God, and it is called a seventh-level primordial beast in this plane. Facing the seventh-level Yuan beast, the woman surnamed Feng is not only not afraid, but also full of fighting spirit. In Han Feng's spiritual observation, the strength of this seventh-level primordial beast is only equivalent to the peak level of the first-level seven tribulations true God. Regardless of the fact that the woman surnamed Feng is only at the beginning stage of the seven tribulations true God, or even at the beginning and middle stage, she is not as good as that seventh-level Yuan beast, but the three levels of the woman surnamed Feng have reached the limit of the seventh rank. Is only one step away from the 8th grade. Taken together, the strength of the woman surnamed Feng is actually higher than that of the octopus, a seventh-level primordial beast. As it turns out, it did. I saw the woman surnamed Feng pull out an ice-blue long whip. With a flick of the long whip, it danced wildly like a dragon, and instantly whipped all the tentacles of the octopus successively like magic. The tentacles sticking out of the sea were frozen before they could attack the woman surnamed Feng. Afterwards, the woman surnamed Feng let out a low drink and hit the sea surface with her palm. A layer of ice mist sprayed out, covering the surrounding sea surface, and almost instantly, the surface of the 1,000-meter square sea was frozen. The closer to the center, the thicker the ice layer. The octopus, the seventh-level beast, was frozen in the very center. This time, the octopus Yuan beast couldn't move. Ka. Ka ka. The octopus Yuan beast is a seventh-level Yuan beast, and under the violent struggle, the ice layer almost shattered. Want to get rid of this girl's trick? Dreaming. The woman surnamed Feng shouted coquettishly, and the long whip in her hand became hard instantly from a soft state. It was as hard as a spear, and the spear was like a dragon. This shot, with invincible power, pierced through the octopus's body in an instant. The dignified seventh-level primordial beast collapsed immediately, turning into a sky full of stars and dispersing. In the sky, there is only one blue crystal left. The woman surnamed Feng moved her hand, and the blue crystal flew into her hand. Feeling the majestic energy in the blue crystal, the woman surnamed Feng flew back to the giant ship with a happy face. Congratulations, senior sister. With this elemental energy, senior sister's divine essence will definitely be able to advance to the 8th rank. The disciple surnamed Tai congratulated first. The face of the woman surnamed Feng paused, and there was some resentment. I want to transform, but it's impossible. Although this Yuan Jing is at the 7th level, it is only inferior to the 7th level. Besides, this Yuan Jing is of the water attribute. It's not ice attribute. When I absorb it, it's definitely not as good as absorbing ice attribute crystals. Let's wait for a while. After collecting more than a dozen 7th level crystals, I'm trying to advance to the quality of divine essence. The disciple surnamed Tai was speechless. Oh, I hope to meet a few more later. The woman surnamed Feng sighed. The disciple surnamed Tai gritted his teeth. Senior sister. This is only an intermediate sea area, and most of them are 4th, 5th, and 6th level Yuan beasts. If there is a 7th level Yuan beast in a few years, it means that this sea area is prosperous. Senior sister still wants to meet a few in a day today. Senior sister might as well go to the high-level sea area. The woman surnamed Feng smiled embarrassingly. That's all she said. She didn't know that it was so difficult to meet a 7th-level yuan beast in the middle-level sea area. But at this moment, Han Feng, who overheard this place, set off a storm in his heart. In addition to improving cultivation, this yuan jing can also advance Xuanhuan? Han Feng didn't know how those geniuses in the Ziyun god realm made the quality of their gods exceed the level that their cultivation base should correspond to. Presumably, they swallowed some special pills or special treasures of heaven and earth, or some various weird stuff. But these divine pills or treasures of heaven and earth are all precious and rare existences. Otherwise, in Ziyun god realm, I am afraid that the quality of the gods will far exceed the quality that the cultivation base should correspond to. For example, the first-level cultivation base of the 7 tribulations true god corresponds to the lower grade of the 7th grade, but in fact the quality of the divine essence exceeds the lower grade of the 7th grade. But here, only Yuan Jing can do it. It seems that Yuan Jing is not difficult. It's no wonder that the cultivators of this plane are all young, but they have high cultivation bases, high-quality divine essence, divine soul, and divine body. Han Feng's eyes flickered slightly. My soul and body are worrying about how to transform into generals. Isn't this an opportunity? But at this time, the children of the Xuanhuan gang on the giant ship are suddenly in crisis. On the giant ship, a woman surnamed Feng played with the 7th-level yuan jing in her hand, and suddenly wondered, shouldn't it be a few years in this sea area that a 7th-level yuan jing appeared? I remember that one just appeared a month ago, and he was killed with the help of the Lian gang. Why is there a second 7th-level beast now, and the interval between them is too short? This should be a special situation. Maybe there just happens to be a 6th-level yuan beast who is about to be promoted during this period. The disciple surnamed Tai hesitated. This explanation is a bit far-fetched, but it is the only one that can be explained so far. Boom! A shocking wave soared into the sky, thousands of feet away. A terrifying green giant dragon soared into the sky amidst the shocked and terrified expressions of many disciples of the Xuanhuan gang, with an incomparably violent aura. The stormy waves that burst out of the sea fell heavily, and immediately rolled up more stormy waves that spread around. The huge ship soon shook violently under the violent waves. The green dragon roared in the void, and the next moment, those pupils, which were as big as a few lanterns, instantly met the people on the huge ship. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and an unstoppable chill rose from the soles of their feet. At this moment, everyone's faces froze. The second update.